Life in DXD. Synopsis. A young man dies and finds himself floating in the void. After floating there for years he encounters a being which allows him to get reincarnated in one of the worlds of his choice along with some wishes. Kurumi. Those who are wondering about Kurumi's human appearance just imagine her as Kushina with a hair color as deeper shade of orange and closer to red with Tsunade's chest size. Power levels. Each level will be further divided into low, mid and high, except for the X class. 1. Low class level. Low class devils. 2 winged fallen angels. 2 winged angels. 2. Middle class level number L. Mid class devil. 4 winged fallen angel. 4 winged angel. 3. High class level. High class devil. 6 winged fallen angel. 6 winged angel. 4. Ultimate class level. Ultimate class devil. 8 winged fallen angel. 8 winged angel. 5. Satan class level. Satan class devil. 10 winged fallen angel. 10 winged angel. 12 winged fallen angels, high level. 12 winged angels, high level. Seraphs. 6. Super class level. Super class devil. Major gods of different mythologies. Dragon kings / queens. Heavenly dragons. 7. X class level. Dragon gods. Beast of Apocalypse. Team, current. Tatsuya, leader, X class, 16 YRS. Miyuki, low Satan class, 15 YRS. Kurumi, high Satan class, almost low super class in human form, peak mid super class, tailed beast form, now accessible due to Tatsuya releasing the seal on him and giving her the control of her beast form. Himari, low Satan class, 16 YRS. Ingvild, mid Satan class, appears to be 15 YRS old, can go to her super form for about half an hour a day currently. Shizuka, low Satan class, appears to be in her 20s. Kagura, low Satan class, 16 YRS. Karin, low Satan class, 15 YRS. Sinan, low Satan class, 15 YRS. Asia. Low Satan class, 16 YRS. Harem so far. Kurumi. Miyuki. Yasaka. Kunu. Himari. Kurika. Koisha. Ingvild. Shizuka. Kagura. Karin. Sinan. Asia. Sana. Tsubaki. Sierra Fall. Tiamat. Amaterasu. Isamai. Grafia. Offis. Ruya. Akeno. Ross Weiss. Rias. Freya. For all those who want to know how Freya looks like, here is the link for her picture, https://textfanon.fandom.com/wiki/Freya. Amaterasu. For those who want to know how Amaterasu looks like, here is the link for her picture, https://vsbattles.fandom.com/wiki/Amaterasu_%28 mythology %29. Hela. For those who want to know how Hela looks like, here is the link to her picture, https://www.pinterest.com/amp/pin/581386633127902193/. 1. Wishes. In the place where everything is covered in darkness there is a small ball of light floating around there. I don't know for how long has it been since I am here. I do know that I was an high school student and all the things, mostly anime and manga, that I have witnessed. I remember all that very well. Just the last few minutes before coming to this dark place are all blur. Thought the ball of light. A few more weeks or so later the ball of light, or more accurately the soul of the boy, was getting rather impatient or frustrated from all that waiting because he had started to get bored there. During all the time he had reviewed all the anime and manga he had ever watched or read through his memories, and now he had nothing left to do. Just a few minutes after he had started thinking what to do, something like a portal of light appeared in front of him. Out of the portal a humanoid figure wearing a black coat and pants came out of it, but his face just appeared as a blur to him. The humanoid figure first looked around and then looked towards the soul and said, "Sorry for the delay, I was rather busy in my work that I forgot about you," he said in a very casual tone. Hearing him the soul of the man got irritated but controlled himself and asked, "Okay, first who are you and what place is this and what am I doing here?" Hearing his question the humanoid figure looked towards him and said, "Who rather a calm one et. For the answer to your questions, I am a high-level being who is supposed to manage the rebirth cycle of this dimension and this place. In your terms you can call it as void, and why you are here should now be obvious to you as you are dead." The soul took some time to digest the information and then sighed and asked, "So what will happen to me now?" Hearing his response the humanoid figure chuckled and said, "Not sad or confused after hearing about your death." The soul calmly said, "Well, what's done is done, it cannot be reversed, and it's not like that I had any family or friends who would miss me even if I die." Hearing him the humanoid figure also sighed and said, normally a soul that dies had to be sent to either heaven or hell depending upon their actions or being sent back to their world in a new body without their memories to start a new life. The soul was about to ask something but the humanoid figure stopped him and said, "But since I was very late and made you wait in the void for so long, I can give you an opportunity to live a life in a world you like with some wishes, of course, so what do you say?" Hearing his offer, the soul became slightly excited and asked, "It can be any world, right? Even anime and manga world?" "Yes, it can be any world, but you cannot travel to another world, only one world, so choose carefully." The soul thought for a while, but suddenly he thought of something and asked, "How many wishes do I get?" The humanoid figure said, "You will get 5 wishes, out of which one will be about changing your appearance and one would be any one person's powers with some optimization." The soul began thinking again and after an hour or so said, "For the world I would like to go to the world of high school DXD. Okay, it's done. Now tell me about your wishes." "Okay, for the wishes I would like to have 1. Super growth. 2. Skill creation. 3. Immortality. 4. Powers of Seiki Kujuo from the anime The Disastrous Life of Seiki Kujuo. 5. Appearance of Tatsuya Shiba from the anime The Irregular at Magic High School." The humanoid figure thought for a while and said, "Okay, that's possible, but the immortality thing will be like you would be live like other supernatural beings. That means you could be killed and in return you could make the lifespan of your trusted normal humans just like yourself by giving them your blood, but it would not work if either one of you does not acknowledge each other or rather trust each other and know your blood cannot be used to save life in dire situations or for treating injuries." The soul was silent for a while digesting the information given to him and then with a sigh he said, "Okay, and also can you make me an orphan as I don't want my parents to get involved in the supernatural world and make me of the same age of Issei Hayudu." "Okay, all of the things are done and as a bonus I would give you a house in Kua and money able to last for about 10 years or so. You will reincarnate as 4-year-old and also don't tell anything about me or your past life to anyone, even those who you trust, and I have put a seal on your brain so that no one would be able to read your brain and of course the people would not be able to notice the seal. Now bye. Bye and thanks a lot for this chance." As soon as he said that, he was sucked into a portal and the soul lost his consciousness. 2. Start. In a room, a small boy with black hair was lying down on the bed. The boy's appearance may be regarded as cute and lean. After a while the boy opened his eyes and checked his surroundings. He suddenly got some information or rather memories in his head. He clutched his head and gritted his teeth from pain. After a while he got up breathing heavily and was sweating as well. He stood up from the bed and started walking towards the bathroom. While walking he said, "So my name is Tatsuya Shiba as well and I live in Kua town. My parents died 2 months ago during a car accident and my relatives left me alone in this house as they did not want to take me in." When he reached the bathroom he firstly took a bath and then checked his body. After changing his clothes he went to the living room and started to think what he will do in future and made a training regime for himself. Suddenly he thought that he had no way of checking his physical condition and power, so he thought of using his magic creation to create an appraisal ability. Suddenly a jolt of current passed through his body. He thought in his mind and said, "Status," and suddenly a small holographic display came in front of him. Name, Tatsuya Shiba. Age, 4. Race, High Human. HP, 1000, Average Human Adult around 500. MP 1000, Average Human Adult around 100. CP, 1000, Average Human Adult around 100. STR, 50, Average Human Adult around 20-25. AGI, 50, Average Human Adult around 15. END, 42, Average Human Adult around 30. INT, 50, Average Human Adult around 20-25. WIS, 28, Average Human Adult around 30-35. Luck, 100. Skills. Magic creation. Super growth. Appraisal. Powers of Seiki Kujuo. Seeing his status, one thing was clear to him: the sad truth about his powers. He still have to study. While he was still depressed he thought for a while but didn't understood some of the things. Firstly, why was his race high human instead of just human, and what was CP in his status, but shrugged it off. He knew why his stats were that high. It was because of the continuous growth that physic powers caused to the body. So no, the only things left to do are to make skills to control and hide my powers along with other useful skills. Time skip. After hours of thinking, Tatsuya made some new magic and skills. 1. Deception to hide his energy signature. 2. Protection film to not use his petrification and psychometry by mistake. 3. Psychic control to control his psychic powers. 4. Elemental magic. 5. Space-time magic. 6. Close combat. 7. Creation magic. 8. Barrier magic. 9. Light magic. 10. Dark magic. 11. Healing magic. 12. Detection. 13. Photographic memory. He nodded and felt proudly at his work and then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for himself, and after eating he went to his room to rest for a while. When he reached his room he found an envelope on his desk. He picked up the envelope and opened it and found a card and a letter. He opened the letter and it read, "Yo Tatsuya. Your friendly wish giver here. I hope you reached there without any problems. Anyway, here is the card. It contains around 15 million yen. I guess that should be enough for the time being, and also for practice combat you can go in your astral form and fight many creatures there, and you might even find 1 or 2 surprises there. Anyway, that's all for now. Bye. P.S. Don't forget to keep my existence a secret. After reading the letter, Tatsuya used his space-time magic to create a dimension pocket and put both the letter and the card in it. After thinking for a while, Tatsuya decided to check the layout of the city before going to bed. He changed his clothes and also put some of his clothes in his storage and went out of the house. Time skip. After checking most of the streets near him and buying some groceries along with a phone, he returned back to his home and took out some of the groceries from it and put it all on the table before arranging it. After he was done arranging, he looked at the clock and thought that there was still some time left before dinner, so he started playing with his powers, and because of his super growth skill his powers evolved extremely fast. While he was enjoying floating around the house, he heard his doorbell and got startled and fell down on his butt. He went towards the door without looking slightest bit startled, as his body was already very tough that the fall didn't cause him any pain, and he had already checked who was on the door through his detection and X-ray vision. When he opened the door, he found 3 people standing in front of him, 1 man in his late 20s, 1 woman around the same age as the man, and a small girl who was around his age. The significant thing was that Tatsuya knew who the girl was. The girl had light brown hair and had slightly violet eyes and looked like a tomboy. Tatsuya remembered seeing her in the anime. She was indeed Irina Shidou. Tatsuya looked at the man and asked, "How may I help you?" The man looked at Tatsuya and smiled and said, "Good evening, my name is Toji Shidou and me and my family shifted here this afternoon, so I thought of introducing ourselves to the neighbors." Seeing her father introducing himself, Irina also raised her hand and said, "Nice to meet you, my name is Irina Shidou." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Nice to meet you as well, my name is Tatsuya Shiba, I hope we can get along." Tatsuya bowed a little while introducing himself. He looked towards the only person who didn't introduce herself. As if getting what he was asking, the lady bowed a little and said, "Nice to meet you, my name is Grace Shidou, I am Irina's mother." Tatsuya welcomed them inside his house and made them sit in the living room. He went to the kitchen and brought iced tea and some snacks for them. When he came back, Toji looked towards him and asked, "Tatsuya-kun, where are your parents? I want to meet them as well." Tatsuya placed the glasses and the snacks on the table and sat back on the sofa silently and looked towards him and said, "They are no more, I live alone." Suddenly the environment in the room got heavy and Toji felt guilty for asking him about his parents. Toji looked at him and said, "I am sorry." Tatsuya waved his hands saying that it's all right. Grace looked at him with pity and asked, "What about your other relatives, where are they?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "There is some problems in the family, that's why I cannot live with them." Hearing him, she stopped asking questions. The atmosphere started to get more tensed, but it was broken by the sound of a growl from Irina's stomach. Everyone looked at her, who was clutching her stomach and was blushing because of embarrassment. Seeing her like that, everyone started chuckling. Toji got up from his seat and asked, "Why don't you have dinner with us, Tatsuya-kun? Grace's cooking is very delicious." Irina also overcame her embarrassment and said, "Yeah, mom's cooking is very good, you should join us." She grasped Tatsuya's hands and looked at her with an expression which said, "You are joining no matter what." Seeing her expression, Tatsuya gave a defeated sigh and agreed with them. Seeing him like that, both Toji and his wife smiled at their children and went to their home for dinner. 3. Puppy Eyes. Time skip, 1 month. After that day, the Shidou family often called Tatsuya for dinner and for outings. Even Tatsuya sometimes called the Shidous at his home for dinner, and they were surprised that a boy the same age as their daughter could take care of himself so well, as his house was well maintained and his cooking was delicious as well. To Tatsuya it seemed that the Shidous had asked in the neighborhood about him, and they found out how his relatives refused to take him in after his parents' death. They were angry at his relatives and often tried to adopt him as well, but he kindly refused to them, saying that he was fine with living like this. Both Irina and Tatsuya had joined the same school, and Irina was the one to force him in joining the same school, as she did not want to be in a school full of strangers. Irina often played with him or went out with him for sightseeing the town, as he was her only friend, and she didn't had any problem with it, as she was never bored when he was around her. During this time, Tatsuya has also started training in his astral form, and he had only one thought about that type of training: it's damn easy. It turned out that Seiki's powers along with his magic and super growth were too much for fighting those monsters. Though sometimes some strong monsters might appear, they too get defeated easily, just they take slightly more time. And that slightly more time here means 5-10 seconds. Tatsuya has also created some more skills using his skill Create and some weapons using creation magic as well. Skills: 1. Full counter, magical and physical. 2. In-card sword style. 3. Tatsuya's guns blazing. 4. Might Guy's taijutsu. 5. Chakra manipulation. 6. Ki manipulation. 7. Super regeneration. 8. Super magic recovery. 9. Body strengthening. 10. Unlimited blades work, chant still required. 11. Negation magic. 12. Sunshine. 13. Parallel thinking. 14. Trace magic. 15. Limiter. 16. Gravity manipulation. 17. Abnormal status resistance. Weapons. 1. Noble phantasms. 2. Sacred treasures. 3. Elucidator. 4. Dark repulsor. 5. Silver Taurus pistols. 6. Imperial arms. Most of Tatsuya's skill kept on evolving even if he performed it for a short while. Most of the skills from the anime he got was because all the anime and manga are stored in his brain and he is able to remember them because of his photographic memory and able to picture it clearly because of Seiki's skill photography, making him gaining skills because of the super growth. Because of all the skill and his supernatural growth rate, he is already at the level where he can defeat the ultimate class beings of this world. He had to put limiters on his body so that he accidentally does not kill anyone. Right now Tatsuya is meditating in his room as it was the only thing in which he doesn't get bored as its difficulty level never decreases and he also feel calm and peaceful while he meditates. After he finished doing his meditation he went out for his morning workout. Even though his strength always increases, he suppress it with putting limiters on his body and then increasing the gravity on his body. He doesn't need to do it as his strength and other physical stats keeps on increasing, but it does not mean that it changes his body as well. He needs to work out to maintain his physique as he is a voracious eater and a foodie as well. He also likes to do it as it was something that he enjoyed doing in his past as well. After completing his workout he went inside his house, took a bath and prepared breakfast for himself. After eating and doing all the chores of the house with his cheek powers, he thought that he should go and buy groceries. After changing his clothes and checking all the things in the house he went out of the house. Just when he opened the door he faced Irina, who when saw Tatsuya got excited and hugged him. Tatsuya, who was still shocked about this, unconsciously hugged her back. Seeing both of them like this, Grace chuckled, but Toji had a conflicted expression. He was happy about seeing his daughter like this but was getting frustrated of Tatsuya taking his daughter away. Toji fake coughed so as to get their attention. When Tatsuya heard Toji coughing he got back to reality and immediately separated himself from her. Irina, who was still a child, does not understood anything. He looked at them and asked, "Why are you all here this early in the morning and how did Irina woke up early today?" Hearing him both the parents chuckled, but Irina pouted and looked away with emph and puffed her cheeks. Tatsuya looked at her and poked her inflated cheeks, much to the others' amusement. Irina, who got irritated, looked at him with anger and said, "Moo, don't tease me this much." Tatsuya nodded and asked, "So why are you here this early?" Hearing his question Irina beamed with joy and said, "Since today is weekend, the school will start from the next week. We are going to the amusement park and came here to invite you." Hearing them, Tatsuya, who was about to go and buy groceries, started thinking. Seeing that Tatsuya was not agreeing with her, Irina used her final attack. She looked at Tatsuya and puppy eyes and asked, "You will come with us, right?" Seeing her make puppy eyes, Tatsuya wanted to look away but was still able to feel them. He looked at his only saviors, her parents, who were chuckling on seeing him getting troubled by her. Tatsuya finally sighed in defeat and said, "Okay, I will come with you, but while returning please stop by somewhere as I need to buy some groceries." While Tatsuya was saying this, Irina had already started dragging him to their car. 4. School. After the trip to the amusement park the very next day, Tatsuya and Irina went to buy the supplies they would require for the school, and here too Irina tried to make Tatsuya buy stuff which looked similar to hers, but this time Toji took Tatsuya with him, leaving Irina with Grace, much to Irina's disappointment. Toji even apologized for Irina's behavior and clinginess, to which Tatsuya waved his hands to assure him that it was okay. After buying their supplies they went home as they were supposed to start school from tomorrow, and though there was a slight change in the plans which Tatsuya didn't told Irina as she would be shocked when she would hear about it, but it was only a small problem as her parents also knew about it. In the morning Irina and Tatsuya happily went to school along with her family, though the three of them were thinking what probably would be the reaction that Irina would show when she would hear about it. When they reached the main school building, Irina took Tatsuya's hand and started to drag him while saying, "Let's go, Tatsuya." Tatsuya only sighed and pulled her slightly, making her stop. Irina had a confused look on her face as Tatsuya had never stopped her whenever she pulled him. Tatsuya had a helpless expression on his face. He looked towards Toji, who was looking away from them. Seeing this, Tatsuya had his veins popping out on his forehead, and then an idea popped in his head. He looked towards Irina and said, "Your dad wants to tell you something." Hearing him, all of them had different expressions. Tatsuya, who was smirking while looking at Toji, Grace was trying hard to hold her laughter, Irina was looking at Toji with a confused but cute expression on her face, and lastly Toji, whose lips were twitching and was inwardly cursing Tatsuya. Tatsuya brought Irina towards her father and freed his hand from hers and said, "Bye," while walking in another direction which was different from the one Irina was leading him to. Irina looked at Tatsuya and then looked at Toji, who was trying to look away from her. Irina, who was still staring at her father, asked, "What do you want to talk to me, and why is Tatsuya going in that direction?" Hearing her question, Toji frowned but still built his confidence and said, "You see Irina, though both you and Tatsuya joined the same school, there were too many children in your building, that's why some of the students were shifted to the new building and Tatsuya is one of those students." Irina first looked at the building in front of her and then the building next to hers. Though both the buildings were nearby, it still caused quite a huge damage to Irina. Irina looked at Toji for a while and then smiled and said, "Okay, bye." Seeing her reaction, both the parents were shocked and were looking at Irina weirdly. Irina started to move towards her school, but after taking a few steps she stopped. She turned and looked towards her parents with a smile on her face. She turned her body and started running toward Tatsuya's direction while shouting, "I am going with him." Toji blinked for a while and then started running towards her daughter while shouting, "Wait." Irina reached the gate of Tatsuya's school, but her father had already caught her. She grabbed the school gate while her father pulled her while saying, "Irina, let go, you will be late." To which Irina replied, "No, you let go, I am going with Tatsuya." Seeing both the father and daughter, all the nearby public was wondering what was happening there. While this was going on, both Grace and Tatsuya were pretending that they were not with them and hid within the crowd. Both of them looked at each other and nodded while shaking their hands. Tatsuya went to his class quietly without anyone noticing him, and Grace went back to the car silently. Seeing that no one was going to help her, Irina reluctantly let go and Toji quickly picked her up so that she could not try again and took her to her class. 5. Meeting the boys. After leaving behind the desperate father and daughter pair, Tatsuya went to his class and took the most famous, the protagonist's seat, as it was still empty. After taking his seat, he looked out of the window and saw Irina and Toji still trying to win over each other. He was a little surprised when he saw Irina gave up rather easily. Soon after that, some more students started coming to the class. He looked at the seat beside him and saw a boy with blonde hair sitting there, and he looked like he was in the same situation as Tatsuya, that is, he too didn't knew anybody here. Just as he was about to introduce himself to the boy, the teacher came to the class. The teacher looked around the class and nodded on seeing that everybody was present. She introduced herself to them and then asked the students to do the same. When his turn came, he stood up and said, "Tatsuya Shiba," and then sat down quietly. The teacher and the students gave him a second glance but left it at that. Tatsuya looked at the boy who was sitting beside him, stood up to introduce himself, but Tatsuya was very surprised to meet one of the characters of the show so soon. The boy who stood up looked at the teacher with an excited smile and said, "My name is Saji Genshiro, I hope that we all can be friends," and sat down. Tatsuya looked at him for a second but then looked back at the teacher. After the introduction, classes went on like normal. Tatsuya, even though thought that it was easy for him, still looked at the teacher and did not look out of the window or slept on the desk like any other protagonist. Now don't misunderstand, he was still not listening to the teacher but was meditating with his eyes open. After the bell for the break rang, Tatsuya looked at the boy sitting beside him and moved his hand forward and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Tatsuya Shiba." Saji looked towards him and smiled before shaking his hand and said, "Nice to meet you as well, I am Saji Genshiro." They both talked for a while and Tatsuya confirmed his suspicion that Saji too didn't knew anybody here. They both went outside and had lunch together. There were also some boys who approached them and they too became friends with both of them, though the other boys along with Saji were slightly annoyed as many girls came to Tatsuya to talk to him and ask him to play with them. Tatsuya could only smile helplessly. While all this was happening, Tatsuya didn't notice Irina, who was secretly looking at him with a hateful gaze. After the lunch break was over, all of them went back to the class and again Tatsuya did the same thing. Though during the time they were asked to play dodgeball on the field, most of the boys thought of giving Tatsuya a lesson as he got very popular among the girls even though it was his first day at the school. Tatsuya, who heard what they were thinking through his telepathy, decided to teach them to mess up with him. On the field, the only thing that the game could be called was total annihilation. Tatsuya dodged every ball aimed towards him while ruthlessly hitting them back, though he controlled his strength to not give them serious injuries. After that game, his popularity among the girls increased further and respect and fear among the boys also increased. When the school was over, Saji and Tatsuya left the class together while talking to each other. After reaching the school gate, Saji and Tatsuya went their separate ways. Tatsuya, who spotted Irina, went towards her. When he approached her, he saw that she was talking with someone. To not disturb her, he stood there silently while waiting for them to finish their talk. When they stopped talking, he approached them and said, "Hey Irina, how was your day?" Irina, who heard someone calling her, looked towards the direction of the voice, and once she found out that it was Tatsuya, she humphed and looked away while pouting. Tatsuya went towards Irina and poked her cheeks and said, "I am sorry I didn't tell you about this, as you were very excited for school and would have been disappointed if you knew about this." Even though she heard him apologizing but was still looking away. Seeing her like that, Tatsuya sighed and said, "Okay, I will cook anything for you for dinner today, all right." Hearing this, Irina immediately forgave him and hugged him excitedly. Tatsuya also hugged her back but soon separated and asked, "So how was your day, did you make any friends?" Hearing his question, Irina smiled and said, "Yeah, the school was good, though it would be better if you would have been here too, and yes, I made friends as well." She looked towards a boy with brown hair and said, "Meet my friend Issei." Issei, who was standing there while listening to their conversation, jolted in surprise and said, "Hello, nice to meet you, I am Issei Hyuado Shido's friend." Tatsuya, who heard his name, was not that much surprised as he knew that Irina would meet Issei around this time. He was just a bit excited to meet THMC of the anime in real life. He moved his hand forward and said, "Tatsuya Shiba, Irina's friend, nice to meet you too." They stood there and talked for a while before going home as both Issei's and Irina's parents came. Both the families introduced themselves and both Issei's mother and father were surprised when they saw how well-mannered Tatsuya was. They initially thought that Tatsuya was Irina's brother but Irina immediately denied it. When she realized what she had done she got embarrassed and hid behind Tatsuya. Seeing her like that Issei's parents, Grace, and Tatsuya were chuckling. Issei was confused and Toji again had a conflicted expression as even though he was amused seeing her daughter like that but was also thinking that her daughter was going away from her. After all that both the families said goodbye to each other and left though Grace dragged Toji by the ear much to the amusement of Irina and Tatsuya. 6. Surprise. After meeting both Saji and Issei a whole year has passed without much changes in Tatsuya's life. The major change that took place was that Tatsuya is now able to handle Satan class beings easily and can go toe-to-toe with some lower super class beings. Issei and Saji hadn't met yet as even though Tatsuya mostly hangs out with Saji Issei has already started spouting his love for breasts and his dream of being a harem king in future because of which Tatsuya mostly tries to avoid him and because of that Saji as well didn't meet Issei. Though to Irina who doesn't understand what was the meaning of those things thought that Issei was very cool. Even though Tatsuya tried to make her understand that it was bad being near him she made fun of him and said that he was just jealous of Issei as many people knew of him because of his antics. Irina's parents too asked Tatsuya about the Issei and were very worried about their daughter. They asked Tatsuya to help her to which Tatsuya told them his experience about it. They could only sigh and hope that everything would be alright with their daughter. Tatsuya has also started to visit the church along with the Shittas as Toji wanted to bring him on church's side as he was already very strong for his age, only the amount which he shows to them. He even told him the benefits of joining the church but still Tatsuya declined. When Toji had started to get rather desperate he was beaten to the pulp by Grace to not disturb Tatsuya. Today like any other day Tatsuya woke up, ate his breakfast, went to school, hung out with Saji and returned home. These days Irina had started to ignore him and now spent most of her time with Issei. When Tatsuya returned home in the evening he first took a bath and then made his dinner and ate it. He was about to go to bed but he felt a presence in the astral plane. He quickly went to his room, light on his bed and turned into his astral projection. When he saw the astral plane he was quite shocked as many creatures in the plane appeared to be stronger than the ones he had seen before. He used appraisal just to be sure and was surprised to see that was indeed the case. Even though he can still defeat these creatures with ease he was still surprised to see that they had gotten stronger. Suddenly he felt a sudden spike in energy and he immediately came out of his thoughts. He tried to find the magical signature of the source but was unable to. He started flying towards the energy source at his full speed and after 10 minutes he reached the destination and was shocked to see the reason for the sudden energy spike. In front of him stood a very familiar orange-colored fox with 9 tails. Seeing him he started to think that how it was possible as the being had said that he would not be able to travel to different world and this world was indeed the DXD world so how it was happening. But while he was thinking the fox had already seen him and was about to attack but stopped when he saw that the human wasn't attacking. Tatsuya was still in deep thought then suddenly he remembered, didn't that being said that there were a few surprises, is it one of them? Just as he thought about it a note came in his hands. Tatsuya read the note which said, yes it is. After he read the note his lips twitched but he calmed himself down. As soon as he calmed himself the fox asked, hey human where am I? When Tatsuya heard the question he was about to answer but suddenly he noticed something was different. He realized that the fox in front of him wasn't the one he knew. He wasn't Kurama from Naruto because the fox has a fucking girl's voice. Tatsuya was again shocked and this time he was not able to calm himself. Seeing that the human in front of her was not answering the fox growled and started to release pressure. When Tatsuya noticed the pressure increasing he came out of his stupor and looked towards the fox and said, ah sorry I was thinking something, what did you say? Seeing that the human in front of him wasn't the slightest bit affected by the pressure intrigued the fox and she again said, where am I and who are you? Tatsuya looked at the fox and said, we are in the astral plane and for my identity I am Tatsuya Shiba nice to meet you. Tatsuya did a slight bow and smiled at the fox. Seeing the human in front of him the fox was very amused and said, likewise I am Kurumi a chakra-tailed beast. After their introduction Kurumi and Tatsuya started interrogating. After a few hours of question and answers they both got their conclusions. The conclusion was, they both don't know what is happening. It was clear that Kurumi was not from this world but from a world which was similar to Naruto. The difference was that the world from which Kurumi came was a gender-bended world of Naruto but in that world the Otsutsuki clan had already destroyed them so in order to stop them all the tailed beasts and some powerful shinobis gave her their power to intercept their last attack. When their attacks collided a huge explosion took place after which she found herself in the astral plane. Even though they don't understand it but somehow the explosion opened a portal to this dimension and she landed in that astral plane. After a moment of silence Tatsuya asked, so what would you do now because as of you are now you cannot leave the astral plane? After thinking for a while Kurumi looked at him as if appraising him, she nodded after a while and said, okay Tatsuya become my Jinchuriki. Tatsuya looked at her for a while and blinked and shouted, what? Kurumi looked at him with an amused expression and said, I cannot travel to the real world from this plane, but you can, so by becoming my Jinchuriki I can leave as well, and besides." Kurumi turned into a beautiful and voluptuous woman and licked his cheek and said, "The amount of power that you are emitting is making me hot." She had a seductive smile on her face which turned into a gentle smile before saying, "And you don't harbor any ill intentions or negative feelings towards me, so I have no problem being with you for the rest of your life." Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then said, "Before you say anything else, listen, I am not a normal human, I belong to a race called High Human and is basically immortal, so do you still want to be with me?" When she heard that he was immortal she was quite happy and latched onto him and said, "Then it is even better, I can stay by your side always." Tatsuya, who heard her answer, sighed in defeat and said, "Okay, so what I have to do?" As soon as he asked this question, Kurumi grabbed his face and gave him a deep and passionate kiss and said, "Thank you, now I will be in your care, do treat me well," and she get absorbed in his body in form of an orange mist. Tatsuya came out of his stupor and said, "That felt nice, maybe I will try it again sometime." When he said that, a voice came in his mind and said, "Oh, so you liked it, hey? Ask me whenever you want," she said in a sultry voice. Tatsuya nodded and collected all of the leaked chakra before going back. 7. Sister. After becoming Kurumi's Jinchuriki 2 months have passed, and during these past 2 months some things have changed for Tatsuya. Firstly, Saji has changed schools as his father moved to another part of the town, so the school life has now become slightly more boring for Tatsuya, though he talks to Kurumi during the school, but still he felt slight lonely as Saji left the school and Irina was rather busy with Issei. But the biggest benefit he got after becoming a Jinchuriki was that now he could use ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu as he read Kurumi's mind and found all the knowledge on hand signs and the mechanisms of those jutsus. He even created skills after gaining the knowledge that Kurumi possessed. Skills: 1. Hand sign mastery. 2. Gentle fist art. 3. Fuin jutsu. 4. Sharingan eyes. He removed the curse on the eyes and is able to ise all the Mangekyo abilities. 5. Byakugan eyes. 6. Rinnegan eyes. 7. Tensegan eyes. 8. 5 elemental release. 9. Sage mode, gained from Kurumi which got evolved. 10. Kekii Genkai, all. 11. Dust release, Kekii Tauda. 12. Tailed beast cloak. 13. Tailed beast mode. 14. Sage of Six Path mode, both Indra and Ashura halves. 15. Gluttony. When he got the power of the eyes, Kurumi got surprised and asked him how did he got them, to which he simply said, "Looks like the powers of those Otsutsuki clan was also present in the astral plane and got absorbed while absorbing your leftover chakra." Hearing his answer, Kurumi thought that it was possible and left it at that. When Tatsuya heard her question about the eyes he was startled, but when he saw her accepting his answer he sighed in relief. He also went to the astral plane every night and polished his moves and practiced his jutsus. Now he have no fear of any creature in this universe, as with his six-path power he could easily annihilate any superclass being, not to mention Tensegan, with which splitting the even earth in 2 parts is no big deal for him. Even if beings like Off-Eyes or Great Red came after him, he could simply use Kamui and go into his dimension. Just a few years more with his growth rate he would become a freaking Saitama with some extra added benefits. Right now Tatsuya and Kurumi are arguing. It was now time to cook dinner, but Tatsuya is out of groceries for now. Tatsuya said, "What's the problem? I can just eat cup noodles. Why are you declining to that idea?" "No, you are not eating cup noodles today, you are eating them for the past 3 days," said Kurumi. "What's wrong with cup noodles? It just get the work done." They continued to bicker with each other for a few minutes. Kurumi, who was getting tired with bickering with Tatsuya, got an idea and said, "Okay, if you don't go and buy groceries then you will not be able to eat coffee jelly as you ate he last one yesterday." Hearing this, Tatsuya got shocked and hurriedly went to change his clothes. He doesn't know if this was because of taking Seiki's powers, but he have a sweet tooth and just like him he too liked coffee jelly the most. After buying the groceries on his way home he was talking to Kurumi about various things when suddenly he felt a mana burst. He hurriedly kept his groceries in his dimensional pocket and ran towards the location. When he reached there he found a few people covered in ice and a girl who was crouching while hold her head and crying and saying, "Stay away, leave me alone, I didn't do anything, please someone save me." Hearing her voice, a memory came back to me and I immediately rushed towards her and hugged her and said, "Calm down, it's all right, I am here." Tatsuya stroked her head while saying those words to her silently. As she recognized the voice she looked up to the person and said, "Ani-I-sama." Tatsuya looked at her and gave a gentle smile and said, "Yes, it's your Ani-I-sama Miyuki." Miyuki started crying once again and hugged Tatsuya back. Tatsuya continued to console her while remembering about the memories he gained. When Tatsuya first came to this world he tried to find about his other family members. He did find some of them, but one member of his family made him shocked. Tatsuya's aunt, who was the same person he had seen in the anime. He thought that other families of the anime might also be present in this world and tried to find about them as well, but to his luck there were no other families other than his. Though the only difference between his family and the one in the anime was that he wasn't blood related to any of them, as his father was adopted in that family. After Miyuki stopped crying, Tatsuya looked at her and she looked back at him. They stared at each other for a while before Tatsuya broke the silence and asked, "What are you doing here alone and what happened to you to be in this condition?" On hearing his question, Miyuki looked down for a bit and then started to explain the situation to him. While Miyuki was at her home, she received the news that her mother died in a plane crash, and just like Tatsuya's case, his family refused to accept her in their family and was thus put in an orphanage. But the condition in the orphanage and the treatment she received there was very harsh. She was bullied, starved, and made to do manual labor, and that too till she fainted on a daily basis. Not being able to bear that treatment, she ran away from the orphanage. But while she was on the run, she came across some men who thought of selling her. When fear got over her, a wave of blue energy traveled from her body and froze the ones who were approaching her. Hearing her whole story, to say Tatsuya was angry was an understatement. He was fuming with rage and was thinking of destroying both the orphanage and his family, but stopped thinking about that and looked towards Miyuki and patted her head and asked with a gentle smile on his face, "Hey Miyuki, if you don't have anywhere to go, why not stay with me?" Miyuki, who was enjoying her head being patted when heard his brother, was very happy and tears of joy came out of her eyes, and she hugged Tatsuya and said a soft, "Yes," and drifted off to sleep. 8. I will be his wife. After Tatsuya took Miyuki back home, he gave her the necessary first aid. While applying the antiseptic, Tatsuya saw that Miyuki was waking up. When Miyuki woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. She began inspecting the room and finally her gaze stopped on Tatsuya. While Miyuki was asleep, Tatsuya had already appraised her, and only thing to say was that Miyuki was not a normal human. Name, Miyuki Shiba. Age, 4 years. Race, human. HP, 200. MP, 200. CP, 50. STR, 8. AGI, 4. End, 10. Int, 30. WIS, 7. Luck, 58. Skills. Ice magic. Wind magic. Miyuki has high magic capacity and also has wind and ice affinity, and if she will be living with Tatsuya, then he needs to seriously train her or she might suffer in the future. After noticing that Miyuki was looking at him, Tatsuya asked, "Are you all right now?" Miyuki just gave a nod and smiled. Tatsuya patted her head and said, "Okay, it seems like you are fine for now." Tatsuya looked at her with a serious expression and said, "Listen Miyuki, you should not tell anything about the blue energy wave to anyone. If you are asked what happened, just say that I saved you. I will tell you about that energy later, okay?" Miyuki also formed a serious expression on her face which just looked cute to Tatsuya and said, "I will not tell about it to anyone, Unii-sama." Tatsuya smiled and said, "Now that this problem is solved, I guess we should do something about your clothes. We will go buy you clothes tomorrow, and you have to be admitted in a school as well. For now, come with me." Tatsuya helped Miyuki to stand up and took her to Shida residence. He rang the doorbell and waited for a while. Soon the door opened and Grace came into their view. Seeing Grace, Miyuki hid behind Tatsuya. Seeing the two children in front of them, Grace looked at both of them curiously and asked, "What happened, Tatsuya-chan, and who is the girl behind you?" Tatsuya greeted her and said, "Grace-san, this girl here is my sister Miyuki. If it would not be a burden, can she borrow some of Irina's clothes?" Grace smiled at him and said, "Of course, come in." Though Grace was a bit confused that Tatsuya had a sister, she still let them in as she knew that Tatsuya is a trustful person. When they entered the house, Tatsuya looked towards Grace and asked, "Is Toji-san is at home?" Grace nodded and said, "He is in the living room." Tatsuya nodded and looked towards Miyuki and said, "Go together with Grace-san and be a good girl and don't trouble her too much." Miyuki smiled and said, I will be a good girl." Seeing the siblings, Grace chuckled and took Miyuki from there and said, "Now I have a girl, a daughter, it would be very fun to dress you up, but first you have to take a bath." Grace was very happy right now as she had a chance to have an experience with a girl, not a tomboy like her daughter. Seeing her like that, Tatsuya smiled wryly at her and then entered the living room. In the living room, Toji was watching TV, but when he noticed that someone entered the room, he looked towards the door and found Tatsuya there. Tatsuya also looked at him and greeted him. Tatsuya took a seat in front of him and asked, "Toji-san, I want to ask a few favors from you." Toji was very surprised as Tatsuya had never asked for their help, and since he was asking for help, he thought that the matter would be really serious. Toji also looked towards Tatsuya with seriousness and asked, "Sure, what do you want my help with?" Tatsuya nodded and said, "There is an orphanage that I want you to check that whether it is under church's administration or not, and if it is, can you please destroy it?" Hearing his request, Toji frowned and said, "You do know that you are asking a church official to destroy a property of the church, right?" Tatsuya nodded and told Toji about the things that Miyuki have told him. Listening to Tatsuya, Toji was both angry and ashamed. Angry at the officials who were mistreating the children and ashamed at himself for not noticing such things. Toji apologized to Tatsuya and said that he would look into this matter as soon as possible. While they were talking, the door opened and Grace came in the room along with a shy Miyuki who was wearing a cute dress following behind her. Seeing her like that, Tatsuya nodded and said, "You look cute, Miyuki," and smiled at her. Listening to his compliment and seeing his smile, Miyuki blushed and looked down. Seeing her like that, everyone laughed. Toji introduced himself to Miyuki and also apologized for the treatment she received in the orphanage. Suddenly Tatsuya looked at both the Shitas and asked, Also Toji-san, can you do the paperwork to make Miyuki attend the same school as me? Toji nodded and they continued to talk to them for a while. Grace even asked Miyuki if she wanted to be adopted in their family. When Tatsuya heard this he had a frown on his face but he immediately fixed his expression. But his expression was noticed by Miyuki who was happy that Tatsuya cared about her and she declined Grace's offer. Soon the time for dinner approached and Irina also came to the house. Seeing Irina, Miyuki was a bit wary of her but still talked to her while Tatsuya and Grace went to the kitchen to prepare the dinner. While they were eating, Grace asked the question which made all of them choke on their food. Grace looked at the Shiba siblings and said, It would be very good to have a daughter like Miyuki, Tatsuya, why don't you marry Irina in the future and then Miyuki can live with us? But as soon as she asked the question the temperature of the room immediately dropped. Everyone looked towards Miyuki whose eyes were covered by her hair and she was mumbling, I saw my wife. Seeing her like that, Tatsuya placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Miyuki, Grace-san is just joking. Feeling Tatsuya's hand on her shoulder, Miyuki came back to reality and nodded and smiled at Tatsuya. She then looked at Irina and said, I don't know what is your relation with Ani-sama, just be clear that I will be his wife. When she said that, Tatsuya again choked on his food and started coughing. Meanwhile Irina and Miyuki kept on bickering to each other, with Irina kept on denying that she didn't like Tatsuya and how Issei was better than him but still was feeling a bit conflicted from inside, and Miyuki explaining how Tatsuya was the best from her past experiences. Seeing both of them like that, the rest of them only smiled and tried to calm them down. 9. 1 year later and feelings. After the dispute between Miyuki and Irina was over, Tatsuya and Miyuki came back home and the very next day they went for buying the things that Miyuki required. For some reason Grace also went with them and was the most excited among the three of them. Seeing her enthusiasm, the people who were around them kept on glancing them from time to time. After going home that day, Miyuki was way too tired, so Tatsuya just explained to her about magic and all, and they decided to practice it daily. Tatsuya also told her made a mental link with Miyuki so that they could talk to each other through telepathy. But what Tatsuya didn't took into consideration was that through his mental link even Kurumi was able to talk to Miyuki, and therefore Tatsuya had to explain about their relationship. Miyuki and Kurumi argued for quite a while about the whole wife thing and finally settled on sharing him. From that day onwards Miyuki started sticking to Tatsuya more and more. She would sleep with him and even took baths with him as well. Tatsuya had no problems with it, as in his eyes Miyuki was still a child. Miyuki was also trained by Tatsuya from that day too. He would take her for morning workouts to make her body a bit stronger, make her feel magic as she was still not accustomed to it, train her in close combat for self-defense and much more. The only thing was that even though he himself does not have to train this much, he still was a training maniac and Miyuki had already started to experience it. Though she was trained to the extreme, she knew that Tatsuya was only doing it because he cared about him. Tatsuya too felt that it was important, as even though he was not allowed to tell her what would happen in the future, he still knew that if Miyuki would not be prepared till that time might lead her to various life and death scenarios. Miyuki was also very talented. Even though she did not had Tatsuya's monstrous growth rate, she was still very talented. She absorbed everything that Tatsuya threw at her just like a sponge, and her conviction to make Tatsuya notice her more drove her even faster to reaching her goal. Because of this training speed, Tatsuya also decided to add sword training in her regime as well. Tatsuya too didn't stood still. He himself started practicing all sorts of weapon and martial arts. He even started learning about various strategies about fighting from Kurumi or from books about various generals which he could get from library or from Toji. He also started to resume his studies so that he could gain as much knowledge as he could get, because he knew that in the future it would be very difficult among the various events that would take place. Seeing her Tatsuya like that, Miyuki's and Kurumi's admiration for Tatsuya grew even further. Now Miyuki and Kurumi had set aside their differences as they knew that they would be with Tatsuya in the future, and now tried to help each other as much as they can. Kurumi even started to teach Miyuki about chakra, but found that Miyuki could only use chakra to enforce her body and could not use ninjutsu, genjutsu or taijutsu. Though Miyuki was disheartened at first, but with the help of encouragement from both Kurumi and Tatsuya she overcame it and decided to excel in her own forts and made her Ani-sama proud. Tatsuya also made a special training room like the hyperbolic time chamber with his space-time magic and started to practice all the weapons and moves he had created from different animes, and hell firing your own Kamehameha was his greatest moment of his life. It was just that it was everyone's dream from the childhood, and now he had accomplished it. During all this time Irina had also become conscious of Tatsuya and now had complicated feelings within her. The argument that Miyuki had with her made her realize that she was not the only girl around Tatsuya. Though on the one hand she thought that Issei was cool, but she knew that Issei still thought that Irina was a boy. On the other hand, she knew that Tatsuya had always helped her and treat her just like a girl she is. She wanted to realize her feelings by being around Tatsuya, but Miki would always come in her way and would prevent her from doing so. Seeing her like that, her parents were a bit concerned for her but could not do anything, as she was the one who distanced herself from him and would have to solve it on her own. Just like all this, 1 year passed away. Now Tatsuya and Irina were both 6 years old and Miyuki was 5 years old. Tatsuya had decided to take Miyuki with her in the astral plane as there are many weak monsters on which Miyuki can practice fighting and get experience. Tatsuya also started to spend some more time with the Shidas as he knew that the next year they would be going back to England. Tatsuya had also told Miyuki about him being an immortal and a high human and had promised her that he would make her a high human as well when she would reach high class level. Thinking about the reward that would make her live with Tatsuya for a very long time, the fire inside her rekindled and her enthusiasm grew even further. He had also given her a ring that would hide her presence and would also tell her position to him. She could also use the ring to send a SOS in case of emergencies. The ring also had a huge storage inside it which worked just like his own storage, just that hers was limited. Right now he was out on buying some groceries and some things that Miyuki had asked for. When he was returning home he came in front of a park. He saw that Irina was there and thought of calling out to her but stopped when he noticed that she was with Issei. He sighed and left them there. He had warned her many times but she didn't care about his warnings. Right now it was raining heavily and the Shiba siblings were having dinner peacefully. Miyuki would often find chances to feed her Oni-sama and Tatsuya would wholeheartedly receive her affection and would even return it by doing the same. Their blissful moment was broken when Tatsuya received a call on his phone. Miyuki was very annoyed and Tatsuya patted her head to comfort her. Tatsuya sighed and looked at his phone but he got confused as he received the call from Toji and picked up the call. "Hello," said Tatsuya. On hearing Tatsuya's voice, Toji asked him in seriousness, "Tatsuya, do you know where Irina is? She still had not came back home yet." Tatsuya found it odd that she still had not came back and said, "No, I don't. Last time I saw her she was with Issei." On receiving the answer, Toji sighed and said, "Okay, if you find anything about her do tell me." Toji tried his best but Tatsuya could still feel that Toji was very panicked and worried about Irina. Tatsuya used his magic to find Irina and found that she was still in that park. Tatsuya told Miyuki about that and immediately went towards the park. When he reached the park he found Irina still sitting on the bench. He went towards her and covered her under an umbrella. When Irina felt that someone was in front of her she looked up and saw that it was Tatsuya. Tatsuya was about to say something but Irina immediately hugged him and started crying. Tatsuya just stood there and didn't said anything and patted her back. After she calmed down a bit Tatsuya looked at her and asked, "So wanna tell me what happened?" Irina, who heard him, was a bit hesitant but still told him. Irina told Tatsuya that while they were playing in the park Issei was still spouting his harem king nonsense. Irina, whose feelings were getting complicated day by day, decided to ask Issei what did he felt about her. Issei, who still thought that Irina was a boy, told her that she was a very good friend and all. Irina, who was a little dissatisfied with his answer, asked him that what would he date her if she was a girl, to which Issei immediately denied, saying that he didn't like boys and even if she was a girl she would not be to his liking. Hearing her, Tatsuya was very angry at Issei and wanted to kill him but calmed himself and consoled Irina, who had again started crying. Tatsuya, who saw that Irina was not stopping, removed her from her embrace and looked at her and said, "Calm down, it's not like he was the only person in the world. It is his loss for losing such an awesome girl like you, Irina. If he cannot accept you for who you are then he didn't deserve you anyway, don't be depressed because of him and show him that you can be happy even if you are not with him." Irina, who heard him, stopped crying and nodded and looked down. Tatsuya, who saw that she had calmed down, carried her on his back and took her home. Toji and Grace thanked him and he went to his home. While he was in the bath along with Miyuki he noticed that Miyuki was not talking to him like usual but shrugged it off as he was tired today and thought that he would ask her about it some other time. Unknown to him, his whole confrontation with Irina was known to Miyuki because while he was talking Kurumi had connected his telepathic link to hers. Hearing Irina's story, Miyuki was very angry at the boy. She also thought that now Irina, who had come to accept her feelings, will come towards Tatsuya and was thinking whether to accept her or not. She was discussing with Kurumi about this matter and they both came to the decision to give her a second chance. While both of them were discussing, Tatsuya noticed that his link was connected to hers and he too heard their discussion and said, "You know, I think I have to prohibit Kurumi from connecting the link as it is a matter of my privacy." When they heard it, both Miyuki and Kurumi, who was inside her, looked down in shame and didn't utter any words. 10. Author's note. Many you all think that Irina and the MC pair is bad, and if you all don't like it then don't worry, she will not be added. Also tell me which girls do you want in the harem. 11. Goodbye. After that day Irina had tried to stick close to Tatsuya like she used to, but Miyuki would interrupt her most of the times, and the times when Miyuki wasn't around Tatsuya gave her a cold shoulder and treated her the same like when she was his friend. Irina tried her best to change his behavior but it was all in vain. Tatsuya had also stared to remain expressionless most of the time and only showed his emotions when he was around his family, Shidas, or was eating coffee jelly. Tatsuya had also stated to draw some of the famous manga of his previous world as his account was starting to get dried up and knew that sooner or later he would have to start making money. Miyuki, who saw his manga getting popular, wanted to brag about her Oni-sama to her friends only to get stopped by Tatsuya, who told her that if others knew about him they would start bothering them and he would not be able to spend much time with her. Hearing his reason, Miyuki frowned and apologized for the mistake she was about to commit but was also happy to know that Tatsuya wanted to spend more time with her. Miyuki's training had also increased and is now harder than before. She was talented but was still not a high-class level. Her determination had started to decrease and this was noticed by Tatsuya. He was worried about Miyuki and was wondering about what to do to help her. While he was in a deep thought, Kurumi came to his aid and said that she knew of a way to help him. Tatsuya, who thought that he would be able to help Miyuki, believed her and agreed to whatever she planned, but Tatsuya regretted his choice and it was too late for him to step back. Though Miyuki was now motivated more than ever, the thing that Tatsuya had to do when she reaches high class was that he had to kiss Miyuki. Tatsuya cursed Kurumi, but Miyuki always made him stop by making seductive noises in his mind. Tatsuya, on hearing those noises, would immediately blush and would start to avoid her by cutting their link. For Tatsuya, powers were not the only thing that grew at an enormous rate. His body too was maturing very fast, and even though he was between 6 to 7 years old, his outer appearance was like a child of around 9 or 10 years old, and he was on the way where people would start to call him handsome rather than cute. Tatsuya had also nearly completed his high school level studies and was now teaching Miyuki to also help her. In the school and other places, many boys had tried to come close to Miyuki but stopped when Tatsuya glared at them, but still some brave fellows thought of testing the waters and had met their demise by the hands of Tatsuya. Things were similar for the girls who tried to approach Tatsuya, but Miyuki didn't got violent with them and just gave the girls an ice-cold glare which turned into a bright smile whenever Tatsuya looked at her. Time flew by like this and 1 year had passed and the time for Irina to go back to England had come. Right now Irina was clinging to Tatsuya like a koala and was crying while Miyuki kept on giving her a death glare, but she ignored it and kept on saying things like she didn't to go and all that. Right now Tatsuya and Miyuki were in Shidure residence and Tatsuya was preparing food along with Grace for the last time. Though they all were sad, but they knew that they had to go back. Irina tried to ask her parents to take both the Shibas with them, but her parents denied, as the reason for which they were going was to train Irina to become an exorcist and knew it would be dangerous for the siblings. Irina, who heard this, was really disheartened and lowered her head in silence. The next day in front of Shida's house, Tatsuya and Miyuki were there saying their goodbyes, but Irina was standing in the corner still looking down. Tatsuya, who saw her like that, went towards her and flicked her forehead with a bit of force. Irina, who received the hit, was hurt and tears were forming at the corner of her eyes. Tatsuya looked at her and said, "What are you being sad for? It's not like we will not meet in future, you can always come back and we will be here anyways." Tatsuya came closer to her and kissed her forehead where he flicked. Irina, who was blushing hard from the kiss, doesn't notice that Tatsuya tied something along her neck. When she came out of her stupor, she looked down and found a silver necklace with a pendant in the shape of angel wings which had a violet gemstone in it just like the color of her eyes. Irina was about to confess to him but stopped when Tatsuya placed his finger on her lips and said, "Save it for the next time we meet." Irina was blushing but still nodded. Tatsuya went back towards Shidas, who were looking at him, and Grace started to tease him. While this was happening, Miyuki came towards her and looked at her directly in her eyes. Irina too looked at her eyes with seriousness. Both Tatsuya and the Shidas were looking at both of them curiously. Miyuki broke the silence and said, "Even though I don't like you much, but still you were my friend, so I will miss you, but don't expect that I will let you have Uni-sama easily." Miyuki said the last part in a very cold voice, but Irina didn't flinch and said, "Don't worry, I will claim him fair and square." They both glared at each other for a while but dropped it off and started to smile. All of them thought that both of them would come to friendly terms now, but Miyuki said, "While you would be away from Uni-sama till that time, I would be much ahead of you, so you will not stand a chance." Irina, who heard this, frowned and both of them started to bicker with each other. Seeing both of them, the others sighed but still smiled as they thought that both of them had become closer. They all talked for a while and later the Shidas left for their flight. 12. 2 years and trip. After Irina went back to England, Miyuki and Tatsuya started their training once more at a faster pace than before. Miyuki giving her all for the kiss and Tatsuya doing his training first time with seriousness, as he had encountered a very difficult situation. The thing was that Tatsuya knew all about what would happen in the future, but the problem he encountered was that he doesn't know when the hell those events will happen. He thought that there were some characters that he wanted to save and decided that, like most of the MCS in the different fanfics he read in, that he would save them too, but he forgot that those MCS either had a system which gave them quest to save them or were alone so that they would reach the location of the event as soon as possible, but he didn't had either. He does not have a system which would guide him, and certainly explaining Miyuki and Kurumi about his actions was a no-go, as he was not allowed to disclose any information about the being who sent him in this world. He was in a dilemma and decided to leave it at that, and thought that he should prepare himself and Miyuki for the future rather than worrying about those who he knew nothing about. He would think about it when he will come across such situation. Miyuki and Kurumi, who saw Tatsuya's serious face while training, were mesmerized by him, and it only triggered Miyuki to work even harder than before. Tatsuya had started to teach Miyuki difficult forms of his Incard sword style, and Miyuki was for the first time suffering in her training, but still the reward kept her encouraged to keep on practicing without feeling down. Miyuki had also started learning sensory, teleportation and flight magic, and also really enjoyed the flight training as it was a new experience for her. Tatsuya had also discussed with Miyuki to form his own team, as having some people in the group will be very beneficial in the future. He had also decided to buy the house that the Shidas left and convert it into a small restaurant. Since Shidas had gone now and he was the one who cooks in the family, his cooking skill had reached that level. Yes, his cooking had reached the foodgasm level. Kurumi, who usually stayed out of their training, had also started to help them train, though she cannot help Miyuki much, she still helped her, improving her sensory and hiding capabilities, because of which now Miyuki can hide her presence without the ring. Through Tatsuya's harsh yet effective training, both Tatsuya and Miyuki had improved a lot. Tatsuya had now reached the level where he could go toe-to-toe with the dragon gods. He even had some skills that could destroy both of them in an instant. As for Miyuki, she had reached the high-class level even faster than Tatsuya's expectation. When Tatsuya told her that she had reached high-class level and was about to congratulate her further, but was stopped by Miyuki, who suddenly rushed towards him and kissed him on the lips. Tatsuya, who although was surprised, didn't reject her and grabbed Miyuki's waist, and Miyuki, following Jis' example, wrapped her arms around his neck. The promise of her kiss was transformed into a make-out session between them, only to be interrupted by Kurumi, who freed Tatsuya from Miyuki and started her own make-out session, but she was a bit more aggressive than Miyuki. From that day onward, both Miyuki and Kurumi always tried to pin him down while he wasn't busy, but it was a bit difficult for them, as Tatsuya, who had now registered both of them as members of opposite sex, started to calm him down and wait for an appropriate age for the things to go a bit forward, though he too showed them his affection from time to time by hugging them or giving them light pecks so that they don't feel sad. Like this, 2 years have passed and Tatsuya was now only focusing on training Miyuki and gathering information about the supernal activity taking place around his area. He would often spar with Miyuki, who couldn't land a hit on him and was very annoyed by that fact. While he was looking at some documents, he received a message from the publisher in whose company he used to submit his manga. He read the message and looked towards Miyuki and Kurumi, who were lying on his lap while he was caressing their heads. He asked, "Hey, I need to go to Kyoto for some reason of my manga. Do you want to come with me? There will be a festival there as well. We can visit the festival after my work is over." Hearing him, both of them perked up, especially Miyuki, who was imagining the beautiful time she would spend with Tatsuya. Kurumi and Tatsuya were also feeling the same, as it would be their first time seeing a festival after coming to this world. 13. Meeting the Foxes. After it was approved that the Shiba family would be visiting Kyoto, both Miyuki and Kurumi started packing for their trip to Kyoto. They were very excited, as it would be their first time going on a trip, and were unable to contain their excitement. While they both were doing the packing, Tatsuya was reading some documents and contracts. He had finally decided to build his own restaurant and was reviewing the contracts and other documents before signing it. He had decided to start the work as soon as possible after coming back from Kyoto. Finally, the day for their trip to Kyoto came, and all three of them, yes, three, even Kurumi was in her human form, as she too wanted to enjoy the trip. They waited for the train, and when the train arrived they all took their seats. During their journey, many guys came and tried to hit on Kurumi. Some perverts even tried to hit on Miyuki as well, but were all nearly pissing themselves as Tatsuya gave all of them a death glare. Seeing him like that, both the girls shifted on their seats and leaned over his shoulder. Seeing the girls' action, Tatsuya sighed and wrapped his arms around them. When the train arrived at Kyoto, they came out and met with the people who came to escort him to the hotel. After reaching the hotel, they were given their room keys, and he got one double bedroom just like he had requested. The hotel also had an onsen, which they all enjoyed thoroughly, and after enjoying they all crashed onto their beds, as Tatsuya had to go for the meeting the next day. The meeting was very boring, but still Tatsuya remained attentive during the whole meeting. After the meeting was over, Tatsuya bid farewell to the others and arrived at the hotel, where he found Miyuki and Kurumi already prepared for going OU sightseeing. Seeing that how excited both of them were, Tatsuya hurriedly went inside the room to change his clothes and came out. They were walking around the city with both Miyuki and Kurumi dragging Tatsuya. Seeing both of them like that, Tatsuya only gave them a wry smile. The people who saw the three of them, even though they were envious of Tatsuya, were still pitying him. While they were enjoying the town, suddenly Tatsuya heard someone crying. He looked around but saw that no one was there. He tried to focus to find the direction of the sound. Seeing Tatsuya, the girls stopped on their tracks and were trying to notice what Tatsuya was doing. Once Tatsuya found the direction of the sound, Tatsuya started following it, and the two girls, who were still confused but still followed him. After walking some distance, Kurumi too heard the voice and now knew what Tatsuya was doing and told about it to Miyuki. They kept on walking and the volume kept on increasing. They reached the source of voice and found a small girl, probably 4 years old, with blonde hair and shrine maiden clothes, crying and kept on mumbling "Oka-san." They approached the girl and Tatsuya crouched down to her level and patted her shoulder to get her attention. The girl who was crying looked up and saw a boy looking at her. Tatsuya looked at the girl with a small smile and asked, "What happened?" Even though he knew she most probably had lost her mother in the crowd, but still he knew that asking her about it would make her feel a bit relieved. The girl sniffed and said, "I cannot find Oka-san," and started crying again. Tatsuya took out his handkerchief and wiped her tears. He patted her head and asked in a calm and kind voice, "How about we help you find your mother?" Hearing this, the girl stopped for a while and stared at Tatsuya, who was looking at her with a kind expression on his face. Tatsuya, who was looking at the girl, was thinking, "I didn't expected to meet her this soon." He had already sensed it, and it looked like the two behind him had sensed it too. The girl was none other than the yokai princess Kunu, a nine-tailed fox. Kurumi, who sensed her, was looking at her curiously, as it was her first time meeting a nine-tailed fox other than her. Kunu, who was still looking at Tatsuya, nodded. Seeing her approve, Tatsuya stood up and said, "I am Tatsuya Shiba, nice to meet you, and these two are my companions Miyuki and Kurumi." Both Miyuki and Kurumi waved at her. Kunu also wiped her tears and said, "My name is Kunu and thank you for helping me Tatsuya nii." Tatsuya, who heard her calling Tatsuya nii, cutely patted her head unconsciously, and Kunu too, who was being patted, was in a bliss. Tatsuya stopped and asked her how did she got separated from her mother, to which Kunu said that she was walking along with her mother, but she started to walk in a different direction when she smelled something good and when she noticed she could not find her mother. Listening to her, Tatsuya thought for a while and then picked her up and put her on his shoulders and said, "We will walk around here, and if you find your mother just tell us, okay?" And oh, I put you on my shoulders because there was a possibility that you could get lost again if you smelled something good again. Kunu, who heard him, got embarrassed and started hitting his head while pouting. Seeing both of them, Miyuki and Kurumi laughed, and Miyuki even took a picture of both of them. While walking around, Tatsuya and the other bought various foods and other things. Kunu, who was sitting on Tatsuya's shoulders, was eating cotton candy that Tatsuya was holding while Tatsuya was being fed by both Miyuki and Kurumi from time to time. Kunu was enjoying a lot as it was the first time that she interacted with people like this and not like a princess. Miyuki would take pictures of all of them from time to time. She even took some embarrassing pictures so that she could tease them in future. While they were walking, suddenly Kunu gripped Tatsuya tighter and said, "Tatsuya nii Oka-san there." Tatsuya, who heard her, looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a beautiful and busted woman with blonde hair and wearing a yellow kimono which was trying its best to hide her chest. She was looking very worried and was desperately finding something. Tatsuya took Kunu of his shoulders and lightly pushed her forward and said, "Go." Hearing him, Kunu nodded and ran towards her while shouting, "Oka-san." When Yasaka heard a voice she was very familiar with, she looked in that direction and saw her daughter running towards her. She rushed towards Kunu and hugged her tightly while crying along with Kunu. After they had calmed down, Kunu told her what happened. Yasaka looked towards the three of them and came towards them and bowed her head and thanked them. They all waved their hands and said that it was all right. Yasaka looked up and introduced herself, "My name is Yasaka and I am Kunu's mother. I thank you very much for helping my daughter. Is there any way in which I can repay the favor?" Tatsuya said that it was all right, but she kept on insisting. Finally, sighing in defeat, Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Can you ask someone to guide us around Kyoto? As you can see, we are just tourists here and don't know the area so well. It would be great help if you can." Listening to his request, Yasaka smiled and said, "Don't worry, I would find someone to guide you tomorrow. You tell me your hotel name and phone number." Tatsuya nodded and they both exchanged their phone numbers and Tatsuya gave the details which she asked about. After that was over, Yasaka invited them for dinner, to which Kunu too insisted. After they agreed with her, Tatsuya was again dragged along the way, this time by Kunu, and the other three were laughing on seeing both of them. During the dinner, all of them were happily talking to each other, and Miyuki also showed them the pictures that she had taken, and most of them were very embarrassing for Kunu, who was now red with embarrassment but was still holding on as Tatsuya was petting her head to make her calm down. Yasaka too, just like her daughter, was happy as she was also enjoying her time like that and was also happy to see her daughter smile. When they reached back to their hotel, Tatsuya turned towards Kurumi and asked, "So what do you think, can you beat her, Yasaka, as she too is a nine-tailed fox?" Kurumi gave him a confident smile and said, "Of course I can, and besides you are with me as well and together we can beat anyone." She pulled Tatsuya on the bed along with her and Miyuki and they both snuggled closer to him. Tatsuya just sighed and smiled and then said, "That's true," and drifted off to sleep. 14. The Festival 1. The next day, Tatsuya, Miyuki and Kurumi were waiting for the guide who would be escorting them around Kyoto. After a while, Tatsuya received a message from Yasaka stating that she had found the guide and the guide was waiting for them outside the hotel. The three of them stood up and went outside the hotel. As soon as they stepped outside the hotel, Tatsuya was tackled by white blur, but still Tatsuya didn't tell down. Tatsuya looked down to see Kunu, who was smiling and rubbing her head on his stomach while clinging to him like a koala. Tatsuya smiled looking at her and patted her head. Kunu, who received the head pat, didn't say anything and was enjoying it. Yasaka came towards them and said, "Good morning to you all, I hope that you all are ready for sightseeing." Yasaka looked at all of them and smiled. They all nodded and smiled as well. Miyuki looked around but saw that no one around them. She then looked towards Yasaka and asked, "Where is the guide that you talked about?" Yasaka was about to answer her, but before that Kunu rose her hand and said, "My mother and me will be your guide, no one knows about the places better than her." She said that and puffed her chest, feeling proud about it. They all giggled at her actions and the three of them bowed towards Yasaka and said, "Then we will be in your care today." Yasaka also bowed towards them and said, "Yes, take care of me as well." While they were doing all this, Kunu was pouting and looked away from them. Seeing her actions, Tatsuya smiled and said, "Of course we would be counting on Kunu too." As he said that, Kunu looked at them with a proud full look and said, "Of course I would be guiding you as well." Kurumi looked at her and said, "Okay, we will be in your care too, Kunu-chan." While this was happening, Miyuki took pictures of Kunu when she was pouting and thought of teasing her later. During the sightseeing, many men were glaring daggers at Tatsuya for being surrounded by beautiful women. Some pervs were even eyeing Miyuki and Kunu. Seeing them like that, Tatsuya just gave a death glare to all of them and all those men averted their eyes. Seeing her actions, the girls were grateful, except Kuno who don't even know what was happening. Even Yasaka was grateful. No woman wants to be stared at by Li Chao's gazes, and Yasaka, who was used to being stared because of her beauty, was very relieved and felt happy. Miyuki and Kurumi tried to get close to Tatsuya and hold his hands. Seeing that both of them were trying to grab Tatsuya's attention, Kuno came and tried to grab his attention and asked Tatsuya to lift her on his shoulders like yesterday. Tatsuya gave Miyuki and Kurumi a helpless smile and lifted up Kuno on his shoulders. Even though the girls were pouting and looked away, but knew that Kuno just wanted to enjoy her rare outing with Tatsuya, who was acting like her brother. Both Miyuki and Kurumi looked at Kuno with envy. Kuno, who noticed them looking at her, stuck out her tongue towards them. This made both of them twitch their lips, and both of them came beside Tatsuya and grabbed his arms. Tatsuya, who was literally covered by girls, can only give out a tired sigh and continued their trip like they wanted. Seeing their antics, Yasaka chuckled but also felt a bit envious of them, and Kurumi, who was sensitive to people's emotions, looks towards Yasaka with a mischievous expression on seeing which Yasaka immediately averted her eyes. They kept on touring around the town and just like yesterday kept on eating everything they thought would be delicious. Seeing the amount of food the three of them along with Kuno were eating, Yasaka could only sigh. She had decided that she had to ban Kuno from eating snacks for a while. Just like that, evening came and Yasaka turned towards the others and said, "We have seen all the local attractions here. Is there anything specific that you want to do?" Both Kurumi and Miyuki began thinking what to do. Seeing them like that, Tatsuya sighed and said, "You both really forgot that we came here to attend the festival." Tatsuya looked at the two with a deadpan look, and both of them just laughed awkwardly and averted their eyes. While they were walking towards the place where the festival would take place, they came across a rental yukata store, and the girls insisted on wearing a yukata for the festival. Miyuki, Kurumi, and Kuno started searching yukatas in the store, leaving Tatsuya alone. Tatsuya sighed and sat alone in the corner of the store and leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Tatsuya noticed that someone was coming towards him, but he didn't open his eyes and said, "Are you not going to change?" He opened his eyes and saw that Yasaka was standing in front of her. 15. The Festival 2. Yasaka, who was standing in front of Tatsuya, shook her head and sat beside him. They both were sitting quietly with their heads resting on the walls. Yasaka broke the silence and said, "Thank you," in a low voice, but Tatsuya still heard her and looked towards her. Yasaka, who felt him looking at her, looked back at him and smiled. Tatsuya was mesmerized by her smile but soon composed himself and asked, "Why are you thanking me? It is us who should be thanking you for taking such good care of us." Tatsuya too smiled sincerely at her, and now it was her turn to be mesmerized, but she too composed herself. Yasaka shook her head and said, "I am thanking you for helping and spending time with Kuno. She seemed to be sincerely happy when she was with you all. I have never seen her smile this much. That poor child doesn't have a father or brother to play with, and I am mostly busy with my work, so I am really grateful for all this." Tatsuya, who looked at Yasaka with sympathy, said, "You don't need to be grateful to us, we as well your company a lot enjoyed, and we can understand her situation well, as both me and Miyuki have lost our parents, and you don't need to worry about Kuno. Just like us, she too have someone to depend on in the form of her mother, and she really like you a lot, so you should not blame yourself too much." Tatsuya said that and unconsciously patted her head. Yasaka, who received the head pat, was a bit surprised but didn't rejected it and was enjoying it. It has been a long time since somebody was showing her affection, and so she was savoring this feeling. After some time, Tatsuya noticed what he was doing and immediately pulled his hand and quickly apologized to her. Yasaka was a bit disappointed when he retraced his hand, but the embarrassed expression on Tatsuya's usually calm and collected face was a great sight to her, and she decided to tease him further. Thinking that she has teased the boy in front of her enough, she calmed herself down and said, "I have noticed it for a while and have been meaning to ask this, but aren't you and Miyuki siblings, so is you having relationship with her all right?" Tatsuya, who heard her again, got calm and said, "Even though we treat each other as siblings, we are still non-blood related cousins, so our relationship is okay. She has been living with me after her parents died, and because of this we are very close, as we are the only ones left in each other's family, and that closeness caused us to have feelings for each other, but I most certainly don't mind being in relationship with such a cute girl like her." Yasaka smiled and they both started making some small talk until the others came back. When they came back, Tatsuya was once again stunned when he saw them in their yukatas. And the girls did their best to show their beauty to Tatsuya. Seeing them like that, Yasaka chuckled and took a picture of them. Miyuki wore a sky blue colored yukata, which even though was simple but still complemented her beauty. Kurumi wore a blood red colored one, and even though it revealed quite a bit of her chest, it still had her the aura of maturity, which made her both beautiful and seductive. Kuno was wearing a pink colored yukata and she was looking way too cute. Tatsuya came out of his trance and complimented each of the girls, and it made them very happy. They went to the festival after changing into their yukatas, and there too they all started eating. Seeing them like that, Yasaka could only sigh but was still enjoying it along with them as well. They also participated in many games, and the vendors were very troubled because of them, as they almost won most of the prizes and the vendors had to beg them to stop. Many bold guys tried to hit on the girls, but one glare from Tatsuya and they returned back without causing any trouble. While the time for the fireworks was approaching closer, Kuno was looking a bit restless. Tatsuya, who noticed this, looked at her and asked, "What happened?" Kunu was a bit hesitant to tell him, but the sincere look of worry in his eyes made her unable to, and she said, I need to go to the washroom. The others who heard her had a sweat drop and were thinking why was she so hesitant to tell them. Yasaka sighed and took her to the washroom. After a while the fireworks show started, but there was still no sign of Yasaka or Kunu. Noticing this, both Tatsuya and Kurumi got concerned and spread their senses to search for them. Once they found out, Tatsuya immediately sent a message to Kurumi to protect Miyuki while he was gone. Kurumi wanted to retort but decided against it, as she could see that Miyuki was enjoying the show and didn't wanted to worry her. Tatsuya went to a corner and teleported to Yasaka's location. There he saw an old storehouse. He could feel many presences inside. He activated his Byakugan to see what was going on inside, but immediately frowned and ran towards the storehouse. He kicked the door open and saw many yokai in there. All of them looked towards the broken door and saw someone standing there. A random yokai released his aura to scare the person, but the person didn't flinched. Seeing this, he got irritated and said, "Oi, who the hell are you? How dare you come here? Do you want to die?" The person, or more clearly Tatsuya, didn't said anything and started walking towards them. Se of the yokai who saw this started to get nervous, but most of them got enraged and started releasing their aura to scare him. Tatsuya saw that the yokai were trying to intimidate him, but it was all in vain. Tatsuya, who started to get impatient, thought that he should finish them soon. He released some of his aura and said while raising his hand, "Gale style, laser circus." Numerous beams launched from Tatsuya's hand and started moving towards the yokai at incredible speed. The yokai were still shocked, and on seeing the human still not intimidated by them and felt the huge aura coming out of him, were not able to move when the beam was launched towards them. By the time they realized, it was already too late, as the beam pierced through their chest, killing all of them in process. Confirming that all of them were dead, Tatsuya moved towards the room in which he felt Yasaka's presence. 16. Festival 3. While Yasaka took Kunu to the washroom, she didn't notice that some people were following her. While Kunu was in the washroom, she went towards a tree and sat under it. She placed her hand on her head where Tatsuya had patted her and rubbed it unconsciously. A smile appeared on her face and she started remembering all the things that she did with Tatsuya during the day. Suddenly she felt that something was about to hit her and she immediately disappeared from that spot, and the spot where she was sitting now had several knives stuck in the tree. If she hadn't moved, she would have injured her shoulder. She narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, "Who dares to attack me? Come in front of me right now." She more like demanded it. Suddenly she was attacked from every direction, but Yasaka didn't flinch and made a barrier around her. Well, nothing less to be expected from the leader of the yokai faction. Suddenly a man with a huge stature appeared and stood in some distance from Yasaka while looking at her with a smirk on his face. Yasaka, who recognized the man, had an enraged expression on her face. She started to release her aura and asked in a cold and angry tone, "What are you doing here and how dare you attack me? You do know that attacking me would lead you to serious consequences, right?" The man, who was most probably a yokai, started laughing maniacally. Yasaka, who was trying to figure out why he was doing it, but the man stopped laughing and answered her queries. The man looked at Yasaka with an excited expression and said, "There will be no consequences because as of today I would be the leader of the faction after I kill you." Yasaka, who heard this again, narrowed her eyes and said, "You should stop daydreaming. You know better than anyone else that you cannot defeat me, and because of that attitude of yours you were not made the leader." The man got enraged and gave Yasaka a hateful glare and said, "Those damn geezers think that you were a better choice than me. Hey, I will deal with them once I am done with you." Yasaka didn't said anything and stared, attacking him with her senjutsu. The man also didn't stood still and stared his own attacks towards her. After a couple of minutes of fighting, the man was on the ground and Yasaka looked at him coldly and said, "Surrender now and I can guarantee that you will not be killed." The man, when heard this, snorted and said, "Still acting mighty as always. Let's see what you can do now." The man made a bright flash and blinded Yasaka's vision. Yasaka, who was expecting an attack, immediately made a barrier around her, but she didn't felt that any attack hit her barrier. She opened her eyes and saw that she was surrounded by many yokai who were ready to attack her anytime. She also noticed that the man had also disappeared from his place. Yasaka was about to attack the yokai but stopped when she heard the man's voice. "I don't think that it is a good idea to attack us, at least look behind first." Yasaka turned around with an angry expression on her face, but her face immediately turned into one with worry. "Not so high and mighty now at." The man standing behind her was the same man she was fighting a bit ago, and he had captured Kunu and was pointing a blade on Kunu's neck. Kunu's mouth was already gagged and she was also tied up with restraining chains. Seeing her daughter like that, Yasaka stopped and said, "Leave my daughter out of this, she has nothing to do with your goal." Yasaka was very angry but calmed herself down for the sake of her daughter. The man looked at Yasaka with amusement and said, "How is she not involved with my goal? Isn't she the princess of yokai? This means that eliminating her is also very important for my goal." Hearing this, Yasaka again tried to attack him, but the man said, "Don't try to do something stupid. You don't want any bloodshed, do you?" He moved the blade closer to Kunu's neck and some blood came out. Yasaka immediately stopped and said, "I will do anything you want, just leave my daughter alone." Kunu, who heard this, wanted to refute her but was not able to speak anything. "Who, you will do anything I say, is that right?" The man turned towards one of his subordinates and gestured him something. The subordinate nodded and moved towards Yasaka and bound her with restraining chains. Now you would not be able to do anything unnecessary. He looked towards his subordinates and said, Men carry take her to the headquarter, we still require her to be used as the bargaining chip against those geezers. Like that they reached the old storehouse and Yasaka and Kunu were thrown in the room which the man entered. Kunu kept on crying and was trying to say something but was unable to. She kept on praying for someone to help her and her mother and thought of Tatsuya. Yasaka was worried about Kunu and was thinking of ways to free her out of this situation but nothing came to her mind. The man had sent some of his subordinates to inform the Yukai faction about the situation and his demands and was now waiting for them to respond. The man took a seat on a chair and started waiting. After a while the man got bored and looked towards Yasaka and Kunu. He looked at them for a while and then a maniac-like expression appeared on his face. The man stood up and walked towards the mother and daughter. When he approached them he raised both of their chins with his fingers and said, You know what, you don't look bad, I guess we can have a little fun before the people of the faction arrives. Hearing him Yasaka got panicked and said, You can do anything you want to me but please don't touch my daughter, she is just a kid. Yasaka said with tears flowing from her eyes. Kunu didn't know what was happening but when she saw her mother crying she knew that whatever the man meant by fun was not good for them at all. The man laughed like a sinister and threw Kunu away. When Yasaka saw the man coming closer to him she knew that she was about to be ravaged. She closed her eyes and silently crying so as to not make Kunu even more worried. She too was praying for someone to help her as she was very scared. Just as the man was about to tear Yasaka's kimono someone kicked open the door. All of them looked towards the door and saw someone standing there. When the dust cleared Yasaka and Kunu widened their eyes when they saw who was standing there. It was none other than the person they were hoping for. Tatsuya. 17. Festival 4. After killing all the Yukai in the room Tatsuya went towards the room from where he felt Yasaka's and Kunu's presence. He got closer to the door and kicked it open. When the dust cleared Tatsuya saw what was happening in the room and got enraged. He saw both Yasaka and Kunu tied up and were restrained by some sort of chains. But the thing which made him enraged was that the man in front of him was about to rape Yasaka. Tatsuya looked at the man coldly and had decided that he would not give an easy death, like the one he gave to other Yukai, to him. The man who was about to rape Yasaka was shocked when the door was broken and a man came but he was confident that he could defeat him as he was just a human, but when he noticed the cold glare that Tatsuya gave him he shuddered and began sweating. Even though he was a bit more serious than before but he still believed that he could beat Tatsuya. He looked at Tatsuya with anger and asked, Who the hell are you bastard, how dare you ruin my fun time with this bitch? And just like that he kept on spouting nonsense and bad-mouthing Yasaka. Tatsuya who was getting more and more angry kept walking towards him. Seeing that Tatsuya was not going to answer him the man started to release his aura. Feeling the pitiful amount of aura that the man was releasing to intimidate him, Tatsuya stopped on his tracks, looked down and started to think of a way to give him the worst death possible but to the others it seemed that Tatsuya was scared. Seeing him stop Kunu and Yasaka started shedding tears as they were feeling bad for involving Tatsuya in this mess. The man who saw that Tatsuya stopped thought that he got scared. The man had a smirk on his face but it immediately turned into a frown by the next action that Tatsuya did. Tatsuya who now had thought of a plan couldn't help but give a sinister smirk. Seeing his smirk the man got enraged and said, You dare to laugh at me, the great me. The man shouted and launched an attack towards Tatsuya. Seeing the man attack Tatsuya Kunu and Yasaka closed their eyes as they didn't want to see him die. Suddenly a loud shriek was heard by them but the voice didn't belong to Tatsuya. They both looked towards them and saw that Tatsuya was holding the man's fist and was crushing it while looking down and the man was on his knees and was trying to endure the pain. Tatsuya then looked up and directly looked in the man's eyes with his Rinnegan activated. The man and the other two were surprised at this development. The man who was being stared at by those eyes thought that those eyes could see through his soul. Tatsuya who was crushing his hand released him and opened his palm aiming at him and said, Shinra Tensei and the man was thrown towards the wall with a great force. Tatsuya walked towards Kunu and brought her close to Yasaka. He looked at both of them with a reassuring smile and said, Wait for a bit, I will free you after killing this shit soon. He stood up and walked towards the man while both Kunu and Yasaka kept on looking at his back. The man who was smashed in the wall stood up and was now completely serious. He looked towards Tatsuya with a hateful expression and said, I will kill you, and used his senjutsu to attack him. Tatsuya once again pointed his palm in the attack's direction and absorbed them. The man was stupefied by this act and was now thinking of a way to get out of this situation but his thought was cut off by Tatsuya who said, You cannot get out of this situation. Tatsuya who heard his thoughts with his telepathy thought of scaring him a bit. The man when heard Tatsuya's word had become pale. He understood that Tatsuya could hear his thoughts as well. Tatsuya smiled at him but this smile gave him deep chills. As if the man had some doubts about Tatsuya's mind reading were cleared when Tatsuya said, Yeah, I can hear. The man knew that he was in deep shit now. Tatsuya again gave him a glare but this time he also released his killing intent as well. The man who was experiencing all this was now literally pissing his pants. Tatsuya absorbed all the chakra present in his body with his Rinnegan and started smashing him to the ground or wall by his telekinesis but stopped after a while. The man's face was now unrecognizable. The man was lying on the floor with all his bones broken and his body covered in blood. Tatsuya walked to the man and grabbed his head by his hair and looked directly in his eyes, but this time activating his EMS and used Tsukiyomi on him. Even though it was Tsukiyomi, but it was Tatsuya's Tsukiyomi, and there is only one thing that could be said about his Tsukiyomi: it was a man's greatest nightmare. Tatsuya can use the normal Tsukiyomi as well, but he has also created his own special torture Tsukiyomi as well. Inside the man's mind he could see and feel the pain of his getting chopped off and his body pierced with swords for 3 days, but outside only 10 seconds have passed. The man got back his consciousness, was breathing very heavily and looked towards Tatsuya with fear in his eyes. Tatsuya looked at the man for a while and thought that it was enough for him. He stood up and started walking away, much to the relief of the injured man, but before he could celebrate, Tatsuya again looked back at him and said, "Amaterasu." The man was engulfed in black flames and was crying and shouting in pain. Tatsuya went towards Yasaka and Kunu and freed them and was immediately hugged by the both of them. Both Yasaka and Kunu started crying in his embrace, but he didn't said anything and let them cry to their heart's content. After a while they had stopped crying and Tatsuya looked down and saw both of them sleeping in his embrace. He gave a tired sigh and gave a telepathic message to Kurumi telling her about the situation and also told them to come back to the hotel soon as he was going to take them back there as he didn't know where they lived. Tatsuya used his time alteration, Seiki's skill, and fixed their clothes and appearance and teleport back to his room. 18. Sorry, I changed my mind. The next morning when Yasaka woke up she felt that someone was clutching her hand tightly. She turned her head and saw the one who was clutching her was none other than her daughter Kunu. When she saw Kunu, everything that happened yesterday came back to her and she hugged Kunu tightly. A few minutes later she thought that it wasn't her room and started looking around. She looked at her other side and saw Miyuki was sleeping beside her. Her gaze again shifted and landed on Tatsuya, who was sleeping on a chair. She remembered how he protected her and Kunu and couldn't help but blush thinking about his fight. She looked at him affectionately but was brought out of her thoughts by a voice. "So you fell for him as well, huh?" When Yasaka turned her head she saw Kurumi looking at her with a mischievous expression and a smug on her face. Yasaka's blush deepened but she didn't deny her statement. Soon the others started waking up. When Tatsuya woke up he was immediately tackled by Kunu in a hug and she started crying again. Seeing her cry, Tatsuya only consoled her and after a while she stopped crying but still didn't leave Tatsuya. Tatsuya didn't have any problems with that and looked towards Yasaka. Yasaka, who had calmed herself down, looked at Tatsuya with seriousness and asked, "Who are you? No, what are you and what is your purpose of coming to Kyoto?" She looked at Tatsuya with a cold gaze so as to intimidate him, but Tatsuya remained calm and said, "I am a human and we came here on a trip, though I had a meeting on the first day." Yasaka, who didn't found any lie in his words, sighed and said, "I know this is late but thank you for saving me and my daughter yesterday, if you didn't come who knows what could have happened." She said the last part with a bit of fear in her voice. Tatsuya, who heard her, shook his head and said, "Okay, I will go out, you guys should change and we will go and have some breakfast after that." Tatsuya stood up, freed himself out of Kunu's grasp much to her disappointment and left the room. Everyone looked at him go out and close the door. Once the door was closed Miyuki got up and took out some clothes from her ring and gave them to Yasaka and Kunu. Yasaka got Kurumi's clothes and Kunu got Miyuki's clothes, though it were a bit big for her. Yasaka looked at the clothes which she and Kunu got and changed its size with her magic. While they were changing, Kunu suddenly said, "Mom, when I will grow up I will marry Tatsuya," and smiled. Listening to her, Miyuki suddenly stopped changing and looked towards Kunu and said in a calm yet in an angry tone, "Sorry Kunu, you can't, because I will be marrying Ani-sama in future." When Kunu heard this she looked towards Miyuki fiercely and said, "No, he will be my mate." Soon they both started lashing out at each other. Kurumi looked at the scene with amusement, but Yasaka was very troubled on seeing them. She too wanted to show her feelings but was feeling complicated as she was already married and was thinking whether Tatsuya would accept her or not. Kurumi, who felt the change in her emotions, put her hand in Yasaka's shoulders and gave a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry, just stay true to yourself, even I am his mistress." Hearing Kurumi reassuring her she felt a bit happy but was also annoyed as she too was in a relationship with Tatsuya. Yasaka sighed and left the room, in which Kurumi has also started arguing with them as Kunu heard that Kurumi also wanted to be with Tatsuya. Once she closed the door she found Tatsuya leaning against the wall. On noticing her, Tatsuya stood straight and walked towards her. When he reached there she looked towards Yasaka and asked, "So where are the others?" Even though Tatsuya already knew what was happening inside with the help of his telepathy, he still asked her. Yasaka looked at him and said, "They are inside the room fighting about who will be your wife in future. Aren't you very popular with girls?" Yasaka, who was depressed, thought of lightening her mood by teasing Tatsuya. Tatsuya only sighed and said, "You don't need to hide, you fear, you know." Yasaka's, who heard him, frowned but regained his normal expression soon and asked, "What are you talking about?" Tatsuya still looked at her and said, "You can drop the act, I know you are scared by yesterday's events. I won't blame you though that you want to show that you are strong in front of Kunu, but remember you too have feelings, so show them, even Kunu wouldn't want to see you sad. He moved closer to her, patted her head and gave her a gentle smile. Yasaka, who heard what Tatsuya said, couldn't help and hugged him and started crying in his embrace. Tatsuya just sighed and continued to caress her head. He thought that Yasaka was very strong woman to keep all those feelings buried inside her and still act normal. Once Yasaka calmed down, Tatsuya looked at her and tried very hard to hold his laughter. Yasaka's face was completely puffed and all the crying and snot made her look very funny. Yasaka, who saw Tatsuya trying to hold back his laugh after looking at her face, got embarrassed and started hitting him lightly and buried her head in his chest. Tatsuya apologized and wiped her face with his handkerchief. Just as he was about to leave her embrace, Yasaka hugged him tightly and said, "Can we stay like this for a bit?" Tatsuya sighed and he nodded and patted her head. He knew that he would be scolded by Miyuki, but still he didn't left Yasaka alone, as he knew that she didn't have anyone to depend upon. Yasaka had many responsibilities. To take care of her daughter and her faction alone without depending on anyone was a very difficult job, but she still tried her very best to do all that. But even then everyone needs someone to rely upon, and Yasaka felt that she could rely on him. Yasaka had now completely calmed down and was now back to her cheerful and playful self. She looked at him and said, "You know, while they are arguing amongst themselves, why not I take you for myself?" Just as she said that, the door burst open and a unified, "No," was heard. Miyuki and Kunu started to argue with Yasaka, but she was very calm. Kurumi stepped closer to Tatsuya and said, "So you noticed it too, huh?" Tatsuya turned towards her and said, "Yeah, yesterday when I reached there I saw her face full of fear, and I know that she could not overcome her fear. It would have consumed her if she hadn't released all that of her chest." Kurumi, who heard him, only smiled and thought that she was correct on choosing him as her partner. She walked closer to him, grabbed his face and gave him a deep kiss. The others stopped arguing and looked towards the both of them with widened eyes. Kurumi released him from the kiss and said, "Miyuki, sorry, I have changed my mind now. I too will now aim to be his wife." She said that with smug on her face and enclosed Tatsuya in a hug. The others who came out of the shock jumped on them while saying things like they would not let it happen and all that. Meanwhile, Tatsuya, about whom all this was going on about, is choked by 4 girls and was trying very hard to hold on to his dear life. 19. Going back. Tatsuya somehow escaped the 4 of them and went to eat breakfast alone. After he was done eating, he went back to his room to find the girls talking and laughing together. He sighed in relief as they had stopped bickering with each other and were being friendly. After a while, Yasaka asked Tatsuya and the others whether they wanted to see the Yukai territory, to which they all agreed. When they reached the Yukai territory, many Yukai guards were very of them, and some even pointed their weapons at them only to receive a cold glare from Tatsuya which shut them up. Yasaka assured everyone that they were not suspicious and were her guests. When they reached Yasaka's quarters, they saw many Yukai there, probably worried about their leader because of yesterday's events. Yasaka and Kunu took their time to assure everyone that they were fine. Yasaka then took them to a big hall where many old Yukai were present. They started to discuss about the incident that occurred yesterday, and once the discussion was over, all the elders bowed and showed their gratitude towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya also asked them to keep his and his friend's identity a secret, as he didn't wanted to involve them in some trouble. They all accepted his request and promised to not tell anyone about them. After the meeting was over, Yasaka took her leave and went to do some faction-related work, and Kunu took the other 3 and gave them a tour around the faction headquarters. They were surprised to see so many types Yukai, and even Tatsuya's stoic face turned into that of pleasure while he rubbed the tails or ears of some Yukai who agreed to his request. Seeing him like that, and she too turned into her Yukai form so that Tatsuya would pet her too. Seeing her act spoiled, Tatsuya chuckled but still did as she wanted, and when he started rubbing, both of them had a blissful expression on their face. Seeing them both, Miyuki and Kurumi felt envious, as both of them couldn't grow tails and ears like that of Yukai, as Miyuki was just a human and Kurumi could only chain between a human or a tailed beast but not a Yukai. This made her irritated, as she too was a 9-tailed fox, but their conditions were very different. From that day onwards, Tatsuya and the others know that even he could not maintain his calm in front of animal-eared cute girls. After the tour, Tatsuya and the others went with Kunu to their living quarters. They decided to take a bath, and Tatsuya was excited about it as it was an onsen and he really liked to take a dip in onsen. He entered the bath, cleaned his body and then went in the onsen and started to relax, but soon he heard the door of the bath opened. He turned around and saw Yasaka and the others there. Seeing them, Tatsuya got flustered and started to take his leave, only to be stopped by Kurumi and Yasaka, who grabbed his hands and put them in between their breasts and pulled him in the bath along with they. Tatsuya looked at both of them and they looked back at him with a smile on their face. Yasaka hugged his arm tighter and said, "You have just entered the bath, you should stay here a bit longer, we don't mind you being here." Tatsuya looked at everyone present there and sighed in defeat. No one there was bothered by his presence, so he too decided to not think too much about it. He closed his eyes, took a comfortable position and then started to relax. Seeing that he was not in the least bothered by their presence, Yasaka got a bit annoyed. The others didn't had any problems with it, as Miyuki and Kurumi are used to taking baths with him and Kunu just like a child that she was didn't knew anything. But then Yasaka got an idea and she went out of water and sat on a nearby stool and transformed into her Yukai form and said, Tatsuya, would you help me in washing my tails? Tatsuya, who heard her, immediately opened his eyes and looked at her. He saw 9 beautiful golden tails swinging to and fro, attracting him more and more. Seeing Yasaka using Tatsuya's weakness, Kurumi and Miyuki couldn't help but look at her with jealousy. Yasaka had heard from her subordinates about how Tatsuya was interested in Yukai's fluffy ears and tails. For the first time in her life, she was very glad that she took good care of her fur. Tatsuya, who approached Yasaka, caressed her tails and thought that they were very soft. He started rubbing his cheeks slowly with her tails, enjoying the pleasant sensation that they caused. Yasaka, whose tails were caressed by Tatsuya, was blushing and was also feeling very hot because her tails were also very sensitive spot for her, and every time Tatsuya caressed her tail she would experience a jolt pass through her body, and finally unable to bear the sensation she turned around and gave a deep kiss to him and then buried his face in his breasts. Every time Tatsuya tried to speak something she felt vibrations flow through her breast, which made her more excited. Seeing what they were doing, Miyuki immediately covered Kunu's eyes. Kurumi was enjoying the show in front of her but decided to step in or it would take a wrong turn. Kurumi approached both of them and pulled Yasaka away from him. Yasaka tried to get free from Kurumi's grasp but was unable to. Finally realization hit her and she got bright red because of embarrassment. She immediately started running towards the door and left the hot spring as soon as possible, though to Tatsuya it seemed very cute to him. During the dinner, Tatsuya sat beside Yasaka, who was still feeling embarrassed. Tatsuya looked at her and sighed. He kept his hand on hers and said, "You should not feel embarrassed about it. I am not mad at you, rather I am very happy that a beautiful woman such as you accepted me." He gave a gentle smile to her before saying, "So thank you. But still know that I am still a minor, so you have to wait a few more years before we can have fun." He winked at her at the end of his sentence. Yasaka was taken aback by the wink and her blush grew to a darker shade of red and she looked away. After that they continued to eat without talking to anyone. At night everyone was sleeping peacefully except Tatsuya, who was covered by 4 girls sleeping in very odd positions. The next morning Tatsuya woke up and looked at all of them with a blaming gaze, as she was also one of those people who didn't let him sleep peacefully. Tatsuya and the others were standing at the train station. Kunu was clinging to him like koala and was giving him puppy eyes to stay there with her, but Tatsuya stood her resolve and said, "I have to go back for now, Kunu, but it is not like that we cannot meet in future. I will come and visit you from time to time and you could also come at my place to spend your time there." He gave them a smile. And then a small bracelet and a ring appeared in his hands. He gave the ring to Yasaka and the bracelet to Kunu. Both of them were just like the ring he gave to Miyuki and he explained them how to use it. Both of them were very happy that Tatsuya cared for them and would come to their aid whenever they would be in trouble. Yasaka asked Tatsuya to put the ring on her hand and Kunu did the same. Suddenly Yasaka grabbed Tatsuya's shoulder and bit his neck. She gave him a mark in his neck and then licked it seductively and said, "Now I have marked you as my mate, you have to take responsibility." Yasaka looked at the other 3 with a triumphant look which said, "I am ahead of you now." They were about to lash out at each other but then the train arrived. Tatsuya sighed in relief and thought, "Thank God they didn't start fighting here. Who knows what all could they have caused." The girls bid farewell to them and entered the train, leaving Tatsuya and the moth and daughter behind. Kunu was very sad on seeing him leave. She also wanted to mark him as his mate but she was still too young and was not allowed to mark others as mates. Tatsuya saw this, came closer to her and did the legendary Itaki Uchiha forehead poke and said, "Maybe next time," and entered the train. Kunu was holding her forehead with a smile on her face and seeing her daughter's happy expression Yasaka couldn't help but smile as well. 20. Restaurant and the cosplayers. After returning back from Kyoto, Tatsuya and the other had once again started their training and Tatsuya had also started to pace up and open his restaurant. He still had some funds left but he didn't want to take any risks. Tatsuya had also started to increase Miyuki's training once again as he didn't want to see her to be in the same situation which Yasaka and Kunu just encountered. It was true that he would save her as well, but what he would do if she could not contact him or he could not reach her during an emergency. Miyuki was struggling to keep up with his training, but after learning about his reason to train her this much from Kurumi, she didn't give up and tried her best to keep up with him. Tatsuya had also promised her that he would make her a special weapon if she could land a hit on him during the spars. Tatsuya also went on dates with both Miyuki and Kurumi from time to time as a reward for them to keep up with his training, so they didn't complain a bit as they thought that the reward was worth the hard work they did. Miyuki was also able to land a hit on Tatsuya after a month of training, and just like Tatsuya promised, he gave her a bluish-green sword which looked to be made of ice, basically Yu-Gi-Oh's sword from Sao but slightly greenish color. The sword was able to manipulate ice and wind without any problem and it could also change its size. The sword's powers also grew along with her. Seeing Miyuki's progress, Tatsuya was very satisfied. She had already reached the high class level and with her new sword she could also take on some of the low ultimate class beings. Tatsuya also taught Miyuki how to fly with the help of ki. Though she had troubles in learning ki manipulation but was finally able to get it, though her ki attacks are not very powerful so she only uses it for flight. After months of hard work he was finally able to open his restaurant. He had decided that he would be the cook and he would ask Kurumi to be her waitress. During the first week of restaurant there were not many customers so it was easily manageable for them, but after tasting his food more and more people started coming there and the workload on them increased. Kurumi didn't had any problem as she just needed to serve the food and take the orders and had the stamina as a tailed beast to do so, but for Tatsuya it was a different story. He was rushed with orders to the point he used shadow clones for helping him cook and buying the ingredients which were depleted at a very fast rate. Seeing his progress, many nearby restaurants tried to cause ruckus in his restaurant, but Tatsuya, who heard their ulterior motives, used his powers, changed their memories a bit such that they would just sit and enjoy the food and would leave them a lot of tip. Tatsuya and the other two also noticed that many supernatural beings would come to dine at his place as well, but most of them were either low class or mid class, so they were no threat to them. Tatsuya even invited Kunu and Yasaka to his restaurant and they both were surprised to see the rush in the restaurant, but once they tasted his food they realized the reason for the rush. Tatsuya had also started writing novels and drawing manga which were famous in his previous world. He had started publishing Harry Potter for the novel and One Piece for the manga. When he went to the publishing company, the people there just felt that the child was used playing around, but after reading his work those same people were on their knees in front of him requesting him to publish his work there. Tatsuya, who got aware of the situation, started leeching out as much as he could. The higher-ups of the company were happy that he decided to publish his work there, but still the contract that they made with him was too much for a new writer and they felt that they have been cheated, but once his work was published, the hype that it created made those people forget about that and were now happy that they accepted his offer. He kept his identity a secret as he didn't want any more trouble than he was already experiencing and used the pen name Saitama. He used this name because he thought that people at the publishing office calling him Saitama-sensei like Genos would be funny. Right now Tatsuya came out of his house and is now going to his restaurant beside his house. Tatsuya had already employed some of his clones there before he went to his house for some rest and now he was going back to work. Tatsuya looked towards his restaurant and saw that it was crowded just like always. Suddenly Tatsuya noticed two people outside his restaurant. One was wearing a magical girl outfit and the other was wearing a maid outfit. To a normal person they would look like some cosplayers, but on seeing them Tatsuya frowned a bit. The people were none other than Surfall Leviathan, a devil king, and Graphia Lucy Phage, the strongest queen. At first Tatsuya thought that they came to investigate about him and the others, but sighed when read their minds with telepathy. They were not here for investigation. It looked like Surfall and Graphia met at a kami-keet that they came to visit. Surfall came by herself to find some material on magical girls and Graphia came to accompany Rias, and after meeting each other they both decided to catch up with each other. Rias did not join them and left back for Underworld. Tatsuya thought for a while and then decided to talk with them. He was also interested to meet with both of them as he had seen them in the anime before. He also wanted to take a picture along with Surfall as he had also seen the magical girl anime along with Miyuki, who was also a fan, and he too thought that it was quite good. He was not flustered anymore as now he knew that they were not here to investigate on him, and even if the things were to go south he could easily vaporize them without much difficulty. He approached them and saw both of them talking to each other while standing in a line to enter his restaurant. He grabbed Surfall's dress with his fingers and lightly tugged it. When Surfall noticed that someone was tugging her dress, she turned around to see who was calling her. When she turned around and saw a cute young boy standing behind her, Graphia also followed her gaze to see who was calling her. Tatsuya, who saw Surfall's face from a close distance, thought that she was very beautiful but still remained calm. He gave her a gentle smile and asked, "Are you doing a magical girl Milky cosplay?" Surfall, when heard the boy's question, became excited and said, "Yes, I am the magical girl Levi Tan," and did the pose that she did in anime. Tatsuya thought that she looked cute but still remained calm and said, "I am a fan too, can I have a picture with you?" Surfall heard him and started fiercely nodding her head and said, "Yes, you can." Seeing her nod like that, Tatsuya started to laugh lightly, but seeing him laugh, all the girls, including Surfall and Graphia, that were looking at the interaction between him and Surfall only had one thought: cute. Surfall immediately hugged him and started rubbing his cheeks with hers and said, "So cute." Tatsuya didn't mind her as he too felt nice and let her do what wanted. Surfall calmed herself down and looked towards Graphia, who had also calmed herself after seeing his cuteness, and said, "Fia-chan, will you take our picture?" Seeing Graphia nod in agreement, Tatsuya gave his phone to her and said, "Thank you." Graphia nodded and took the picture of both of them and gave the phone back to him. Tatsuya took the phone and said, "Thank you, my name is Tatsuya Shiba, nice to meet you." Surfall and Graphia nodded and then Surfall said, "Nice to meet you as well, Tatsuya-chan. My name is Surfall Leviathan, but you can call me Sira-chan or Levi-tan, and the one beside me is." Graphia bowed and said, "Nice to meet you, my name is Graphia Lucy Phage." She bowed again and this time Tatsuya also bowed. He then looked at her curiously and asked, "Why are you wearing a maid uniform? Are you also cosplaying?" Hearing this, Surfall started to laugh and said, "I told you to wear something else." Graphia ignored her and said, "No, this is my work attire." Tatsuya didn't ask her further about the maid clothes as he thought that she liked that, as she even wore it in public places as well. They all started to talk to each other while waiting in the line. Mostly it was Tatsuya and Surfall discussing about the anime. Graphia was actually not very bothered by that, she even felt a bit grateful as she didn't had to face the hyperactive girl who came along with her. When their turn came, Surfall looked at Tatsuya and said, "Tatsuya-chan, come and eat with us, it would be more fun. You don't mind Grafia, do you?" Surfall looked at Grafia for confirmation, to which she gave a nod of approval. She had a good impression of Tatsuya and thought that he was better behaved than a certain red-headed otaku girl. Seeing Grafia approving her request, Surfall was very happy. She thought that Tatsuya was very cut just like Sana and also didn't acted cold towards her, and he also showed interest in magical girls. She was very happy to finally meet someone with whom she could freely talk about her hobby. She was about to ask Tatsuya again, but when she looked back, Tatsuya was gone. They both searched for him but couldn't find him. Surfall was very sad, but Grafia comforted her and said that he might have gone back to his friends or parents. Surfall could only sigh, and then both of them ordered their food. While they were talking to each other, someone put the dishes they ordered on the table. Both of them were mesmerized by the aroma that came out of the dish but came back from their thoughts when they heard a familiar voice. "I hope you enjoy the food. I worked extra hard preparing it for you, and I also added a dessert." They both looked towards the source of the voice and saw Tatsuya standing there in chef's attire and smiling at them. He bowed to them and then left them. He also used to serve food to the customers while Kurumi was on break, and he was also well known among the regulars. Surfall came out of her shock and said, "Wait, Tatsuya-chan, you work in this restaurant?" Tatsuya looked back at them and just smiled and then went back to the kitchen. 21. Shiro Nico. From that day onwards, both Surfall and Grafia often came to his restaurant. At first they were surprised that the restaurant belonged to him, but later shrugged it off as his food was too good. They had also met Miyuki and Kurumi and Miyuki during one of their visits, and Miyuki was very wary of them at first and thought that they had come to take Tatsuya away from them, but after Tatsuya explained the situation, she started to loosen up around them. Both Surfall and Miyuki got along very well as both of them liked to talk about magical girls, and Surfall treated her just like Sana. Surfall even ranted her problem that how cold her sister was to her and how she didn't like magical girls. Both of them had to calm her down by letting her hugging them till she fell asleep. At one time, Grafia and Surfall brought Mil-Icas along with them. Tatsuya, who saw him, was neither the less happy meeting him and treated him like his little brother. Mil-Icas too had a lot of fun with him and started treating Tatsuya as his older brother. Tatsuya also got some information from the strongest queen. One day Surfall forced Grafia to drink along with her, and Grafia, though being reluctant, still drank some alcohol and immediately became lightheaded. She started spouting random things, and because of that Tatsuya had to take her to the guest room along with Surfall, who was already passed out. The information that Tatsuya got was that in this world Grafia was not Surtsk's wife and was only his queen, and that Surtsk married some other member of her clan who died after giving birth to Mil-Icas. Once both of them woke up, Tatsuya started scolding both of them was the actions that they caused in his restaurant and how much it disturbed the customers. During the whole time Tatsuya was scolding them, they were in seize position with their heads down. Surfall also got a head chop when she tried to refute Tatsuya. She even tried to ask Miyuki to take her side and fight against him, to which Miyuki easily ignored and took Tatsuya's side. Surfall got shocked that how easily Miyuki left her alone and ran out of the room while saying things like both of them were being mean. Grafia once again apologized for the problems that she caused and left. The rest of the things were going on peacefully. Miyuki was steadily getting stronger and stronger, and Tatsuya was very satisfied with her progress. Tatsuya's restaurant has also gotten very famous, and he was planning on opening a branch in Kyoto with Yasaka's help. Right now Tatsuya was going home after buying some groceries for his home and the ingredients for his restaurant. While he was crossing a bridge, his eyes shifted a bit and he stopped for a bit to watch the sunset. He leaned against the railings of the bridge and watched the sunset. While he was watching, he noticed something from the corner of his eyes. He looked towards the river and saw something floating in the river. He looked more closely and saw an injured white cat lying unconscious on a plank of wood. Tatsuya first looked around to check if someone was there or not. Feeling that no one was around, Tatsuya jumped in the river, but rather than swimming he walked on the water using chakra. He went towards the cat and picked it up, and as soon as he picked the cat he felt a faint presence of magic in the cat. The cat might be someone's familiar or a Nikometa, though the cat had hidden its presence quite well, but for someone as strong as Tatsuya could easily tell that it was not a normal cat. Tatsuya went back and placed the cat inside his hoodie and started to use pyrokinesis on it so that the cat do not catch cold. After reaching his home he directly went towards his room, not disturbing Miyuki and Kurumi who were watching TV. He went towards a cupboard and took out a first aid box from it and started treating the cat. Though he still used some magic to heal her and enhance her recovery as well, he didn't use it too much as it would have caused the cat to be suspicious of him. After completing the treatment he placed her on a cushion and covered her with a small blanket and started stroking her ears. After touching her ears, Tatsuya was unable to hold himself back, and just like he did in Kyoto he gave in to his pleasure and started stroking her ears, though not very fiercely as he may frighten the cat. After some time, while he was playing with her, the cat woke up and gave a yawn. Seeing that she had woken up, Tatsuya wanted to stop himself but was not able to. The cat felt comforted and started purring. But soon she realized that she was in an unknown location and immediately jumped back. As soon as she landed on the ground, a jolt of pain emerged in her body and gave a painful meow. Seeing her jump back, Tatsuya wanted to stop her but he was too late, and when he heard her painful meow, Tatsuya sighed. He picked the cat up and started to stroke her gently while infusing some magic to ease her pain. After a while he said, "You should be careful, your wounds have still not healed yet. I will not harm you, so you should not be afraid of me." The cat was still wary of the human but didn't do anything as his caressing was making her feel better. Once Tatsuya thought that she was fine, he brought her near his face. They both looked at each other for a while. Tatsuya noticed that the cat had bright pink eyes. He stared for a bit and then started rubbing his cheeks with hers and was enjoying the blissful softness of her fur. The cat was dumbfounded by Tatsuya. To her he looked expressionless and cold, but here he was affectionately rubbing his face with hers. Though the cat was annoyed by this, she let it be as he was the one who saved her. Tatsuya stopped doing that and looked again at her and asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Hearing his question, the cat nodded her head unconsciously, but then she suddenly realized what she had done. She started meowing. Tatsuya, who saw her nod her head, thought, though she is trying to lay low, she doesn't know how to act like a cat very well, and nodded her head, which is not like a cat. She is definitely a yokai. Tatsuya didn't said anything, put her back in his hoodie such that her head was popping out, and then went to the kitchen and started making food. Once the food was prepared, the aroma coming out of it made the cat's mouth flooding with saliva. Tatsuya chuckled on seeing this and served the food in 2 dishes and went to eat along with her. 22. Author's note. Just telling you all that the cat is not Konako. She is from a different anime. Any guesses who might she be? 23. My cat. A week had passed since Tatsuya had brought the Nikometa. Her injuries were healed by the 3rd day, but she still lived along with him and the others. Miyuki and Kurumi had also met her but were unable to tell that she was a yokai as she had hid her energy very well. The cat enjoyed living there as the food was very good and she was treated just like a family, though she struggled a bit when Tatsuya secretly caresses all over her body and would run his cheeks with her. She felt that her body was ravaged by him but forgave him as she liked that as well, and also the food which he made was also very good. Tatsuya also noticed that the cat would go out alone every night after checking that everyone was asleep. To keep a record of her, Tatsuya had marked her with his magic so that he could tell where she was, and it would also inform him if she was in danger. Through this magic, Tatsuya knew that she would move away from them so that they would be safe. Tatsuya had noticed that during the night whenever Tatsuya felt presence of some devils, she would go out and the devils were found dead there. It was like the devils were following her. Tatsuya wanted to know the reason because of which the devils were following her, but he remained silent and thought that she would tell him when the time comes. He didn't thought that she was evil, because if she was evil, Kurumi would have felt her negative emotions. Tatsuya would also take the cat with her whenever he would go out inside his hoodie with her head popping out. The cat at first was confused by all this at first, but started enjoying this type of outing and also started to jump in his hoodie on her own. Right now Tatsuya is lying on his bed trying to sleep, but suddenly the magic that he had placed on the cat started giving an SOS signal. Tatsuya immediately checked her location and found her surrounded by a lot of devils. Tatsuya immediately changed to his combat gear with his magic and teleported to her location. As soon as he teleported there, he turned invisible and hid his presence. He then looked towards the direction of the devils and saw a lot of them. There were 3 low class, 3 middle class, 2 high class and even 1 ultimate class devils there. He also saw a girl wearing a navy blue colored kimono and fighting the devils with a katana. All the devils except the high class and ultimate class were fighting her while the others were standing behind them and watching their subordinates fight. The girl was easily able to deal with the devils and was also able to inflict damage on them. She slashed her sword forward with the intent to kill but was suddenly hit by a fireball. "Give up already and this will be less trouble for the both of us. You cannot defeat us all anyway," said one of the high-class devils. "Yeah, why are you struggling so much? You were never wanted by anyone, so when some people are showing interest in you, why are you resisting? You might at least do something good for us, you unwanted shit." The girl got up with the help of her katana and then started radiating her aura, and 2 white cat ears and a tail came out. She pointed her katana at the one who fired the magic at her and vanished from her place. Suddenly a clang sound was heard. The girl's katana was now covered in blood and the devil's head fell down. The low-class and the middle-class devils were terrified and were unable to move. Seeing this, the girl again vanished from her place. At the next moment all the devils' heads except the remaining high-class and ultimate class fell down. The high-class devil frowned and started firing his magic randomly in her direction. The girl was dodging or slicing through the magic, but suddenly she felt something coming at her from the side and then she was suddenly thrown towards the wall. When the smoke cleared, the ultimate class devil appeared. The devil looked towards the girl and said, "If you do not come willingly, we can bring you with us after killing you and then turning you into a devil. It is for your own good that you follow our orders." The girl, though she was in pain, stood up and said in a weak voice, "I will not go with you." Both the devils snorted and the high-class devil raised his voice in frustration and said, "Who do you think you are, you bitch? Just because we are giving you little priority you think you can do anything? Boss, I say we just kill her and then take her back as a devil." The girl who heard this started to release an ominous dark aura and her black hair started turning white. Seeing her power increasing, even the ultimate class devil panicked a little. The girl whose hair had fully turned white looked at the devils with a glare and said, I cannot die and I will not go with you. Finally after all this time I received some affection and caring and you want me to throw it all away. She said that and launched towards the devils. She started slashing her katana at the both of them, inflicting some deep wounds to them. The ultimate class devil was able to hold himself, but it was another matter for the high class devil. He was not even able to see her movement, much less dodge her attacks. He gritted his teeth and again started firing his magic in random direction. Just as he gave a sigh of relief and thought that he got her, he heard, behind you, and then his chest was pierced by the girl. She took out her katana from his body and then looked towards the ultimate class devil but was not able to see him. Thinking that he might have ran away, she started growling in anger, but suddenly she was hit in the stomach by something and flew back. The devil appeared in the place she was standing before and then started laughing maniacally. The girl, when got her balance, looked towards him, but the devil disappeared once again, but this time she was vigilant. She started looking around, but suddenly she felt a something aimed at her temple and immediately ducked to dodged. The devil appeared in front of her and she slashed her katana in his direction. The devil jumped back and again disappeared. The girl was starting to get irritated and started cursing him. The devil took advantage of her enraged state and started attacking her. The girl, unable to stop the attack, was being hit by him repeatedly. The devil kicked her in the stomach and she crashed back on a wall. The girl was about to pick her katana, but then the devil appeared in front of her and broke her katana with his feet. The girl was about to attack him with her claws, but she fell down on her knees and coughed blood. Seeing her condition, the devil said, "Looks like that power boost takes a huge toll on your body. Well, none of my problem now. I will just kill you and then take you with me." The devil charged a magic blast and was about to fire at her, but suddenly both of them heard a voice, "Oi, stop." Will you? Both the girl and the devil were shocked seeing the source of the voice. The girl was more shocked though, as she recognized him. The devil started releasing his aura and asked in a cold tone, "Who are you, human, and what are you doing here?" Tatsuya, who was not affected by his aura, said in his usual emotionless voice, "My identity is none of your concern and I am here to take the cat as she belongs to me." The devil got more agitated and said, "How dare you speak like that to me, you useless human? Take this." He fired the magic sphere at Tatsuya. Seeing the sphere moving towards Tatsuya, the girl wanted to save him or warn him but was unable to and was crying. The ball, when hit Tatsuya, caused an explosion and the devil started to laugh, but then a frown appeared on his face as he noticed the explosion started to become smaller and smaller, and then he noticed Tatsuya sucking in the attack like a vacuum with his devouring magic. Tatsuya finished devouring his magic and said, "Is this all, or you have anything else in store for me?" The devil had a pissed off look on his face and launched towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya, being Tatsuya, didn't give a shit to him, took out Murasame, Akame's katana, and slashed his neck. The devil fell back and clutched his neck and looked towards Tatsuya in fear and asked, "What did you do to me?" Tatsuya still remained expressionless and said, "Nothing, just gave you a curse." And then smiled at him. The man uttered one last bastard and then fell down dead. 24. Take responsibility. After the devil died, Tatsuya cleaned the area with his magic and then walked towards the cat. He bent down to her level and asked, "You okay?" And then started using his healing spell. After her injuries were healed, Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Now let's start from the beginning. My name is Tatsuya Shiba, nice to meet you." Tatsuya said with a small smile. The girl, who was about the same age as him, blushed a little but still introduced herself, "Nice to meet you as well, I am Himari Noihara." After introducing herself, Himari thought for a while and snapped and then said, "Wait a minute, it is not a time for introductions. Tell me, who know what are you? And how did you know that I was the cat?" Tatsuya heard her but didn't cared about that. He was currently focusing on her ears. Tatsuya got his concentration back and said, "Well, I am a human though I can use magic as you have seen, and I knew that you were the cat as I had infused some of my magic in you while I was healing you so that I could track you or know whether you were in danger, because every night you went out after you thought that everyone was asleep." Himari didn't said anything as she was digesting the information that she just got. After a while she looked back at him and asked, "Did you knew that I was a yokai when you saved me?" Tatsuya just nodded his head in reply. Himari just scowled and asked, "Then why did you save me? Do you want me for my power too?" Tatsuya, still in his expressionless mode, said, "Well, I didn't know that you were a yokai till I picked you up from the river, and to why I saved you because you were gravely injured and also you were cute and your fur was very soft. Oh, it felt so good. And before you ask why I let you stay even after you were healed. The answer to that question is simple. I didn't felt any ill intent from you towards me or my family, and it was also fun being with you. You should see your face which you make while eating." Himari, who heard his reasoning, didn't know what to think about him. She was confused whether Tatsuya was foolish or kind but shrugged it off. She got up from his spot and said, "Thank you for taking care of me during the entire week. Now I will be going." Before she was about to move, Tatsuya grabbed her hand and asked, "Do you have any place to go?" Hearing no answer from her, Tatsuya only sighed and said, "Why not live with us? Join our family, it will be very fun." When she heard Tatsuya's question, she was happy and was about to accept it but shook her head in denial. Tatsuya didn't react it and asked, "May I know why?" Himari was a bit reluctant to tell him but decided that it would be okay as he was trying to help her. She took a deep breath and said, I don't want to cause you any trouble and I don't want your loved ones to die because of my curse. Hearing the word curse, Tatsuya became curious and asked, what curse? Himari then started to tell him about her curse. In the Nikometa tribe there were mostly females and hence they require to find a male from other species for childbirth. Himari was a Nico Shao with her being a half Nikometa and a half human, but she was declared a cursed child as her ears were of different color than her hair, and it was evident that she was cursed as she had the power of darkness which made her lose control and even attack the allies. She and her mother were abandoned by the tribe at a very young age. Since then no one had cared for her and a few years later her mother died as well. Though it seemed that some devils heard about her cursed power wanted to have it for themselves and started to attack her because of it. She could easily slip past through them, but a devil planted a tracker inside her body and she was unable to remove it, and since then she had been on run from those devils till she met Tatsuya. Tatsuya, who heard her, gave her a light head chop and said, "There is no way you are cursed, your ears look beautiful to me." As he said that, Himari blushed a bit. Tatsuya then gave her another head chop, but this time he applied a bit force to it. Himari clutched her head and said, "Why the hell are you hitting me?" Tatsuya didn't answer her and said, "And there is no such thing as cursed power in this world. There are only power which can be controlled or power which cannot be controlled. And yours is the second kind, you just need to work hard and make sure to master that power of yours. I will help you, so what do you say?" Himari looked at him for a while and said, I don't want you people to get troubled because of me. Remember, those devils can still track me. What will you do if they harm the others dear to you?" Tatsuya, who heard her, said, "They are more than enough to take care of themselves, and if you still not feel satisfied, then here, take it." Tatsuya then gave Himari something. Himari took the thing in her hand. It was a small sphere-like thing. Himari was confused and looked at Tatsuya for explanation. Tatsuya looked at her confused expression and said, "It is the tracker they planted in you. I took it out of your body with magic." Himari was shocked on hearing him. Tatsuya stood up and moved his hand towards Himari and asked, "I will ask you again, are you willing to join us in our family, Himari Noihara?" Himari took his hand and said, "I am. I want to live with you." Himari then started crying as she was feeling happy that she now has a family. Tatsuya looked at her crying and gave a tired sigh. He went towards her and hugged her and started to pat her back slowly. Himari shoved her head in his chest to hide her crying and blushing face from him. Once she stopped crying, she looked at Tatsuya and asked, "So you knew about me being a Nikometa all this time, right?" Tatsuya nodded. Himari, who saw him nod her head, said, "And then too you ravaged my body daily. Don't you have any shame? How are you going to make me feel that I had not been ravaged, tell me?" Tatsuya, who heard her, sighed and asked, "Okay, I will do any one thing that you want to ask for forgiveness, is that all right?" Hearing his words, Himari smiled mischievously and said, "Simple, you have to take responsibility for it." Tatsuya was about to retort, but suddenly Himari came near his face and liked his cheek and nibbled his ear. Seeing that there was no way out of it, Tatsuya sighed and stopped thinking about it and rather started thinking on how to make the others accept Himari. He knew he would hear an earful from Miyuki about all this matter. 25. Not my mate. After Tatsuya was done clearing the scene, he and Himari went back to his home. After entering inside, they noticed that Bit Miyuki and Kurumi were there in the living room. Both of them turned around and found Tatsuya along with a girl. Both of them narrowed their eyes and looked at Tatsuya and Himari. Though they were not saying anything, the way they were glaring looked like they were saying, "Tell us what happened now." Tatsuya sighed and said, "Calm down, I will explain." Tatsuya went to the living room and Himari followed behind him. Tatsuya sat on the sofa and Miyuki and Kurumi sat beside him. Seeing both of them showing of their relationship with Tatsuya, Himari's brow was twitching and decided to pay them back later. Tatsuya, who heard her thoughts through telepathy, had a sweat drop. He looked at his side and saw both Miyuki and Kurumi looking intently on Himari. Himari didn't wavered by their gaze and looked back at them. Tatsuya, who had started to get nervous from the atmosphere around him, said, "Okay, you two cut it out. Himari, meet them, they are Miyuki and Kurumi, they are my." He looked at them and said, "My lovers." Both of them nodded and smiled at his answer. Tatsuya gave a sigh of relief as thought that he just dodged a bullet, but suddenly he felt killing intent aimed at him. He nervously looked up and saw Himari smiling at him, but to Tatsuya the smile wasn't sweet at all, it was the smile of a demon. Tatsuya coughed and said, "And you two meet Himari, she is the cat which lived with us for a few days." Both of them blinked their eyes and said, "What, together?" Tatsuya was about to answer them, but Himari interrupted him and said, "Yes, he is telling the truth." And changed into a cat and then reversed back. Both the girls were astonished but were not shocked, as they have seen many things like that. Miyuki then looked back at Tatsuya and asked, "Okay, what is she doing here?" This time too Himari answered them and said, "I will be living with you all from now, please take care of me in future." Miyuki looked at her with narrowed eyes and said, "And why would you be living with us?" Hearing her question, Himari smiled mischievously and said, "Since Tatsuya ravaged my body, so he will be taking responsibility for that, and I will be his maid too," she said, focusing on the maid part. After Himari finished saying, the room started to get colder. Ice had started to form around Miyuki. Miyuki turned and looked at Tatsuya and asked in a cold voice, Ani-sama, what is she talking about? She is saying something about ravaging her body or something, and what is the mate business here? Tatsuya looked at her with an expressionless face and said, do you really believe that I would do something like that, Miyuki? Am I that low in your view? Miyuki, who heard him, stopped glaring at him and ice started to melt. Miyuki started to feel worried and said, no, it's not like that. I know Ani-sama is not like that. I am sorry for doubting you. After she said that, she looked down feeling ashamed. Tatsuya, who saw that, enveloped her in a hug. After a while, Kurumi looked at Tatsuya and asked, so why is she really here? Hearing her question, Miyuki too looked up at Tatsuya expecting an answer. Tatsuya and Himari then started to explain the situation to both of them, and after the explanation was over, Miyuki and Kurumi looked at Himari and said, well, I do sympathize with your situation and have no problems with you living with us. Himari smiled softly at them, hearing that they have no problems with her living there. But there is one question that you have still not answered. Why did you say that you were Ani-sama's mate? Himari was about to answer them but was stopped by Kurumi, who said, stop, Tatsuya, you tell us. Tatsuya nodded and told them the reason. After hearing the reason, both Miyuki looked at Himari and said, you become her mate because he played with you in your cat form. Himari nodded her head in response. They then turned towards Tatsuya and asked, and you accepted it? To which Tatsuya said, no. Hearing him, all three of them blanked. After some time, Himari came out of shock and jumped on him, grabbed his collar and started shaking him and said, hey, didn't you said that you would take responsibility, so what are you doing by denying about me being your mate? She continued to shake him after saying that. Tatsuya looked at her with an expressionless face and said, yes, I did say that I would take responsibility for what I did and will fulfill it by taking care of you like a good cat with whom I played a lot. Tatsuya gave her a sweet smile. Tatsuya was very happy to get back at her because had been spouting nonsense about her body being ravaged by him and was annoyed by that, so he decided to take his revenge. After hearing his answer, Miyuki and Kurumi were lying on the ground and were launching very loudly. Seeing them laugh, Himari started gritting her teeth. She was thinking of her as fool that she got played by Tatsuya's tricks and wanted to lash out him, but suddenly she felt something on her head. She looked up and saw Tatsuya patting her head with a smile on her face. Tatsuya looked at Himari and said, though it is a bit late, I now officially invite you in our family. The other girls also stopped laughing and stood up. They placed their hands on Himari's shoulders and said, welcome to the family. She looked at both of them and then smiled and said, thank you all of you and take care of me from now on. The others smiled at her and nodded. Himari then looked at Miyuki and Kurumi and said, though I am still not his mate, bear in mind that it would not be late before he falls for me, so best of luck. She then looked at them with a competitive glare. Miyuki and Kurumi also returned her glare and said, we will see about that, Nico-san. They kept on glaring at each other until they received a hit on their heads from Tatsuya, who looked at them with an expressionless face, but they could tell that he was annoyed. He looked at them and said in a cold voice, it's getting late, so go back to bed now. And Himari, you would be sleeping with them, understood? Himari was about to whine, but when she heard her cold tone, she stood straight and nodded her head furiously like the other two. Tatsuya looked at them once more and nodded before going back to his room. 26. I hate you. The next morning, Tatsuya woke up early like he is used to and went for his morning workout, but surprising for him, Miyuki was not accompanying him. Tatsuya thought for a while if something was wrong and used his magic to find where she was. Getting her presents from her room, he thought, they must be talking till late in the night. He shrugged his thoughts and went out. After completing his workout, he came back completely drenched in sweat. He opened the door and went inside. While walking towards the kitchen, he smelled something good. When he entered the kitchen, he found Himari cooking something for the breakfast. When Himari noticed someone coming inside the kitchen, she turned around to look who was there. When she found that Tatsuya came, she gave him a smile and said, breakfast will be done in a while, you should go and take a shower and get refreshed. Tatsuya also smiled back at her and nodded before going to bathroom. After taking a shower, Tatsuya came out and saw that Himari was setting the table. He then went towards her and decided to help her and said that she should go and wake the others up. Complying to his request, Himari went to wake the others up and Tatsuya set the table. All of them sat around the table and started to eat their food. Tatsuya took a bite of his food and then looked towards Himari and said, it's delicious, Himari, it's been a long time since someone made something for me, so I really appreciate it. He gave a small and gentle smile which made Himari blushed. Looking at both of them, Miyuki and Kurumi gave a glare of jealousy to Himari. Himari looked at them for a while and then smirked. Seeing his smirk, both of them had nerves popping on their foreheads. Tatsuya ignored the three of them and continued eating his breakfast. After finishing the meal, Tatsuya gave some money to the girls and asked them to accompany Himari in buying some clothes and necessities that she might require. He could not accompany them as he had some work in his restaurant. After working for a while in the kitchen, Tatsuya went out to take a break, and just as he stepped out of the gate, he bumped into someone and fell back. He immediately got up and said, I am sorry for bumping into you, it was not intentional. He moved his hand forward for the person to get up. The person he bumped into was a girl with short black hair. The girl took his hand and said, no, it's not your fault, I was not looking ahead while running, I hope you can forgive me. She bowed her head towards Tatsuya. Seeing her actions, Tatsuya lightly chuckled and said, you don't have to apologize, I am fine. By the way, I am Tatsuya Shiba, nice to meet you. The girl nodded and said, nice to meet you as well, I am Sana Satrai and I apologize again for bumping into you. Just as Tatsuya was about to speak, a pink blur appeared in front of him and Sana vanished from her spot. Sotan found you, said a voice. Oni-sama, control yourself, said another voice. Tatsuya looked at the source of the voice and saw Surfall hugging Sana tightly. Surfall kept hugging Sana tightly but saw Tatsuya standing near them and got excited and enveloped him in a hug as well and said, Tatsuya-chan, what are you doing here, did you miss me? Tatsuya, who was still in her embrace, said, I am here because you are literally standing in front of my restaurant and I missed you, Sira. Surfall, who heard him, became embarrassed and then smiled on hearing that he missed her. I missed you as well, and this time I brought my sister as well, said Surfall excitedly. I am happy meeting you and all but, said Tatsuya with a happy face, but it soon turned neutral and both him and Sana said at the same time, can you please put us down? Hearing them, Surfall was a bit disappointed but still put both of them down. When they got out of her embrace, Sana bowed towards Tatsuya and said, I am sorry for my sister's actions, she is a bit childish. Tatsuya waved his hands and said, no need, I know, how excited can she be? Sana looked up and then looked at him and asked, how do you know Oni-sama? Oh, she is just a regular customer and we are good friends, that's all. Tatsuya then looked at her intently and said, so you are the infamous Sotan who don't like magical girls and is cold to Sirahei. Hearing Tatsuya talking about her, Sana got embarrassed and looked towards Surfall with hatred. When Surfall noticed her gaze, she looked away from her and then asked Tatsuya, so what are you doing, Tatsuya-chan? Tatsuya looked at her with an expressionless face and said, don't try change the topic, anyways I am just taking a break from my work in the kitchen, what about you? Surfall pouted cutely and then smiled and said, I just came to treat Sotan lunch and to meet. Tatsuya nodded and said, then follow me, the restaurant is already full, you would not be able to eat there. Tatsuya turned around and started walking. Surfall didn't think anything and followed Tatsuya happily. Seeing her sister's carefree attitude, Sana sighed at her carelessness but still followed. Tatsuya went to his house and opened the door and went inside. He didn't saw anyone in there and thought that the others were still shopping. Tatsuya sent a telepathic message to them about the current situation. He invited the sisters in his home and made them seated in the living room. He gave them a cup of tea and some refreshments and went to the kitchen to cook. While he was cooking, Sana and Surfall were sitting in the living room. Sana turned towards to Surfall and asked, why are we here, Oni-sama? Surfall smiled and said, like I said, I want to treat you an excellent lunch. Sana looked at Surfall intently and said, what's the real reason? Surfall smiled and said, as sharp as ever at, I just wanted you to have more friend and who knows if you found him interesting you can ask him to join your peerage. Sana sighed and said, he is just a normal human and why do you want me to have more friends? Surfall stopped smiling and turned to her Oni-san mad and asked, how many friends do you have? Hearing her question, Sana looked away and said, oh, what are you saying, I can't hear you. Hearing her sister, Sana got agitated and said, I said that I have 2 friends. Realizing what she just did, Sana became red from embarrassment and looked away. Seeing her embarrassed, Surfall hugged her and started laughing. Tatsuya, who heard them from the kitchen, couldn't help but sigh. After a few moments he went back to the living room and said, lunch is ready, let's go eat before it turns cold. Surfall nodded and jumped from the sofa with Sana in her embrace. Tatsuya looked at Sana and said in a mocking tone, you really do love your sister. Sana, who heard him, got red and looked away while saying, shut up. Tatsuya just laughed and led them to the dining room. In the dining room there were 6 plates on the table. Seeing 6 plates, Sana and Surfall got confused and asked, is there someone joining us? Tatsuya looked at them and said, yeah, my housemates will be joining, I hope you don't mind. Hearing him, Surfall smiled and said, it's alright, we don't mind, where are they? Just when Surfall asked him, the doorbell rung. Tatsuya smiled and said, there. Hearing his answer, they all laughed and Tatsuya went to open the door. Tatsuya came back with the others and introduced them to each other. While eating they talked a lot and Miyuki got along well with Surfall because they both like magical girls. Seeing Miyuki getting along with Surfall, Sana felt a little bitter as she also wanted to be frank with her sister but was unable to do so. Seeing her like that, Tatsuya came near her and said in a slow voice, feeling jealous at. Hearing his voice, Sana got startled and looked back at him with a blush and said, no. Tatsuya had a mischievous smile on his face and said, list, and started chuckling. Seeing him chuckle, Sana gritted her teeth and lashed out, no, I am not. They both continued to bicker for a while and the others left them alone and went to watch a movie. Both of them were breathing heavily from all the arguing that they had done. Tatsuya looked at her and said, let's leave it at that for now, we will continue it later, I am tired of this. Sana didn't said anything and just nodded. They both went to the living room and saw the others watching a movie. They both sat down and watched the movie for a while but it didn't interest them. Tatsuya looked at her and asked, want to do something else? Sana looked back at him and said, sure, Do you have something in mind? Tatsuya shook his head in denial. Sana thought for a while and said with a grin, let's play chess then, I want to see you lose. Tatsuya looked at her and said with a small smile, we will see who will lose. Tatsuya brought a chess set and they both started playing. In the beginning the match looked in Sana's favor, but Tatsuya turned the tables at the later part of the match. They both were very excited playing with the match and ignored the others who were watching them attentively. After a while both Tatsuya and Sana sighed in disappointment as the match ended in a draw, but they were happy as they enjoyed match. After their match was over, Surfall came towards them and said, let's go back Sana, it's very late. Hearing that they were going back, Miyuki became sad. Sana was sad as well but didn't show it on her face. Tatsuya seeing all this turned towards Surfall and said, Sira, why don't you stay here for the night as it is already very late? Miyuki would be happy as well. Surfall looked at Miyuki who was looking at her with puppy dog eyes. Surfall tried to resist but at last got defeated and said, fine fine, we will stay here, happy now. Miyuki smiled and nodded. Tatsuya then made a mischievous face and said, you will not be disappointed as I have prepared something that you would like a lot. Surfall smiled at him but didn't expect too much from Tatsuya. Tatsuya then prepared dinner for everyone and after dinner gave them some pajamas which belonged to Miyuki and Kurumi to them and said, let's go, I will show you the guest room. They nodded and followed him. Tatsuya opened the door and switched on the lights. He turned towards them and said, there is only one bed so you need to sleep together. Hearing him, Surfall face brightened up and she hugged Tatsuya very tightly. She left him and grabbed Sana who was trying to leave the room silently. Tatsuya looked at her and gave her a mocking smirk and said, I hope you liked my hospitality, Sira. Surfall nodded her head vigorously but Sana gave a death glare to Tatsuya. Tatsuya turned around and before closing the door said, enjoy. Sana who saw him set her up and then leaving was enraged and shouted, I hate you Tatsuya. 27, 2 years and spar. The next day when Sana woke up and saw Tatsuya she gave him a death glare. Tatsuya who saw this smiled and gave her a thumbs up and said, it looks like you enjoyed a lot. Hearing this Sana snapped, grabbed his collar and started shaking him and said, like hell I enjoyed, you idiot. Surfall who looked at them smiled and said, looks like you both are getting along well. Hearing this Sana looked towards Surfall and shouted, no we are not. Tatsuya then hugged her from the back and placed his head on his shoulder and said, don't be like that, we can play chess yesterday, don't you have any fun? Sana who heard this turned her head and looked at him who was resting his head on her shoulder. Sana sighed and said, yes I did enjoy that and I am sorry for snapping at you, now lift you head off my shoulder and stay away. Hearing her Tatsuya smiled back and said, I am glad to know that you enjoyed it, the next time you come here I would let you bath with Sira. Sana got embarrassed and again started lashing out at him. Seeing her sister not being cold, Surfall smiled and enclosed both of them in a hug which made Sana's blush even deeper. From that day on Sana too came with Surfall whenever she visits him. Tatsuya would leave no chances to tease Sana and because of that Sana too would lose her cool and snap at him. Even though Surfall was happy seeing that her sister had started to enjoy more, she was jealous of Tatsuya because it was him and not her that Sana would open up to. She would often glare at Tatsuya which he responded with a smile. Seeing him smile, Surfall would simply sign and let that be as Tatsuya treated her good even though she was childish and clingy. Tatsuya would not complain or felt annoyed by her unlike others. She even thought of asking him to join her peerage but stopped thinking about it as she felt Sana would want to add him in her peerage. They still didn't knew that all the members of the Shiba house were related to supernatural world and they too decided to not tell them. Tatsuya also started to train Himari the same way he started with Miyuki. Himari was low high class level at the time she joined them and at the beginning of the training she was overwhelmed by the amount of training Tatsuya made her do and wanted to retort but she stopped when Miyuki said, "Heh, not even able to do this much, how cute, Shinomiya Kagaya style." Every time she remembered her word along with her mocking tone would ignite new passion in her and stopped complaining about her training. Even though her way was wrong, Miyuki still motivated her and was often praised by Tatsuya because of it. But even though Tatsuya praised her she was a bit disturbed as she was helping a rival. Kurumi also trained her in chakra and senjutsu and her being a yokai and a Niko Shao at that her progress skyrocketed and she gained another tail. She also started to spar with Miyuki from time to time as both of them were around the same level. Tatsuya too tagged along with them in their spar though both of them would be against him as they were still not able to land a hit on him as Tatsuya held back a little less than usual. He again gave the same quest to Himari like the one he gave to Miyuki. If she would be able to land a hit on him, he would give her a weapon. Knowing that she would get a new weapon she was very excited and trained more seriously than before. Seeing that she was doing good, Tatsuya also trained her in ki manipulation which she used along with her chakra to strengthen her body and infusing her ki with toki made her physical attacks more powerful. She had a bit problem in flying but training regularly made her better in it. She has also started to try to control the dark energy and with Tatsuya's help she was able to control a slight bit of it. She was overjoyed when she was able to control the power which labeled her as cursed. She ran towards Tatsuya and hugged him while silently crying with happiness. Tatsuya did nothing and patted her head and scratched her ears. After a while Himari too started purring and when Tatsuya let his guard down while caressing her ears, she took advantage of it and pulled his head and kissed him. Tatsuya, though he was surprised, didn't refuse her and enjoyed the kiss. Seeing that Miyuki and Kurumi felt slightly jealous but let it go as they knew that Himari was happy for overcoming her curse. Like others, now Kurumi had something to train. Though she was not able to use magic or ki, she was able to use Toki, which Himari taught her. She was very interested in it as it was a new concept to her and tried her knowledge from her previous world to make it suitable to be used by her. Like this, 2 years passed. Both Miyuki and Himari at the bottleneck of breakthrough to the ultimate class but were not able to break that cap. They were very disappointed with it as their progress till now was very fast, but now their growth rate had slowed down, but they didn't thought about it too much. They just need to train much harder and with time they would be able to break through it. Right now Tatsuya and the others were in their time chamber having a spar. Tatsuya had grown taller and now his childish face was a little less evident as he looked slightly more matured. He now has fine muscles but was not ripped. He now looked much more handsome than before that. Even Sana blushed whenever she saw her smile, which made Surfall jealous, but she too felt that Tatsuya looked handsome. Himari has started to become more beautiful and had started to get mature. She also became tall and her breasts had started to grow as well. Miyuki too has become more beautiful but was still a bit childish. She also gained a bit height and her breasts grew as well, though they were smaller than Himari's. "Is this all you got, hey?" said Tatsuya while dodging Himari's slash. He jumped back but suddenly felt something behind him. He immediately turned around and swung his sword, cutting an ice shard aimed at him. He looked at Miyuki, attacking someone's back. "Hey, I didn't know you would use something like this, Miyuki." Miyuki smiled at him and said, "Do you think that we have any chance of hitting you if you tried to fight you nicely, Unii-sama?" Tatsuya didn't said anything and gave her a bright smile. Miyuki sighed and then looked at him with seriousness. Tatsuya also stopped and jumped up and avoided the slash from Himari. "Don't forget about me." Himari smirked and also followed him and both of them started clashing their swords. Miyuki didn't waste any time and launched multiple ice spears accelerated with wind magic towards Tatsuya. Feeling that the ice spears were coming towards him, he kicked Himari, who blocked it with her katana but still flew back. Tatsuya started to store fire energy in his sword and slashed forward, releasing a huge wave of fire towards Miyuki, melting the spears in the way. Seeing the wave coming towards her, Miyuki stabbed her sword on the ground and a thick wall of ice formed in front of her, but immediately flew back when she noticed that her wall would not be able to hold back the wave. Tatsuya just stood there and placed the sword on his shoulders and said, "What happened, giving up?" Miyuki and Himari looked at him and gritted their teeth. Just as they were about to give up, Tatsuya said, "How about this then, even if one of you is able to hit me, I would take both of you shopping." Hearing this, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and nodded. Himari started to add chakra to her katana, making it sharper and faster, and Miyuki started making multiple spears of ice and again accelerating them with wind magic. Miyuki looked towards Himari for confirmation, who nodded in response. Just as she nodded, Miyuki launched all the spears towards Tatsuya, who again started to store gyre energy in his sword but was interrupted by Himari, who was cladded in dark energy and slashed towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya dodged but Himari again slashed towards him. He kept on blocking and dodging her slashes. Suddenly Himari jumped back and many spears came near Tatsuya. Tatsuya gripped his sword tighter and started slashing towards the spears, destroying them with the blade heated with fire magic. Seeing him destroying the spears, Miyuki said something to Himari, and after listening to her whole plan she nodded in approval. Miyuki started channeling more mana through her body and made a giant boulder and launched towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya, who just finished destroying the spears, suddenly saw her surroundings getting darker. He looked up and blew a whistle before covering his sword with wind and fire and sent a firestorm towards the boulder, but just as he sent the firestorm towards the boulder, Himari came from behind and attacked him. Tatsuya, who was busy blocking the boulder, made another sword in his other hand and blocked her strike. But he was surprised as this time Himari grabbed his hand rather than attacking him again. Soon he felt some coldness coming towards him and saw that Miyuki was coming to attack him. Miyuki came too close to him, and seeing that there was no other choice, Tatsuya lifted Himari and threw her at Miyuki. Tatsuya immediately used this chance and added more power to the firestorm and got rid of the boulder. He then looked at the girls and said, "I guess this is enough." The girls didn't said anything but smiled at him. Tatsuya was confused by it, but then immediately looked at the arm which was held by Himari and saw a fine scratch on it and said, "I guess I will take you shopping this weekend." When Tatsuya was busy looking at Miyuki coming closer, she used her claws and made a slash on his arms. The girls jumped happily and gave each other high five and started discussing about the date. Tatsuya, who heard them, could only shake his head and sighed. 28. I should give him a reward instead. After the spar was over, Tatsuya was approached by Miyuki and Himari, who were looking at him with an expectation. Seeing their look, Tatsuya chuckled and patted their head and praised them. After a while he stopped, much to the girls' disappointment. He then looked at Himari and said, "Since you were able to land a hit on me, I guess I owe you a weapon." After saying that, a light shine in his hands which made the others close their eyes because of the brightness. When the light dimmed down, they opened their eyes and saw Tatsuya holding a katana with a blue hilt and covered in a blue sheath, Kurikara. Himari was about to take it from his hands, but Tatsuya stopped her and said, "Wait a minute, let me first explain about this weapon to you." Himari stopped and nodded before looking at him intently. Tatsuya also nodded and said, "This is no normal katana, with this you would be able to control flames, more specifically blue flames, which are much more fiercer than normal flames. You are able to activate or deactivate the flames at will, but the control over the flame will depend on your proficiency. If not handled carefully you can even injure an ally or yourself too, so always bear that in mind." Seeing Himari nod, Tatsuya smiled and gave him the katana before jumping back with Miyuki. Himari on receiving the katana was very excited. She slowly took it out of its sheath and caressed her hand over the blade. She then willed the flames to appear, and then suddenly the whole blade was covered in blue flames. She was mesmerized by the flames and stared at it for a while. She then thought of using the flames just like Tatsuya did in their spar and waved her sword. A large amount of flames come out of the katana but seemed uncontrollable. Seeing that Himari was unable to control the flames, Tatsuya stepped forward and used his devouring magic and devoured all the flames. Being all out of energy, Himari fell but was caught by Tatsuya before she hit the floor. She was about to thank him, she received and hit on her head from Tatsuya, who looked at her with a displeased expression and said, "Didn't I told you that the control depends on your proficiency and can even hurt you because of the lack of control? Why did you do something dangerous? Do you seriously wanted to injure yourself and make me worry?" Hey. Hearing him, Himari became sad but felt a bit happy that he was worried about her. She hugged him tightly and said, "I am sorry, I won't do something like this again. Thank you for worrying about me." She gave him a peck on his cheek and then buried her head back in his chest, but was soon pulled out by Miyuki, who was looking at her with a glare and said, "You have some nerve by making Oni-sama worried and taking his advantage." Hey. Himari, who heard her, sighed and said, "You are right, I should not take his advantage in that situation." Miyuki looked at her with a shocked expression, but that soon turned into an angry one when she saw what she did next. Himari looked towards Tatsuya and pulled his face and gave him a deep kiss. She released herself from the kiss with a string of saliva attached to her mouth, with a heavy breathing, and said, "Rather than taking advantage, I should give him a reward for saving me instead." She looked towards Miyuki with a victorious smug which provoked her more, making her lash out at her. Tatsuya, who saw them arguing, sighed and left the room. He didn't wanted to involve himself into their argument because he knew that even though they bicker a lot, they still treat each other as sisters. He went to take a shower to refresh him after all that training, and also that he was very sweaty from the practice. After taking a bath, Tatsuya changed his clothes and went to help in his restaurant. After completing his shift, Tatsuya went back to his home. After entering his home, he found Himari preparing dinner. He went towards with the intention to help her, but she said, "Just sit back and relax. Let me cook today, as you must be tired too." Tatsuya tried to protest, but Himari didn't listen to him and he finally left the dinner to Himari. Seeing as he had nothing better to do, he decided to take a stroll. He turned towards the others and asked, "You guys want anything? I am going for a stroll." The others thought for a while and told him what they wanted. Kurumi also decided to go inside Tatsuya, as it had been a while since she had been there. Tatsuya changed his clothes and set off along with Kurumi inside of him. They both were talking to each other through their mental link while Tatsuya was greeting some people along the way. Many people in his area knew him and they had a good impression of him. After buying the things which he required, Tatsuya was in his way back when he suddenly felt a supernatural presence. Kurumi too felt it and they both decided to check it. Tatsuya stored the things in his pocket dimension and started moving towards the location. 29. Yo. In a rundown warehouse in Kyoto, many cloaked people were present and were talking to each other, more like trying to pass their time. They seemed to be waiting for someone, but it looked like the people who they were waiting for were late. Unable to bear the boredom and feeling frustrated, one of the cloaked persons slammed his fist in the wall and said, "They are clearly mocking us, making the magician's faction of the Chaos Brigade wait so long. Those devils seem to have a death wish or what?" Hearing him, many other people in the group raised their voices as well. All of them were very irritated, and when one of them rose their voice, the others too let out their emotions and started to complain as well. "Boss, I say that we should kill them the moment they arrive. They have to know that we are not mere pushovers who they can control. Even if they are devils, we are not any less formidable than them." The boss of those magician didn't said anything and looked at his subordinates and said in a cold voice, "Shut up." Hearing his cold tone, the subordinates stopped complaining and looked at him, waiting to answer them. The boss looked at everybody and then said, "I know that you all are very irritated, I too am bored. But this mission is important. We the magicians need to get hold of any kind of magic power that we can get. We will definitely increase our strength and rule over this world, but we need to have patience. The thing that we will get today will increase our power by a huge margin, so we cannot do anything before we get our hands on it." Hearing their leader's answer, the subordinates calmed down and now waited patiently for the devils to arrive. They too wanted to get their hands on power, because in supernatural world the more power you have, the larger influence you will have, and having higher influence can be a good thing to save one's life from time to time. While they had again started talking to each other, a magic circle appeared inside the warehouse and 5 people came out of the circle. All 5 of them were men, but one of them were carrying 2 girls on his shoulders. The one in the middle of them came forward and said, "Sorry for being late, I hope that you didn't wait for long." The magicians who heard him internally cursed him, and all of them thought, "Like hell, we didn't wait for long, we waited for 3 hours, a fricking 3 hours. Is all that time just a shit to you?" The man who was the boss of the magicians looked towards the devil with an expressionless face and asked, "Have you brought that? And I would also like to inquire why you were so late." The devil who heard him was dissatisfied with the magician's answer but still held his cool and said, "Yes, we have that and we are late because we ran into a girl who tried to stop us." "Man, seriously, Abaddon clan's magic sure holds up to its recognition. That took a hell out of us." When the magician heard this, his eyes widened and he looked towards to the two girls on one of the devil's shoulders. The man again looked back at the devil who was talking to him and said, "You mean to say that you have brought both a Leviathan and an Abaddon, hey?" The devil looked back with a smug smile and said, "Yes, we have both of them. You want to buy the other one too?" The magician didn't thought too much and said, "Of course, getting the hands on one of the 72 pillars magic is not an opportunity one comes across so easily." The devil smiled broadened and he said, "Of course, and you don't have to worry about restraining them as the Leviathan is asleep and we have broken the limbs of the Abaddon and her magic is depleted already. Now let's talk about the pric." Just as he was about to continue, the devil was engulfed in a tower of flames. The other devils who came along with him were shocked by this and looked towards the magicians with a hateful expression. The boss of the magicians looked at the other devils and said, "Thank you for adding a bonus to our request, and since you have completed your task you all can die." The other magicians who heard him came out of shock and laughed evilly. They understood that their boss was never going to let them live from the beginning. They all started chanting their spells and were ready to attack the devils. The devils who now understood the motives of the magicians started preparing their own magic. Suddenly a large number of projectiles were fired towards the devils. The devils who saw the number of projectiles coming towards him were very scared and angry. They immediately set up a barrier to protect them, but they knew that the barrier would not hold on long enough. The devil who was carrying the girls was unable to take it any longer and said, "You pieces of shit, you should know that the girls are still with us and will die too." The boss magician who heard this looked at him with an amused expression and said, "You mean these girls?" and tapped his staff on the ground. When he said that, the girls vanished from the devil's shoulder and appeared besides the magician. The devils were shocked by this and were panicking as their bargaining chip was now in their enemies' hands. The head magician was about to attack the devils when suddenly the door of the warehouse opened and a boy came in and raised his hand and said, "Yo! 30, Dokza." All the people present there looked towards the man, or more clearly Tatsuya, as if he was stupid and were wondering what a human was doing there. Even the blonde-haired girl whose limbs were broken looked towards the boy who came and was also wondering what he was doing. Some of the magicians came out of the stupor and then said, "What the hell are you doing here, kid? This is no place for playing, go back now or you will die," and released some of his aura and directed it towards Tatsuya so as to scare him. Tatsuya, who noticed the small amount of aura, shrugged his shoulders and asked, "What are you guys doing here so late at night?" The magicians were surprised on seeing that Tatsuya was not affected by their aura and got angry. One of the magicians walked towards him and grabbed his collar and said, "You didn't hear or what? Want to have an early death, you shit?" Tatsuya, who was still expressionless, sighed and said, "You know what, forget it, people like you are not used to people asking you politely." Tatsuya then looked at the magician and turned him into stone, Seiki's power, and then freed himself. All the people who saw that were shocked. The magicians who were still young or new were very angry and wanted to attack him, but the sensible and experienced ones were now wary of him. The devils were wary of him as they didn't know whether he was on their side or not. The girl with blonde hair was also having the same thoughts as the other devils. She couldn't trust anyone there. Seeing that the others were still silent, Tatsuya said, "I will ask again what you people are doing here late at night." Hearing his question, one of the younger magician yelled, "It's none of your business, kid, stop interfering if you know what's good for you." Tatsuya glared at the person who said that, making him taking a step back in fear. He then looked around the room and then his eyes landed on the two girls besides the boss magician. The blonde-haired girl noticed Tatsuya looking at her and, as if getting the message, she made a determined expression and said, "Those devils kidnapped us and brought us here in order to sell us." The devils and the magicians looked at the girl with hatred but then again looked back at Tatsuya when they heard his voice. Is that girl speaking the truth? Hearing him, another inexperienced magician came forward and said, "That's right, now scram before we kill you." Tatsuya then looked at the people present there once more and then gave a tired sigh and said, "Why is this town always has something illegal going on? Oi, which faction do you guys belong to?" Again the same magician answered him and said, "We are from the magician faction of the Chaos Breed." Just as he was about to finish, the boss magician fired a spell at him and said, "Why the hell are you giving him information so easily?" Tatsuya looked at the boss with a dumbfounded expression and said, "You only realized it just now." All the others looked at him for answers. The man noticed all the people looking at him. He gave a fake cough and said, "State your purpose for coming here, kid." "Now you just changed the subject." "Oh well, I came here because I sensed some disturbance in Mana, and now that I know that you all are doing something illegal, I have to do some extermination. Man, keeping the town clean because of Yasaka asked me to is very tiring. Well, whatever, just surrender and I will not kill you." The devils and the magicians who heard him started laughing and said, "You will kill us? Hey, some of you take care of the best, meanwhile we take care of the devils." The boss was about to turn towards the devils but stopped. What he saw made him very afraid. He saw his men getting disappear in small light particles at the same time when he asked them to attack Tatsuya. Tatsuya was holding 2 silver guns in his hands and his hands were aiming in the direction in which the bodies of magicians disappeared. He turned towards the boss and said, "Don't say that I didn't warn you." Tatsuya said and started firing at many people present in the room. All of them got shocked and scared and decided to fight back. The magicians started firing spells at him, to which Tatsuya replied by either dodging or nullifying the spells. All of them were driven into a corner, but then suddenly the boss of the magicians came forward. Seeing him walk in front of them, many of his subordinates started cheering and saying stuff like, "Do it, boss, or we know you can do it." The boss stood still and looked at Tatsuya with determination. Seeing him, his men and even the devils got excited. The boss raised his staff and said, "Looks like I have to use my trump card." The people who heard him looked towards him excitedly and began discussing about his trump card. The man raised his hands even higher. The others who saw him all thought, "Here it comes," but then suddenly the man kneeled down in Dogza and shouted, "Forgive me, I surrender." And then everyone had a dramatic fall except for Tatsuya, who knew what the man was planning through his telepathy. Tatsuya decided to play along with it and lowered his gun and said, "So you finally decided to surrender, hey?" The boss looked up and nodded his head and said, "There is just one thing that I want to do." When he said that, a large magic circle appeared on the ground and a lot more magicians emerged from the circle. Seeing the large number of magicians, the fellow magicians regained their confidence and the devils followed their example and summoned their teammates. The devils and the magicians looked towards Tatsuya, who was still neutral, and started to laugh maniacally. The others also explained the situation to the ones who just arrived and they too joined them in their laughter. The blonde-haired girl was now worried and scared on seeing the large number of devils and magicians and thought that she has no way of escape now. The devil and the magician boss pointed their finger at Tatsuya and said, "Now how will you defeat all of us at the same time? We in total are around 50 and that too without adding those devils, so what will you do now, kid? Beg for mercy and maybe I can give you a painless death." And then pointed his finger on the ground. Tatsuya looked around the warehouse and gave a tired sigh. He brought his hand close and made a sign and said, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu," and then around 500 Tatsuyas appeared with a puff of smoke. Seeing the sheer number of clones, the eyes of all the people in the room were almost popping out, their throats got dried and were unable to move because of shock. All the Tatsuyas then pointed their guns at them and said, "Now what will you do?" Hearing him, all of the devils and magicians threw their weapons and deactivated their magic, and then all at the same time went into Dogza position and said, "We are sorry. We are ready to surrender." Hearing them, Tatsuya gave a small smile and said, "Too late," and all of them pulled the trigger at the same time and everyone in the warehouse except for the girls and Tatsuya vanished in light particles. 31. Kurika. P.S. Tatsuya is able to control his telepathy because of the skill psychic control he created previously. This is for the people who had doubts why he usually asked questions to others instead of already knowing them through his telepathy. After all of the magicians and the devils were killed, Tatsuya looked towards the 2 girls and asked, "Want some help?" The blonde who heard him got out of her stupor and then looked at Tatsuya as if he was a monster. She was still hesitant of him and didn't answer him. Tatsuya, who was waiting for her to answer, sighed and started walking towards her. He squatted down and started to use his magic and to heal her, but didn't heal her instantly as he still didn't know what were her intentions. The blonde-hair girl noticed that Tatsuya was walking towards her and wanted to put up her guard but was unable to. When she saw him crouching down and moving his hand towards her, she closed her eyes and readied herself for more pain, but instead of pain she felt a soothing sensation easing her pain. She looked up and saw that Tatsuya was the reason of that sensation, and then she relaxed a bit and asked, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Tatsuya looked back at her and said in an amused voice, "Oh, now you are willing to talk but you should know that it is common etiquette to introduce yourself first before asking the others." When she heard Tatsuya, she blushed a bit due to embarrassment and said, "Sorry for my rudeness, my name is Kuisha Abadan, a devil, and I thank you for saving not me and the lady beside me." Tatsuya nodded and said, "I am Tatsuya Shiba, a human, and I don't misunderstand. I only saved you so as to interrogate you, and if I find you doing something that shouldn't be done here, you will experience a similar fate as those men like before." Kuisha, who heard him, shuddered on the thought of what Tatsuya could do to her. She looked in his eyes and said, "You don't have to worry, I will answer you to the extent I am able to, but nothing too personal." Tatsuya nodded and removed her hand and stood up and said, "I have healed you quite a bit to the extent that you will be back to normal in a week or so, and now." Suddenly Kurumi appeared beside him. Tatsuya turned towards Kurumi and said, "Take them home and put them in the guest room, and don't forget to restrain their magic. I will come back after cleaning the mess here." Kurumi nodded and carried both the girls on her shoulders and then looked towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya then formed a magic circle and Kurumi stepped on it and they teleported to his home. Tatsuya gave a tired sigh and started to massage his temples and thought, "These type of things are increasing in the town lately, I will ask Yasaka later to let me cuddle her tails and ears as compensation." Tatsuya then looked at one of the corners of the warehouse and said, "I know you are hiding there, so are you coming out peacefully or you want me to do it in a rougher way?" Tatsuya waited for a moment after saying that, and when he still didn't receive an answer he moved his hand in that direction, and then various ropes made of magic came out of the ground and then launched in the direction. When the ropes reached the corner he heard a loud neigh. Tatsuya motioned through his hands and then the ropes started coming back with a busted girl who was entangled in the ropes. When the woman was in front of him, Tatsuya looked at her with an expressionless face, but on the inside was a different story. On seeing the girl wearing black kimono with cat ears, only one thought came to his mind: holy shit! It's Kurika. I didn't know that I would meet her this soon. Today is definitely a lucky day meeting three characters on the same day. I really want to rub her ears. No, control yourself Tatsuya, control, you can do it later. Kurika looked at the boy in front of her and then asked in her usual playful voice, Naya, you like this types of kinky plays? Tatsuya didn't answer her and pointed his gun at her. Kurika, who saw the gun, got scared as she had seen his power with her own eyes but didn't show it on her face. She looked back at Tatsuya and said, wait, don't be too stiff, I will talk, so ask whatever you like. Tatsuya lowered his gun and asked, who are you and what are you doing here, and don't dare lie, I will know it instantly. Kurika's expression didn't change and she said, name's Kurika Anikomata, as you can see, virgin in my 3 sizes. Just as she was about to continue, Tatsuya again pointed his gun and said, what were you saying? Kurika didn't flinch, but on the inside she was very afraid. She pouted and said, you are no fun, Naya. I came here to spy on those robed guys which you killed just now to know what they were planning, Naya. Tatsuya used his telepathy and knew that she was telling the truth or not, and found that she was indeed saying the truth. He looked in her eyes and asked, which faction do you belong to? Were you also trying to do trafficking? Tatsuya narrowed his eyes and glared at her. Seeing his glare, Kurika for the first time changed her expression into that of panic and said, no, we were not doing anything of that sorts, I just came here to spy on them, that's all, Naya. Tatsuya looked at her for a while, but Suddenly he heard a growl. He looked at Kurika's stomach, which was making a noise, and looked back at Kurika, who was laughing awkwardly with a slight blush on her face. On seeing her expression, Tatsuya sighed and put his gun down and then released her. Kurika instantly fell on her butt. She looked back at Tatsuya with fake tears in her eyes and said, is this how you treat a lady, Naya? You should treat a delicate flower like me with care, Naya. Tatsuya scoffed and said, yeah, like someone delicate would be sent to spy on that many and powerful enemies, and offered his hand. Kurika took her hand and then stood up while rubbing her butt and said, who said a delicate person cannot be skilled, Naya? Tatsuya sighed in annoyance and said, whatever, come with me, you are hungry, right? Let's go, my treat. Kurika, who heard him, hugged her body and said, oh, you want to take advantage of me by making me come with you for food? You pervert, Naya. Tatsuya looked back at her and gave her a head chop and said, quit playing around, either come with me or leave, I have many other things to do. Kurika rubbed her head and said, hey, didn't I say that I am delicate? Handle me with care, Naya. Tatsuya ignored her and asked, you coming or not? Kurika used her senjutsu and knew that Tatsuya didn't have any ill will towards her. She humphed and jumped on his back and said, okay, let's go. Tatsuya looked at her and asked, why are you on my back? Kurika pressed her breasts against his back and licked his ear and said, what, don't tell me you don't like the sensation on your back, Naya. Tatsuya blushed a bit and then looked in front and started walking. Kurika, who saw his blush, felt proud of her body. She then started poking his cheek and asked, by the way, what's your name, Naya? You haven't introduced yourself yet, Naya. Tatsuya came out of the warehouse and looked back at her and said, my name is Tatsuya Shiba, a human, nice to meet you. Kurika now saw his face clearly as they were now outside the warehouse and blushed a bit. She regained her composure soon and said, nice to meet you as well, Naya. Tatsuya and Kurika kept on talking to each other while Tatsuya was walking back to his restaurant. Kurika suddenly hugged him tighter and asked, so asking you out of curiosity, why didn't you kill me? Were you mesmerized by my beauty, Naya? Tatsuya kept silent for a while and said, well, I felt no malice from you, like I sensed from those guys I killed, and you even spoke the truth, though you were at gunpoint at that time, but still you didn't lie, and you were also able to mask your fear very well, and it was also a waste to kill a cute girl like you without any reason. He then looked back at her and said, don't misunderstand though, make a wrong move and you are dead. Kurika didn't said anything and laid out her head on his shoulder and blew in his ear and said, oh, I am cute, Naya. Tatsuya shuddered and blushed a bit and said, yup, you are, but don't do such a thing again. Kurika smiled mischievously but also felt happy on being called cute by him. On the whole way she kept doing various things to tease Tatsuya, making him blush and feel embarrassed, much to his displeasure. 32. Scary Miyuki. After reaching their home, Tatsuya put Kurika off his back and then opened the door. As soon as the door opened, he was tackled by a blur. Tatsuya caught the blur and then lifted it up. Tatsuya saw Miyuki, who was looking at him with a cold expression. Before Tatsuya could say anything, Miyuki grabbed his shoulder and started shaking him and said, Ani-sama, why are you so late? Who are the girls you sent earlier? Am I not enough for you? Miyuki then looked at Kurika, who was standing behind Tatsuya, seeing all that with an amused expression. Miyuki again looked back at Tatsuya and said, you brought another girl like the thieving cat here, why Ani-sama, why? She kept on tightening her grip while shaking him. Tatsuya, who was being shaken, was thinking, here we go again. Tatsuya, who had enough of being shaken, held Miyuki's head and gave her a kiss. Miyuki stopped shaking him and started to melt in the kiss. They both were enjoying the moment when suddenly Miyuki was pulled back by Kurumi. Kurumi dragged Miyuki back and said, "That should be enough for now and don't forget you are not the only lover here." From the side Himari raised her hand and said, "That's right, there is me too, now come Tatsuya, give me a kiss and maybe we can advance further." As soon as she said that, an ice shard grazed her cheek and there was some blood flowing from the cut. A clear tch was heard by all of them. Everyone looked at Miyuki whose hand was aimed at Himari. She glared at Himari and said, "Oi thieving cat, listen properly, if someone is going to take Oni-Sama's virginity that would be me." Himari's claws came out and she too glared at Miyuki and said, "Dare to repeat it again." And started to attack Miyuki. Miyuki also didn't stand still and started attacking Himari. They kept on fighting for a while and wrecking the house. Tatsuya sighed in annoyance and started releasing his aura and said in a cold voice, "Stop this right now." All the people who experienced the pressure fell on the ground and were amazed on seeing Tatsuya's power. Both Miyuki and Himari wanted to refute, but when they noticed Tatsuya's glare they shuddered and nodded their heads in approval. Tatsuya stopped releasing his aura, making everyone taking a deep breath simultaneously. Tatsuya looked at Himari and Miyuki and said, "Clean all this mess right now or no dinner for you tonight." Himari looked at him and said, "Hey, I was the one who cooked tonight, how can I not be allowed to eat it?" Tatsuya looked back at her and said, I not. Clear." Himari immediately nodded her head fiercely and gave a salute. Tatsuya nodded and said, "Kurumi, how are those two?" Kurumi looked back at him and said, "They both are fine, I have placed them in the guest room but they both are sleeping right now, they must have a rough day." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Well, whatever, I will interrogate them tomorrow." He then gestured towards Kurika and said, "Well, she is Kurika Aniko Shao, she will be having dinner with us tonight, but if you find her doing anything suspicious feel free to attack her, but only if you find her acting suspiciously." He said the last part while looking at Miyuki, who averted her eyes. Kurika, who heard him, pulled his hands between her cleavage and said, "You are terrible, Tatsuya, you are saying such mean things even after you did that to me." And started sniffing. Suddenly she felt killing intent aimed at her. Tatsuya also noticed the killing intent and said, "If you don't want to die, I would advise it would be best if you explain them properly." Kurika then looked at the girls and saw them preparing their claws and magic to attack her. Miyuki glared at her and said, "You are trying to seduce Ani-sama, this is very suspicious, I should kill you." Kurika immediately left his hand and did a doxa and explained all the things that happened at the warehouse to them. Kurika was still kneeling down and Miyuki was pointing her sword at her and said, "So you were just tied down by Ani-sama, that's all?" To which Kurika nodded fiercely. Miyuki narrowed her eyes and said, "So you are not trying to seduce him, right?" Kurika looked back at her and said, "Yup, I am not trying to seduce him even though he is handsome, strong, and the body which I felt through his shirt right." She started drooling a bit while imaging Tatsuya's body. Miyuki saw that and immediately slashed her. Kurika, who suddenly came back to her senses, dodged the attack and hid behind Tatsuya while holding him tightly and said, "Save me, Tatsuya, she is scary, she will definitely kill me." Before he could say anything, Miyuki came in front of him and said, "Ani-sama, stand aside, I will kill this bitch right now." Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Miyuki, language." Miyuki snapped and said, "Fuck the shut up about language right now, I will fucking kill that bitch right now." All the people who looked at her had only one thought: scary. Tatsuya was about to say something but was again interrupted by Kurika, who looked at Miyuki and said, "Hey, it's not my fault, how can one not be enchanted by a body and face like that, it's only natural, even you all like that about him, right?" Kurika lifted Tatsuya's shirt, making everyone present in the room look at him with a blush. Miyuki too lowered her sword and started looking intently at Tatsuya's chiseled body. Tatsuya noticed that everyone was now quiet and said, "Miyuki, leave her for now, I have to ask her some questions and I was also the one who invited her for dinner, so if you kill her it would make me look bad." Miyuki nodded her head and was still blushing. She looked at Kurika and said, "Okay, Ani-sama, I will let her live for now, hey, you be thankful to Ani-sama's kindness or you would be dead by now." Kurika hurriedly nodded her head and then grabbed Tatsuya's legs and said, "Thank you so much, Tatsuya-sama, because of you I am alive, I will definitely pay you back, you can even use my body however you like." She said the last part by grabbing her boobs. Miyuki started gritting her teeth and said, "I should have known, you should be better off dead." And then again started attacking her. Tatsuya sighed and then looked at Himari and Kurumi. They too looked back at him and as if all of them had the same thought, they left the room without saying anything, making Kurika glare at them. 33. Interrogation. After all the mess was over, Tatsuya had to prepare the food once again as the food prepared by Himari was ruined during the fight between Miyuki and Kurika. They all had dinner after that and Kurika left and promised to visit him from time to time. The next day after waking up, Tatsuya did his morning workout and then took a bath. After taking a bath, Tatsuya decided to check on his two guests and went towards the guest room. He knocked on the door and said, "I am coming in," and entered the room. Inside the room he saw two girls, one blonde and the other having purple-colored hair, lying on the bed. Koisha turned her head and looked at him and said, "You have no manners or what? You entered the room even before I gave you the permission, what would you do if I was changing my clothes?" Tatsuya looked at her with a neutral expression and said, "First, this is my house so I can go anywhere I want. Second, all your limbs are literally broken, how the hell would you be able to change your clothes?" Koisha, who heard her reasoning, blushed in embarrassment and looked away. Tatsuya didn't give it much thought and said, "Anyway, since you have woken up, I would like to ask you some questions and I hope you cooperate." Koisha looked at him seriously and said, "Okay, ask whatever you want and I will try my best to tell you what you want to know, but like I said before, I am not going to tell you anything way too personal." The atmosphere was turning very serious but was broken when a growl was heard from Koisha's stomach. Tatsuya looked at her, gave a mocking smile. When she saw the smile, her blush deepened and she said, "It's not like that, it's just that I have not eaten anything since yesterday." Tatsuya chuckled a bit and said, "You don't have to be embarrassed about it. Wait for a bit, I will go and get us some breakfast, it's nearly time for that." Tatsuya went out of the room, leaving behind a blushing Koisha, who looked at the door for a while and then turned away. Tatsuya came back after a while with some sandwiches and then pulled a chair and sat beside Koisha. He took a sandwich from the plate and moved his hand towards Koisha's mouth. Koisha looked at the sandwich for a while, hesitating. Tatsuya noticed it and took a bite from it and ate it and said, "There's nothing mixed in it, so you don't have to worry about it. Now say ah," and gave a small smile. Koisha wanted to refute him but knew that her hands were broken and she could not eat by herself. She gritted her teeth but still took a bite and immediately got taken aback by the taste. Seeing her pleasant expression, Tatsuya smiled unconsciously, as it always made him happy when others eat his food with a pleasant expression. Koisha looked at the smiling Tatsuya and was mesmerized by him. She kept staring him for a while but regained her consciousness when Tatsuya touched her mouth with a sandwich. She unconsciously took a bite and ate it. After eating for a while, she suddenly remembered that she had an indirect kiss with him and immediately blushed. She wanted to complain about it, but when she noticed that Tatsuya wasn't even a slightest bit affected by it, she stopped and didn't said anything. Tatsuya noticed the change in her and used his telepathy to know what she was thinking. When Tatsuya heard her thoughts, he sighed and then bowed his head and said, "I am sorry for making you uncomfortable." And then began eating a sandwich himself. Koisha, who heard his apology, smiled and thought, "He isn't that bad." She then came out of her thoughts and said, "So what do you want to ask me?" Tatsuya stopped eating and made a serious expression and said, "I already know your name and that you are a devil. What I want to know is whether you are a stray or not, and why you got involved with those people in the first place, and who is the one beside you." Koisha also adopted a serious expression and said, "No, I am not a stray devil and I got involved with them while completing a mission for my master." "What mission and who is your master?" asked Tatsuya. Koisha hesitated for a bit and said, "I am the queen of Sororg Bale. You know about the devil peace system, right?" Tatsuya just nodded to her question. Koisha also nodded and said, "You see, someone close to my master is suffering from a similar disease like the girl besides me, and he asked me to check whether the doctors had made some progress about her condition, so I went to check on her and then you saw her being kidnapped and decided on your own to save her without even knowing how much strong your opponent is. I don't know whether to praise your bravery or ridicule you for your foolishness," interrupted Tatsuya. When Koisha heard him, she became angry and wanted to argue but was again interrupted by Tatsuya, who said, "You didn't even consider anything before considering your actions at all. How would your king would have felt if he came to know that you got harmed because of the mission he sent you on? Hey, do you know how your friends and family would have responded to it?" Tatsuya raised his voice a bit, making Koisha taken aback by shock. She felt sad and discouraged about her actions and was very depressed, but suddenly she felt something on top of her head. She looked up and saw Tatsuya patting her head. She observed him for a while and asked, "What are you doing?" "Patting your head?" "No, I am asking you why are you doing it?" Tatsuya sighed and said, "During all these years I have learned that patting someone's head affectionately is the best way to make them feel better when they are depressed." Tatsuya looked back at her and said, "If you hate it, I will stop." Koisha didn't say anything and Tatsuya smiled and said, "Though you were reckless, I guess you do deserve some praise for saving that girl." Koisha became confused and said, "I didn't save her, you were the one who saved us." Tatsuya smiled at her and said, "But if it weren't for you delaying them, they would have arrived in the town while I was working and I would have ignored them and she would be sold to those magicians." Koisha, who was disheartened just a moment ago, smiled and said, "You know what, you are not as bad as I thought you were." Tatsuya didn't said anything and kept on patting her head silently, but suddenly the room got chilled and then both of them heard a voice, "Ani-sama, you are flirting behind my back." 34. I can heal her. After consoling Miyuki for a while, Tatsuya sighed in relief. He again looked back at Koisha, who was looking at him and was appreciating his help. She was feeling that she just dodged a bullet and was very grateful to Tatsuya. Tatsuya thought for a while and then said, "Koisha, it would take a while for you to recover, so if you want you can stay here for the time being." Koisha shook her head and said, "No, there is no need for that, just remove the restraints and I will contact my master." This time Tatsuya shook his head and said, "Sorry, I cannot do that because even if I trust you a bit, but you are still a devil and I don't know what would be the intentions of your master and the other devils after knowing about us." Koisha wanted to say that her master wasn't like that, but thinking from Tatsuya's point of view she realized that what he said was true. She then sighed and said, "Then what about this girl? she is in need of medical treatment and should be sent to the underworld for that. Tatsuya looked at her weirdly for a while and then said, are you really stupid or what? The girl beside you is a Leviathan, a descendant of an original Mu. Do you really think that some mere low-class devils could kidnap her for selling her that easily? Suddenly realization hit her and she looked at Tatsuya with widened eyes and said, you mean to say that she was being sold by the higher-ups from the Devil Society? Tatsuya nodded and said, yeah, that's what I am saying. You must have noticed it as well, right? Something like no surveillance cameras in her ward or no guards around her room. Koisha thought for a while and then nodded her head and said, yeah, just like you said, while I was visiting her I didn't see any guards there. Tatsuya sighed and said, you devils really are twisted. Well, anyways, she must have been sold as she was not useful to them, as they cannot extract any information from her as she was unconscious, and sustain her medical bills must be draining them, so she was sold in order to fill those bills, I guess. Koisha was enraged at the higher-ups but knew that she couldn't do anything about it. She didn't have any evidence about it against them. She gave a tired sigh and said, nonetheless, it doesn't solve the matter of her needing medical care at all. What should we do about that? Tatsuya didn't said anything and went towards Ingvild and grabbed his hand and closed his eyes. Koisha looked at him intently and was wondering what he was doing. Soon Tatsuya opened his eyes and said, I can cure her, so that problem solved. She just needs some magic, that's all. It might take a day or two depending on how much magic her body can take at a time. When Koisha heard him, her eyes lit up. She looked at him expectantly. Tatsuya noticed her looking at him and asked, what? Koisha didn't hesitate and asked, if you are able to heal her, can you check on the other person that I talked about? Tatsuya remained silent and thought, helping Saray now would mean exposing devils about my presence and all of that will be very annoying if they start to pester us to join their peerages, not to mention there are too many perverts and womanizers among the devils. Koisha started to get worried as Tatsuya remained silent. She thought that Tatsuya was going to deny her request. While she thought that Tatsuya was thinking about the pros and cons of revealing himself and finally decided to help him, and thought, if they become too much of a nuisance then there would be one less faction in this world. Just hope that they don't go on my bad side for their own safety. He looked back at Koisha and said, okay, I will help her, but make sure that the people on your side don't annoy me too much, otherwise I cannot promise about their well-being. Tatsuya just gave a smile, making Koisha shudder on thinking what he did that night in the warehouse. She nodded her head and said, I promise that I will make sure to let them know about it, and I thank you a lot for accepting my request. Tatsuya then looked back at Ingvild and started transferring his magic to her and could feel that her sacred gear was absorbing all that energy. He sighed and then sent a telepathic message to the others and told them about his talk with Koisha and also asked them to not slack on their training, making them complain but accepted immediately when he promised them to take them on a date. Tatsuya sighed, but he also felt happy that Miyuki and the others loved him a lot. He had decided that whoever tried to interfere him or the others in the future would only suffer their own doom by his hands. He has the power and he would use it against others if they stand in his way. He then looked back at the girls present in the room and saw that both of them are sleeping peacefully. He looked at Koisha and thought, even though I am not a guy who take advantages of others while they are asleep, but to sleep so defenseless when there is a guy in the room. He smiled at her and thought, well, let's not break her faith in me. He closed his eyes and laid back in a relaxed position with a satisfied look on his face, but suddenly his expression changed to that of panic and thought, shit. Sira will annoy me way too much once she will know that I am a part of the supernatural world. Man, I only hope that she don't get mad at me. Well, if that situation comes I will use Sana as a bait, I guess, and shrugged his shoulder and went back to sleep. Somewhere in the underworld at two different locations, two girls suddenly sneezed. Seraphils thought, what's this? Did Sotan is thinking about me, or it could be Tatsuya as well. Now that I think about it, he has grown a lot since then and he is much handsome now. If Sotan doesn't make her move fast then I guess I would take him instead, but there is Miyuki and the others too. Oh well, it doesn't matter, I just have to somehow convince Miyuki, I guess. I will ask her when I visit them next time. Sana's thought, that guy Tatsuya must be thinking about something, setting me up again. Sigh, well, whatever, I will face it when I visit him next time. Come to think of it, I have not visited him from a long time. I want to play chess with him again. It's very boring staying here all the time. Last time was also a draw, but I was barely able to turn the tables or he would have won. Maybe this time he could defeat me. Wait, but if he defeats me then? Sana started blushing and Tsubaki, who saw him, asked, Sana-sama, are you again thinking about Tatsuya? Sana's blush deepened and she said, no, why would I think about that idiot? Tsubaki smiled at her antics and said, I would like to meet him the next time you visit. To be able to make the cold Sana like this, he must be something. Sana averted her eyes and said, I don't like him at all, do you understand? Tsubaki came in front of her and smirked and said, oh, but I didn't said anything about liking him. Steam seemed to come out of Sana's head and she glared at Tsubaki and shouted, there's nothing like that. 35, can't she do it in one go? Wishing you all a Merry Christmas. After supplying his magic to Ingvild for a whole day, there was still no change in her body condition. Tatsuya sighed and was wondering how much more magical power would the sacred gear consume. Koisha, who was also in the room, was now wondering whether Tatsuya was telling her the truth about knowing a way to cure Ingvild or not, but decided to believe him as she had a bit confidence in him. Tatsuya was getting bored from sitting all the time and decided to talk with Koisha, to which she complied as she too was feeling bored. She started to tell him about her family, friends and master. She even told him about the things from which her master went through. Hearing about Sarai-org, Tatsuya felt a bit sad for him, but not too much, as he knew that life could be very cruel. In the past, even Miyuki was left homeless by her relatives who broke all the ties with him and her, and they only belonged to a normal human family, so Sarai-org's case was not too astonishing to him, as he was an aristocrat family among the devils, and not being up to the mark in their eyes would have certainly led him to such a fate. Despite all this, Tatsuya had a good impression of him from all the things that Koisha had told Tatsuya about Sarai-org. Even by driving him to a corner and not being able to use his family's heritage magic, he didn't get disheartened and decided to make a path for himself and show others that he is not worthless. That type of thinking made Tatsuya feel that he was very admirable, and now he wanted to meet him soon. Koisha, who heard Tatsuya praise her master, felt proud and also thought that Tatsuya was not like others who would either feel pity or would feel that her master was worthless. She was even shocked by the type ideology that Tatsuya had. She talked some more to Tatsuya and even started asking questions herself, and when she come to know that he was a leading novelist and mangaka, she was very excited. She too was a fan of his work and went into a complete fan mode after that. After hours of questions and answers between Tatsuya and Koisha was over, Tatsuya gave a tired sigh. He had now decided not to tell about his profession about a novelist or a mangaka to anyone. He was glad that she was not a die-hard otaku, or he would have been way too tired. Tatsuya left the room after a while and decided to relax for a bit. He has been transferring his magical power for a whole day, and seeing that it would take a bit more time for her to wake up, he postponed the treatment for later. He then went out in the town for a stroll, visiting various places along the way. While walking, many girls were looking at him with lust, which Tatsuya just ignored. He has been experienced it now and now knows that the best way in these sort of situations is to just ignore them. He was also a bit happy as he knew that his looks were good and he felt proud about it. He unconsciously smiled while thinking that, and all the females started to blush even more, some of them even had nosebleeds when they looked at him. Tatsuya then felt killing intent aimed at him from all the directions, and he got out of daze. He then looked around and saw all the males glaring at him. Tatsuya was confused for a bit, but then he looked at some females blushing. He sighed and thought, so that's what the killing intent was. Hey, it's not my fault that I look good. I know that this is an anime world, but still jealousy in this world is on another level. He then looked at old man couple looking at him, and Tatsuya stiffened on seeing their expression. He looked at the old man. Oi 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 Gigi, why are you glaring at me like all these worthless younger men? And he then looked at the old woman beside the man who looked like his wife and thought, why the hell is that hag winking at me? He then looked at the old man again, who gave him a smug smile on seeing Tatsuya's reaction and showed Tatsuya his middle finger. Tatsuya's lips twitched and he mouthed a fuck you and then walked away. Tatsuya was continued his stroll around the city, but then he suddenly felt some supernatural disturbance. He sighed and thought, seriously, this town has a lot of problems, and why is she involved in this again? She just visited the town a few days ago. What is her work this time? Can't she do it in one go? He increased his pace and started to search for an alley. Finally seeing one, he instantly entered it and teleported to the location. 36. It really is an anime world. After teleporting nearby to the location, he started walking towards the source. As he started to get nearby, he felt a barrier preventing him from entering. He shrugged his shoulders and entered the field. After walking for a while, he started noticing some magic attacks being fired. He started walking faster, and once he saw his acquaintance, Kurika, he stopped and looked at fight taking place in front of him. He decided to observe them for a while and created a sofa for himself and sat down in a relaxed position with a soft drink in his hand, which he took out from his dimension pocket. He was casually sipping on his drink while enjoying the fight taking place in front of him. While he was looking at the fight, he thought, she really lives up to her tilty of a SS class stray devil, but both Himari and Miyuki can also fight on par with her if they fight together. Though it would be a different case if I told them that I would reward them if they are able to beat her. Miyuki might even defeat her alone in such condition. At the same moment in Shiba house. Miyuki, achoo. What is this? Did I catch a cold? No. It must be Oni-sama thinking about me. Kyaa. He thinks about me even when he is away from me. He really loves me a lot. Suddenly Himari and Kurumi barged into the room and shouted at the same time, shut up, it's the middle of the night. And why the hell are you sleeping in Tatsuya's room? Tatsuya continued to observe the fight, then he suddenly noticed something on the field and thought, ho, a sneak attack, and disappeared from his sofa. The next moment he appeared on the field and punched two guys present near him and said, you should watch your back as well. Kurika, who recognized the voice, got surprised and turned around and looked at Tatsuya in astonishment. The others present on the field were also surprised and were wondering who the new entry was. Kurika looked at him for a while and then latched onto him and hugged him like a koala and looked up and asked, Tatsuya Naya, when did you arrive here? Did you come here to save me, Naya? Tatsuya looked back at her and said, oh, I was here for a while and was watching your fight from there, and pointed his finger in the sofa's direction. Everyone present there turned their heads and looked in that direction and saw a sofa present there, and all of them had a sweat drop. Kurika looked back at him with widened eyes and asked, "You were watching me fight?" "Yep," Tatsuya replied. "And you didn't even try to help me?" asked Kurika. Tatsuya gave him a small smile and placed his hands on both of her cheeks. Kurika got in daze and was about lean forward for a kiss, but suddenly her cheeks were pulled. Tatsuya looked at her with a smile and asked, "What the hell are you doing in the town?" "Wha?" replied Kurika with unclear words as her cheeks were being pulled. Tatsuya smiled, didn't wavered, and he asked, "What I am asking is what business did you have in the town when you just visited a few days ago?" Kurika, who now understood his question, widened her eyes and said, "I see he to tal uabo sumhi. I came here to talk to you about something." Tatsuya somehow understood her and asked, "And what would that be?" Kurika was about to answer him, but Tatsuya stopped her and said, "Wait, we will talk after all this is over." And released her. Kurika, who got released, grabbed her red and swelled cheeks and said with some tears in her eyes and said, "Tatsuya Naya, you are very mean. How can you do this to me?" Tatsuya snorted and said, "You are asking me how can I do this to you? You are asking me how can I do this to you? Because of people like those guys," while pointing at her attackers, "a part of my day is always packed with exterminating these things, and today I was already very tired and didn't wanted to do an extermination today, but you have to be involved in today's situation. Why the hell is my life so messed up?" Tatsuya stopped his ranting and started to breath heavily. He took out some water from his storage and started drinking. While he was drinking, Kurika looked intently at him and asked, "Then do you mean that you only came because I was involved and could have gotten hurt?" Tatsuya stopped drinking and looked at her weirdly and asked, "Why the hell are you asking that question? Isn't that obvious? I didn't came here to look after those guys, though being worried about you might be too much." Kurika's lips twitched on hearing his answer, but then she smiled and looked at him and asked, "Nay Tatsuya, can I ask something from you?" Tatsuya looked back at her and asked, "What?" Kurika's smile widened and she asked excitedly, "Will you make kittens with me, Naya?" As soon as she said that, Tatsuya knocked her head with his fist and said, "Do you really think that it is the right time to ask such a thing?" He then looked at the others and said, "And why the hell are you guys standing there silently? Do you have brains or not? You should be attacking us or should be planning an attack, at least you degenerates." Tatsuya gave a heavy sigh and thought, it really is an anime world. 37. Worthless human. The people present there who were attacking Kurika earlier were silently watching the interaction between the SS class stray devil and the newcomer human. They were then brought back from their stupor by the human insulting them. The leader of those men got angry and said, "Why, you shitty human? How dare you call us devil degenerates?" We were waiting silently because he paused for a while thinking about something and said, "Because we were giving you some consideration as this will be your last time talking, yeah that's why, right guys?" The others who heard his excuse were looking at him with an expression which said, seriously, but nonetheless his subordinates agreed to his claim. Tatsuya sighed in annoyance and said, "You know what, I am not in the mood right now, so why don't you go back silently without causing any troubles and we can just leave it as it is." After saying that, Tatsuya thought, following the anime cliché, these men will now start to insult me and then will then spout some shit about killing me and all and taking Kurika along with them. The devils heard him and snorted. Tatsuya just sighed and thought, here it comes. The leader then came forward and said, "Human, you think you are some tough shit or what? Yeah, you are just a worthless human. Why would we follow your orders, human? Yeah, we can kill a human like you anytime we want. You humans are just like some slaves to us devils. Yeah, human, and after taking your worthless human life we will take that stray devil with us. We can even have some fun with her before killing her as well." Tatsuya, who heard them speaking nonsense, looked at them blankly and said, "Aren't you guys saying human a lot?" The devils looked at each other and then looked back at Tatsuya and said, "Yeah, so what?" Tatsuya looked at them with a deadpan expression and said, "Nothing." He then looked at them lazily and said, "You guys think that you can kill me easily because I am a worthless human. The devil leader, who heard him, grinned and said, "Yeah, we can kill you anytime we want." Tatsuya sighed and said, "I am not in the mood of this, but whatever." He then looked at them seriously and said, "I will show you the technique of a real worthless human. Any guesses on whose technique he will use?" Tatsuya then started walking towards them and stopped after a while such that there was some distance between them. The devils who saw him started laughing and said, "What are you scared of us? Want to go back to your mommy?" And then started laughing louder. Tatsuya then took a deep breath and then took a stance. He then looked at his opponents and suddenly shouted, "Wolf Fang Fist!" and started attacking them at inhuman speed. The devils who were laughing were suddenly attacked and got serious. They wanted to counterattack him, but he was too fast for them. They could only helplessly see themselves and their comrades getting flown away by the boy whom they had underestimated. After all of them were flown away, Tatsuya stopped and said in a disappointed tone, "As expected, some of them are still alive even after I put a bit of strength in my attacks." As he said that, the devils who were still alive started getting up, looked at him with rage and said, "We will definitely kill you for killing our comrades, you brat. and started firing magic at him. Tatsuya, who saw the attacks coming towards him, just slapped the projectiles away with the back of his hand. He then looked at his opponents and suddenly got an idea and thought, well, let's test that out while I am at it. Tatsuya then took something like a handle and held it and said, let's check this baby out. He then moved his hand to the side and said, Neo Cerberista activate, and then a sword with a purple energy blade materialized. Tatsuya admired his sword and thought, though it looks like a normal Cerberista, it actually is made by combination of swords. It has of course the Cerberista, Asterisk War, Fugagen, World Trigger, Organon, World Trigger, Yamato, not the Devil Trigger though, only the space and time manipulation, Devil May Cry, and it can even alter its size and form. The others who saw the sword were surprised but not much, but there was feeling of dread coming from the sword. Tatsuya then held his sword and moved his hand, said, now let the party begin, and then started running towards his opponents. The devils who saw him running towards them started to take a defensive stance, but some of them were late and were instantly cut by his sword. Tatsuya stopped and looked at his sword and said, it cuts very easily and smoothly, I like it. Suddenly some of the devils attacked him with a sword and he blocked them with his sword and said with an amused tone, ho, trying to copy me, I am so flattered. But his tone changed immediately to serious and he said, but that will still not be enough. He pushed them back with his sword and then suddenly the blade of the sword turned green and he said, Fusion. As soon as he said that, multiple very long green blades came out from the ground and slashed at his enemies, cutting them with ease. All the remaining devils who saw that were frightened beyond comprehension and wanted to run away, but Tatsuya looked at them with a huge smile on his face and said, you can't escape. And held his sword up and the blade of the sword turned white and he shouted, Organon. Various blades materialized around him in an orbit with him being at the center. Tatsuya then looked back at his opponent and said, bye, and the blades started revolving very fast, cutting all of them quickly and silently. Tatsuya then deactivated his sword and then looked at the handle and said, this is amazing, but I was still not able to use the last ability. Oh well, the time for that will come as well. And then stored it back. 38. Kurika's Confession. After killing everyone in the area except Kurika, Tatsuya gave a tired sigh. He was about to turn around but suddenly he felt two soft sensations on his back. He stayed still and silent for a while and then said, although I do like the feeling of your boobs on my back, keep in mind that if Miyuki found about this you would be up for a whole lot of trouble. Tatsuya could have sworn that when he mentioned about Miyuki he felt that Kurika's body shuddered but came back to normal soon. Kurika, who was hugging Tatsuya from behind, suddenly bit his ear slightly and said, you didn't answer my question, you know. On hearing her, Tatsuya sighed and said, are you serious about that? We have literally met each other just a few days ago and only once. Don't you think that I could be a bad guy and could kill you, a stray devil, for a reward from the devils? Kurika, who heard him, smiled and then hugged him tightly and said, well, I am seriously asking you to make kittens with me, Naya, as you are strong. Tatsuya, who heard her, asked in a neutral tone, so your only reason for asking me that because of my power? Kurika could tell that even though Tatsuya was calm from outside, from the inside he was a bit angry. She blew some air in his ear and said, also I don't feel any hostility from you, and before you say something I can tell a person's emotion towards me using senjutsu, and even if you were somehow hiding your emotions we both know that how easily you could kill me. You even came here to see whether I was safe or not. She then stopped hugging him and came in front of him and bent a little and asked, so I am asking you again, will you make kittens with me, Naya? Tatsuya remained neutral and hit her head with his fist and said, if you have time to fool around, better start explaining why you came here. Kurika, who was hit by him, had some tears formed at the corner of her eyes and she said, why are you hitting me, Naya, and you still didn't give me an answer? You should not be rude to women, especially those who confessed to you, Naya. She then humphed and then pouted. Tatsuya, who saw her pout, couldn't help but blush and thought cute. He sighed and patted her head and said, I will answer your question later, as I don't have that kind of feelings for you yet. Kurika, who was enjoying his hand patting her head, was purring unconsciously and said, okay, I will leave it for later, but I will keep on trying till you accept me, Naya. Tatsuya, who heard her, looked at her and asked, then what would you do if you found someone stronger than me? Will you ask him the same thing as well? Kurika, who heard him, pretended to be angry and said with a pout, how rude, I am not a woman like that. Tatsuya didn't said anything and poked her cheeks. She stared at him and Tatsuya stared back. They remained silent for a while and then Tatsuya asked, so what would you do? Kurika looked at him for a while and said, if that happens then I would wait till you become stronger than that guy and will then ask you again, Naya. Tatsuya chuckled and then asked, and what if I would not be able to surpass him? Hearing his question, Kurika thought for a while and then said, then I would get stronger myself, Naya, and would kill that guy and then you would be the strongest guy left. Tatsuya looked at her with a blank expression for a while and then both of them burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, Tatsuya sat on the ground and supported himself with his hands. Kurika, who saw him sitting, sat on his lap and said in low voice, I will keep on pestering you till you agree to make kittens with me, Naya, so you should be ready for that in future, or you can simply agree to my request. Tatsuya remained silent for a while and closed his eyes. After a while he opened his eyes and said, My answer still remains the same, but who knows what the future have in store for me. Kurika, who heard him, turned around and gave him a passionate kiss, which Tatsuya returned to her as well. She then separated and said, "Okay, I will wait till that time, Naya." Tatsuya touched his lips unconsciously, and he would have to admit it that her lips felt soft. He then looked back at her and asked, "If you agreed to that, then why did you kiss me just now?" Kurika looked at him with a mischievous expression and said, "What, I did agree on waiting on having kittens with you, but that does not mean that I am holding back on anything else, Naya. And you know what?" She licked her lips lustfully and said, "I really enjoyed that, Naya, so you should be careful, as I would definitely attack you every now and then." Tatsuya, who heard her, sighed and said, "You should not get your hopes up though, even the residents of the Shiba house have a hard time doing that and could only accomplish it when I either let my guard down, which is very rare, or I allow it myself." Kurika, who heard him, smirked and said, "Heh, we will see about that," and again moved forward for a kiss. But just as she was about to touch his lips, Tatsuya stood up, phasing through her body using Kamui, and said, "I told you, didn't I, don't get your hopes up." Kurika looked back at him with an annoyed expression and said, "That's not fair, Naya, you slipped through my body. I was just out to kiss you. Come and just kiss me on your own, Naya." Tatsuya gave a tired sigh but then gave a rare smile. Kurika, who felt his emotions through her senjutsu, also smiled and thought, "We will have a lot of kittens in the future, Naya, but I will have to deal with that Miyuki person first, Naya." Tatsuya, who heard her through his telepathy, smiled wryly and thought, "I just hope that Miyuki don't kill everyone though. It would be very troublesome." 39. Vala Team. After Kurika got out of her thoughts, Tatsuya looked at her seriously and asked, "Kurika, now I would expect you to tell me the reason for coming here and be serious now." Hearing him, Kurika also got serious and said, "I came here on behalf of my leader, he wants to meet you and..." Kurika was about to continue, but Tatsuya interrupted her and said, "If this is about joining your group, then forget it. You know better than anyone that your group is a terrorist group, and even though you don't have any ill intentions, you would still not be trusted by the major powers of the world and would most likely face a lot of trouble. The most problematic part among all this is that your family also gets involved in all this somehow, and I don't plan on having them go through all that shit." Hearing his answer, Kurika sighed and said, "At the very least, can you meet them? They were very interested in you and would like to meet you personally." Tatsuya remained silent and thought for a while, and finally, coming at a conclusion, turned towards her and asked, "Okay, when do you want me to meet them?" Before Kurika could answer, a voice interrupted her and said, "How about now?" Both Tatsuya and Kurika turned their heads and saw 5 people standing over a magic circle. There were 3 males, one with silver hair, one blonde with glasses, and one with brown hair. There were also 2 girls present there as well. One of them was blonde and was wearing a magician's cape and hat, and the other a loli with black hair. Tatsuya looked at all of them and gave a tired sigh and thought, why are all this shit taking place today? I just wanted to relax, for fuck's sake." While Tatsuya was internally ranting, the new party who just came started walking towards them. Seeing them approach her and Tatsuya, Kurika came forward and asked, "Why did you all come? Didn't you all promise that you will not interfere me today?" The male with brown hair wearing a Chinese armor came forward with his staff on his shoulder and said, "You were taking too long, so we came to check on you. We thought that you might be in some sort of trouble, but you look just fine." Kurika looked back at the person and said, "Shut up, by cow. And there was indeed some trouble, her more appropriately some devils came to capture me, but I got saved by Tatsuya Naya." And grabbed his hand and placed it between her breasts. Just as she placed his hand between her boobs, Tatsuya came out of his stupor and then looked back at the others, but he looked more intently at the silver-haired man and the black-haired loli. The loli, or more clearly off-eyes, stared back at Tatsuya and thought, "I cannot see through him or judge his strength. Well, if he could help me defeat Baka Red, then I don't care." Tatsuya, who heard her through telepathy, smiled inwardly. He freed his hand from Kurika and walked towards off-eyes and stopped in front of her. Everyone was looking at him with wide eyes except for Vala, who was smirking and thought, "Interesting." Tatsuya then formed a chocolate bar in his hand, opened the wrapper and moved his hand towards her. Off-eyes just looked at the bar and then back at Tatsuya with a blank expression. Seeing her reaction, Tatsuya realized something and then broke a block from the bar and then ate it. Off-eyes, who saw what he was doing, smelled the chocolate and after realizing what he was doing, opened her mouth. Seeing her opening her mouth, Tatsuya took a block and placed it near her mouth, and Off-eyes took it instantly. Imagine Off-eyes in place of Kana Kamui eating the chocolate from Kobayashi's hand. Tatsuya, who saw her eating chocolate, cutely petted her head. Though Off-eyes was confused by this, but she didn't stop him. She even felt good when he rubbed her head, but she had a blank expression on her face. While Tatsuya was busy with petting Off-eyes, the others were looking at him with shock. They all had the same thought while looking at him: why the hell is he treating a dragon god like some child, and why is Off-eyes just accepting all that? Vala was the first one to calm down among his team. He then looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Are you quite done with that?" Hearing him, his team members too came out of shock and looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya looked at Vala and asked in a neutral tone, "What?" Vala was a bit surprised by his neutral expression but didn't said anything and said, "Nice to meet you, my name is Vala and this is my team. I heard from my teammate Kurika that you were very strong and wanted to meet you. Tatsuya looked at him and said, nice to meet you as well, I am Tatsuya. He said neutrally, making Vali a bit pissed. Just as he was about to speak, Baikao interrupted him and said, Oi Kurika, is he really the one you were talking about? This guy looks very weak to me. Tatsuya looked at Baikao with a deadpan expression and pointed at Off-Eyes, Oi monkey boy, stop judging by looks. This lowly here can destroy you along with all your ancestors without even moving an inch. Hearing his answer, Kurika started laughing loudly along with Arthur and Li Fei, who were trying very hard to control their laughter. Baikao looked at his teammates and then at Off-Eyes, who was eating chocolate with a blank look on her face. He sighed and said, when you put it that way it does make sense. By the way, the name's Baikao, hope we get along well. And moved his hand forward. Tatsuya looked at him and asked, do you like to lie down doing nothing and just relaxing? Hearing him, Baikao grinned and said, more than anything. Tatsuya also grinned and shook his hand and said, looks like our tastes match, my friend. Vala looked at both of them and said, that's enough, Baikao. Sorry about that, but still I too don't think that you are very powerful. By the way, these are my other teammates Arthur and Li Fei of the Pendragon family. Hearing their introduction, Arthur bowed a bit while Li Fei just waved her hand. Tatsuya also bowed in response. He then looked back at Vala and said, Vala, right? Vala nodded in response. Tatsuya also nodded and said, you know what, Vala, in a war the most dangerous enemy is not the one who you know is very powerful but the one who you cannot tell about at all. Ain't I right, the great white dragon of supremacy? As soon as he said that, blue wings materialized on Vala's back. The wings shined and a voice came from them and said, Ho, a human able to feel my presence, hey, I am impressed. Indeed you are right, human, and by the looks of it you seem like a person hiding a lot of his strength. Tatsuya just shrugged his shoulders and said, who knows, maybe I am, maybe not. Just as he was about to speak any further, his shirt was tugged by someone. Tatsuya turned around and saw Off-Eyes looking at him. He too looked at her and asked, what? Off-Eyes' expression didn't waver and she said, human, defeat Baka Red for me. 40, friend. Tatsuya stared at Off-Eyes for a while and then said, what? Off-Eyes, who heard him, stood still and said, kill Baka Red for me. Tatsuya looked at her with a deadpan expression for a while and then turned to the other and said, what does she mean by that? Though Tatsuya knew about what she was talking about, he pretended that he didn't know about it. Off-Eyes was about to say what she said earlier, but before she could, Tatsuya took a block of chocolate and fed it to her. Off-Eyes simply ate the chocolate that Tatsuya gave her and didn't said anything. The others who saw that had a sweat drop and were thinking how easily Tatsuya was able to tame the dragon god. After a while, Arthur gave a fake cough and said, what Lady Off-Eyes means to convey is that she wants you to help her in defeating Great Red, the true dragon or the Dragon of Dreams. That is also the sole purpose of her in forming the group Chaos Brigade. Tatsuya looked at them blankly for a while and then looked at Off-Eyes and said, why do you want to defeat Great Red? Off-Eyes looked back at him and said, he took my silence away and I want it back. Hearing her answer, Tatsuya gave an annoyed sigh and then looked at the others. As if getting what he was asking, Arthur adjusted his glasses and said, you see, Off-Eyes used to live in the dimensional gap, but one day Great Red also arrived in the gap and started living there. Though at first she didn't minded it, but as the years passed by she started to get annoyed by the dragon and now wants to move her away from her home. Tatsuya nodded in understanding and said, though I understand your reason for your request, but I humbly decline it. He then looked back at Off-Eyes with an apologetic expression and patted her head and said, sorry. Though Off-Eyes was enjoying the petting, she looked at Tatsuya and tilted her head and asked, why? Tatsuya, who saw her tilt her head, thought cute but soon shook his thoughts away. He crouched down to her level and said, you see, I am not interested in fighting that much, I just want to enjoy my life, and joining you will not give me that. Off-Eyes stared at him and asked, even though you can get a lot of power from me? Tatsuya nodded and said, yes, even though you can give me a lot of power, which I can easily create with skill creation, I will still not join you. After listening to his answer, Off-Eyes looked blankly at him for a while but was brought out of her stupor when Tatsuya took another block of chocolate and placed it on her mouth and said, though we can still be friends, right? Off-Eyes unconsciously took the chocolate and then asked, friend? Tatsuya nodded his head and said, yes, friend, after all it is better to be on each other's good side, or is it that you don't want to meet me again? Off-Eyes shook her head and asked, will you give me more of that, while pointing at the chocolate, if we became friends? Hearing him, Tatsuya and the others, except Vali, started laughing. After controlling his laughter a bit later, Tatsuya looked at Off-Eyes and said, of course I would give you lots of chocolates. So friends? And moved his hand forward. Off-Eyes took his hand and shook it and said, friends. Tatsuya shook her hand for a while and then stood up and said, well, I think it's very late, I should be heading home now. Tatsuya turned around to leave, but suddenly he felt someone tugging his shirt from behind. Tatsuya turned around and saw Off-Eyes tugging it and asked, what happened? Off-Eyes, still in her emotionless tone, asked, you leaving? Tatsuya gave a small smile and patted her head and said, sorry, I have to go now, but we can meet each other later, after all we are friends, and whenever you want to meet me just ask Kurika and she will bring you with her. Off-Eyes nodded and let go of his shirt. Tatsuya again turned around to leave but was again stopped, this time by Volley. Hey, wait, before you go, how about we have a spar? I also want to see whether you are as strong as Kurika tells you are or not. Tatsuya gave a tired sigh and said, look, I am very tired today and I am not in the mood to fight, so just leave, all right. Hearing him, Volley snorted and said, you cannot be that tired, those devils you just fought must only be small fries, seeing that even your clothes are completely clean. Tatsuya looked back at him with a neutral look and said, you didn't hear my conversation with Off-Eyes, I guess. Didn't you hear I am not interested in fighting? I even rejected the chance to fight the Great Red, so what makes you think that I will agree to fighting you? Volley got a bit angry and then gave an evil smile and said, if you only require motivation to fight me, how about I kill your fam? Just as he was about to say anything further, he was thrown away by an invisible force at an insane speed and he crashed through 10 walls, turning them into rubble in the process. His teammates were very shocked on seeing that. Even Off-Eyes was a bit surprised by it. They all looked back at Tatsuya, whose hand was aimed in Volley's direction. Tatsuya looked coldly in Volley's direction and asked in a cold voice, I didn't quite hear you, wanna say it again? 41, Tatsuya v/S Volley. Seeing his coldness, everyone was shocked, except Off-Eyes. Even Kurika was very surprised on seeing the cold and angry look on Tatsuya's face. All the members of the Volley team came out of shock and took their stance. Though they all were a bit scared, but they still resolved themselves to fight him. Noticing them taking their stance, Tatsuya turned in their direction and said, I don't think that it is necessary, and in my opinion you guys should lower your weapons before my hand slips by mistake. That would not be very pleasurable. For you at least. All of them gulped simultaneously but got serious and were about to attack him, but suddenly they all heard, don't interfere, it's my fight. Volley came out of the rubble completely covered in dust and some visible injuries. Seeing him come out, Tatsuya whistled and said, you survived that, hey, you are tougher than I thought. Hearing him, Volley snorted and his sacred gear appeared on his back and he started rushing in Tatsuya's direction. He approached him quickly and punched his face. Dust covered the scene from all the wind generated by the wind created by Volley flying towards at inhuman speed. All the members of the Volley team, except Kurika, grinned, but as the dust cleared, all of them widened their eyes and everyone including Volley was shocked. Tatsuya was just standing at his position holding Volley's fist with his hand without taking any damage at all. He grinned and said, you pack quite a punch, don't you? He then started crushing his fist, making Volley groan in pain and said, but that's still not enough. Tatsuya's hand then started glowing and then Volley was suddenly covered in a key sphere and Tatsuya launched him away. After sent flying in the air, the orb exploded, making his teammates look at Volley in worry. Tatsuya didn't stop there and formed a large key orb and fired it in Volley's direction. Just as the orb was about to hit Volley, a cut in the space in front of him appeared and the orb went through it. After a while there was an explosion seen at some distance, making Volley and Tatsuya looked in that direction. Volley, you okay? Baikao asked his friend, making him turn and look at him. Tatsuya also looked at them and saw Arthur holding a sword in his hand which was glowing and was emitting a holy aura. Volley also saw that and became angry and shouted, don't interfere, it's my fight. But I said don't interfere. Seeing that they looked conflicted in approving his order. Tatsuya saw that and said, don't worry, I will not kill him, I will just make him understand that he should not anger someone who is out of his league. Hearing him, they all sighed in relief. Tatsuya then looked at Arthur and said, by the way, nice sword you got there. Arthur lifted up his sword and said, thank you, this here is a fragment of the holy sword Excalibur. Excalibur ruler, comes with the power of manipulating space. Tatsuya looked amused and said, that's a very handy sword. I guess I should get one as well. Trace on. Tatsuya scanned the sword and then a second later a similar copy of the sword was in his hand. Seeing that, all of them were very shocked. Arthur was looking between the sword in his hand and the sword in Tatsuya's. He was very confused and thinking whether the sword in his hand was real or not. Tatsuya gave the sword a few practice swings and then said, Volley ready or not, but here I come. He then started storing magic energy in the sword and then waved it in Volley's direction. A huge wave of holy energy was sent in his direction. Seeing the wave coming in his direction, Volley too didn't stood still and used his sacred gear. Divide was clearly heard by everyone. His wings started glowing and Volley said, looks like I have to get serious if I want to defeat you. Then his and Albion's voices combined and shouted, Vanishing Dragon, Balance Breaker. And then Volley was covered in a white dragonic armor with huge blue translucent wings. While this was all going on, Tatsuya was looking at the sword in his hand and thought, not very impressive, looks like I expected too much from just a fragment. He then looked at the armor-cladded Volley and smirked and said while putting the sword away, Whoa, your armor looks very cool. Volley smirked inside his helmet and said, Behold the power of a Longinus, a sacred gear with the power of killing even gods, and now you will face Doom with that same power. While Volley was doing his Chiyuni stuff, Tatsuya silently activated his trace on. When Volley finished his speech, Tatsuya looked at him and said, Hearing your talk so high and mighty about your armor, I guess it really packs some serious punch. Vala smirked and then said, of course, you should not expect anything less from a Longinus class sacred gear. Tatsuya smirked as well and then said, then how about this vanishing dragon, balance breaker? And Tatsuya too was covered in an armor similar to that of Vala. While Tatsuya was checking out the armor, the others were looking at him in shock except for Off-Eyes, who only got a bit surprised but shrugged it off her mind soon. Vala's mouth was open wide inside his armor and he was shocked beyond comprehension. Soon he came out of his shock and then asked Albion, Albion, is his armor a real deal or it's just similar to yours only in appearance? Albion remained silent for a while and then said, I don't know, partner. Vala widened his eyes and asked, what do you mean by you don't know? Hearing his partner's question, Albion sighed and said, I mean I cannot feel a presence similar to me in his armor, but at the same time his armor feels like it is the same. I don't know how to clarify it. Vala looked serious for a while and then grinned and said, if you don't know then there is only one way to find out. He said and started flying towards Tatsuya, but just as he flew for a bit he was punched in the gut and he heard, not so fast, and was then one again thrown away. Tatsuya, who had familiarized himself with the armor, saw Vala coming in his direction and then immediately teleported towards him and punched him in the gut. He then looked at his hand and then opened and closed his fist and said to himself, this one is pretty good and it still have the potential to grow further, I guess I could use it a bit in future. Vala maintained his balance after a distance and then his wings glowed and said, divide. Suddenly Tatsuya's body glowed. Tet felt some drain in his magic power and looked at Vala and said, so you want to play it that way, hey? He then formed numerous orbs of magic and fired it in Vala's direction. Seeing the numerous magical orbs coming towards him, he smirked and said, thanks for the feast. Divide, 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 divide. And the orbs started to get smaller and smaller till the time there was none of them left. He then looked in front but could not locate Tatsuya. Suddenly he heard, you should never lose the sight of your enemies during you battle. He then looked up and saw Tatsuya with a huge blue orb in his hand. Tatsuya quickly approached him and smashed the orb on Vala and shouted, massive raise Nan. And Vala was sent down along with the orb which hit him. He tried to use his sacred gear to absorb the power and minimize the damage but was unable to. He got shocked and asked Albion, Albion, why can't I absorb the power of this attack? Albion was also shocked and said, partner, I am not familiar with the energy he used in his attack, that's why I cannot divide this. Tatsuya, who heard, then smirked and thought, of course you don't know, chakra is not originally an energy used in this world. Even the yokai only use senjutsu and not chakra. You must have never come across such an energy ever in your life. Unable to absorb the energy, Vala got smashed into the ground along with the raise Nan, which made a huge crater in the ground, and then the raise Nan exploded, making a dust cloud over the crater. Once the dust cloud started to fade away, a heavily injured Vala with most of his armor gone was visible to everyone. Tatsuya deactivated his armor and said, I have to say it, I am impressed. You took so many hits from me and you still have enough strength left to still remain standing. Hats off to you, man. Vala looked at Tatsuya and glared at him and said, shut up, it's still not over, I will keep on fighting till I collapse. And again activated his armor. Tatsuya sighed and said, as you wish, but be prepared as this one will sting you a lot, Mr. Demonic Dragon. Tatsuya then started inhaling a large amount of air in his lungs, and after his lungs were full, a white glow appeared in his mouth. Vala was watching all this, but then suddenly Albion said, Vala, I have a bad feeling about this, give up while you still can. Vala snorted and said, Vala Lucifer never back down from a fight. In a fight like this, there is no chance that I am giving up. Hearing him, Albion sighed and then said, then brace yourself, partner. Tatsuya didn't pay attention to their talks and then shouted, holy dragon, roar. And a huge stream of dragon-slaying holy magic was fired at Vala. Seeing the sheer size of the roar, Vala knew that he couldn't dodge and fired a beam of his own, but that was destroyed instantly, and Vala was hit by the full force of the roar and was completely engulfed in it. Once the effect of the roar was over, Tatsuya descended from the sky and landed beside a collapsed Vala and said while looking at him, I guess I did a little too much. And gave a tired sigh. 42. Legacy. While Tatsuya was looking at the collapsed Vala, the other members of his team approached him. They all looked at Vala and then at Tatsuya, and suddenly Baikao asked, just asking, is he still alive? He doesn't look like he has any life left in him. Tatsuya didn't said anything and picked up a pebble and flicked it with a bit of force. The pebble which was flicked by Tatsuya hit Vala in the ball, and an ah was heard by everyone. They looked at Vala, who was holding his balls and was groaning in pain. Tatsuya looked at the others and said, yup, he is still alive. The others looked at him and then at Vala, and then suddenly Kurika and Baikao broke out laughing. Seeing them laugh, Arthur sighed and said, was it really necessary to take things this far? Tatsuya looked at Arthur calmly and said, then what would you have done if someone would threaten you that they will kill your sister? Arthur didn't took much time and said, I would kill them and slice them apart in so many pieces and make them a jigsaw puzzle. Tatsuya smiled and said, see, you understand me. Tatsuya internally snorted and said, if you are able to think that you would go that far for your sister, just be glad that I didn't give Volley an insta-kill. Arthur again sighed but nodded in understanding. He then looked at Volley and saw him groaning. He then went towards him and crouched down to his level and said, "Now do you understand why you should not provoke someone suddenly?" Volley's body was in pain but he still managed to turn around and look at Arthur and said with a satisfied smile, "It felt really good." Tatsuya, who heard him, turned towards Volley's team and asked, "Is he a masochist?" Hearing him, Kurika and Baikao, who had somehow controlled themselves again, started laughing loudly, and Arthur too was trying very hard to hold back from laughing while covering Li Fei's ears. He then turned towards Tatsuya and said, "Tatsuya-san, you should not say such things in presence of someone innocent." While still controlling his laugh, Baikao then looked at Volley and said, "You really looked fucked up right now. I should take a picture of you." While Baikao took out his phone and was taking Volley's picture, Arthur glared at him and said, "Hey, didn't I say not to say obscene words in presence of someone innocent?" while still covering Li Fei's ears. Arthur then turned serious and said, "Seriously thought, how are you planning to go back in such conditions?" Baikao put his phone back and said, "Yeah, he would like to know how you the hell did you fucked up so much. Hey, no obscene words." Tatsuya turned towards Baikao and asked, "He?" Baikao looked at Tatsuya and then said, "Oh right, you don't know, we are talking about his foster parent Azazel." When he said that, both Volley and Arthur glared at him and Baikao shivered and asked, "What?" Suddenly realization hit him and his eyes widened. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said, "Sorry, I should have not disclosed that information so easily." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Tatsuya sighed and said, "You don't have to worry about anything. If he does not bother me too much, I won't do anything." He then looked at Volley and said with a glare, "And that's for you too, or the next time I will fuck you up to a whole another level." Arthur glared at Tatsuya and shouted, "Hey!" Volley looked at Tatsuya and said in a displeased tone, "Then next time accept my challenge without taking things so far, it just felt too good." Tatsuya again looked at him weirdly and then looked at his teammates and said, "Are you sure he is not a masochist?" I said stop it. Tatsuya then moved towards Volley and said, "I will think about it. For the time being I will heal you so that you are at the very least able to walk." And started healing him. After healing him a bit, Tatsuya stood up and then looked at Arthur and Baikao and said, "Help him get up." Both of them nodded and helped Volley. Volley was then standing while holding in Bijou's and Arthur's shoulder. Tatsuya then gave him an envelope and said, "Give this to Azazel, it will help in explaining things to him. I presume that you are hiding the fact that you are a part of a terrorist group from him." Volley only nodded and took the letter. He then made a magic circle below his feet and Arthur and Baikao left him. Volley then looked at Tatsuya and thought, he did all that for his family. Hey, I guess having and protecting a family indeed makes you stronger. Tatsuya, who heard him through his telepathy, smiled lightly and said, "You have one as well, don't you?" and then pointed to his team. Volley was slightly shocked by it but then smiled and said, "Next time it will be you who will be in the crater." Tatsuya snorted and said, "Hey, you are 100 years too early to claim that." And smiled. Volley smiled as well and said, "Till next time." Tatsuya waved his hand and say, "Yeah," and Volley disappeared. Tatsuya then turned to the others and said, "I guess it finally is the time for us to go back." They all nodded but suddenly Baikao asked, "Hey, what was in that envelope?" Hearing him, Tatsuya gave an evil smile and said, "Ask him yourself." Though Baikao was very eager to know, and seeing Tatsuya's smile he was sure that it was something funny but decided to ask Volley directly later. As he was about to leave, Kurika jumped on him but Tatsuya avoided her and said, while moving his index finger to and fro. Seeing that, Kurika pouted and looked away. Tatsuya sighed and approached her, gave her a peck on her cheek and said, "Later," and teleported away. Kurika was left as a blushing mess as she didn't thought that Tatsuya would take the initiative himself. Seeing her like that, Baikao smirked and said in a teasing tone, "Ho, the always flirting Kurika," blushing by a kiss on the cheek. "Now that's new." He said that while he rubbed his chin. Hearing him, Kurika got pissed and said, "Fuck off, Baikao." Arthur suddenly had tick mark all over his face and shouted, "Shut up! Don't you understand? Don't speak obscene words in front of children." Meanwhile at the Grigori headquarters, Volley just returned back and Azazel saw him. He was way too surprised. He looked at the pitiful state of Volley and asked, "Why the hell are you looking like some shit?" Volley didn't said anything and just handed him the envelope that Tatsuya gave him. Azazel was a bit confused by this but still took the envelope and opened it. When the envelope was open, he found a letter and a discount coupon of Tatsuya's restaurant. He first looked at the coupon and then read the letter. After reading the letter he put it down and looked at Volley seriously. Volley also got tensed and thought, what the hell is in that letter? Azazel gave a fake cough and said, "So you have grown up, hey? It feels like that it was just yesterday when I picked the brat you once were and now you here we are. Time does flow very quickly." He paused for a while and was remembering the past. Volley was still tensed and was wondering what would he say. Azazel came out of thinking and said, "Anyways, it seems like I will now be passing my legacy on to you." He then summoned a book through his magic and gave it to Volley. Volley took the book hesitatingly and then read the title, The Art of True Perversion by Azazel. Vala looked at the book with a confused look and was about to ask whether Azazel had given something wrong to him, but the Azazel spoke. That book contains all the methods for all types of perverts. From beginners to pros, it's a well-compiled book and its ways are certified by millions of people all around the world. It will surely help you. And as my own son, it is not acceptable in the least that you get caught while peeping on the ladies while they are bathing. Azazel remained serious throughout his whole speech. Vala was looking at him with a dumbfounded expression and then said, "Ha!" Azazel then stood up and made a fist and said, "From now on I will be giving you lectures on perversion personally. You should feel lucky, not everyone is able to take them for free," he said while rubbing his beard. Vala then came out of shock and asked, Wait a minute, what are you talking about?" Azazel smiled at him and said, "There is no reason to be shy, you are just a healthy growing boy. It only means that I was correct in your upbringing." Vala was still confused and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand a bit." Azazel looked at him and said, "Weren't you caught while peeping on women bathing in a hot spring and was beaten to hell by your friend because her family was in there as well? Seriously though, I am a bit surprised that he was able to beat you to pulp. But he is a good friend you got. He even gave a discount coupon of the recently famous restaurant in Kuaha." He showed the coupon to Vala and then said, "I am glad that you have got some great friends." Vala, who now understood what happened, immediately took the letter and read it. After reading the letter he was fuming with rage and thought, "That bastard, I will kick his ass the next time we meet." Albion too was laughing very hard and was saying, "You got played by that brat. Ha 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 ha, seriously, how the hell could he think of something like this? It is hilarious, ha 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 ha." Vala was getting more pissed by his laughing and shouted in his mind, "Shut up, Albion." Azazel placed his hand on Vala's shoulder and said, "Make sure to master the art of perversion, it is our legacy after all." Hearing him, Vala finally snapped and shouted, "Tatsuya, I will kill you." 43. I love you all. After all the things were over, Tatsuya teleported back to his house. He opened the door and entered the house. He checked the house with his presence detection and found everyone. All the girls were sleeping in his room. Tatsuya sighed and decided to take a bath. After taking a bath he went to the kitchen, he made himself some overnight snack and after eating it he went and slept on the couch. The next morning he woke up, he found Kurumi sleeping with him. He shrugged it off and held her tightly and went back to sleep. Kurumi, who was awakened by his action, blushed and held him more tightly and snuggled up to him and slept as well. After sleeping a few more hours, Tatsuya suddenly woke up because he felt some killing intent. He got ready and looked at source of the killing intent and found Miyuki glaring at him. Tatsuya sighed and asked, "What happened?" Miyuki didn't said anything and kept glaring at him. Tatsuya, who was a bit confused, looked around him and found Kurumi sleeping with him. Now understanding what happened, he sighed and said, "It's not my fault, she was the one who came on the couch I was sleeping on." Miyuki was dissatisfied by his answer and said, "But you could have just kicked her off the couch." Tatsuya looked weirdly at Miyuki and asked, "And why would I do that?" Hearing his question, Miyuki fell silent, not knowing how to answer. Seeing that she was not answering, Tatsuya said, "You can't answer me, can you?" Tatsuya sighed and said, "Just think about it, how would you feel if I were to shove you away every time you try to act clingy to me?" Miyuki tried imagining what Tatsuya just said and then broke out crying. Seeing her cry, Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Feels bad, right? I too would feel the same if any of you were to do that to me." And hugged Miyuki and started consoling her. While he kept consoling Miyuki, both Kurumi and Himari had woken up and were sitting near them. Himari wanted to ask what was happening, but seeing Miyuki crying she stopped and waited for her to calm down. Once Miyuki stopped crying, Tatsuya looked at her and said, "I know that you do like me and being possessive for the one you like is understandable and I don't mind you being possessive, just tone it down a little because it do hurts me seeing you get hurt, but you understand that just like you those two like me as well. Just think how do they feel seeing the person they like with other girls." Tatsuya then lowered his head and said, "I do know that I am a scumbag and apologize to you all, but I cannot choose any one of you over the other, and if you dislike me for being indecisive then you..." Just as he was about to continue, all the three girls put their hands on his mouth and said, "Now, why are you being so overdramatic? It doesn't suit you at all." Tatsuya sighed and said, "Yeah, you are right, those cliché lines were making me want to puke. Anyways, you understand what I meant to say, right? It's up to you guys to decide." Kurumi grinned and said, "What are you taking about? You are my Jinchuriki and also I cannot survive in this world without being connected to you, so we are stuck together for our whole life." Himari then placed her hand on his shoulder and said, "I too am not leaving as you did promise me to take responsibility for me, though you meant as a pet, but still you are going to take care of me and I have already raised my status from your cat to your lover, right?" She smiled and looked at Tatsuya and said, "And besides, if I leave you alone, who is going to cook food for you when you are tired? I cannot depend on these fool who only know two things in kitchen, boiling the water and freezing ice cubes." Both Miyuki and Kurumi glared at Himari, who looked back at them with a smug look on her face. Seeing her smug, both of them wanted to rebuke, but they knew that what Himari was saying was true. Miyuki then looked at Tatsuya and said, "And I cannot leave you as well, because if I leave you alone, who is going to protect you from all the horny bitches who are eyeing you on the street? And I will also try to tone my possessiveness down a bit, but only a bit. When she said that, both Himari and Kurumi looked at her weirdly and said, "Who are you, imposter? Where is the cold-hearted Yandere girl we know? You are not Miyuki, where is she?" Hearing them, Miyuki's lips twitched and she said, "If not for Oni-sama hugging me right now, you two would have been done for." Seeing their interaction, Tatsuya laughed and said, "Looks like you all are stuck with me, hey? Well, I will try my best so that you are not going to get rid of me soon." And smiled at them. Seeing his smile, they were mesmerized and thought at the same time, "I have a feeling that there will be many more joining us later. Well, whatever, it cannot be helped, after all he is the best." Tatsuya, who saw them motionless, sighed and enclosed them in a bear hug and said, "I love you all." Hearing him, they all snuggled closer to him and said, "We already know." 44. I am a god. After talking with each other for a bit longer, they all decided to have breakfast and Tatsuya decided to check on Ingvild and Kuisha. Tatsuya knocked on the door and waited for a response. After a while, Tatsuya heard A come in and entered the room. Tatsuya looked at both his guests and asked Kuisha, "How are you feeling?" Hearing his question, Kuisha started to check her body and after confirming everything, she looked at Tatsuya and said, "It's better than before." She then gave a sigh and said, "I still cannot believe how can I heal so fast." Tatsuya, who saw her reaction, chuckled. Seeing him chuckle, Kuisha looked at him and asked, "What's so funny here?" Tatsuya stopped chuckling and said, "Nothing. Anyways, it's good that you are feeling well and you are healing faster because I enhanced your recovery using my magic." He then looked at Ingvild and asked, "Is there any change in her since then?" Kuisha too looked at Ingvild and said with a sad tone, "Unfortunately, no. There is still no change in her condition." Suddenly Tatsuya placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you did what you could, now it's my job to heal her." Hearing him, Kuisha smiled and said, "Well then, make sure that you don't waste my hard work and heal her soon." Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Getting ahead of yourself at," and flicked her forehead. Kuisha's face twitched in pain and then she glared at Tatsuya and said, "What the hell was that for?" Tatsuya didn't said anything and smiled and then again flicked her forehead. Kuisha looked at Tatsuya with rage and said, "Hey, I." Before she could say anything, Tatsuya flicked her forehead again. This kept on happening for a while and finally, unable to bear, Kuisha looked at Tatsuya with tears in her eyes and said, "Stop, stop, I apologize for getting ahead of myself." Tatsuya again moved his hands towards her and seeing that Kuisha shut her eyes close. But instead of feeling pain, she felt comfortable and looked up. Tatsuya, who was easing her pain with his magic, looked at her and said, "Sorry about that." Kuisha wanted to snap at him but refrained from doing that. She glared at Tatsuya and thought, "Once I am healed and these restraints are removed, I will pay you back for all the mean things that you did to me," and started laughing inside her mind. Tatsuya heard her thoughts through telepathy and sighed. He healed her forehead and then removed his hand. Kuisha looked at him with a slight disappointment but didn't say anything. Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Well, I will be going for now and will return to treat her later. Make sure to rest well and wait for me." And ruffled her hair. Kuisha snorted and said, "Stop ruining my hair and just go." She then looked away and smiled. Tatsuya left the room and went to have breakfast with others. He asked Himura to even prepare something for the guests and then left for work. After working for several hours in his restaurant, Tatsuya left and decided to go back home. After entering the house, Tatsuya took a bath and got refreshed. He then went towards the room Kuisha and Ingvild was in. He knocked on the door and after waiting for a while, entered. He looked at Kuisha, raised his hand and said, "Yo," and went towards her. He then took something out of his storage and placed in front of Kuisha. Kuisha looked at the thing in front of her and saw a paper cup filled with some sort of drink in it. She then looked at Tatsuya with a confused look and asked, "What is this?" Tatsuya looked at her blankly and said, "Milkshake." And then went toward Ingvild and started transferring his magic while drinking one himself. Kuisha too didn't thought much and decided to sip on hers silently. They kept on talking to each other while Tatsuya was in the room so as to kill some time. After hours of waiting, Ingvild's finger twitched a little. Seeing the change in her condition, Tatsuya stopped talking and started to pump more energy into her to the point she started glowing. Seeing the change, Kuisha too looked at both of them intently. Her hopes of treating Sareorg's mother were increasing as she was seeing Tatsuya cure Ingvild. And after a long wait, Ingvild finally opened her eyes. After getting her senses back to normal, she started looking around and saw a handsome boy standing near her and a beautiful girl lying on one bed. She looked at both of them and asked in a confused voice, "Where am I?" Kuisha was about to answer but Tatsuya suddenly stopped her and said, "You are in a place where mortals like you appear before going for an afterlife." Ingvild and Kuisha, who heard him, had different reactions. Kuisha was wondering what Tatsuya was doing but didn't interrupted him and let him do as he pleased. Ingvild, who heard Tatsuya, was even more confused and asked, "What afterlife? Am I dead or what?" Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Yes, my child, you are dead indeed and is about to go to the next plane from here on, depending on your deeds, and by checking your records I can even let you live in a different world with a wish, no less, or you can go to heaven and live your life peacefully there." Ingvild then looked at him intently and asked, "Are you some kind of god?" "That's true, my child, I am the god who is in charge of soul management and decides where souls of the dead go." He then dramatically opened his arms and his body started glowing. He looked at Ingvild and asked, "So ask my child, what do you desire? You have one wish, so think carefully." 45. You lied to me. Ingvild, who heard him, remained silent and was digesting the information she got. After she was done, she looked back at Tatsuya and asked, "Can I go back in my own world?" Tatsuya shook his head and said, "No, that's not possible, as in your world you are already dead." Hearing him, Ingvild got depressed and looked down. Seeing her, Tatsuya too got a bit sad and said, "I cannot send you to your world in your time, but I can still send you a few years after you died." Ingvild raised her head and looked at Tatsuya with some hope. She asked, "How many years further?" Tatsuya looked back at her and said, 100 years. Ingvild's face became neutral and she looked intently at Tatsuya and asked, "How can you say 100 years is a few?" Tatsuya, who heard her, looked back at her with a neutral expression as well and said, "It's the best offer I can give, take it or leave it." Ingvild then again started thinking and after a while sighed and said, "Okay, I want to go back to my own world." Tatsuya then asked her with an intrigued voice, "It shall be done, but may I ask, why do you want to go back to your own world when there is nothing that you will recognize, as the civilization has advanced a lot since then? You even had the option to go to another world and start from the beginning." Ingvild then showed a helpless smile and said, "I want to go back to my old world because I have not yet seen anything there. The only thing that I have seen is my own town, the sea, and I only had some friends. That's why I want to go back to my old world and explore it and make more friends." Tatsuya still looked confused and asked, "But can't you do the same in the new world? You can explore it and even make new friends there, so why do you want to go back?" Ingvild then said, "I want to explore my world first and want to experience it whole. Even if the idea of a new world is intriguing, I somehow still feel attached to my own world." Tatsuya looked at her and thought, cliché. But then Ingvild made a serious expression and said, "Plus there is also a possibility that the new world is not safe. What if it is a world that treats women unfairly? There is also a possibility of being sent to dangerous location. I can even be sent there, creature. There are lots and lots of unsuitable possibilities in that new world and I even know nothing about it." Listening to her, Tatsuya too got impressed by her intellect and asked, "Then how can you believe there are no such things in your previous world? After all, the society surely would have undergone a change in 100 years. Ingvild heard his question and answered with a smile, "I don't know that, I am just taking a gamble here. And there is also a fact that I at least know something about my own world, like language and sorts. I know that I am taking a big gamble, but that's all what I can think of." Tatsuya then rubbed his chin and asked, "Then what about going to the heaven? You also have that option?" Ingvild shook her head and said, "That's a big no, because what I said in the beginning is also true, I still want to explore the world and make new friends." Tatsuya looked at her with a neutral expression and asked, "Are you sure? There are many who would want what you are simply refusing." Ingvild smiled and said, "I will think of going there the next time I will die. After all, even if I die again, I will come back here, right?" Tatsuya smiled and said, "That's true. Then what is the wish that you want?" Ingvild smiled brightly and said, "The wish I want is high immunity to diseases of all kinds." Tatsuya then looked at her with a confused expression and asked, "Why do you want that? You can easily ask for power, money, looks, etc., and all you want is immunity." "Why?" Ingvild then again smiled helplessly and said, "You see, I was not able to explore the world and make a lot of friends because my body was always prone to diseases and most of the time I was on my bed, so this time I want to avoid all that." Tatsuya gave an understanding nod and then raised his hand and pointed it in Ingvild. Ingvild looked at his hand and then suddenly her body started glowing. She started checking her body and thought, "This feels so good and even the pain in my body is easing. Ah, what a bliss." Her body then stopped glowing and she looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya looked back at her as well and said, "I have fulfilled your wish and you are now back in your world. Now step out of the room and walk straight in the hallway. Once you reach a room with a big table at the center, you will find 3 girls there. Ask them to help you check your body's physical condition. Tell them that Tatsuya said so." He then motioned at the door and said, "Now go." Ingvild only nodded and then stepped out of the room. Once the door was closed and Tatsuya made sure that Ingvild was gone, Tatsuya sighed and said, "Talking like that felt way too weird. I am not doing that again." Koisha, who was silent during the whole ordeals, finally opened her mouth and asked, "What the hell was that?" Tatsuya looked at her and said with a neutral tone, "Consequences of making me sit here without doing anything." Koisha looked at him with a deadpan expression and asked, "Was that fine for us to do that?" Tatsuya waved his hand and said, "Relax, it's not a big deal, besides she did wake up after 100 years. I was more worried about what to do if she asked to transport her to another world." Koisha thought for a bit and then shrugged her shoulders and said, "Whatever, it was not me who said anything. You would be the only one who will bear the consequences anyway." Hearing her, Tatsuya's lips twitched a bit. She then looked at him and asked, "And what was that glow on her?" Tatsuya then again looked at her and said, Oh that, I just eased the soreness in her body joints and healed the after effects of the treatment, that's all. Just as he finished saying that, the door of the room was suddenly opened and then a purple blur was seen. The next moment Ingvild was holding Tatsuya's collar and was shaking him while saying, "You lied to me." 46. We are your parents. Happy New Year to you guys. After Ingvild calmed down a bit and stopped shaking Tatsuya, she started to get embarrassed and covered her face with her hands. Tatsuya adjusted his clothes, then looked towards Ingvild and then said, "Sorry," with a slight bow, and then stood there in silence. Feeling awkward by the silence, Ingvild looked at Tatsuya from between her fingers, and when she saw him not in the slightest bit flustered and his neutral expression, she became even more nervous. Seeing that how nervous she was feeling, Tatsuya sighed and said, "Sit down first, let us explain what happened for you to be present here, or more clearly, what we actually know about." Ingvild sheepishly nodded her head and sat down on the bed she was lying on, and Tatsuya sat beside Koisha. Tatsuya then looked at Ingvild and said, "My name is Tatsuya, a human, and this lazy person who remain lying all the time is Koisha, a devil. We are your actual parents." Both the girls became motionless after hearing what he said. Ingvild started muttering, "My actual mom and dad. My parents look as old as me, does that mean that I will never grow up just like them?" Soon Koisha came out of shock and shouted, "Who are you calling lazy, you bastard? I am still recovering, and besides, how the hell she became my daughter?" Suddenly the door of the room was opened with a loud "this" and the room suddenly became cold. Tatsuya looked in the direction and saw Miyuki, whose eyes were covered with hair. There were also Himari and Kurumi behind her, sighing. Miyuki looked up and said in a cold voice, "Which of you bitch has a daughter with Ani-sama? Tell me now." Seeing her, both Koisha and Ingvild got scared, and Ingvild immediately pointed at Koisha. Koisha too wanted to point at Ingvild but could not, as her hands were broken. Koisha gulped her saliva and then looked at Miyuki with fear and said, Wait Miyuki, this is a misunderstanding, I have no relationship with Tatsuya. He is just pulling a prank." But all her pleas were in vain, and Miyuki started walking towards her and said, "You harlot, you dare taint Ani-sama with your worthlessness. My Oni-sama. You need to die." Miyuki then formed an ice spike and continued walking. She again looked at the scared Koisha and said, "Don't worry though, I will give you a painless death, and I promise to not kill your child because she also belonged to Ani-sama." Miyuki was about to stab Koisha, but Tatsuya stopped her hand and then gave her a light head chop. Miyuki then looked at Tatsuya with her normal expression and asked, "What happened, Ani-sama? Why do you hit me?" Seeing her sudden change, both Koisha and Ingvild were speechless. Both Himari and Kurumi were trying their very best not to laugh on seeing their reactions. Tatsuya then held Miyuki's face and moved it so that she faced Ingvild and asked, "What age do you think she is?" Miyuki looked at Ingvild intently and then turned towards Tatsuya with a smile and said, "She is probably around my age." Tatsuya nodded and smiled and said, "Then how the hell do you think that I can make a child when I was just a year old?" Hearing his question, Miyuki blanked for a while and then asked, "Then about the child?" Tatsuya sighed and said, "It was just a prank." "Geez, you jump to conclusions too quickly, you should analyze the situation first before taking any actions, understand?" And started petting her head. Receiving the head pat, Miyuki was in bliss. After petting her for a while, Tatsuya stopped making her feel a bit disappointed, but she became normal and turned towards Koisha and said, "I am sorry for threatening you just now, I hope that you don't take it too seriously." Hearing her apology, Koisha rapidly started shaking her head and said, "No, you don't have to apologize, it was just a misunderstanding. The one who is actually at fault here is Tatsuya. If he didn't try to make such a prank, there would be no such problem." Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Are you really sure that you should speak badly of me? If not for me, not even Himari and Kurumi could have saved you. Maybe next time I should not stop her." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Koisha bowing her head as much as she could. Koisha, who suddenly thought about what would have happened if Tatsuya would have not stopped Miyuki again, became frightened and bowed her head and said, "I am very grateful for received your kindness, Tatsuya-sama, I will always remember it and will help you whenever you would be in need of me." Tatsuya nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Good, there is no problem as long as you understand. You may raise your head now." Koisha then raised her head and gave a sigh of relief. Suddenly she felt a hand on her shoulder and she turned her head and saw Himari. Himari looked at her and said, "You will be used to all this in time." Koisha wasn't sure what to say and simply nodded her head. 47. Welcome to the team. After everyone was calmed down, Tatsuya turned towards Ingvild and said, "Sorry for all that." Ingvild didn't said anything and continued to stare at him. She then sighed and said, "I am Ingvild Leviathan, a human/devil hybrid, I hope that you will not pull any more pranks." Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Of course, I hope that we get along from now on." Ingvild nodded her head and said, "I hope so as well. Now are you going to tell me why am I here?" Tatsuya nodded her head and then looked at Koisha and said, "Your turn now." Koisha nodded her head and then started explaining Ingvild about the situation. After Koisha stopped talking, Ingvild started thinking. Tatsuya, who saw this, looked at her and said, "Take your time, we are not in a hurry." Ingvild nodded her head and continued. After a while she looked back at others and said, looks like I really slept for 100 years. She then turned towards Tatsuya and bowed her head a bit and said, thank you for curing me, I am very grateful to you. If there is anything that you want my help with then don't hesitate to ask. Tatsuya waved his hand and said, no problem there, and even if I would not have helped, you would have woken up in a few years or so. I just lessened the time in which you would have woken up. Ingvild then looked at him and said, even so I am very grateful for that. And smiled. Tatsuya only nodded his head and then stood silent. Koisha then looked at Tatsuya and asked, Tatsuya, you just said that you only decreased the time she needed to recover. What do you mean by that? Hearing her question, Tatsuya turned serious and said, what I mean is that I was not the one who was curing her, she was already being cured by her sacred gear who was absorbing her energy to take its form, I only supplied it with more energy to fasten its pace. Tatsuya then turned towards Ingvild and asked, now what will you do? Where will you stay from now on? Ingvild thought for a while and then said, I don't know, but I will work something out. You don't have to be worried about me. Tatsuya looked at her sternly and said, who said I was worrying about you? Looks like you don't understand my question. He then sighed and looked back at her and said, let me reframe it. What I mean to ask is, how are you going to survive in the world right now? Hearing his question all of them became confused, and seeing all of them Tatsuya gave an annoyed sigh and said, you guys seriously don't understand a thing? I am saying that you are not just any devil, you are a descendant of the former devil king Leviathan. Once the factions come to know of your existence your life will become a literal hell. The new devils will probably try to either kill you or would torture to interrogate you, and the old devil faction will surely try to recruit you and use you in the power struggle. Not to mention the angels and fallen angels will also come after your head. And don't tell me that you can lay low in this world forever. So I ask you again, what will you do now? Hearing all the things that could happen to her, Ingvild became uncertain of her earlier decision and started thinking what to do. Koisha wanted to ask her to join Sareorg's peerage, but the fact that Tatsuya told about what the devils would do to her once they come to know of her existence made her stop. She then began thinking about a solution for her problem but couldn't think of anything. Same thing was going on with the other girls present in the room. Tatsuya finally stepped forward and said, if you don't have anywhere to go then why don't you join my team? All of them then looked at Tatsuya speechlessly. Noticing all the gazes at him, Tatsuya looked back at them and asked, what? Koisha was the first to speak and she said, I didn't know that you were a good person. Tatsuya's brows twitched a bit and he said, aren't you freeloading on this good person's home? Hearing him, Koisha became red from embarrassment and looked away. Ingvild then looked at Tatsuya and asked, why do you want me to be in your team? Tatsuya then looked back at Ingvild and shrugged his shoulders and said, I am not being good to you, you can call it something like an investment. Having a descendant of a devil king with a sacred gear no less. Is there anything that I can argue to not ask you to join my team? Tatsuya then raised his hand and said, in return you will get, and started counting on his fingers, 1, a shelter 2, nutrition 3, training for fighting and self-defense 4, and of course the protection from all other factions. I don't want to brag, but I can assure you that the only people who know that we belong to the supernatural world are only the people whom we told about it ourselves. So what is your answer? And also you will also help in house chores and sometimes work in the restaurant if there is too much rush. Ingvild then began thinking, and after thinking for a while she looked at Tatsuya and said, I would like to join but I don't want to trouble you and put you all in danger. Hearing her, Tatsuya sighed and said, look, if you are not joining only because you don't want to put us in danger then that's no worry for us. All of us are pretty strong and I can annihilate any enemy we face. Ingvild then asked, if you can annihilate anyone then why are you making a team? Tatsuya looked at her and said, well, I am forming a team because even though I can annihilate anyone there are still times when I may not be able to reach on time, and at those time having a group would be better for my team as most of the time Kurumi would be with me, making these two left alone to face the enemy. So I am forming a group only to reassure myself that nothing happens to the others in my team. Ingvild then squinted her eyes a bit and asked, then do you mean that if I was not capable enough you would not have asked me to join your team? Tatsuya nodded her head and said, yes, I would not have asked you to join my team then. Protecting such a comrade is no problem for me, but not being able to protect such a comrade when I am not nearby will make me more depressed. And it would not be only me, others in the team would also feel sad if such a thing were to happen. Tatsuya then looked away and said, I don't want that, I don't want to see a comrade die when I am still alive. He didn't turn back and said, I will ask you one last time, will you join my team? Ingvild looked at him for a while and then hugged him and said, okay, I will join. I don't want to see my savior sad, and besides you did promise me that you will protect me as well, right? And smiled. Tatsuya also smiled and said, of course, welcome to the team Ingvild, I hope that we get along well. 48. Going to the underworld. After joining the team, Ingvild has also started living in the Shiba residence. Most of her time is usually spent on learning about the changes that the society has undergone in the past century. Tatsuya has also started training her, which sometimes made her question herself whether her decision of joining his team was correct or not, but she stopped complaining once she Tatsuya's cooking and now trains diligently. Tatsuya also checks the condition of her body from time to time so as to confirm if her body is properly healed or not. She has also learned the most important rule of the Shiba household: no one touched the coffee jelly. Ingvild has also come to admire Tatsuya because of him being an all-rounder. Seeing his battle against both Himari and Miyuki made her speechless. Like this, a week passed and now Koisha has been fully healed. Tatsuya went to her room and entered without knocking. As he entered the room, he saw a naked Koisha changing her clothes. They made eye contact with each other and stared for a while. Tatsuya then turned around and said, "Sorry, force of habit," and left the room. Koisha was left blushing inside the room and she quickly changed her clothes and then quickly went out of the room. As soon as she opened the door and stepped forward, she crashed into Tatsuya, making her fall backwards, but before she fell, Tatsuya caught her and then made her stand still. She glared at him and said, "Don't you have the decency of knocking before entering the room?" Tatsuya rubbed the back of his head and said sheepishly, "Sorry about that, but hey, look on the bright side, it showed me how much your health has improved over the past week. Before you came here you were not even able to move your hands and legs, and now you are able to change your clothes and is also able to run after me. So when you take all that into consideration, what all happened was only a small price to pay." Hearing him, Koisha got a bit angry and said, "You just saw a woman's naked body, do you think that is a petty thing?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "I didn't said that it was a petty thing, in fact I felt that the view was great. I can already say that you would turn out to be a beautiful woman once you grow up." When she heard what Tatsuya said, she blushed and said, "That's not the problem here." Tatsuya then sighed and said, "Then if it makes you feel any better, then you can see me naked as well," and started to take out his shirt, but before he could take it off, Koisha caught his hands and said while blushing, "Stop, stop, stop, there is no need for that, I forgive you," and sighed. She then took a glance at his body and blushed more. Tatsuya then adjusted his clothes and then looked at Koisha, who was looking down in shame. Sighing, Tatsuya put a hand on her head and started petting her and said, "I am sorry." She didn't said anything and only nodded her head. Tatsuya petted her head for a while, and once he thought that Koisha was back to normal, he stopped. He then looked at her seriously and said, "I have checked Ingvild's body during the course of week and there have been no problems yet seen with her condition. But I cannot say the same for the other patient because the reason for her improvement is mostly because of her sacred gear." Koisha also turned serious and then said, "I understand, I will not blame you for anything. Even if you improve her condition a bit, we would be really grateful to you." Tatsuya nodded in response. She then looked confused and asked, "By the way, what sacred gear does Ingvild possess?" Tatsuya looked at her with a deadpan expression and said, "Do you really think that I will tell you the information about my teammates?" When she heard that, she pouted and looked away. Tatsuya poked her cheeks and said, "Let's go and have breakfast." Even though Koisha was a bit angry, she still nodded her head and thought, "He makes me flustered so easily, what the hell is with this guy? Ugh, I will surely pay him back in future." Tatsuya smiled and thought, "Good luck with that," and then went to have breakfast with others. Once the breakfast was done, Tatsuya looked at the others and said, "Miyuki, Himari, Ingvild and Kurumi, I will be going to the underworld today along with the Koisha to treat the other patients, so I allow you all to take a day off from training as well." He then passed an envelope to them and said, "There is some money here, you can use it as you all like." Miyuki then looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Unii-sama, can I tag along as well?" To which Tatsuya shook his head in denial and said, "No, you can't, we are still not sure what are their intentions yet, and even if I trust Koisha a bit, but we still don't know what would they plan against us. So I cannot put all of your lives in danger." Ingvild then looked worried and asked, "Will you be okay? Your life would not be in danger, right?" Tatsuya then smiled at her, making her mesmerized, and said, "There is nothing to worry about, I will not be harmed, and even if the situation takes turn for worse I can simply teleport back, or I can even destroy that faction." Tatsuya then looked at them with seriousness and said, "Listen carefully, if there is anything wrong here, contact me immediately, you all are my first priority after all." He then looked at Kurumi and said, "I am leaving you here, so you are the in charge, make sure to protect them." Kurumi nodded and said, "You don't have to be worried, they all are self-capable, and if the situation arises I will fight as well." Tatsuya nodded and then looked at Koisha and said, "Then let's go to the underworld now." Koisha then looked at him and said, "There is just a slight problem, you cannot travel with my magic circle because you are not a part of my master's peerage." Tatsuya looked back at her and then said, "You don't have to be worried about that, I can travel on my own, you just need to lock your location and I will teleport there as well." Koisha nodded and made her magic circle, and after confirming the location, Tatsuya made his as well. He looked at his team for one last time and then said, "I will be going now, make sure to enjoy your day off and don't even think about touching my coffee jelly." His team nodded and said, "Make sure to come back soon." Tatsuya nodded and smiled at them, making all of them blush. He then looked at Koisha and nodded his head. Koisha, who saw him, nodded her head in response as well. Tatsuya then looked at his circle and said, "Underworld, here I come." And then both of them disappeared. 49. Hold back. Tatsuya and Koisha appeared in some sort of garden with their respective magic circles underneath them. Tatsuya then started checking his surroundings and saw a purple sky, a garden where they appeared in a small mansion near it. Koisha then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Welcome to the underworld, we are currently in my master's territory, or you can also call it our home. Me and all of my master's peerage members live here." Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Though I don't think that I have to remind you, but make sure if anyone from your side takes action against me, I will not stay still as well." Koisha also nodded her head and then sheepishly asked, "Can you at least not go too hard on them, if they attack because of some misunderstanding?" Tatsuya then sighed and nodded. He then thought, "I have a feeling that they will definitely attack me now." Koisha then started walking and then said, "Follow me." Tatsuya didn't said anything and silently followed her. Once they reached the front of the mansion, Koisha turned towards Tatsuya and said, "Wait here." Koisha then walked towards the door and then pushed the doorbell. After a while a voice was heard, "Who is there?" Koisha didn't took much time and said, "It's me." As soon as she said that, various noises were heard by the both of them. Tatsuya looked at Koisha, who looked back at him with a wry smile. Then suddenly the door opened and various people came out of the mansion. A blonde girl then stepped forward and grabbed Koisha's shoulders and then started shaking her and asked, "Where were you all this time? Do you know how worried I was?" Then an orange-haired young man stepped forward and said, "Stop that, Koreana, how will she answer if you keep on shaking her like that?" He then turned towards Koisha and said, "I am glad that you came back safely." While this was going on, Tatsuya was silently looking at them with a smile and thought, "She has a good family." Then suddenly two men, one with green hair and one with blonde hair, noticed Tatsuya and asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" This brought everyone's attention at him and they all started looking at him curiously. Tatsuya simply looked at Koisha and said, "Explain the situation to your friends." Koisha was about to speak, but then a giant man who was practically made of rocks walked towards Tatsuya and said, "Didn't you hear? We asked you what are you doing here? Answer now." Koisha then grasped everyone's attention and said, "Stop it, you guys, he was the one who helped me earlier. If not for him I would not be able to return home." But then a silver armor-cladded person said, "So you mean to say that a human helped you overcome a situation which you, a devil, could not? I don't believe it. That human must have used some sort of magic on her." Hearing him, all the other males except for the orange-haired one gathered around Tatsuya. The girl named Koreana sighed and said, "Guys, I don't believe that she is under some sort of spell. Why don't you ask her first? It could also be a misunderstanding." But the same armor guy spoke again, "We will surely interrogate him, but after we restrain him first. We don't know what his intentions are yet." Then the green-haired guy pointed his staff at him and said, "Answer, human, did you use any sort of magic on her?" But the stone guy stopped him and said, "Leave that for later." He then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Surrender now, and we will make sure that you are not harmed much." When Tatsuya heard him, he gave a tired sigh, and seeing him, Koisha face-palmed and said, "So much for my promise of not making trouble for him. Those guys are now in serious trouble." Hearing her, Koreana looked at her with widened eyes and asked, "Is that handsome guy really that strong?" Koisha continued to look at Tatsuya and said, "See for yourself, it will be over soon." This made both Koreana and the orange-haired guy curious, and they too looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya then took his hand out of his pocket and then stretched them and said, "You know what? You just fucked up." Tatsuya then used his telekinesis and all of them started floating in air, making them surprised. Tatsuya didn't let them say anything and then started revolving them around him at a very high speed and then finally made them crash against each other and let them fall unconsciously on the ground. Seeing what Tatsuya just did, the remaining three were looking at him with amazement. Even Koisha was shocked seeing what Tatsuya just did. Tatsuya then looked at the orange-haired guy and asked, "You are not going to join Mr. Lion?" This made him shocked, but he overcame it quickly and said, "I have no such intentions. On the other hand, I would like to apologize to you on their behalf, they are still a bit immature." Tatsuya shook his head and said, "As long as they understand." Koisha then came out of shock and looked at Tatsuya for a while. Feeling her gaze, Tatsuya looked at her and asked, "What?" Koisha then pointed at the pile of bodies, her teammates, and said, "Didn't you say that you would go easy?" Tatsuya looked at her with a weird look and said, "Didn't I held back enough? What do you want me to do, kick on their balls?" Hearing his answer, Koisha sighed and said, "Whatever, it was their fault to begin with, but please hold back a bit more the next time they fight you." Tatsuya gave an annoyed sigh and thought, "I will crush their balls the next time they decide to attack me without any reason." 50. Meeting Sarayorg. After helping the unconscious comrades Koisha, Koreana, and the orange-haired guy made way towards Tatsuya. The orange-haired guy bowed a little and said, "I am Regulus, the pawn of my master Sarayorg Bale, and once again I apologize to you on their behalf. I hope you do not hold a grudge against us." Tatsuya waved his hand and said, "You don't have to apologize again, my name is Tatsuya Shiba, I hope we get along in the future." The guy also nodded his head and said, "I hope so as well." And they both shook their hands. Then the blonde girl besides Koisha came forward and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Coriana Andre Alpha Saray Orgsama's bishop. I hope we get along well. Are you Koisha's boyfriend?" Hearing this, Koisha blushed and glared at Coriana and said, "WW, what are you saying, we are not like that." But Tatsuya stepped forward and looked in her eyes, making her look back in his eyes as well. Koisha was mesmerized by him but then came out of it when Tatsuya said, "Why are you being shy to tell her about our relationship, she is your friend right?" Coriana's eyes then shined and she looked at Koisha and said, "Really, Koisha got herself a boyfriend, now that's interesting." Koisha snapped and said, "There is no such thing like that, he is not my boyfriend." Tatsuya then placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't be shy, you know Coriana, during the whole time she was at my place, I fed her all her meals with my own hands. We even slept in the same room." Hearing him, Koisha's forehead was twitching and she shouted, "That was because I was unable to eat myself because of my broken hands. And you stayed in the same room because you had to heal Ingvilt." Tatsuya just smiled and said, "Your flustered expression is really cute." And Koisha immediately blushed. Tatsuya then turned to the other two and said, "Now jokes aside, I would like to do my work soon, so if it is not a trouble can I meet your king?" Both Regulus and Coriana became a bit serious and asked, "What business do you have with Saray Orgsama?" Hearing the question, Koisha also came out of her stupor and said, "I will explain it all, once we see master, it would also be better to explain all of them together." While pointing at the corpses, her friends Coriana and Regulus nodded and said, "Okay then, follow us." Tatsuya nodded and started following them while lifting the corpses with his telekinesis. Walking in the large hallway, they encountered some maids and butlers on the way who respectfully bowed on seeing the peerage members while also looking weirdly at Tatsuya and the floating corpses. After walking for a while, Tatsuya and the others reached a room with a large door. Regulus then stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon a voice saying, "Who?" was heard and Regulus calmly said, "Master, it's me, Regulus." Then a "Come in" was heard. Regulus asked the others to wait and then went inside. After waiting for a while, Regulus came out and said, "You all may come in." With a nervous face. Seeing the nervousness on his face, Tatsuya used his telepathy to hear his thoughts and then gave a mental sigh. All of them entered the room and no sooner did Tatsuya enter the room he was welcomed by a fist. Tatsuya simply caught the fist and punched the person who attacked him, making him crash to the wall and successfully knocking him out cold. Tatsuya then looked at Regulus, who was looking at him with a apologetic expression, and said, "Sorry for such inconvenience, but as soon as master knew that you beat all 5 of them without any effort, he became excited and wanted to fight you. I truly apologize for his behavior." And gave a deep bow to Tatsuya, followed by Koisha and Coriana, who were bowing as well. Tatsuya just sighed and asked, "Where should I keep them?" All 3 of them looked up and had a grateful look on their faces. After a while, Saray Org woke up and then clutched his stomach in pain. He then looked around and saw 5 members of his peerage knocked out cold. He then started thinking about what happened and then suddenly stood up and saw Tatsuya and the others sitting on a sofa while having some tea. Tatsuya noticed him and then said, "You sure show some nice hospitality to others." Hearing him, the other 3 also looked at Saray Org and stood up and slightly bowed to him. Saray Org raised his hand and stopped them and said, "What can I do? I became so much excited when I heard that you beat most of my peerage with such ease. By the way, I am Saray Org Bale, the king of this peerage." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Tatsuya Shiba, nice to meet you." Saray Org then clenched his fist and said, "Tatsuya, hey, you are strong, I will fight you again sometime." Tatsuya stared at him with a deadpan expression and then sighed and said, Sure, whatever. Now are you all still going to pretend to be unconscious?" All of them then looked at the corpses, who fidgeted a bit when Tatsuya mentioned them and slowly stood up with an embarrassed expression. Tatsuya then nodded and said, "Good, now that all of you are conscious, kindly take your seats and Koisha start explaining." All of them nodded their heads and followed his instructions. After Koisha was done explaining, all of them were silent while Tatsuya was simply sipping on his tea. Saray Org was clutching his fist in anger and then smashed it on the table and said, "Those damn geezers!" and cursed the higher-ups for trying to sell Ingvilt, because of which Koisha got in danger. The others were also angry but were controlling themselves. He then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Tatsuya, I am very grateful to you for saving my queen, if not for you we would not be able to see her again, thank you." Tatsuya waved his hands and said, "It's alright, more importantly let's talk about the main business that I came here for, Koisha, if you may." Koisha nodded her head and said, "Saray Org-sama, you do know that the lady who was kidnapped along with me was also suffering from the same disease as Miss Lasama, right?" Saray Org nodded his head and said, "Yeah, that's why I sent you to check on her condition, because she was suffering from a similar disease like mother's." Koisha nodded and said, "After we were rescued by Tatsuya, he said that he was able to heal her and did so a few days ago. She seemed to be back to her normal healthy condition and I have witnessed this all from my own eyes." Tatsuya also nodded and said, "Yeah, she slept in the same room as me daily and saw me do it firsthand." Koisha heard him and blushed and said, "There is no need to phrase it like that so that the others misunderstand us. The others looked at them with a sweat drop, but then Saray got their attention and said, "So you mean to say that Tatsuya is capable of curing my mother?" Tatsuya then put his cup down and said, "Yes and no, I was indeed able to cure Ingvild, but that was only because her sacred gear was also helping, so while I can try to heal your mother, I cannot guarantee that it would be successful." Saray thought for a while and then nodded his head in understanding. He then looked at Tatsuya and then bowed his head and said, "Thank you very much for your cooperation. Even if it is a little, my mother still has some hope, right?" Tatsuya nodded and said, "Don't worry, I would try my best to save her, I know how important one's family is." Saray nodded and smiled. He then stood up and moved his hand forward and said, "Once again thanks a lot and let's get along from now on." Tatsuya stood up as well and shook his hand and said, "I hope so as well." Saray then looked at the others and said, "Okay, all of you rest for now and tomorrow we will visit mother in the Satrai territory." When Tatsuya heard that, he thought, "Let's hope that we don't come across Sira or Sana tomorrow, otherwise it would be way too much of a hassle to explain them," and gave a tired sigh. Koisha noticed it and asked, "What's wrong?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Nothing, just praying for my well-being." Koisha became more confused but didn't think much about it and then started showing Tatsuya around the mansion. 51. Competition. The next day Tatsuya woke up early like usual and decided to do his morning training in the garden. As he left the room, he met with Saray who also came from his room dressed in a training outfit. He looked at Tatsuya and said, "Good morning, I hope you slept well last night." Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Good morning, and yes, I didn't have any inconvenience while sleeping." Saray then looked at Tatsuya from top to bottom and then asked, "You heading somewhere?" Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Yes, I was thinking of doing my morning training like usual." Hearing him, Saray smiled and asked, "Then why don't you join me? I was heading OU for training as well." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Lead the way." And both of them moved out of the house. Some hours later Koisha woke up and got refreshed. She went to wake Tatsuya up but didn't find him in his room. She then left to find the others, but they were not present in the mansion as well. She became a bit suspicious and then stopped a maid. The maid was running excitedly but still bowed in respect. Koisha looked at the maid and asked, "Where are the others, have you seen them?" The maid nodded and said, "Yes, all of them are out in the garden witnessing the match between Saray-sama and Tatsuya-sama. Many maids and butlers are there as well cheering them, I was going there as well." Koisha nodded but was thinking, what exactly is going on? And immediately rushed outside. When she came out, she noticed a huge crowd consisting of maids, butlers, and the peerage members. She approached them and asked, "What is going on here?" Coriana looked at her and said, "Hey, good morning. As you can see, both of them are having a workout competition right now. That Tatsuya of yours is amazing, push-ups, sit-ups, weights, anything he beats Saray-sama in all of them. Right now they are having a race of 500 laps around the garden and he is still Indiana lead. Geez, just how much stamina does that guy have?" Koisha looked towards the garden and saw a dust cloud following both of them. She looked at them in amazement and said, "Just what exactly happened to him?" Flashback. Tatsuya and Saray were simply doing their morning training, but suddenly Saray started increasing his pace. Seeing him, Tatsuya also increased his pace. Saray looked at him with an intrigued expression and then again increased his pace, and just like that the process continued. Saray then looked at Tatsuya while both of them were running at inhuman speeds and asked, "Say Tatsuya, wanna have a competition right now?" Tatsuya looked at him and asked, "What sort of competition?" "Just a training competition, like who can do more sets, laps or can lift more weights." Tatsuya looked at him for a while and thought, "Usually I would not get involved into these sort of things, but," he then smiled and thought, "using my body while putting limiters on it and having this type of competition sound fun." He looked at Saray with eagerness and said, "Okay, let's do it." Flashback end. Tatsuya looked at Saray and said, "You know Saray, it has been a long time since I used my body this much." Saray looked at him and asked, "So how does it feel?" Tatsuya smirked and said, "It feels great." And started running faster. Saray looked at him with enthusiasm and said, "Not so fast, I am not done yet." And started catching up to him. Both of them then looked in front and saw Saray knights holding a ribbon marking the finish line and started running faster. The maids and butlers were cheering for both of them as they had placed some bets on them. Tatsuya looked at Saray one last time and said, "Meet you at the finish line," and accelerated, making Saray left in dust. Tatsuya soon crossed the finish line, making some of the servants cheer loudly while the others looking down dejectedly. Tatsuya soon stopped and sat on the ground. He was completely drenched in sweat and was breathing heavily, but still was feeling very happy right now. He has never experienced such kind of competition since he came to this world, and it was certainly a new experience for him. Suddenly he was covered by a person's shadow and he looked up, only to find Koisha looking at him. She passed him a bottle and asked, "You sure look like you are enjoying yourself here." Tatsuya caught the bottle and drank a large gulp of water from it. He then looked at Koisha and said, "I sure am." Saray Org is formidable, this is the first time someone was able to match my place in workout though I had limiters on me. Koisha puffed her chest and said proudly, of course, what else would you expect from my master? Tatsuya then stood up and gave the bottle back to her and said, thank you for that. And smiled at her making her mesmerized. But she was soon brought out of her stupor when Saray Org came and put his hand around Tatsuya's neck and said, that was a great match, you sure are great. It only makes me want to fight you right now, and moved his fist forward. Tatsuya fist bumped with him and said, yeah, I enjoyed as well, but we have to postpone it for now, we still have to visit your mom, remember? Saray Org sighed and said, yeah, I remember, but don't forget that we will fight later on. Tatsuya sighed and said, yeah, whatever, it is no use refusing you, you are going to fight no matter what I do anyways. Saray Org smirked and said, you know it. Anyways, let's go and get refreshed and then go to Citri domain. All the peerage members then assembled around them except Coriana. They all started looking for her and then spotted her near the betting table counting the money with a smile on her face. All of the peerage members started to look at her weirdly. Noticing the gaze, she looked at them and asked, what? Koisha stepped forward and asked, you seriously placed your bet on Tatsuya, not on Saray Org-sama? Coriana just shrugged her shoulders and said, Koisha, you are innocent, while betting only good perception works, not loyalty. I am loyal to Saray Org-sama, but I knew that Tatsuya would win after seeing what he did yesterday. Saray Org didn't give it much thought and said, whatever, let's just go inside. He then started to look for Tatsuya and found him being surrounded by many maids who were asking him questions while blushing. Seeing that, Coriana elbowed Koisha and said, your boyfriend is very Koisha snorted and said, he is not my boyfriend, and then started walking away with the rest of the peerage. Tatsuya saw that and soon followed her, and once he reached her he looked at her and said, feeling jealous. Koisha didn't said anything and just looked away. Tatsuya looked at her for a while and said, how about you show me around the territory after coming back from the Citri domain? Koisha looked back at him and said, you can ask any of the maids from earlier. Tatsuya looked at her and said, but I want to go with you as I know you better than them. So how about it, just the two of us? Koisha, who heard the last part of his sentence, blushed and said, looks like there is no helping it, okay, I will show you around later. Tatsuya smiled at her and said, okay, it's a promise, then later. And walked away. Koisha kept looking at his back for a while, but then she felt someone holding her shoulder. She turned around and saw Coriana smirking at her and said, got yourself a date and not bad at all. Koisha severely blushed at her statement. Seeing that, Coriana hugged her and said, you are so cute, but then released her and said, but we have to prepare you well, because to us girls a date is like war, where we have to strike down the opponent at the first glance. She then looked at her watch and said, we will talk about it later, we are getting late. 52. Awakening. After getting refreshed and having their breakfast, Tatsuya and Saray Org's peerage decided to go to the Citri domain. They rode a carriage and enjoyed the talk along the way. Once they reached the hospital, Tatsuya once again prayed to not meet the sisters and then went inside along with the others. Tatsuya then entered a room and saw a lady with brown hair lying on the bed. Saray Org then came forward and went towards her and said, she is my mother, Miss Labale, she has been sleeping like this for the past few years. She hasn't even moved a bit since then. He then looked at Tatsuya and said, Tatsuya, I beg you, even if there is a little chance, please save her. It pains me a lot seeing her in such a condition. I can do nothing for her other than pray, so please, I beg you. And fell on his knees. Tatsuya then went towards him and placed a hand on his shoulder and said, you don't have to beg me, I will try my best to cure her, just be calm. She would not like to see you like this when she wake, you know. Saray Org stood up and nodded and said, I leave it to you then. Tatsuya nodded and then went towards Misla. He then placed his hand over her stomach, closed his eyes and started examining her body. All of his peerage looked at him intently, waiting for say his verdict. Soon Tatsuya opened his eyes and looked at them. The others looked at him as well, waiting anxiously. Tatsuya them sighed and said, her case is similar to Ingvild, so she can be cured, and it is also not as old as hers, so it won't take much time to cure her. Saray Org then gave a huge smile, but then looking at his dissatisfied expression asked, then what's the problem, why do you look so displeased? Tatsuya looked at him and said, there is no problem there, it's just that I have to again sit for hours to cure her, it would be very boring. All of the peerage gave him a helpless look and didn't said anything. Tatsuya then sighed and said, that's it then, so if any one of you has something to do then feel free to do so. And then started curing her. He then looked at Saray Org and said, oh, by the way, before I forget, get me a few things first. Saray Org nodded and said, sure, Koisha, make a list and ask someone to bring them as soon as possible. Koisha nodded and did as she was told. Tatsuya told her the things which he needed and then continued curing Misla. Soon Koisha came back and said, they said that they would be able to provide it by tomorrow, there is no problem with that, right? Tatsuya nodded and said, no problem. Few hours passed away with Tatsuya and others talking to each other and most of the peerage leaving because of some work. Only Saray-org, Koisha, and Koreana stayed behind with Tatsuya. Saray-org and Tatsuya then went out of the room as it was the time for Misla to get changed and wear clean clothes. Saray-org then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Thank you once again Tatsuya." Tatsuya looked at him and said, "You don't need to thank me, I have yet to cure her." Saray-org shook his head and said, "No, what you are doing for us is still too much, is there anything that you want in return?" Tatsuya looked at him and asked, "Do you think that there is anything of importance that you can give me?" Saray-org looked at him for a while and smiled and said, "Guess not, your eyes say that you are not a person who is in need of something, still if there is any time that you need my help, I will gladly help you even if I have to face my fellow devils." Tatsuya looked at him in amazement and said, "You are even ready to face your own people?" Saray-org nodded and said, "Yeah, I am ready to face them. Except for a few people, none of these people even looked at us when we were in need of help, so you who is helping me in my need is of higher importance than them." He then laughed and said jokingly, "Besides it would be much more fun to fight beside you because if you are in need of help then the enemy would surely be strong." Tatsuya looked at him for a while and then said, "You know, you are an idiot." But he then smiled and said, "But you are not as much annoying as the other idiots out there." He then moved his fist forward and said, "Then I would be looking forward to you support in future, Saray-org Bail." Saray-org fist bumped with him and said, "Me too, Tatsuya Shiba." Soon the others came out and informed them that they were done. Both Tatsuya and Saray-org nodded and then entered the room and Tatsuya again began his work. Time skip. The next morning Tatsuya was still curing her but he could feel that she could wake up any time now. He then looked at Koisha and Koreana sleeping soundly on his shoulders. His forehead was twitching seeing them asleep. His shoulders were completely sore with both of them sleeping on them but he didn't complain. He continued to cure her while also suppressing the cause for the disease. Soon both of them woke up and Tatsuya looked at them and asked, "Looks like you two slept well." Both of them absent-mindedly nodded at his question making him twitch his lips. He then formed 2 glasses of water and splashed it on their faces. Both of them were completely awake now and glared at Tatsuya and shouted, "Why the hell did you do that?" Tatsuya looked at both of them and said, "Punished for making my shoulders sore." Both of them then remembered what happened and blushed. They both then bowed in apologies to him and then went to change their clothes. Tatsuya sighed and continued to cure Misla. Soon both the girls came back and apologized once more. A few hours later Tatsuya felt something change in her body and just like with Ingvild, he started to increase the supply of magic through her body. Koisha and Koreana also got alert by this and started looking at him intently. An hour or so later Misla slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her open her eyes both the girls started crying silently and Tatsuya too gave a sigh of relief. Soon Misla gained more control over her body and started looking around. She looked around the room and saw Tatsuya and the girls present in the room. Tatsuya helped her sit up and asked, "Are you feeling well, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Misla shook her head and said, "No, I am fine but who might you be?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Oh where are my manners, let me introduce myself. I am Tatsuya Shiba a human, I am Saray-org's friend who came here to cure you Misla-san." As soon as she heard Saray-org's name her eyes widened and she said, "Ara, so you are Saray-org's friend, where is he? Can I see him?" Tatsuya was about to answer but suddenly the door burst open and Saray-org came and shouted, "Mother," and immediately rushed towards the bed and was about to give her a bear hug, but was suddenly met with a fist on his face sending him flying to the wall. Tatsuya looked at him and shouted, "She has just woken up, don't cause such disturbance here. You were about to crush her right now." Seeing her son fly away Misla looked at Tatsuya with widened eyes. Tatsuya looked at her and bowed his head and said, "I apologize for that but you are still not in a condition to receive bear hugs right now." Misla waved her hands and said, "You don't have to apologize, I was just a bit surprised by it, that's all." Tatsuya nodded and then started to cure her soreness. Saray-org then looked at his mother while a single tear fell from his eyes. He then went towards her and was about to hug her but first looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya who understood what he was asking sighed and said, "Don't use too much force, she is still recovering." Saray-org nodded and hugged his mother. He then separated from her and looked at Tatsuya and said, "Thank you Tatsuya, truly thank you. I cannot express just how much grateful I am to you right now." Tatsuya sighed and said, "You don't have to worry about that, didn't we talked about it before? Just relax and talk to her to lighten her mood as well. She must be willing to hear about you." Misla smiled at Tatsuya and then looked back at Saray-org who nodded his head and started talking to her. He then looked at Saray-org and asked, "Have the things that I asked for arrived yet?" Saray-org shook his head and said, "No but it will be arriving soon, they will bring it here directly." And then continued to talk to her mother. Soon the door of the room opened and a person came with the things that Tatsuya requested. Tatsuya turned towards the person and as soon as their eyes met Tatsuya became speechless and immediately turned around. The person was a girl around his age with black hair. Saray-org looked at the girl and said, "Oh Sana, welcome, why are you here if I may ask?" Sana came out of shock and looked at Sarayorg and said, "Hello Sarayorg-san, I am here to deliver the things that you asked for as most of the people working here are busy today." She then walked towards Tatsuya and put a hand on his shoulder and said, "But I am wondering what are you doing here Tatsuya-san?" Tatsuya slowly turned around and looked at her with a smile and said, "Just doing some deliveries, they ordered some food so I came to deliver it." Sana looked at him and asked, "Oh, you came to do delivery in Underworld hey?" Tatsuya continued to smile and said, "You came here to deliver the stuff right? Can you give it to me?" Sana gave the stuff that he ordered and glared at him and said, "We will talk about this in detail later." Tatsuya nodded and thought, "Why is my luck so bad, is there anything that can still go wrong?" As soon as he thought that a magic circle appeared in the room and two people came out of it. One was a twin-tailed magical girl and the other was a girl around Sana's age with straight long black hair. Seeing them Tatsuya mentally groaned. The long-haired girl looked at Sana and said, "Sorry Sana-sama, I tried my best but I was still unable to stop her from coming here." Then the magical girl hugged Sana and said, "So Tan Oni-chan is here. Were you missing me?" Her gaze then landed on Tatsuya and she asked in a surprised tone, "Tatsuya-chan, what are you doing here?" Tatsuya was massaging his temples, looked at her and said, "Hi Sira, I am busy right now, I will explain you later." Sira Fall wanted to ask more but seeing the others she stopped but decided to interrogate him properly. While she was thinking this Tatsuya was in his own thought. He was thinking, why are things going the other way I want them to go? Sigh, well at least nothing more will go wrong. Again as soon as he thought that a red magic circle appeared and then a handsome man with bright red hair came out of it. The man looked at Sira Fall and said, "Sira Fall, save me, Grafia is making me overwork again." Then another red magic circle appeared and a silver-haired maid came out of it. The maid looked around the room and saw the red-haired man hiding behind Sira Fall. She went towards him and grabbed his ear and said, "Surtsk-sama, you should not be lazy, there is still a lot of work left you have to do as a moo." Then her gaze landed on Tatsuya and she asked, "Tatsuya, what are you doing here?" Tatsuya, who was mentally crying, didn't said anything. He then banged his head on the bed in front of him and shouted, "Why the hell do I even open my mouth? 53, get the hell out of here." While Tatsuya's head was on the bed after his shout, all the people present in the room were looking at him. Surtsk pointed at him and asked, "Why is a human here in Underworld?" Sira Fall and Grafia looked at him and said unanimously, "Shut up for a while, I am trying to figure out that as well." Surtsk was speechless and decided to keep his mouth shut. Tsubaki looked at Sana and said, "So that's your beloved Tatsuya hey, I have to say he is quite handsome." Sana blushed on Tsubaki's comment and said, "He is not my beloved." Sarayorg looked at his peerage girls and asked, "Why are two of the Miss and the strongest queen here and how did all of them know about Tatsuya?" Koisha was also quite confused by all this, but when she heard Tsubaki and Sana, both her and Koreana walked towards them and asked, "Sana-sama, can I inquire what is your relationship with Tatsuya?" Sana and Tsubaki both adjusted their glasses and said, "That is none of your business, I think." All four of them were glaring at each other. Grafia and Sira Fall looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Tatsuya-Tatsuya-chan, can you tell me what are you doing here?" They then looked at each other and it seemed that there were some sparks coming out of their eyes. Grafia looked at Sira Fall and said with an expressionless face, "Leviathan-sama, there is no need for you to trouble yourself over Tatsuya, I can take care of this business on my own." Sira Fall smiled and said, "You don't need to trouble yourself Grafia-chan, I can take care of Tatsuya-chan on my own, after all he is my friend." Both of them continued to glare at each other and then the room started to get colder. Misla was silently caressing Tatsuya's hair, thinking that Tatsuya was in a pitiful situation and thought, "He sure is very famous hey, well he is pretty cute/handsome." Tatsuya, who was now completely annoyed by their rambling, sit up and then slowly turned his head and said in a cold voice, "Silence!" All of them immediately stopped talking and looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya also looked back at them coldly, making all of them shiver. Tatsuya stood up and said, "Stand straight all of them, except Misla," straightened their posture immediately. Tatsuya took a deep breath and said, "Maybe you did not notice, but this is a hospital and I am currently healing a patient here, so get the hell out of here." Surtsk then looked at the patient and his eyes widened. He then pointed at Misla and said, "How are you?" Tatsuya then glared at him and Surtsk said, "Come on guys, let's move out. He is healing a patient now, we should not disturb him." And immediately left the room along with the others. Tatsuya then sat back on his chair and gave a tired sing and said, "Who the hell is fucking with my life?" He then looked at Misla and said, "Sorry you have to witness all that after waking up." Misla shook her head and said, No, there is no problem with that, I quite enjoyed it, but it looks like you will be a lot busy later." Hearing her, Tatsuya again placed his head on the bed and said in a muffled voice, "Why is it always me?" Misla smiled and slowly caressed his hair. Feeling the head pat, Tatsuya looked up and said, "Thank you." Misla looked at him and said, "Aira, it should be me who thank you, not the other way around." Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then gave her a pendant. Misla looked at the pendant and then pointed at herself and said, "For me." Tatsuya nodded and said, "It has some of my magic stored, it will suppress the cause for the disease and in a few years you would be back to normal, but until then you have to wear it all the time, otherwise you may suffer from the disease again. Tatsuya said that and yawned. Misla looked at him and asked, feeling sleepy. Tatsuya rubbed his eyes and said, yes, I didn't catch a wink of sleep last night because of two idiots. Suddenly outside both Koisha and Koreana sneezed. Misla chuckled and said, Ara, then why don't you sleep for a while? Tatsuya shook his head and said, no, it would be rude of me. Misla smiled and said, but I don't have any problems with it and it would be troublesome if the one who cured me is himself not well. Tatsuya wanted to reject her but seeing her expression which said, you have to sleep no matter what. Tatsuya gave a tired sigh and said, then I thank you for letting me sleep here. And placed his head on the bed while still sitting on the chair. Misla looked at him and said, you can sleep on the bed you know. Tatsuya rejected her and said, no, this is good enough for me, and besides if others came back and see me sleeping beside you there would be a bloodbath here. Misla thought for a while and then nodded her head. She then placed her hand on his head and started stroking his hair. Tatsuya, who was now receiving the head pat, thought, now I know why those girls like this, it is very relaxing, and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile outside, Saray-org and Surtsk were sitting together and Surtsk was sipping on coffee. Saray-org looked at Surtsk in worry and asked, Surtsk-sama, is it alright to let them be free right now? Surtsk sat back in a more comfortable position and said, as long as I am free from work it doesn't matter to me, besides do you have the guts to intervene them? Saray-org looked at the scene in front of him and gulped. The four younger girls were having a fight with each other while being in their respective teams, and Grafia was having a fight with Sirafal. The whole area was either covered in ice or craters, making it look like a war zone. Saray-org looked at Surtsk and asked, can I have a cup as well? Surtsk looked at him with a smile and said, here, and passed him a cup. 54. Simple my ass. Saray-org and the others later came inside Misla's ward. There was still some hostility among the girls, but they still decided to bear it for now. They all wanted to ask him some questions, but when they saw him asleep they stopped. Surtsk, who didn't catch the wind, was about to wake Tatsuya up, but as he was about to place his hand on him his hand was grabbed by both Grafia and Sirafal, who gave him a cold glare. Seeing the glare he immediately stopped and stood back and thought, who the hell thinks that Amua is not scared of other devils? They then started to talk to Misla, who just woke up, and ask her about her condition. Saray-org then noticed the pendant and asked, Mother, where did you get that pendant from? Misla took the pendant in her hand and caressed it and said, Tatsuya gave it to me when she said that every girl in the room except Tsubaki looked at the pendant and then at Tatsuya. Misla chuckled and said, he said that this pendant have some of his magic power and help it suppress the cause for my disease. Their gazes then softened a bit and they then looked at the pendant curiously. Saray-org then looked at her mother and asked, does that mean that you are not healed yet? Misla smiled at her son and said, yes, but Tatsuya said that I would be in perfect condition in a few years, but until then I have to wear it at all times. Saray-org sighed in relief and then looked at Tatsuya and said, he really is amazing, able to cure a disease which even the best doctors and healers among the devils cannot heal in just a couple of days. Just what the hell is he? All of them nodded and then start their talk again. Later, Tatsuya woke up and rubbed his eyes, and after he was completely conscious he looked around and saw all of them present in the room. He stretched his body and looked at Saray-org and said, well, I have healed her, just make sure that she don't take off her pendant, and he then looked at Misla and said, don't strain your body too much for now and make sure to get proper nutrition. He then quickly looked at the others and said, well, I should be taking my leave then. And immediately approached the door. But just as he was about to open the door his shoulders were grabbed by someone. Tatsuya slowly turned his head and saw both Grafia and Sirafal holding him. He gave them a wry smile and said, what happened? Both of them continued to stare at him and said, you are going to answer some questions first. Surtsk looked at him and thought, looks like I will get some time spared because of him in future. And smiled. Saray-org looked at him and asked, why are you smiling, my lord? Surtsk looked at him and said, just picturing my beautiful future, that's all. Saray-org became confused and didn't said anything further. Tatsuya then sat on a chair surrounded by all of them. He looked at all of them once more and then sighed. He regained his neutral expression and said, there is no helping it, go ahead and ask what you want, but they all suddenly felt some pressure on them, making those who doesn't know about his powers widen their eyes. Tatsuya looked at them coldly and said, make sure that this conversation doesn't leave this room. All of them nodded their heads, but Surtsk spoke, can we at least inform these things to the higher-ups? Tatsuya thought for a while and said, only the mus. Surtsk nodded his head in approval. Sirafal then looked at Tatsuya and asked, Tatsuya-chan, since when were you a part of supernatural world? Tatsuya looked at her and said, since before we met. Grafia, Sirafal, and Sana had a complicated expression on their face. Sirafal then looked at Tatsuya more intently and asked, then why didn't you inform me earlier, don't you trust me? Tatsuya looked at her expressionlessly and said, you didn't ask, and besides, you are not in a position to accuse me as none of you told me about you being a devil. All three of them looked down and didn't said anything. Tatsuya sighed and said, and if I told you earlier you would be pestering me day and night to join your peerage, that would be very annoying. Sirafal looked at him and pointed her finger and said, hey, I am not annoying at all. When she said that, all of them looked at her with a deadpan expression. Seeing everyone looking at her like that, she hugged Sana and said, so Tan, they are being mean to Oni-chan. Sana tried to push her away and said, Oni-sama, stay away, you are embarrassing me. Grafia then looked at Tatsuya and said, ignoring all this nonsense, I would also like to ask about your powers and how you are acquainted with Sarai Org-sama. When Tatsuya heard the question, his gaze intensified at them as making them shudder. He then said, regarding that, I would like to ask something first. He then intertwined his fingers and placed his head on it and said, you must be aware of a devil named Ingvild Leviathan, right? Hearing the name Leviathan, all of them except Sarai Org's peerage became tensed. Sirafal nodded her head and said, yes, I know about her. She was a patient suffering from the same disease as Miss Lasan, but went missing about a week ago. Do you have some information about her? Tatsuya looked amused and said, missing, you say? That's quite different from what I know. This time Sertsk came forward and asked, then do you care to tell us about that? Tatsuya looked at him for a while and said, according to my information, she was kidnapped and was sent to the human world in order to be sold. When the devils heard this, they became shocked and Sarai Org's peerage were angry again. Tatsuya then continued, but what I find interesting here is how can you devils not employ any guards or set cameras around her room, when you all know that the old Mua faction can come here to take her away? Don't you all find it amusing? He then stood up and walked towards the miss and said, it's just like someone has done this on purpose, and the only ones I can think of who have such authority are the people who govern the Devil Society. He then stopped beside the miss and said coldly, you didn't played any part in this incident, right? And imposed pressure on them. Hearing his cold voice and feeling the pressure surrounding them, both Sertsk and Sirafal started sweating. Both of them were looking at Tatsuya in fear but were still admiring his power. The others were looking at them with a confused expression, but Grafia, who was experienced with such situations, was shocked. When she saw them as sweating bullets in Tatsuya's presence, she was sure that Tatsuya was imposing pressure on them. She wanted to help them but didn't, as she also wanted to know whether those two take part in the kidnapping incident because she belonged to the old Mua faction as well. Sirafal then looked at Tatsuya and said, I swear Tatsuya-chan, I have no idea about such a thing, I only came to know about the kidnapping just now. Tatsuya used his telepathy in her thoughts and confirmed that she was telling the truth and removed the pressure from her. As soon as the pressure was released, Sirafal fell on her knees breathing heavily. Seeing her like that, all of them got shocked and Sana immediately went to her aid. Tatsuya then looked at Sertsk and asked, and what about you, Mr. Red Hair? Sertsk gulped his saliva and said, I swear as well, I have no knowledge about such an incident. Tatsuya again used his telepathy and after confirming he removed the pressure from him as well, but Sertsk didn't fell on his knees, he was just breathing heavily and was looking at Tatsuya as if he was a monster. Tatsuya didn't cared about him and began thinking, so it's neither of them, hey? Then it must be either the other two or someone from the council, most probably the councilman. Looks like I have to do some thorough investigation. Tatsuya soon snapped out and looked at the devils and said, oh, I do hope that you don't take it to your heart. I am sort of protective about my family. They all nodded at him, but then Sertsk looked at him and said, wait, does that mean that she is with you right now? Tatsuya nodded and looked at Koisha and said, Koisha, if you may. Koisha nodded and started explaining them about the incident. After she was done explaining all, the devil were silent. Sertsk then looked at Tatsuya and bowed his head and said, Tatsuya, I would like to apologize for all the troubles we have caused you, if there is anything that we could do for you. Tatsuya then waved his hand and said, I don't want anything, just make sure that you keep your mouth shut. They all nodded and then Sana looked at him and said, Tatsuya, there is something that I would like to ask. Tatsuya looked at her and nodded. Sana nodded her head and said, what powers do you have, and most importantly, what are you? Tatsuya looked at her and said, I am not telling you about my powers, that's a secret, and regarding what I am just a simple human. All of them looked at him and said, simple my ass. Tatsuya was taken aback by them and said, hey, that's very rude of you. Sirafal looked at him and said, there is no way you are simple at all. You can cure an almost incurable disease, make two miss sweat under you pressure and hide you presence to the point where we cannot even detect it. What part of you is simple? When she said that, the others nodded their head in approval. Tatsuya's lips twitched on seeing their actions, but he didn't think about it too much and sighed. He then stood up and said, whatever, I should go back now, it's already late. But as he said that, both Koisha and Sana came in front of him and said, wait. But Tatsuya didn't wait it and said, sorry, but we will talk later. And teleport the way. Both Sana and Koisha looked at the empty space in front of them and thought, I wanted to ask him what is his relationship with her. Well, whatever, I will deal with it later. As Tatsuya appeared in his room, he sighed and said, why do I feel like I just dodged a bullet? 55. Meeting the Crow. After coming back home, he was bombarded with questions from all the girls and he had to sit for hours to answer all of their questions. He even informed them about his confrontation with Sana and the others about his identity being revealed to them. He also told their identity to the girls and warned them not to tell about their powers. After answering all of their questions, Tatsuya decided to sleep, but when he noticed that the others were following him, he turned around and asked, "What do you want now?" They all said at the same time, "We will be sleeping with you tonight." Tatsuya raised his brow and asked, "And why do I owe this pleasure?" Kurumi came forward and said, "Do you even need any permission to sleep with us?" Tatsuya looked at her and then said, "No, you three are understandable, but why is Ingvild coming with you three as well?" All of them then looked at Ingvild, making her nervous. Ingvild then built up some courage and said, "What? I don't want to sleep alone when all of you are sleeping together." Tatsuya looked at her and said, "But are you sure? I will be sleeping there as well." Ingvild nodded her head and said sheepishly, "You don't need to worry about that, I can manage. Besides, you were the one who healed me and I heard from others that you held onto my hand all the time while you healed me, so it's not a big deal." Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then sighed and said, "Okay, you four on the bed, I will sleep on the floor." The others started to refute, but Tatsuya stood silent for a while and then said, "Look, it will not fit with me to make Ingvild sleep with us like that, so let's just sleep like that." They were still reluctant but still nodded their heads. Seeing that, Tatsuya smiled and said, "In return we can go on a date if you want." Their mood changed in an instant and they hugged him and then went inside his room. Tatsuya then looked at Ingvild and said, "You don't have to force yourself to do what others are doing, you are free now and should do what you want. Even if you are in my team, you still have your own will, so just follow it." He then patted his head and then went inside the room. Ingvild stood there for a while and then put her hand on where Tatsuya patted. She then blushed and suddenly shook her head. After clearing her thoughts, she smiled and then went inside the room to sleep. The next day Tatsuya woke up first and saw everyone clinging to him, even Ingvild was there. He gave a tired sigh but smiled at them. He then went for his workout and after coming back home he found the others doing what they usually did. Ingvild and him are preparing breakfast while also teaching Miyuki and Kurumi lazing around in the morning. They didn't had to worry about school as they all had started homeschooling and decided to enter in high school. After getting refreshed and having his breakfast, Tatsuya went for his work while leaving a shadow clone behind to help the others train, much to their dismay. Tatsuya had also given Ingvild a weapon because she has little to no physical endurance. Being a devil and that too a descendant of a Mo made her well worth in magic, and she only needed to practice her control as she had enough magic power. Tatsuya had given her a extensible lightning whip, Lucy's whip from Fairy Tail. The whip also have the ability to absorb any lightning or thunder attacks and use it against the opponents. It was a good match for her as when combined with her water magic it would be very effective. It was good for both mid-range and long-range enemies. It was also very versatile as it can be hardened to form a rod or spear as well. For close range she was being taught different martial arts. Tatsuya didn't work for 2 days, so he decided to work till the time the restaurant closes. After working till late in the evening, Tatsuya was about to close the gate, but when he came out he met 2 people there, one man with black and blonde hair and one boy close to his age with silver hair. Tatsuya looked at the boy and said, "Oh, if it isn't my dear friend Vali, what are you doing here?" Vala looked at him and suddenly rage took over him and he grabbed his collar and said, "You, what the hell did you write in that letter of yours?" Tatsuya didn't said anything and smacked his head, making his face plastered in the ground. He then looked at the man and said, "And you must be Azazel, Vala's parent, right?" Azazel had a sweat drop seeing Vali on the ground, but he then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Yeah, I am Azazel, nice to meet you." Tatsuya looked at him and bowed and said, Sorry, where are my manners? I am Tatsuya Shiba, Vala's friend. I am the one who wrote that letter to you." Azazel nodded and then looked at the restaurant and said, "Anyways, is this place about to close? We decided to use the coupon today, but it looks like we are a bit late." Tatsuya looked at him and said, "Well, I was about to close, but since Vali is a dear friend of mine, do come in." He then took Vala's hand and started dragging him. Azazel was again speechless but simply followed him. He sat on the counter and Tatsuya made Vala sit on one as well. He then took a bucket with of water and splashed it on him, making him wake up. Vala was completely drenched and his eyes were covered with his wet hair. Tatsuya then moved his hair a bit to see his open eyes and said with a nod, "Looks like you have woken up." He then placed a menu in front of him and said, "Now tell me, what do you want to eat, my dear friend?" Vala groaned when he heard him. He then took the menu and then looked at Azazel and asked, "I can order anything, right?" Azazel looked at him and gave a thumbs up. Vala looked at Tatsuya and said, "Bring me the most expensive dish, with the most expensive non-alcoholic drink, with the most expensive dessert then." When Azazel heard him, he choked on the water he was drinking and glared at Vala. Vala looked back at him and said with a smug, "You said that I can order anything." Azazel sighed and then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Bring me the same as him, just with the best alcohol that you have." Tatsuya then looked at him and said, "You sure about that? We have some good quality stuff, but can you handle it?" Azazel looked at him with a smirk and said, "Bring it on, kid, you are 1,000 years too young to challenge me." Tatsuya wrote their orders and said, "Wait for a while." He started walking away but then turned to Vala and asked, Do you want a towel to dry yourself up? Vala shook his head and said, no need, and then used his magic to dry himself. Seeing Vala use magic in front of a human, Azazel was about to reprimand him, but Tatsuya looked at him and said, I already know, you don't have to worry, fallen angel-san. And then went in the kitchen. Azazel was stupefied by the sudden development and then looked at Vala for answers. Vala looked at him and said, what, do you think that a normal human has the power to beat me to shit? It must be obviously clear to someone with your experience that he belongs to the supernatural world. Azazel was about to say something but then stood silent at Vala's reasoning. He then looked at Vala and asked, how strong is he? Vala turned serious and clenched his fist and said, he wiped the floor with me without even a scratch on his body, that's strong. Azazel's eyes widened at his answer. He then thought for a while and asked, does he possesses a sacred gear? Vala thought for a while and then said, I don't know, but he was able to copy my divine dividing, even the balance breaker. It was a perfect copy of my armor. When Azazel heard this, his throat went dry and then many possibilities started to run through his mind. He then turned serious and asked, is he a threat to us? Vala was about to answer but then a voice was heard which said, as long as you don't stand in my way, I will not do anything to you. He placed their food on their table and said, but be on my bad side and I can't promise that you will live long. He said that with a smile but still released his pressure on them. Both Vala and Azazel were shocked and quickly nodded their heads. Tatsuya smiled and released the pressure and said, good, then if all that is over, let's have our dinner then. And placed his own plate on the table. Both Vala and Azazel were looking at him weirdly, but then they smelled the aroma coming from the food. They forgot all about the previous conversation and started devouring their meals. All three of them talked to each other while eating, making all of them to ease their tension. Azazel even offered Tatsuya to join Grigori, but Tatsuya simply declined, saying that he will not work under others. After having their meal, Vala and Tatsuya were looking at a passed out Azazel who was mumbling something about his bedtime adventures. Tatsuya grabbed him by his hair and looked at his wasted face and said, I told him that he would not be able to take it. And released him, making his face crash on the table with a bang sound. He then used his magic to clean up and said, now pay up. Vala simply took out Azazel's wallet and gave him the money and said, keep the change. Tatsuya looked at the money and asked, what about the discount coupon? Vala smirked and said, let's just say that I forgot about it, it would be a sight to see his reaction in the morning. Tatsuya smirked as well and said, make sure to send me a video as well. Vala nodded and teleported back with Azazel. At the same time, inside Azazel's dream. Azazel was having his fun inside his dream, but then he suddenly sneezed. The woman looked at him and asked, what happened? Azazel thought for a while and said, looks like something bad is about to happen to me. Oh well, whatever. And continued his fun. 56. Bad to worse. After the meeting with Azazel, Tatsuya and the others have started to train once again, as now their presence is known in the supernatural world. Tatsuya has now made their regime even more intense, making them more tired than usual, but the girls didn't complain. Miyuki and Himari were now used to it, and Ingvild didn't complain as she knew that right now she was the weakest link of the team. She was more determined than the others, and the fact that she was a descendant of the original Mo made her progress at a rapid pace. She is now at high class level, much to the surprise of the others. She now actively take part in spars against Miyuki and Kurumi and even fighting toe-to-toe with them. Her control over her whip has grown to the point that she is able to handle any enemy under a 100-meter radius. She also uses it as a rod or spear as advised and demonstrated by Tatsuya. Her magic control has grown as well. Now she is able to manipulate countless snakes made of water and also able to form a barrier of water for protection. Tatsuya has also started teaching her a bit of lightning magic so as to complement her water magic and whip. Key manipulation and chakra control was also something Tatsuya started to teach her in order to make her body stronger and teach her how to fly without her wings. She also learned to strengthen her body using both ki and chakra. She can also use ki blasts, but they were nowhere as strong as Tatsuya's. At most hers can crush a giant boulder. During all this time, Ingvild Bass also started to show her affection towards Tatsuya, but is not as bold as the other members of the Shiba house. Tatsuya, who has indeed noticed these things, does not try to remain aloof like most anime protagonists and actively receive and show affection to her and others. Not many changes were there among the others. The only major change would be that both Miyuki and Himari were finally able to break through and were now low ultimate level. Their progress relieved them and Tatsuya a lot, as they starting to lose confidence because of their stagnant growth. Another noticeable thing was that Miyuki had greatly controlled her possessiveness to the point that she usually don't lash out on other team members and some other people who try to approach Tatsuya. She is still vigilant though, as she still protect him from random girls on the streets and other people who try to take advantage of him. She has accepted the fact that Tatsuya could not be bound to her alone, but still only the girls she approved could stay near him. Tatsuya and his team also have occasional meetings with the Devils and Vala's teammates as well. At one point, Offai started to visit Tatsuya regularly. She would sit on his lap and made him feed her chocolates and other sweets, making the others jealous, but they did anything because they knew the power possessed by the lowly can destroy the world. Tatsuya also occasionally goes to the underworld along with his team. He usually go there to check on Miss La's condition and whenever he was bored. He has also met Venelana Gremory and the other two Miss who came to visit Miss La after her health has improved, and let's just say that they have a good impression of him. Surtsk has also tried a lot to make Tatsuya and Rias meet so that he can intervene her marriage with Riser, but every time he tries to set them up Tatsuya turn his offer down. In a desperate attempt Surtsk even asked him, "Tatsuya, why don't you meet my younger sister?" To which Tatsuya said, "I have heard about her from Sana, and from what all I have heard from her, she seemed to be a real piece of work and very annoying." Hearing the blunt but true evaluation of Tatsuya, Surtsk's face twitched but he controlled himself and said, "She is nothing like that. She is a very sweet girl, so why don't you meet her at least once, and whose words do you believe, her brothers or her friends?" Tatsuya didn't take even a second to answer and said, "Friends." Surtsk's face twitched again and asked, "And why?" Tatsuya placed his hands on his shoulders and said, "As a fellow Siscon, I know that you can never say I'll about your sister to anyone else." His tone then got colder and said, "And why are you so desperate in making us meet? Are you scheming something?" Hearing this, Surtsk immediately shook his head rapidly and said, "No, I am not." Tatsuya then smiled and said, "Good then, if you were scheming something which make my family involved in it, then from tomorrow there would be one less moo." Surtsk paled on hearing this and thought, "It's not worth asking his help, let's just wait for the future and see." Sana and Sirafal has also asked him to join their peerages but were declined, but still Sirafal tried it from time to time. Tatsuya also trains with the devils from time to time, but not as intensely like he practices with his own team. Seeing their practice, his team only thoughts were, "Who the hell is this person, where is that hardcore training freak gone? He must be an imposter." And just like that, half a year passed, and right now Tatsuya and his team were getting ready go to the underworld in Sarayorg's birthday. Though they were still humans, Sarayorg said that he has only called some people who were his mom's friends. Once everyone was ready, Tatsuya created a magic circle and teleported with everyone else. Once they reached the underworld, Tatsuya knocked on the door of the mansion, and after waiting for a while a maid came to open the door. Once she opened the door and saw Tatsuya and the others, she smiled and gave a bow to them and said, "Follow me, I will lead you to the hall." Tatsuya and the others nodded and silently followed her. While on the way, Tatsuya thought, "Every time I think of something to not happen, it always happens, let's try to think opposite of that. Today I will meet the Switch Princess." While he was thinking that, they reached the hall and maid took her leave. Tatsuya, who was still thinking, was brought out of his daze when he was sandwiched between two people, and he thought, soft, and then looked at them and saw both Miss La and Venelana there. He then moved back and said, "Sorry about that, good evening Miss La-san, Venelana-san." Both of them did their yufu chuckle and said, "Good evening to you too, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Himari, Kurumi and Ingvilt." Miss La then came forward and said, "Thank you for taking some of the time from your schedule and visiting us." Hearing her, Tatsuya gave a wry smile and said, "You are still upset for not coming here more frequently, Miss La-san?" She just smiled and said, "There is nothing like that, and besides, for Tatsuya-kun, his work is more important than us." Tatsuya gave a tired sing and said, "I will try to find time to come here more often." Soon Sarayorg came with his peerage along with Sana and Tsubaki. Seeing them, Tatsuya and the others moved towards them and said, "Happy birthday, Sarayorg." Sarayorg, who saw them, became happy and immediately put his hand around Tatsuya's neck and said, "Thanks you guys. Say Tatsuya, today you will not reject my request of sparring with you, right?" Hearing him, all the people present there gave a tired sigh and said, "He never changes." Tatsuya looked at him and said, "Okay, I will fight you once the party is over, and here your gift." Sarayorg smiled and took the gift and said, "Shall I open it now?" Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said, "Your wish." Sarayorg hurriedly opened the gift, and seeing his antics, all of them smiled, and it was to be expected, as it was the first birthday that he was celebrating with his friends and family, as before his mother woke up he didn't organize such events. Once the box was opened, there were different bands present in the box. All of them looked at the bands intently, and Tatsuya said, "Those are some training band which can help you in training. You can change their gravity according to your will without affecting your whole body weight. You can change the gravity up to 10 times the gravity of Earth. I use similar bands as well, though mine can increase the gravity up to 500 times that of Earth." Sarayorg's eyes were now shining on seeing the band, and he bear hugged Tatsuya and said, "This is the best gift ever." Tatsuya, who was being crushed by the HIG, sighed but smiled later and said, "I am glad that you liked it." Tatsuya then heard Sana and Venelana talking. Sana looked at Venelana and asked, "Oba-san, is Rias not coming?" Venelana gave a sad smile and said, "Sorry Sana dear, she had a fever, so she is unable to visit today." Sana gave an understanding nod and thought, "Great. Now she won't learn about Tatsuya. I was kinda worried about their meeting, but it seems like that it will not happen anytime soon." Tatsuya, who heard this, thought, Hoo. My plan worked, I don't have to worry about any." Just as he was about to continue thinking, a bright orange magic circle formed in the room with fire coming from it. Seeing the circle, all of them looked at each other, and Tatsuya thought, "Why does my situation changed from bad to worse?" 57. Aura. The circle continued to glow for some time and after a while the flames dispersed and 3 people stood there. One was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, another small girl who looked like her daughter with similar features but her hair were done in form of drills, and finally a man with similar blonde hair and a handsome face. Misla came forward and bowed a bit and said, "Greetings Phoenix-san, I am very grateful that you decided to grace us with your presence." The woman also came forward and said with a smile, "Don't be too stiff Misla, you can just call me by my name, my friend." Misla also smiled and said, "As you wish Jessica." Jessica then came closer to Misla and hugged her and said, "I am glad that you were able to recover, how is your health now?" Misla separated from the HIG and said, "I have been quite good, thanks for your kindness." The women then went to the side to talk to one another and both the boy and the girl went towards Tatsuya and the others. The girl then came forward and gave a polite bow to the others and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Ravel Phoenix from the House of Phoenix and the one beside me is my brother Riser Phoenix." Riser looked at the others with his hands in his pockets and nodded his head but then his sight fell on Tatsuya. Tatsuya also looked back at him and then looked away. Riser then pointed his finger at Tatsuya and asked, "What is a human doing here?" Hearing his question Ravel also looked at him curious. Saray-org came forward and said, "Good evening Riser-san, I am Saray-org Bale, from the House of Bale. This person here is my friend Tatsuya." Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Tatsuya Shiba." Riser then looked at him with a smirk and said, "A human like you must feel proud that you are standing in presence of the great Riser-sama." When he said that all of them had the exact same thought, this person is very annoying. Riser's gaze then fell upon Kurumi and he licked his lips and approached Kurumi. Kurumi looked at him and asked, "What?" Riser looked at her with an arrogant expression and said, "Woman, you are beautiful. Why don't you become Riser's woman?" When he said that all of them again had the same thought, great, he speaks in third person as well. Kurumi gave him a smile and said, "Sorry but I already like someone else." Riser seemed to get a bit pissed at this and then grabbed her hand and said, "I was not asking you, I was ordering you to be my woman." But suddenly his hand was grabbed by someone. He then looked at the person holding his hand and found it to be Tatsuya. Tatsuya gave him a cold glare and said, "I will say this just once, release her hand." But Riser, who had his holier than thou personality, snorted and said, "Release me at once, or you will die by my hands human." Tatsuya didn't answer him and suddenly Kurumi's hand was freed and Riser's whole body disintegrated in flames only to form back a couple of seconds later. Tatsuya continued to look at him coldly and said, "I told you." Riser then became more pissed and fired his flames at him without caring about the people nearby. Tatsuya immediately pushed the others away using his telekinesis and himself got engulfed in flames. Seeing him engulfed in flames, Ravel got panicked as he saved her from his brother's attack, though she could not get hurt because she herself was a phoenix, but still he saved her. She then looked at others and got more shocked. The others who saw Tatsuya getting engulfed in flames thought, Riser is a goner now. They all then looked at each other and then all said simultaneously, "Wanna bet on how much time will he take?" Ravel then went towards them and said, "Are you all out of your minds? Your friend just died and you all are betting. How can you call him you friend?" The others only gave her a helpless look and then Miyuki came forward and said, "Rather than Unii-sama, you should be worried about your brother instead." Ravel became confused but then the flame surrounding Tatsuya dispersed. All of them looked at him and both Riser and Ravel were very surprised on seeing him unscathed, thought his upper body was completely exposed because his clothes were burnt. Tatsuya looked at himself and said, "Man, that shirt was brand new." He then looked at Riser and said, "Let's leave that for later and continue what we were doing." Tatsuya smirked at Riser making him more pissed. Tatsuya then felt that everyone was looking at him, mostly girls. He then looked at them and saw them looking at him with a blush. He even saw Coriana taking pictures of him. Not minding them, he looked in the front and saw Riser making huge fireballs. Riser was about to fire them but Tatsuya negated them and said, "No fire inside the house." And then rushed towards him. Riser covered his fists with fire and started attacking him and said, "Riser will kill you and will then make that bitch Riser's slave." Tatsuya intercepted his fists with his own. His eyes then changed into Byakugan and he then used gentle fist art to press his pressure points and paralyzed him. Being paralyzed, Riser glared at Tatsuya and said with difficulty, "What did you do to Riser?" Tatsuya smiled at him but then the smile from his face vanished and he said, "What happened? Can't move your body." He then moved closer to him and then activated his Sharingan and used Tsukiyomi on him. After getting out of Tsukiyomi, Riser looked at Tatsuya with fear in his eyes and said, "Release Riser this instant." Tatsuya scoffed and said, "Still arrogant hat, looks like I need to teach you thoroughly." Tatsuya then held Riser's body up with his telekinesis and then covered his fists with Imagine Breaker and started punching Riser while shouting, "Aura aura 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 aura." The other who saw this scene were horrified. Each punch of Tatsuya was making a massive shockwave and just imagining them to be in Riser's place made them shudder with fear. Tatsuya stopped punching for a bit and then looked at Riser's face. Riser's eyes were lifeless. He looked at Tatsuya and asked, why Riser's body is not regenerating? Riser is immortal. Riser cannot be defeated by the hands of a lowly human like you. Tatsuya's hand then covered with black and white lightning making a loud noise, Chidori with holy and black lightning. Tatsuya then looked at Riser with cold eyes and said, you say you are immortal, hey? So how about it, wanna experience dying once? Tatsuya then moved his hand back and then attacked directly towards Riser's heart. But just as he was about to stab him he stopped. He then looked at the person in front of him and the other person trying to stop his hand. He then said, Miyuki, move out of the way. But Miyuki stood there. Tatsuya then started releasing more pressure and said, Miyuki. I said. Move. Out. Of. The way. But Miyuki still stood there struggling in his pressure. Tatsuya then put his hand down and deactivated the black and white lightning. He then looked at Miyuki and said, why are you standing in my way and can you leave my hand, Kurumi? Ravel. Kurumi released his hand but Ravel kept on clutching his hand. Tatsuya didn't give it much thought and said, explain now. Kurumi came forward and said, I guess you have done enough. Tatsuya looked at her and said, and why do you think so? I surely want to kill him right now. Kurumi shook her head and said, it is enough, see he can't even move a bit and is gravely injured. Tatiana didn't said anything and then again formed the Chidori in his hand. Seeing the Chidori in his hand, Ravel clutched his hand more tightly and started crying. Tatsuya looked at Miyuki and said, move aside. Miyuki shook her head said, I will not move, Ani-sama. She then looked at Ravel and said, just look at her, even though she is constantly being hurt by the holy element in that attack of yours, yet she is not budging a bit, only to save her brother. Tatsuya looked at Ravel and saw all the bruises on her face and body. He deactivated his attack and looked at Miyuki and said, move aside. Miyuki still stood there and said, Ani-sama, please stop, she is a sister just like me and I know how would it feel to see my brother die in front of me. Tatsuya gave a sigh and said, you leave me no other choice. He then used his other hand and moved Miyuki aside and then punched Riser. Seeing Riser get punched, Ravel immediately looked at her brother. As soon as Tatsuya pinched Riser, his body erupted in flames and after a few seconds his body was back to normal. Seeing that, Ravel left Tatsuya and hugged her brother and started crying. Riser hugged her back and let her cry to her heart's content. Once she stopped crying, she left his embrace and looked at Tatsuya and bowed and said, thank you for sparing my brother. Riser didn't said anything and just stood there in silence. Tatsuya sighed and patted her head and then her bruises started to heal. Tatsuya then looked at her and said, you don't have to thank me, Ravel. And I have to say you are very brave to stand in my way in order to protect your brother. He stopped petting her and then said, besides, who said that I spared him? Sticky fingers. At his words, everyone's eyes widened and they looked at Riser, whose body immediately fell apart through various zippers on his body. Riser got shocked and then started to get panicked. He then glared at Tatsuya and said, what did you do to Riser's body, human? Everyone got surprised once again on seeing that Riser was still alive and talking. Tatsuya then moved forward and then took a part of his body and attached it to his head. When everyone saw Riser, the girls covered their eyes and the boys started laughing. Riser looked up and then got angry and shouted, why did you join my dick there? Tatsuya started laughing as well and said, now you are literally a dickhead. Ravel, who saw his brother's body parts, looked at Tatsuya and asked, will be back to normal? Tatsuya patted her head and said, of course he will. And rejoined his body. Riser checked his body and said, everything is fine, but why the hell is my dick still here? 58. I am a human who stands above all. While Riser was making a fuss about his dick, Misla and the other ladies came back. Seeing them enter, Tatsuya made the dick invisible. Riser looked towards the door and saw her mother there and immediately went towards her. Jessica saw her son coming towards her and sighed, knowing that he must have made a ruckus. Riser approached his mother and was about to speak out loud but stopped and came closer to her ear and whispered in her ear. After saying his problem, he moved back. His mother looked at him weirdly and said, Riser, I know you are a dickhead, but you should not take it seriously and say that you are literally a dickhead. I guess you should go home and rest. Hearing his mother, Riser slumped in sadness and was about to cry, but then he suddenly noticed something. He then moved his hand down and found his little brother present there. He glanced towards Tatsuya, who nodded his head. Tears of happiness came at the corner of his eyes and he immediately rushed towards Tatsuya and hugged his legs and started saying him thank you and all, but soon realization hit him and he immediately stood up and said, why is Riser thanking you? It is because of you that Riser suffered from that. He then curled up his fist to hit Tatsuya, but as soon as he made his fist, he crouched down in pain and shouted, ah! Seeing him in pain, the others got surprised, especially Venelana and Jessica, as they were seeing his power for the first time. Riser then looked at Tatsuya and asked, why is Riser suffering from pain? Tatsuya looked at him and said, see your palms. Riser followed his instructions and opened his fist and frowned. In his hands, what Riser saw was one of his balls on each hand. He looked at Tatsuya pleadingly, who only looked away. After the party was over, Tatsuya fixed Riser's body back to normal and Riser immediately returned home. His mother, who has come to know of the ordeal, apologized for her son's actions, to which Tatsuya also apologized to her for taking such actions. After all that was over, Sareorg rushed towards Tatsuya and said, "Now since the party is over, let's fight." Tatsuya gave an annoyed side but still followed him along with the others. Soon Sareorg and Tatsuya were in a training field and all the others were sitting at the sides. Tatsuya then looked at Sareorg and said, "You should use Mr. Lion as well so as to make the fight more interesting." Sareorg, who heard him, became shocked but soon started laughing and then looked at Regulus and nodded. Regulus also nodded his head and came beside Sareorg. Sareorg then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Tatsuya, be prepared, our combined force will prevail against you." Regulus then transformed into a golden lion, surprising the others except his peerage and Tatsuya. Tatsuya kept his hands in his pockets and said seriously, "Use your full power." Regulus looked at Sareorg, who looked back at him as well and after a while nodded his head. "I will show him my true power." Regulus's body then began to glow, making everyone in the vicinity unable to see. After a while the light died down and Sareorg was covered in a golden armor and shouted, "Balance breaker, Regulus Ray Leather Rex." Tatsuya then took his hands out of his pocket and said, "Ready." Sareorg pointed his finger at Tatsuya and said, "Tatsuya, I will defeat you with the power of the Lion King Nemiya." Tatsuya narrowed his eyes and thought, "Let's use the power of a lion as well," and then Tatsuya's hands began to produce a blinding light. Soon the light died down and a golden one-handed axe was in his hand. He then pointed his axe towards Sareorg and said, "Then I will crush you with this divine axe Rita and will show you the power of the human that stands above all, sunshine." As he said that, Tatsuya's body buffed up a bit, not as much as Escanor, only just a bit. And Rita is also not as big as Escanor's and is proportionate to Tatsuya's size. Seeing the axe, Sareorg became more excited and then looked at Tatsuya maniacally and then launched towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya too didn't wait and punched him on the face, sending him flying and said, "You should wipe that look off your face." Sareorg, who crashed in the wall, stood up and said, "Yeah. That's what I expect from you, now come at me with everything you got." Tatsuya raised his axe and said, "Don't tell me that I didn't warn you. Cruel son." And a small ball of fire started forming over the axe and continued to get bigger and bigger. The temperature around the field also started rising, making it very uncomfortable for the others. Sareorg was sweating heavily but was still excited. The audience were also sweating and their clothes have started to get burned as well. The most surprised were Ravel and Jessica, who were feeling hot as well even though they were Phoenixes. Miyuki and the others used their ice and water magic to cool down the surroundings, but it was of no use. Tatsuya looked at the sun and then at Sareorg and said, "Here you go," and launched it towards Sareorg. Sareorg, being Sareorg, didn't even try to dodge it and took it head-on, creating an explosion. Tatsuya put his axe back and deactivated his sunshine ability and started walking towards the smoke. Everyone was looking at him curiously and were waiting for the smoke to clear. Soon the smoke cleared as well and revealed an unconscious Sareorg and Regulus, in human form. Tatsuya grabbed both of their collars and started walking towards others. He then handed both of them to his peerage. Tatsuya looked at the others who were looking at him with awe and he said, "Why are you looking at me weirdly?" When they heard him, their lips twitched and they all thought, "Who is the weird one between you and us?" Sana then came forward and said, "What was that axe you had?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "It was a big golden axe." Hearing his answer, her lips twitched and she then asked, "What was the magic that you used before?" "It was a very strong magic." Her brow started twitching as well and she said, "Will you answer me?" Tatsuya smiled at her and said, "I did." Sana asked, "When?" Just now. This made Sana snapped and she started cursing Tatsuya. Tsubaki immediately came towards her and restrained her so that she cannot attack Tatsuya, not that she could. Tatsuya then looked at the others and said, "I guess we should leave for now, girls, let's go back." And teleport the way with his team. Leaving behind an angry Sana and Ravel, who kept on looking on the place he was standing. The others girls looked at her and thought, "Great, another one." While Jessica was filling a form given to her by Miss La, which said, "Tatsuya Fang Club Membership Application. 59, kill them all." After the day of Sareorg's party, a lot of time has passed by. All the devils who had met Tatsuya on Sareorg's birthday came to his restaurant from time to time. Ravel also informed Tatsuya that Riser was very scared of him and daily checks whether his little brother is at the correct place or not. Venelana, Grafia, and Mil-Icas also come from time to visit them. While on their visit, Tatsuya noticed a bruise on Venelana and asked about it, but due to her being hesitant about it, Tatsuya didn't ask her further and used his telepathy to find some answers. What Tatsuya came to know was that Zidicus Gremory in this world was not an affectionate person like the one showed in the anime and light novels in Tatsuya's world. Though he keeps an image of a proper and affectionate Gremory in public, in actuality he is very brutal and greedy. He was also the reason that Rias is currently Riser's fiancé, because he was after the power and wealthy of the Phoenix family. He has also tried to make Grafia marry Surtsks after Surtsks' original wife's death, because of her being a Lucy Phage and single. And when Venelana complained about that to him, she was then dealt by him. Tatsuya was way too pissed at this but decided to take care of him later as he want to hide his capabilities as much as possible. He didn't said anything to Venelana and Grafia directly but only told them that they were welcomed in his house anytime they want. Both of them understood what Tatsuya meant to say and thanked him. Tatsuya has also bought his publishing companies and opened many restaurants in various parts of Yasaka's territory. He also bought the studio who was making the anime on his manga, hence increasing his business a lot. And because of all this his life has become way too hectic. The paperwork was fine as he was able to do that with the help of his shadow clones, but he still had to attend the meetings personally as having him at more than one place simultaneously would have been suspicious. Tatsuya even renovated his house and now it turned into a mansion. He did the same for his restaurant making it more magnificent than before and all that took him to do all that was nothing. He simply used his magic for renovations and all and used his powers to make the authorities not question him about the changes. Tatsuya also met Sekvera Agars when she came to visit Sarayorg in Underworld. At first she was very distant to him and his team but as the time passes and they met from time to time in the underworld her hesitation elevated and she started to open up to him and his team. Tatsuya also talks to her about different mechas making her more interested and entertained in her talks. Tatsuya has also made the Hanging Gardens of Babylon his headquarters for his team. Though it is too big for them, he has no problem with it as it was very cool in his opinion. Though he has asked to not inform the others about their team's headquarters. Right now Tatsuya and the others are in Underworld visiting Sarayorg as usual and right now Tatsuya is in Dulma. Tatsuya was standing in front of Himura who was looking at him with an expectant gaze. Tatsuya sighed and said, "You are saying that you want to meet your old friend who lives in Underworld?" Himura nodded in response. "But didn't you said that your tribe abandoned you and your mother and since then you have been wandering?" Himura nodded and said, "Yeah that's true I was abandoned by my tribe but there is not only one tribe in the Underworld, there are many and the one I am talking about is the head of her own tribe. Even though she didn't took me in because of other people in her tribe, she still helped me a lot when I was younger." Tatsuya sighed again and said, "Okay you can meet her but make sure that you don't reveal your identity to anyone and please don't get caught in some mess." Hearing him Himura laughed sheepishly and said, "Actually there is." Tatsuya looked at her and said, "There is." Himura didn't said anything and kept laughing sheepishly. Tatsuya sighed and said, "You don't know her location, do you?" Himura slumped her shoulders when she heard Tatsuya. Tatsuya looked at her and said, "You know in all possibility she could be dead or be someone's servant right now. You too must be knowing about the current circumstances of the Nikomata tribe right? They are currently being hunted. Do you still want to look for her?" Himura looked at Tatsuya with determination and said, "Yet I still want to look for her, even if she is dead." Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then stood up. Seeing him stand up Himura looked at him and asked, "What happened?" Tatsuya stretched his body and said, "Gather the others, we are going to find a cat right now." On hearing that Himura smiled brightly and then jumped on Tatsuya who caught her only to suddenly get kissed by her. She then freed herself and then walked out of the room and said, "Thank you Tatsuya, I love you." Tatsuya looked at the door for a while and said, "That was unexpected, well I enjoyed it so no problems on my end." He then used his magic and searched all the areas in the underworld to look out for the tribe. After searching for a while he finally found it and thought, seriously, the only tribe I could find is under attack. How much of a cliché is this world going to be for me? Soon Himura and the others came in the room. Tatsuya looked at them and said, "I found them but we have to hurry they are currently under an attack so prepare yourselves." They all nodded and then all of them took out their weapons. Kurumi who was inside Tatsuya asked, "Need my help as well?" Tatsuya shook his head and said, "No, at least not for now." They all then gathered near him and Tatsuya teleported along with all of them. Tatsuya and the others soon appeared in a barren piece of land filled with craters. They all started to look around and saw many destroyed makeshift houses, blood, dead bodies and the one-sided fight between devils and Nikomata. Tatsuya looked at them and sighed, he then looked at his companions and suddenly an idea came to his mind. "Okay, let's check whether you can hold yourself during a battle which requires killing or not. You three will take the enemies on that side and I will take the enemies on the opposite side." Tatsuya said while pointing his finger. Tatsuya then put his hand down and said, "Furthermore the one who kill the most number of enemies will get a reward." Hearing the word reward all of them perked up and asked, "What reward?" Tatsuya smiled and said, "As long as it is acceptable it can be anything you want." He then looked at the field and said, "Ready, go." As soon as he signaled all three of them rushed at full speed while thinking, "Kill them all." Tatsuya looked at them and said, "I pity those devils who are going to face them." Suddenly Kurumi said, "Why not let me participate as well?" Tatsuya showed a deadpan expression and said, "I only want to destroy the devils not the whole area along with them." Kurumi grumbled and started to complain in his head. Tatsuya became annoyed and said, "Fine fine, I will let you sleep with me tonight so keep quiet." Kurumi immediately stopped complaining and said, "I love you Tatsuya." Tatsuya sighed and then looked at the girls once more and then left for his own battle. 60. Art and Noble Cause. After Tatsuya left for his side of the battlefield he came across a lot of corpses both of the devils and the Nikomata. He looked at the bodies for a while and then thought, they really are twisted, to kill the entire race just because of one of the members of their species kills a high-ranking devil. If I were to have that type of mentality then the devils would have perished a while ago. He then looked away and then started walking again. After walking for a while he came in front of a large group of devils but before revealing his presence he used a mask to cover his face like Kakashi. He came near them and said, "Yo!" The people present there got aware of his presence and immediately looked at him. They all were confused to see a human there and were wary of him, but despite of that some of the Nikomata were looking at him with hope. One of the devils pointed his finger at Tatsuya and asked, "What is a human like you doing here?" Tatsuya rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said, "A black cat crossed my path so I had to turn around and take another path and while walking the path I reached here." All of the Nikomata and the devils were blinking their eyes while looking at him, then the devil who was pointing his finger earlier snapped and said, "Do you really think that we would buy that crap?" Tatsuya looked at him with a displeased expression and said, You didn't believe me, but thus words were used by a very great person and I mimicked him perfectly, how can it fail?" Tatsuya then hit his palm with his other hand turned into fist as a look of realization came on his face and he said, "No, wait, I remember now, he too was never able to make others believe him. Now it makes sense." While Tatsuya was doing this the devil was getting more and more frustrated. Finally not being able to bear the frustration, he charged at Tatsuya while shouting, "You worthless piece of shit, die!" But just as his fist was about to connect, he burst into white light and disappeared from everyone's sight making all of them except Tatsuya widen their eyes in surprise. Tatsuya was standing at the place he was standing earlier with a silver gun in his hand and said, "You devils, surely lack manners. Didn't anyone teach you that you shouldn't interrupt anyone while they are speaking? Sigh so much for you to live in an aristocratic society." All the devils looked at Tatsuya with hatred in their eyes but none of them took any actions against him. They all now knew that Tatsuya was not a simple human and were now wary of him. Tatsuya looked at everyone present there and smirked. "You are not as dumb as I thought you all would be considering most of you are nothing but arrogant shit. Now then what I want to know who ordered you to attack the Nikomata?" One of the devils who had been trying to suppress his anger finally failed and said, "Why do you want to know that and who do you think you are to be asking questions to us? You are just a human so remember your place and if you don't know what is your place then let me tell you, it's below my feet." Tatsuya looked at the devil with an amused expression and then swiped his hand in the air and just after he did that the devil's legs were cut off making blood splatter around. Tatsuya then started walking towards the injured devil who was crying in pain. All the other devils looked at the scene in front of them in fear, they all wanted to help their fellow devil but were unable to move because of fear. Tatsuya stood in front of the devil who was looking at him with fear in his eyes. Tatsuya then smiled and said, "Now what should we do, you don't have any feet now." Tatsuya then lifted his own feet and kicked the devil with some force killing him in the process. He then checked the area around him and then said, "Let's call all the people here first." He then stretched his arms and used his telekinesis. Soon many devils and Nikomata flying in the air were coming towards him. He made all of them land safely and then segregated them in their respective groups. He then looked at the devils and Nikomata who just came here and said, "I give you all 5 minutes to explain what all is happening here to your friends who just came here and be careful, make any unnecessary moves and you will." He smiled evilly while releasing some of his pressure on them making all of them look at him in fear. All of them then began to discuss among themselves and Tatsuya used his telepathy to hear what all of them were thinking. After the time was over he clapped his hands to get their attention. All of them looked at him. Tatsuya then gave a fake cough and said, "Now that the time is up I guess you all know what is the situation you are in." He then looked at the devils and said, "I will ask without beating around the bush and I expect you all to do the same as well. Who ordered you to attack the Nikomata?" They remained silent and didn't answer him. Tatsuya gave a sigh and thought, why are they so arrogant to not understand how much of a deep shit they all are in? Tatsuya raised his hand and said, "Fine, have it your way," and fired multiple ki blasts on them. The devils who saw the ki blasts coming towards them got alert. They wanted to defend themselves but were unable to as the ki blasts were very fast. After getting hit by the blasts they were engulfed in explosion made by them. Seeing the sheer amount of the destructive power of those blasts the Nikos were awestruck. They were looking at Tatsuya and were hoping that he was not there to kill them. Tatsuya then moved towards the devils once the blast was extinguished. He looked at the pile of devils who were severely injured and said, "I have not killed you yet but I can't promise the same if you are unwilling to give me the answers." One of the devils who was now very scared of him said, wait, I will tell you. We were sent here by the head of the Nabrias family." Tatsuya then moved his head close to the devil and asked, "And what else did he ask you to do apart from killing them?" The devil gulped his saliva and was not willing to answer but seeing the key orb that Tatsuya made just then made him shiver and he said, "We are here to catch a Nico Shao to aid him in his experiment." Tatsuya then looked at the Nikomata and asked, "Do you have a Nico Shao among your people?" The Nikomata were surprised by this but still nodded their heads. Tatsuya looked back at the devil and smiled and said, "See, it was not difficult was it?" Tell you what, I will give you a reward as well for answering my questions. Tatsuya then took a weird-looking white doll and placed it in front of the devil. The devil looked at the doll in confusion and asked, "What is it?" Tatsuya started walking back and said, "It's my art." The devils looked at the doll and one of them muttered, "This is just shit." Tatsuya then turned around immediately, making the devil tremble in fear. Tatsuya just smiled and said, "Art is not shit, you know." He then raised his hand and said, "Art is explosion," and snapped his fingers. Once his fingers snapped, all the devils were engulfed in a massive blast, making the blast of the previous key orbs look like child play. Tatsuya then turned towards the Nikomata, who were looking at him with fear, and said, "I guess that said Nico Shao must be you leader as well." They all hesitated for a bit but still nodded their heads. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Good, take me to her." Meanwhile at the other side, Miyuki, Himari, and Ingvild were killing the devils at great speeds, making both the devils and Nikomata look at the three of them with fear. One of the scared devils who was trying to run away was then surrounded by the three of them. Miyuki looked at the other two and said, "Back off you two, this one is mine." Himari snorted and said, "Who decided that? Just go away and let me kill him." The devil, who was not able to bear any more, asked, "Why the hell are you killing us anyway? We didn't do anything to you, so why?" Both of them looked at him and said, "I know that we don't have any bad blood between us, but please die for the noble cause." The devil looked at both of them and said, "What noble cause asked you to do this massacre?" Himari then looked at him with a cold expression and said, "Says who kill the Nikomata without any care at all." Miyuki too glared at him and said, "So by the name of Oni-sama die." But before she was able to finish, the devil was pierced a lightning spear by Ingvild, who said, "This is a noble cause because it allows the winner to get a reward from Tatsuya, and by the looks of it I guess I win." Seeing the victorious expression on Ingvild's face, the other two started to argue with her, making the Nikomata present there look at the with a weird expression. 61. Lowly Magazine. After Tatsuya asked the Nikomata to take him to their leader, they all dropped their heads down in sadness. Seeing them like that, Tatsuya sighed and said, "Seeing that how you all are feeling sad, she must have already been taken to their headquarters." He then sent a telepathic message to the others and told them to come there as soon as possible along with the other Nikomata. Soon the three girls along with the Nikomata came. Tatsuya nodded and then looked at Himari and asked, "Is your friend is in this tribe?" She nodded her head and then said, "Yes, she is here, or correctly saying she was here. I asked about her from others and came to know that the one I was looking for was indeed their leader, but as you may have already known." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Yes, she has already been taken by those devils." When he said that, the other members of the tribe started to feel guilty and were blaming themselves for their incompetence. Tatsuya sighed and stood up and stretched his arms and said, "Well, I will be going for a while. In the meantime, treat the injured and help them to stabilize a bit. I will leave a clone here just in case." After saying that, Tatsuya started flying in the Nabrias family's direction and thought, "I was planning of going there soon to collect evidence on Kurika's innocence. Well, it only works in my favor. Himari gets to meet her friend and I get an excuse for finding records for her innocence. A win-win situation if I say so." Soon he reached in front of a steel door which looked like it was leading underground. Tatsuya's eyes then changed and he said, "Kamui," before phasing through the gate without any hindrance. He also turned invisible and decided to give the devils a surprise. After casually walking in the underground laboratory for a while, he came across a room which on his opinion looked like a study, as many books and paperwork was scattered all around the room. He gave a sigh and made some clones and said, "Let's get on the work, boys," and started searching the room. After a while, one of the clone came towards real Tatsuya and showed him a marked page on one of the notebooks present in the room. Tatsuya looked at the content that the clone was asking him to go through and sighed. He then looked at the clone and asked, "Have you read all this?" The clone nodded his head in approval. Tatsuya then looked at him weirdly and said, "Then dumbass, just disappear and I will know about this." The clone twitched his lips and said, "We are literally the same person, so don't call me dumbass, you dumbass," and disappeared with a puff of smoke. Tatsuya then looked at the others and said, "Collect anything that looks useful, don't leave any place unturned." The clones nodded and all of them started searching the room thoroughly. After collecting all the useful thing, Tatsuya dispelled all the clones and said, "Now let's search for Himari's friend," and started roaming around the lab again. He then used his detection and found that the scientists and some Nico Shao were present in a lab which was at a level more down than the he was on. Tatsuya again used his Kamui and phased through the ground. After reaching the desired floor, he saw many guards present there, and after checking their strength, most of them were ranging between low class to high class and 2 ultimate class. Tatsuya just took out his guns and fired at any guard that came in his way, killing them without letting them make a noise. Hell, he didn't have to even worry about the dead body or leaving any evidence behind, as he was completely invisible. Even the security camera were not able to see through his invisibility. After walking a while, he came across a chamber and phased through it. Once he reached a door, he disabled his invisibility after destroying all the cameras. He then knocked on the door and shouted, "FBI, open up!" and kicked the door open. As soon as Tatsuya entered the room, he saw a group of 3 scientists quickly throwing a magazine away. Tatsuya observed the cover of the magazine and thought, my entrance must have shocked them to hell while they were literally reading a book on little girls' adventure. One of the devil scientists then raised his hands and said, there is no lowly magazine here. The other people looked at him and thought, seriously? Calming themselves down a bit, a devil came forward and said, who the hell are you and how were you able to enter without anyone noticing, where are the guards? Tatsuya didn't answer the devil and threw him away using telekinesis. He then moved forward and said, there are two things that you all should know about the current situation. First, you are not the one who will ask questions, only I will be the one doing that, and second, he then gave them a menacing smile and said, instead of thinking how I entered here, you should worry more about how you all will leave this place. All the devils shivered on hearing Tatsuya's voice, but still one of them came forward. The devil who came forward was wearing formal clothing rather than lab coat and was also a ultimate class devil while others were at most high class. The devil looked at Tatsuya and said, who are you, boy? Don't you know that you are invading in my territory? You sure have guts to come here and alone at that. I will surely kill you, or better use you for one of my experiments. He said that while he pointed his finger at Tatsuya. Tatsuya looked at him for a while and then fired a death beam which pierced his thigh. Tatsuya then walked towards the crouching devil and lifted him up by his hair and said, didn't I say before that I will be asking questions, not you? So what is your name, my shitty devil? As soon as he said that, a magic blast was fired at him which Tatsuya just bitch slapped away. He looked at the devil who fired it, who looked at him with anger and said, you, leave Nabrius-sama alone. Tatsuya widened his eyes and then looked at Nabrius and said, so you are the infamous Nico pervert Nabrius, hey? When he said, Nabrius snorted at him while some of the scientists were trying to hold back their laugh. Tatsuya then threw him away and then walked towards some huge glass tubes which contained then the naked Nico Shao. The Nico Shao looked at him with questioning gaze, to which Tatsuya just smiled. He then snapped his finger and suddenly all the tubes got destroyed. The fluid contained inside the tubes started flowing out and Tatsuya caught the Nico Shao who came out of those tubes. Tatsuya then looked at the enraged scientists and said, seeing that you have more than one Nico Shao you are experimenting on, you all must have been the ones who have been killing the Nikomata. Tatsuya then looked back at the naked girls and then his gaze moved towards their chest and Tatsuya thought, big. He then averted his eyes and gave them some sheets to cover their bodies for the time being. He then looked at the devils and exerted some pressure on them and said, I will be taking them back, you don't have any problems, right? The devils wanted to retort but Tatsuya was exerting too much pressure on them for them to even move a muscle. Tatsuya nodded his head and then looked at the girls and said, let's go then. Tatsuya started to move and some girls started following him as well, but one of them didn't move. Tatsuya looked back at her and asked, what happened? The Nico Shao had blonde hair and a voluptuous body. She glared at Tatsuya and asked, how can we trust you so easily and follow you who knows that you don't have any bad intentions towards us? Tatsuya looked at her emotionlessly and said, who said that you have to trust me and I didn't even ask you to follow me? If you know the way to the exist you are more than welcome to go on your own, or you can even wait here with the Nico pervert and co as well. And then again started walking. The Nico Shao looked at Tatsuya and gritted her teeth but sighed and started following him like the others. After walking for a while the girls started to feel a bit relieved and started talking to one another, and from what Tatsuya heard he came to know that they all were the leader of their own respective tribes and were brought here after their tribe was completely slaughtered by the devils. Tatsuya didn't said anything to them as he believed that the world he was currently in believed only in the survival of the fittest. Once they all were out of the establishment Tatsuya asked the others to move back a bit and then materialized a sort of rifle and pointed it at the huge establishment. He started charging his magic and then pulled the trigger while saying, material burst. As soon as he pulled the trigger a small orb formed over th establishment and then started getting bigger and bigger till it completely engulfed the whole establishment and destroying it in the process. The girls looked at the scene in front of them in horror and they then turned to the one who was trying to argue with Tatsuya earlier and said at the same time, you should be glad that I came back unscathed. 62. Alliance. After checking whether the laboratory was completely destroyed or not Tatsuya went towards the girls and asked, so what are you all plan to do from now on? Hearing his question the girls started discussing among themselves. Seeing that the girls were not going to reach a conclusion anytime soon Tatsuya clapped his hands to get their attention and said, stop it, you all are coming with me to the Nikomata tribe I saved recently, you all can discuss further after we reach there. He then opened his arms and said, grab on. The girls hesitated a bit but still took a hold of his arms. They have already seen his strength and they surely don't want to annoy him at all. Once Tatsuya confirmed that all of them were holding his arms he nodded and then teleported away. In an instant all of them were in the area where Tatsuya and his team killed the devils. The others also noticed that he have came back and started to come near him. Once the Nikomata saw the blonde Nico Shao they all quickly rushed toward her and started to bombard her with questions and apologies. Tatsuya slowly walked towards Himari and asked, is she the one? Himari looked at the blonde Nico Shao for a while and said with a smile, yep, she is the one. She then looked at him and said, thanks a lot Tatsuya. And hugged him. Tatsuya hugged her back and slowly caressed her back and said, you don't need to be grateful to me, didn't I say that I will help you any way possible when you joined the team? Himari smiled and snuggled closer to him. Tatsuya looked at her and said with a smile, besides I will make sure to enjoy your ears and tail once we go back home as a compensation, so it is a win-win condition for me. Himari blushed on thought about what all Tatsuya would do to her, but Tatsuya suddenly said, I am not going to do any of those perverted things that you are thinking about right now. Hearing this, Himari looked up while she was still a blushing mess and with her ears dropped looked at Tatsuya with puppy eyes with some tears forming at the corner of her eyes. Tatsuya, who looked at her, took a critical hit and blushed as well. He hugged her tightly and said, Himari, you are too cute. Himari, who heard him, was happy and again snuggled closer to him. While this was going on at the side, both Miyuki and Ingvild were looking at Tatsuya and Himari, who seemed to have made their own temporary world for now. Miyuki kept looking on them and said, should we start wearing animal ears as well? Ingvild, who heard the question, still kept on looking at them as well and said with a nod, we should try it. It looks like they would be very effective on him. Ingvild and Miyuki both looked at each other and then shook their hands, forming an alliance. After a while, all the Nikomata and Nico Shao gathered around Tatsuya and the others and bowed their heads and said, thank you very much for saving us from those devils. We would be forever grateful to you. Tatsuya shook his hand and said, you don't need to be grateful to me, I only did this because my friend Himari had someone she wanted to meet and there was a chance that her friend would be among you all. So if you want to thank someone, it should be Himari. Tatsuya noticed that when he took Himari's name, the blonde-haired Neko Shao's eyes widened. The blonde then came forward with a shocked expression, and seeing that Himari came forward as well. The blonde looked at Himari and asked, are you Himari? Himari smiled and said, long time no see Asumi. Hearing that, the blonde started to cry and hugged Himari while saying, sorry over and over again. Himari smiled and started to console her, and after she stopped crying they started to talk to each other. At the same time, the other Nico Shao and Nikomata started to discuss about what to do from now on. On the other hand, Tatsuya, Miyuki and Ingvild were sitting in a corner with Tatsuya being in the middle of them. Tatsuya and the girls looked at the scene in front of them and Tatsuya unconsciously said, there are a lot of cats here for sure. Ingvild nodded her head and said, there sure are. Miyuki glared at the Nikos and said, should I take care of some of those future thieving cats, Ani-sama? Both Tatsuya and Ingvild looked at Miyuki with a swear drop. Tatsuya decided to change the topic and said, by the way, who won the competition among you three? At his question, Ingvild beamed with happiness and hugged him tightly. Seeing the reaction, Tatsuya looked at Ingvild with a smile and said, good job Ingvild, it looks like you are getting better and better, getting a hold on you power. I am really proud of you. Ingvild smiled sheepishly on hearing Tatsuya's praise and nodded her head. Tatsuya had already told her that she was a powerhouse, having a power equal to if not greater than a superclass devil. But having power and being able to use it were two different things. She was not able to properly control her power, so instead of increasing her power like Miyuki and Ingvild, she focused on controlling her already massive power. Tatsuya then noticed the gloomy atmosphere around Miyuki and patted her head and said, don't be sad, losing now only means that you have to leave your opponent in dust when the next time you compete with her, understood? Miyuki, who was in bliss because of the head pat, nodded her head and said, yes Ani-sama. Tatsuya smiled at her, but suddenly his expression turned serious. Tatsuya stood up and looked at the Nikos still talking to each other. Tatsuya went towards them and said, I don't want to interrupt you all, but it looks like the Nico pervert survived somehow and is now coming here with his army. Hearing his words, the Nikos stopped talking and immediately checked their surroundings using senjutsu. Confirming the things that Tatsuya just said, they all started to panic. Tatsuya gave a sigh and then sat down and started waiting for them to calm down. Seeing his actions, his teammates gave a sigh and sat down as well. The Nikomata kept on panicking, and seeing that the Nico Shao started to release their pressure on them, making them silent. The Nico Shao then came forward and said, we will stall him and his army for a while, and in the meantime you all run away. The Nikomata started to refute and asked them to not give away their lives for them. Tatsuya then stood up and said, can you really provide them enough time to run away? You are only giving their lives away for nothing, and if by any chance they all survive, then who is going to lead them in this world full of dangerous and selfish people like those devils coming here? Hearing him, the Nico Shao gritted their teeth but didn't said anything. They all knew that what Tatsuya was saying was true and they didn't had any way of saving themselves at all. Suddenly Asumi came forward and grabbed Tatsuya's collar and said, then what do you think that we should do? Just hand ourselves to him and let him kill us. Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then sent her flying with a forward flick, making the others look at them with a sweat drop. The others fell into despair, thinking that they don't have any way to save themselves. Suddenly the rest of the Nico Shao came forward and bowed their heads and said, then can you save them? Tatsuya looked at them and said, yeah, I can save them. Hearing him, the Nikomata got a little hope and they all looked at Tatsuya with expectant gaze. But Tatsuya, being like usual, was about to ask them for his compensation for saving them, but suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. Tatsuya turned around and saw Himari looking at him with worried eyes and thought, I guess I know what she is about to say. Tatsuya looked at her and asked, what? Himari said, Tatsuya, can you please help them? Even if just for a bit, Asumi still helped me survive in the past. Tatsuya, who heard this, thought, bullseye, and sighed. He then looked away and said, Looks like there is still some work left for me. Remember, I will be taking more compensation once we get home for this favor as well. He said that and took off. 63. Perverts. After Tatsuya took off, the other Nikos looked at his team and asked, can he really defeat them all on his own? His teammates looked at the Nikos and said, instead of worrying about him, you all should pity at the fate of those who are coming here. He can completely annihilate all the devils coming here without even trying. All of them looked at his team with shock while they all simply smiled. Tatsuya continued to fly for a while and soon he came across the Nico pervert in his army. Tatsuya looked at Nabrius and said, Yo Nico pervert, I am very surprised that you survived. Nabrius glared at him and said, I will fucking kill you. You not only took my lab rats away but you destroyed my whole laboratory as well. All the years of my hard work suddenly destroyed. I will not let you live. Tatsuya yawned and said, done your ranting? Good, so shall we begin? Hearing him, Nabrius gave a menacing smile and said, yes, we should begin. And to make sure to surely kill you, I brought the most powerful weapon that we have ever created. Thankfully it was stored in my mansion's storehouse. Bring it, boys. As he said that, the devils who were in the front shifted from their positions and revealed some devils, labors, carrying a huge ass machine. Tatsuya looked at the machine for a while and then said, what does it do, Nico pervert? Does it change anyone in the surrounding to a Nikomata who you can play with? As Tatsuya said that, the devils who were carrying the machine suddenly lost strength in their arms and the machine started to fall down. They all started to back away from Nabrius and looked at him with a disgusted look. Nabrius saw this and said, you fools, catch that right now. Why would I bring such a thing to kill someone? As he said that, the devils rushed to the machine and somehow managed to catch it before it fell on the ground. Tatsuya then looked at Nabrius with a surprised expression and said, then do you mean that you really did made such a machine? Everyone looked at Nabrius with expectant gaze, and seeing those looks, Nabrius became embarrassed and shouted, why would I tell you about that? Shut up and let me kill you. Suddenly a devil who was standing beside Nabrius came towards him and whispered and asked, Master, can we even make Lolas by that machine? Nabrius looked at him and said, indeed, but that machine is still in development phase. Once it's done I will make sure to let you all try that. Suddenly the man's eyes shined brightly with enthusiasm. He looked at the rest of the devils and shouted, fellow devils, Master Nabrius have developed a machine by which we can make legal Lolas and has promised us to let us try that. Our days of salvation are not far now. The other devils who heard him became enthusiastic and shouted, all hail Nabrius-sama, all hail Lolas. Seeing that, Tatsuya looked at all of them and thought, the whole Nabrius territory is Lilicon. That must be the reason that they didn't even touch those Nico Shao I saved earlier. Tatsuya waited for them to calm down a bit and said, you all done, pervs? Nabrius looked at Tatsuya and said, you sure are eager to die. Okay men, let's kill him soon. The sooner we kill him the faster I can start making that machine. All the devils looked at Tatsuya with a fire in their eyes and shouted, give your orders, Nabrius-sama. Nabrius started laughing and said, start the machine. A devil standing at the rear of the machine nodded and pressed a button. Tatsuya got ready for an attack to come towards him, but even after waiting for a while the attack didn't came. Tatsuya looked at Nabrius confusedly and said, are you really sure that your machine is working? Nabrius looked at Tatsuya and said, of course it is, we just have to wait for it to charge up a bit. How do you expect a large attack if we don't have enough energy to support it? Tatsuya looked at him weirdly and thought, so this is the infamous charging time. I feel like it is similar to downloading a high-end game on a computer. Well, let's wait for a bit, I am not in a hurry anyway. Tatsuya placed his hands on his shoulder and asked, so how much time will it take? Nabrius looked at him and said, about half an hour. Tatsuya nodded and said, well, when it is almost ready tell me, okay? Nabrius nodded and then started looking at the loading screen. Tatsuya took out a book and started reading it. When the half an hour was almost complete, Nabrius looked at Tatsuya and said, you should get ready, it's 95% charged. Tatsuya nodded and put the book back. Nabrius looked at the screen and started counting. 96. 97. 98. 99. Just as he said 99, Tatsuya took a rock and threw it at the machine with a bit of his strength and destroyed it. Tatsuya then looked at Nabrius's face and thought, ah. That look of despair reminds me of myself whenever it happened to me while downloading a large file. He must be feeling completely torn from the inside now. Nabrius looked at Tatsuya and said, what have you done? You destroyed it when it was almost complete. How can you be so cruel? Tatsuya looked back at him and didn't said anything. He then showed him a mocking smile, making him getting enraged. Nabrius looked at the devils and shouted, kill him. Tatsuya didn't said anything and took out his Neo Serve Resta and started to charge magic in it. The devils didn't cared about him and started firing various magic attacks at him. Tatsuya continued to dodge the attack, and once the sword was completely charged he said, now let's test the last one. He moved the hand holding the sword to his side and said, Void Splitter, and slashed the air in front of him. As soon as he executed the slash, a huge black wave of energy in the form of a slash rised towards the devils, destroying all the magic attacks in the process. Seeing the attack coming towards him, Nabrius tried to avoid the attack but was not able to. To him it looked like the attack was trying to pull it towards itself. Nabrius looked at the attack in horror and soon the slashed through him and the other devils, cutting them all in the process. Some of them even tried to place a barrier in front of them, but the attack phased through them without any resistance. Tatsuya looked at the one-sided massacre in front of him and said, "Well, looks like my job is done. But today I learned a new thing." He nodded his head and looked like he was thinking deeply. He then opened his eyes and said, "Looks like Azazel is not the only pervert who made something like a gender-bender gun." He said that and started flying back. 64. That business can wait for a while. After defeating the Nico pervert and CO, Tatsuya returned back to the village. All the Nikomata and Nico Xiao looked at him with an expectant gaze. Tatsuya looked at them for a while and then gave a thumbs up. When the others saw the thumbs up, they all cheered in happiness, some of them even shed tears of joy and were celebrating among themselves. Tatsuya looked at the scene in front of him and thought, "I know that they have the whole right to be happy because they are now safe from devil invasions, but why are they forgetting that now they don't have any place to stay or food to eat? Sigh, let's wait for a bit and then burst their bubble of happiness." And as per his thought, Tatsuya waited for them to celebrate a bit more and then said, "You guys seem to be forgetting something." As he said that, all of them stopped celebrating and then got confused by his question, but soon Asumi got what Tatsuya wanted to say and looked at the others and said, "Girls, do any of you know a place where we can stay now?" At her question the rest of the Nikos got shocked. Tatsuya could have sworn that he heard thunder in the background. All of them started to get impatient and started discussing what to do from now on, but were not able to reach any decision. Tatsuya looked at the situation for a while and then asked, "Do you want to live under the Yukai territory?" At his question all of them turned their heads and shouted, "For real?" Tatsuya was dumbfounded by their sudden change and remained still for a while. After gaining back his focus he coughed and said, "Well, I can ask Yasaka about it first and then only we could know." Tatsuya then began thinking about how to deal with the situation. Making the Yukai faction take in some refugees was not too much problem. The problem was that the refugees were originally from the underworld, so they might have suspicion on them of being spies. While Tatsuya was thinking, the other Nico Xiao other than Asumi came forward and asked, "Tatsuya-san, no, Tatsuya-sama, can we come with you instead?" As Tatsuya heard this he felt that the atmosphere got a little colder, "Miyuki," but he shrugged it off. He then looked at the Nico Xiao and asked, "And why do you all want to come with me instead of going to the Yukai faction, as being with your own kin would be much better for you, don't you think so?" All of the Nico Xiao nodded their heads and said, "Yes, it is better for us to be present among our own kin, and the atmosphere around the Yukai territory would be very good for us as well." She then paused for a bit and said, "But we want to get strong," she said with a look of determination on her face, and the same was with the others present beside her. Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then asked, "And why do you all want to become stronger?" Another Nico Xiao came forward and said, "We have already lost the people who lived with us in our respective villages because of our weaknesses. We would have been dead as well if not for you saving us. So please take us in. We are even ready to be your slaves, just make us stronger so that we would not be in the same situation we were in before." When Tatsuya heard the word slave, a picture of him being in between naked Catwoman came in his mind. He thought that the idea would be good as their ears and tails looked soft and smooth, but he threw the idea of his mind and said, "But can't you become strong by being among the Yukai? There must be various techniques that they must have that would make you all stronger." All of them then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Even if they have some techniques they would be still incompetent against the training style that you have. We know how strong that Himari girl is, and that too at such young age, and all this was because of your training, or as she told us." As they said that, Tatsuya and his teammates all looked at Himari. Tatsuya with curiousness and Miyuki and Ingvild with anger. All these gazes made her uncomfortable and she said, "What? I said that on the heat of moment, I was very happy to meet my friend and that's why I said that." They looked at her for a bit more and finally sighing and shrugging it off. Tatsuya looked at the girls in front of him and said, "I will tell you my answer later, it is not a matter that I can think about in a spur of moment," he said, and turned around, making the Nico Xiao standing in front of him drop down their ears and tails in disappointment, but they soon came over it and thought that they were still not rejected. Tatsuya then went towards the other members of his team and said, "I am going to talk about this matter to Yasaka, you all remain here and protect them, and also decide on the matter those Nico Xiao presented before me right now, as it will surely affect our team." Tatsuya then turned around and took some food supplies and made some makeshift houses. He then turned towards the Nico Xiao and said, "Stay here for the time being, I am going to talk to Yasaka for a bit." He then made a portal and walked through it. Soon Tatsuya appeared in front of the headquarters of the Yukai faction in Kyoto. He looked at the guards who bowed their heads when they saw him, and Tatsuya did the same. Tatsuya was now recognized by most of the members of the Yukai faction and is respected by them. Tatsuya's strength and the times that he had helped them previously made his reputation grow among them. Tatsuya started walking towards the headquarters and soon he found someone sneaking on him by his detection. Tatsuya smiled a bit and then disappeared from his spot. Seeing him disappear, the person following him came out and looked a bit displeased, but suddenly that person was strangled by someone and shouted, "Who are you? Let me go." The person who was strangling smiled and said, "Long time no see, Kunu." As Kunu heard the voice, she smiled and said, "Tatsuya nii." Tatsuya let her go and was immediately hugged by Kunu. Tatsuya smiled and hugged her back and said, "So you were trying to sneak up on me." As Kunu heard him, she got embarrassed and hid her face on Tatsuya's chest. Tatsuya chuckled and lifted her up and started walking with her in his arms. Kunu didn't said anything and simply enjoyed Tatsuya's embrace. They soon came in front of a huge Japanese-styled mansion. Tatsuya came in front of a sliding door and was about to ask to enter but was beaten down to it when Kunu jumped from his arms and entered the room without permission. Tatsuya looked at her and then bonked her head and said, "Bad manners, Kunu, you should not enter someone's room without permission." Kunu held her head and glared at Tatsuya with a pout and said, "Meanie." Tatsuya looked at her and thought, "So cute," and poked her cheeks. Tatsuya then heard a cough and turned his head. Standing before him was blonde and busta lady wearing a yellow kimono, which didn't help her a bit in hiding her huge chest. The most notable feature about her was 2 fox ears on her head and 9 gold and yellow fluffy tails. Tatsuya smiled and said, "Yasaka, how have you been?" Yasaka smiled as well and then walked towards him and hugged him and said, "I have been well, but now I am better since you finally decided to visit me." Tatsuya laughed in embarrassment and said, "Sorry about not being able to meet you more often, but I had been way too busy for some time." Yasaka didn't said anything and continued to hug him. Seeing that she had no intention of letting him go for the time being, Tatsuya sighed and said, "Look, as much I want to continue what we are doing, I have some important business with you, so can we do that first?" Yasaka looked at him in the eye and said, "But can't we talk like this?" Tatsuya, who looked back at her, was mesmerized and was unable to hear what she said. Seeing his condition, Yasaka smiled and said, "Fu, looks like someone is enchanted by me." Suddenly they were separated by Kunu, who hugged Tatsuya tightly and said, "Oka-san, leave Tatsuya nii alone." Yasaka chuckled and said, "But it looks like that he was enjoying it." Tatsuya suddenly got back to his senses and said, "What happened?" He looked around the room and saw a smiling Yasaka. Tatsuya then felt Kunu tightening her grip, so he looked at her and asked, "What happened?" Kunu looked at him with determination and said, "Just wait for me, Tatsuya nii, I will become more beautiful in future. So much beautiful that you will not even look at other girls." Tatsuya, who was still confused, was suddenly pulled and felt that his head hit something soft. Tatsuya looked up and saw Yasaka smiling at him. Yasaka got close to his face and said, "Then it looks like I have to make you obsessed with me before Kunu becomes that beautiful." And kissed him. Tatsuya was confused about what was happening around him and thought, "I don't know what all happened, but I literally don't care about any of that. Right now I feel like I am in heaven," and enjoyed the kiss. Kunu, who was by their side, was covering her eyes but still looked at them from between her finger and said, That's as bad, Oka-san, that type of thing can only be done once you are married." Yasaka then looked at Kunu and said, Era, then it looks like we have to get married soon to this type of thing, right, Tatsuya?" Tatsuya unconsciously said, "Yeah," but soon he became focused and said, "Wait a bit, why the hell am I even doing all this? I still have some business." Kunu came in front of him and said, "Tatsuya nii, you can pet my ears and my tails." Yasaka came forward as well and said, "Yeah, mine too." Tatsuya looked at the golden yellow tails swinging to and fro. To him it felt like that those tails were calling him. Tatsuya gulped his saliva and thought, that business can wait for a while, I guess. 65. Death would be better. After completing all the major tasks, Tatsuya was lying down with a happy face, and the same blissful expression was present on both Kunu's and Yasaka's face. Tatsuya was then brought back to his senses by a voice which said, "Looks like you are having the time of your life." Tatsuya became serious and said, "Not a word out of your mouth and you can sleep in my room for a week. Deal, Kurumi?" Kurumi, who heard him, smiled and said, "Deal." Tatsuya then stood up and said, "Yasaka, this time I am serious, we need to talk right now. This is very important." Yasaka, who heard his serious tone, became serious as well and said, "Okay, let's go to my office and discuss what you want to say." Tatsuya nodded and both of them then went to her office. After an hour of discussion with Yasaka and other elders of the Yukai faction, they allowed the Nikomata to stay in the Yukai territory, but will constantly be monitored and would be checked by the others. Tatsuya talked with Yasaka and Kunu for a bit and then returned back to the underworld. He then explained the matter that he discussed with Yasaka and the others and told them that they were allowed to stay there. He then went to his teammates and asked, "So what have you all decided?" They all looked at each other for a while and then said, "We don't have any problems with the 4 of them being in the team. We would have felt the same if we encountered such a situation of being so much helpless." Tatsuya nodded his head and then walked towards the Niko Shao, who asked to be his slaves. Tatsuya looked at them and said, "Well, it looks like they all have agreed to you 4 being the part of our team." Hearing this, all of them beamed with happiness and said with a smile, "Thanks a lot, Tatsuya-sama, we will try our best to work for you and will train hard to not hinder you all." Tatsuya looked at them and then gave them a malicious smile and said, "Don't thank me so early, I will make sure to train you for so hard that you will start to think that death would be better than your life." And started laughing creepily. Seeing him laugh creepily, all four of them took a step back. Himari and the other placed their hands on their shoulders and said, "Don't worry, you will only want to die for the first 2 weeks or so." Hearing her, all four of them had the same thought, No, that's something that you should absolutely worry about. They are broken, they are completely broken." All four of them were covered in cold sweat when suddenly Tatsuya said, "Anyways, I am Tatsuya Shiba and I hope that we all can get along from now on." A brown-haired Nico Xiao came forward when she heard him. Her hair were straight and long enough to reach her waist, and just like her hair she had brown eyes. She bowed her head a bit and said, "Nice to meet you as well, my name is Shizuka. Please take care of me from now on." Following her example, a red-haired Nico Xiao bowed her head a bit. The girl had long red hair and red eyes. She looked at Tatsuya and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Karin. I look forward to working with you all." Then a black-haired Nico Xiao with long hair and hazel eyes came forward and said with a serious tone, "Kagura. I hope that I will learn a lot of things under you." And lastly a light blue-haired girl with short hair came forward. She bowed a bit and said, "I am Sanan, nice to meet you." After all of them introduced themselves, Tatsuya nodded and said, "We will go back to the headquarters first. I will explain to you about your jobs and all, and don't expect me to be lenient, I will make you work to the bone." Tatsuya said in a strict tone, and all four of them nodded their heads with determination. Tatsuya then looked at Asumi and said, "Make sure that all the people of your tribe are here, I am going to take all of you back to the Yukai territory." After he said that, he turned around, but soon he remembered something and said, "And there is one thing that should be clear to you all. All of you are now dead while fighting the devils who were trying to kill you, and since the devils has issued the order of killing your kin, you don't have to worry about them chasing you all." After that Asumi gathered all of her tribe and all them thanked Tatsuya for all the help that he had given. Tatsuya then accompanied them all back to the Yukai faction territory, and after some words spat between Yasaka, Kunu, and the rest of Tatsuya's teammates, except the ones that joined now, he teleported them to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Seeing the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, all the four Nico Xiao were beyond speechless, and now they had a new respect for Tatsuya. Tatsuya then asked others to show them around the place, and once they were done Tatsuya gave them his basic training regime. After going through the regime once, the four of them were speechless. They all looked at the others and asked, "Do you all this much training daily?" Hearing the question, all of them shook their heads in denial, making them sigh in relief only to become short on breath when they said, "The training we go through is at least 50 times more than the one written in that paper." Tatsuya then looked at them and said, "Once again welcome to the team, and I hope that you all don't die before you are able to reach your desired level of strength." 66. 2 years. After all the four Nico Xiao finally settled in Shiba residence, Tatsuya started his tour cough training, and just like his other teammates, victims, they too began thinking that dying was better, just like Tatsuya promised. As the time passed on, Tatsuya continued to train the others as well, and the one who progressed the most among them was Ingvilt. She took a jump and broke through the mid-ultimate class along with Miyuki and Himari. Though they were happy for her friend's progress, they still felt a bit hurt because of her progress speed. The new Nico Xiaos were not far behind as well. According to Tatsuya, those four had great potential, and due to their experience in the real world they do know fairly well how to work hard. All four of them were able to use senjutsu, chakra, ki, and magic as well, which was not even the case with the Miyuki, Himari and Ingvilt. Though they didn't had great talents like the others, they were still able to hold themselves up against them. Tatsuya has trained them in all the forms of energy without neglecting their physical training as well. All four of them were able to perform close-quarter combat and fly using ki. They were also able to use their respective weapons except Shizuka, who only likes to use her bare fists. Kagura was a katana user, and Tatsuya has given her Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, which is also modified to use wind and lighting elements as well. Karin was a dagger user and uses two similar daggers. Tatsuya has given her two Hestia blades and modifying them to suit her hands by increasing the length of the blades. The blades were also able to grow along with the user just like its properties, and its length can be changed as well. The dagger has various status defect abilities like poisoning, paralysis, etc., which can be activated by inflicting a strike at the enemy. Sanan was a long-range fighter, and Tatsuya has given her a shape-shifting weapon which is able to change in various forms of guns and some other weapons, though it requires her own magic for transformation. Though she can even fire ki orbs whose destructive power is much more than her weapons, fighting with her weapon is much more efficient for her. Tatsuya also made each of them spar against each other from time to time. He sometimes even take all of them head-on. Tatsuya has also given the same type of rings and necklaces to them like the ones he gave to Miyuki. Tatsuya also started to make the study in order to make them enroll in the high school when the time comes, though Shizuka was exempted from this as she looked older and seemed to be in her 20s, but she still had to learn about to common knowledge about their society. Tatsuya has started to look more mature and handsome than before, and the same thing was felt by his teammates. Seeing Tatsuya's chiseled body and his handsome face, nearly all the ladies on the streets try to get in his pants. In this time period the other members of his team has grown as well. Their bodies are now more developed and their beauty was now on another level. There are now instances when even Tatsuya get mesmerized by them easily, much to their pleasure. The new Nico Shao have also started to fight with the other girls for Tatsuya's affection, making the previous competitors feel annoyed. They have also met all the other people from Vala team, Devils, and even Azazel, who after seeing Tatsuya's condition started teaching him ways to control the situation around him, and Tatsuya had to agree that those tips were great in solving most of the problems around him and even prevented lots of bloodbaths. Tatsuya has also earned himself a reputation in the neighborhood for threatening the people, perverts, who seem to have the guts to flirt or act pervertedly with his teammates. He has even kicked Issei and his friend's ass many times for trying to be pervy around his girls. Tatsuya has also become busier than ever before. Doing the paperwork and meetings for the company, managing the food chains, writing and publishing books. His schedule has become so hectic that he started to use his shadow clones and mind control to do his jobs. Like this 2 years passed by, and right now in the Shiba household Tatsuya is standing while holding a paper and is fuming with rage, even his hands are vibrating while he is clutching the paper. Tatsuya looked at the paper, which looked like some sort of letter, and thought, why, just why is all this happening with me? Someone is seriously fucking with my life, and the worst part of all is that there is no way of not being involved in this shit. Just what is that the one who is shitting me want? Tatsuya then glared at the paper once again and sighed. The letter that Tatsuya was holding was about a trip that his company has gifted him to Vatican. It is one of the companies where he works and he has still not bought yet. Then calmed down and thought, well, nothing can be done about it, and it is not like I will get involved with her as soon as I go there, right? 67, Blonde. After it was decided that Tatsuya would be going to Vatican, he asked the others whether they wanted to GI with him, but all of them declined his offer and said that they had something to do. Tatsuya was a bit surprised at that and decided to check what they were planning to do by his telepathy, and after listening to their thoughts he came to know that they all were going to have a girls' day out along with the Devils. Tatsuya also decided to check the situation beforehand by necklace that he had given to Irina at the time of her departure. Though he hasn't ever used this and it was only made to activate when her life is in danger. But this time was emergency, so he used his forced telepathy and connected to Irina's mind and came to know that neither her nor Zenobia would be there. Now the only problem that he could face was getting involved with some angels. Tatsuya didn't give it any further thought and decided to just enjoy by himself while he was there. The next day Tatsuya got ready for his trip to Vatican, and after promising the others that he would get them a souvenir, he took his flight for Vatican. After reaching Vatican, the first thing that Tatsuya decided to do was to go to his hotel, and after checking in the hotel he left his luggage in his room and decided to look around the place. He walked around the city for a while, but then suddenly he detected holy aura in the area. Feeling the aura, Tatsuya twitched his lips but still decided to look into it. Though it was troublesome, he was still curious about the fluctuations. He increased his pace and started running in the direction of the holy aura. While he was running, Tatsuya felt that he stepped on something but didn't give it much thought and continued running. After running for a while he didn't find anything unusual and decided to check again with his detection and found the same holy aura coming from the way where he came from and started running again, and once again while running something came under his feet and he ignored it once again. And still running for a while he didn't find anything unusual. Getting annoyed by all that hassle, he still didn't give up and again checked for the aura and found it through his detection from the earlier position. Noticing the direction from where the aura was coming for, Tatsuya's eyebrows twitched and this time he decided to directly teleport there instead of running. He locked the position of the aura and then teleported after confirming that no one was around. As soon as he teleported he again felt like he stepped on something, but this time he didn't ignore it and looked down. Once Tatsuya looked down he saw a blonde-haired lady lying down on the ground with her back facing the sky. Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then asked while still standing on her, are you alright? The lady lifted her head a bit with difficulty and said, I would feel much better if you kindly step down from me. Tatsuya, who now noticed that he was standing on her, quickly got off her and bowed his head and said, I am really sorry about that, I didn't do that on purpose. The lady, who was still lying on the floor, shook her head and said, It's okay, I forgive you, at least you have got the courtesy of apologizing to me. Before you two people stepped on me and didn't even notice me. They were very rude. I hope that God don't give any protection upon them. Tatsuya, who heard her, averted his eyes and said, Why yeah, those people must be idiots to not notice a beautiful lady lying on the floor. Tatsuya then offered her a hand and said, Here, get up. The lady took his hand and stood up and then looked at him and said with a smile, Thank you. Tatsuya, who now had the chance to look at her face, was mesmerized by her beauty. He then snapped out of it when he noticed the lady waving her hand in front of him. Seeing Tatsuya get out of his own world, the lady smiled and said, I am Gabriel, nice to meet you. When Tatsuya heard her name he got surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He then did a curt bow and said, Nice to meet you as well, my name is Tatsuya. Tatsuya then looked up and was about to ask her something, but suddenly he heard a growl from Gabriel's stomach. Tatsuya now looked back at Gabriel and found her completely red with embarrassment. He then chuckled a bit and said, Miss Gabriel, will you have lunch with me? Gabriel, being an angel, was about to reject him, but then her stomach growled again, making her decision waver. Seeing her indulgent, Tatsuya smiled at her and said, "Ah, it's my way of asking you for forgiveness for stepping on you, and also having lunch with a beautiful lady such as yourself would be a great honor for me." Hearing him, Gabriel smiled at him and said, "I usually don't take such offers, but since you are being so insistent I will gladly accompany you." And as she said that, her stomach growled again, making Tatsuya laugh, and Gabriel embarrassed. Tatsuya then took her to a nearby restaurant which was popular among the people living there. They placed their orders there, and by seeing the amount of food that Gabriel ordered, both Tatsuya and the waiter was completely shocked. Tatsuya then decided to make some small talk with the angel. And after talking for a while, she opened up easily to him, making Tatsuya feel how innocent she was. Tatsuya came to know that Gabriel is likely to came from the heaven in order to do some business in church, and after doing that she wandered on her own to look around the city, and after walking around the city for a while Gabriel got hungry, and since she was not carrying her wallet she started to find an abandoned place in order to go back to heaven, but before she could find the place she started starving and passed out on the middle of the street because of lack of food. Hearing her story, Tatsuya looked at her weirdly and thought, how could a seraph pass out because of hunger? Tatsuya pondered about it for a while but then shrugged it off when the waiter brought their food. While eating, Tatsuya and Gabriel continued to talk to each other, and when Gabriel came to know that he came from Japan he got a bit excited. She told Tatsuya that she liked Japanese food and entertainment industry and was a huge fan of his manga, and when Tatsuya told her that he was the one who created the manga she got way too much excited. She asked him for his autograph and also decided to tour around the city along with him while he was here. After finishing their meal, Tatsuya paid the bill and then both of them bid farewell to each other. Tatsuya then silently placed a rune on her, and after a while when she teleported back to heaven he marked the spot in order to teleport to heaven whenever he needed to. He then started walking back to his hotel and thought, now that I think about it, most of the mess that I have gotten myself into was mostly because of blondes Yasaka, Kunu, Koisha, Riser, Asumi, Gabriel, all of them are blondes who got me into troublesome situations. He then started chuckling and thought jokingly, I would not be surprised if I got trouble again because of someone blonde. As he thought that, he suddenly crashed into someone. Though Tatsuya didn't fell down, the same was not for the one who crashed into him. Tatsuya then looked towards the person who crashed into him and saw a girl on the ground with her flip skirt which clearly showed the white panties she was wearing. But Tatsuya didn't give attention to any of that and had only one word left his mouth, blonde. 68, Asia. Tatsuya blanked out for a while, and once he came back to his reasoning the first thing he did was look up towards the sky, raised both his hands and said, whoever is fucking with my life, I just have a few words to say to you. Tatsuya then took a deep breath, pointed both his middle fingers towards the sky and shouted, just fuck yourself. Tatsuya, who was breathing heavily because of anger, soon calmed himself down, and he then heard the blonde's voice who said, ow, it hurts. Tatsuya then looked at the fallen blonde and moved his hands towards her and said, I am sorry about that. Are you alright? The blonde who looked towards Tatsuya and nodded her head shyly. She took his hand and stood up and said, it's alright, I was also not looking forward while walking, so it should be me who should apologize. And bowed her head. Tatsuya waved his hands and said, no, I am sorry for crashing into you, that must have hurt you. The blonde who saw Tatsuya apologizing her started to apologize again, and just like that both of them continued to apologize to each other for a while. Tatsuya, who was starting to get annoyed by all that, pointed his finger at the blonde and said, why can't you just accept my apology? I already said that it was my fault. The blonde who heard Tatsuya's frustrated tone got a bit scared and again bowed her head and said, I am really sorry. Tatsuya finally snapped. He moved his hand towards her and flicked her forehead, making her take a step back. He then looked at the blonde who was holding her forehead and had watery eyes. Tatsuya then said, apologize again and I will flick you harder. Hearing him, she was about to apologize again, but when he saw Tatsuya preparing to flick her again, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Seeing her actions, Tatsuya backed his hand away and said, sorry about the forehead flick, I was really desperate that time. The blonde again bowed her head and said, I am really sorry for annoying you. But soon realized that she apologized unconsciously again and noticed Tatsuya moving her hand forward. She then prepared herself for another forehead flick and strongly shut her eyes. Tatsuya, who looked at her side and unconsciously patted her head and said, leave it, if this continues you would end up apologizing the whole day. The blonde who received the head pat opened her eyes in astonishment and looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya noticed her gaze and said, what, I am not going to apologize again. I don't want to keep standing here the whole day. The blonde who heard him snapped out of her thoughts and said, SOR. She was again about to apologize, but Tatsuya moved his other hand forward in flicking position, making her stop. Tatsuya nodded her head and said, good, now let's introduce ourselves, I am Tatsuya. It's nice meeting you, apology girl. The blonde who heard him became embarrassed and said, nice to meet you as well, I am Asia Argento. Tatsuya moved his hand back and said, well, it's good that we finally stopped, but I want to ask you something. He then pointed towards the ground and said, aren't they yours? Asia followed the direction he was pointing to and saw various food items spilled here and there. She looked at it for a while and then exclaimed, my groceries. Tatsuya, who heard her, got surprised. He had never thought that the most innocent and shy girl in the whole series could have shouted like that, but he didn't give it much thought and said, "Looks like they were yours, so what are you going to do about that now?" Asia, who heard him looked at him with tears in her eyes. Seeing her crying, Tatsuya could somehow felt very painful from inside. He then shook his head and looked at all the things that were fallen on the ground. He then held her hand and said, "Tell me where is the nearest supermarket?" and started pulling her. Both of them reached the supermarket and Tatsuya immediately bought all the things that were fallen on the ground and gave it to her. Though she kept on refusing him, Tatsuya made her agree, finally saying that it was his way of asking forgiveness, which he literally did for a while, for crashing into her. Tatsuya then decided to take her back to the church as it was already very late and there was a chance for her to get into some sort of trouble because of her clumsiness. While they both were on their way towards the church, they kept talking to each other, which made Asia very delighted. She had never experienced this type of joy because when she was in the church most of the people either kept a distance from her or don't talk to her formally because of her status as saint. Because of that she had no friends and that made her interaction that she had with Tatsuya was very enjoyable. After reaching the church, Tatsuya looked at Asia and said, "Well, this is it, I guess. So farewell, Asia," and turned around to leave. Asia, who saw him going back, was very sad and unconsciously held his sleeve, making him turn around and look at her. Tatsuya looked at Asia and asked, "What happened?" Asia, who heard him, came out of her trance and became red with embarrassment. Finally mustering up some courage, she looked towards Tatsuya still blushing and said, "WW, will we meet again?" Tatsuya, who saw her expression, had only one thought, and had stopped functioning. Asia, who saw him not responding to him, waved her hand in front of her eyes, but there was still no response. Seeing that, she got worried and started shaking him while saying, "Tatsuya-san, come back," making him finally came back to reality. Tatsuya blinked his eyes for a while and then said, "Sorry, what were you saying?" Asia looked at him and said with a pout, "Don't just snap out of reality like that, you make me worried." Seeing her pout, Tatsuya chucked and said, "Sorry about that, but I was mesmerized by your cuteness." When he said that, Asia blushed and looked away and said, "Don't tease me, Tatsuya-san." Tatsuya chuckled and said, "Fine fine, so what were you asking me?" Asia looked back at him and asked, "Will we meet again?" Tatsuya looked at her and smiled and said, "I don't know about that as I live far away, but I am staying here for about a week, so like we can hang out together while I am here." Tatsuya then patted her head and said, "You should go back inside now, it is starting to get cold. And we can meet tomorrow as well if you want." Hearing him, Asia's face beamed with joy and she vigorously nodded her head and said, "Of course, Tatsuya-san." Tatsuya smiled and said, "Then I will come here and pick you up and you can show me around the city." Asia nodded and then went inside the church. As soon as she went inside the church, Tatsuya's face became serious and he thought, so that Diodora guy has already laid her eyes on Asia, then it means that the fallen angels would be coming here soon as well. He then gave a tired sigh and said, "Well, I am not going to let Asia go with fallen angels, that's for sure." And then started walking back towards his hotel. 69. Michael. After that day, Tatsuya went around the city with both Asia and Gabriel, earning him jealous looks from both males and females around the city. Gabriel was also happy with Asia joining as well, since she was innocent and a believer of God of Bible as well, and she was also glad because Asia knew about the area well and was guide for both her and Tatsuya. Same was the case with Asia, as she was able to interact with both Tatsuya and Gabriel as friends and was enjoying her time to the fullest. Though she was still unknown about Gabriel's identity as a seraph, but Tatsuya could bet that if she knew she was a seraph, her whole trip would be ruined, and to make sure that they were not disturbed by anyone, he silently cast a undetectable barrier around which hid their presences so that other people from heaven or church could not trouble them. And right now Tatsuya and others were sitting in a cafe having a meal. Today is the last day that they all would be meeting, as Tatsuya would be returning back to Japan the next day. Tatsuya also kept tabs on Diodora, who seemed to have called some of the devils here from underworld and was currently in the chase from church officials. He did not know what he was planning, but he was sure that he was about to initiate his plan on making Asia get excommunicated from the church. Tatsuya decided to not act quickly and wait for him to make the first move. After all, he did not want to deal with him even before he did anything wrong, because if he did that, the whole devil faction would cause trouble for him, as Diodora is still the heir of one of the families of 72 pillars and is also the brother of the Muajuka. Dealing with him now will only lead him to more and more troubles, however you look at it. Tatsuya then looked at the girls sitting next to him and talking to each other while eating their food happily. Tatsuya looked at their interaction and smiled. Suddenly he felt another great holy energy coming towards him, and it seemed like Gabriel noticed it as well. Tatsuya immediately dispelled the barriers so as to not cause any suspicion, and just as he did that, the door of the cafe opened. Tatsuya, Asia and Gabriel all looked in the donor's direction and saw a handsome young man with blonde hair wearing a white suit standing there. The blonde-haired man started looking around, and when he looked in Tatsuya's direction he smiled. Tatsuya, who saw his smile, looked at Gabriel, who was hiding her face behind a menu card. Tatsuya then again looked back at the blonde man and then saw him coming towards them. Soon the blonde man came near their table and said, "Good day to all of you. Tatsuya and Asia simply nodded and Tatsuya looked at Gabriel and asked, "Someone you know Gabriel?" When Gabriel heard him she slowly showed her face and said, "Yes, meet him Tatsuya, Asia, his name is Michael, my brother." Tatsuya who heard her nodded and then stood up and then moved his hand forward offering him to shake hands and said, "Nice to meet you Michael-san. I am Tatsuya." Michael smiled at him and then shook his hand and said, "Nice to meet you as well, like my sister just said my name is Michael. I thank you for taking care of my sister." Tatsuya smiled as well and said, No, the pleasure is all mine. She is a very good person to have to talk and tour around the city." When Michael heard him he became surprised and then looked at Gabriel and asked, "Ho, talking and touring around the city, now that's some news to me. Gabriel, want to explain yourself?" Gabriel who heard him started to sweat and looked at Tatsuya with an expression which said, "Why did you say that?" Tatsuya looked at her and then slowly averted his eyes. He has already grasped the situation she was in and was not planning to join her side to help her. It was her own fault for coming here without telling Michael the reason and neglecting her work as a seraph. Seeing that Tatsuya had already given up on her she looked at Asia with a pleading expression. Asia who saw her nodded and then looked at Michael with an innocent smile and said, "Yes, Gabriel-san was very fun to talk to, she also kept me company during the whole week while we toured around the city." When she finished speaking Gabriel slammed her head on the table and seeing them Tatsuya was trying very hard to not laugh at her situation. Michael's eyebrows were twitching when he heard what Asia said. He looked at Gabriel and said, "So you were enjoying while neglecting and pushing all your work on me, hey? Now I understand why the pile of files which I was getting was bigger than usual during this week. Looks like I have to give you an appropriate punishment for ditching your work on me once we go back." When Gabriel heard him tears started to form at the corner of her eyes but suddenly an idea came to her mind and she pointed her finger at Tatsuya and said, "It's not my fault Michael, during the whole week I was meeting with Tatsuya-san, the one who is the creator of the manga that we usually read. You like his work as well right?" When Michael heard her sister his eyes widened and he looked towards Tatsuya and grabbed his hand and asked, "Are you really Saitama-sensei?" Tatsuya who was dumbfounded by him unconsciously nodded her head and suddenly Michael started to shake his hands violently and said, "I am a big fan sensei. I have read all your books 3 times each. It was really a masterpiece." Tatsuya started to get more and more shocked on seeing Michael's reaction. He could not believe that the current ruler of heaven was sitting in front of him. The calm and collected image of Michael that he had from his own world started crumbling. After that Michael forgot about Gabriel and started to ask questions to Tatsuya making him more and more freaked out. Tatsuya looked at Gabriel who looked back at him with an innocent smile. Seeing her smile Tatsuya's lips twitched and he thought, "I will deal with her later." Even Asia was giving him a helpless look on seeing his condition. After talking for a while all of them left the cafe and Michael and Gabriel started to leave. Michael turned towards both Asia and Tatsuya and said, "It was nice meeting both of you and thank you for taking care of me and my sister today." Tatsuya smiled and said, "It was my pleasure that you spent some of your time with us. It was enjoyable for me as well." He then looked at Gabriel who was talking with Asia who seemed a bit sad because of today being the last day that she will be seeing her. Tatsuya then smiled and said, "When the next time we meet make sure to complete your work beforehand and not ditch it on your brother." When they heard him all of them had different reactions. Michael narrowed his eyes and looked at Gabriel and said, "Yes, I will make sure that it not happens again." Gabriel began sweating again and was panicking after hearing her brother. Asia was chuckling on seeing Gabriel making her feel betrayed. Gabriel then walked towards Tatsuya and said, "You don't have to remind him." Tatsuya just smiled at her and seeing that she sighed and smiled as well. Tatsuya then looked at her and said, "It was nice meeting you here in Vatican. Though our meeting was not normal, still enjoyed touring with you a lot." Gabriel who heard him suddenly hugged him making all 3 of them surprised. She then said, "I enjoyed it as well, it was the first time that I was able to have so much fun, and it was because of you I was able to make a friends as well." She then began to tear up a bit and said, "Will you come back to see me again? I want to meet you in Asia again and enjoy around just like we did during this week." Tatsuya who heard her smiled as well and hugged her back and said, "I don't know if I will come back here or not but I promise you that we will meet again and at that time we will again have fun just like we did and if you ever feel too lonely you can always come to Kyoto, I will be there always, or you can just call me whenever you want to talk." Gabriel stopped crying and nodded her head while still hugging him. She then stopped hugging him and then stood in front of him smiling. Tatsuya smiled as well and then moved his hand forward. In his hand was a small box covered in gift wrap. Gabriel looked at the box curiously and Tatsuya said, "Here a gift for you." When she heard that she became happy and immediately took it from him and started opening it. Seeing her like that all 3 of them started chuckling at her childishness. Once Gabriel opened the box it contained a beautiful necklace with a pendant having 2 angelic wings and a yellow gemstone similar to her hair. She then looked at Tatsuya and said, "Thank a lot Tatsuya, it's very beautiful." Tatsuya smiled and nodded her head but then Gabriel took the necklace in her hand then moved her hand in front of Tatsuya making him confused. She smiled and said, "Tie it around my neck." Tatsuya took the necklace and tied it. Gabriel then turned around and showed the others, "How does it look on me?" All of them smiled and complimented her. Gabriel then placed her hand on her chin making a thinking pose and said, "Now what should I give you to make you remember me?" Tatsuya who heard him waved his hand and said, "There is no need for something like that." But Gabriel ignored him and continued thinking. After thinking for a while her face brightened up and she hit her palm with her fist and said, "I know, there was a movie I once saw, yeah that is perfect." And started moving towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya who saw her coming towards him decided to use his telepathy to hear what she was thinking but before he was able to Tatsuya was kissed by Gabriel. Seeing what she just did all the people standing there had their eyes widened and some of the passers-by were smiling on seeing them. Gabriel then moved back leaving behind a stupefied Tatsuya and a blushing Asia. Gabriel who saw both of them became confused and looked at Michael and asked, "What happened Michael, why are they like that?" Michael who heard her grabbed her shoulders and started shaking her and asked, "Why did you just kiss him, do you know what could have happened?" Gabriel became even more confused and said, "What is wrong with that, I saw in a movie that the girl kissed the boy on the lips when she saw her friend leaving her for a long time." Hearing her all three of them thought, "So innocent." Michael sighed and thought, good thing that she didn't had any lust in that kiss, otherwise she would have fallen before she knew it. He then saw his sister who was looking confused when Tatsuya was scolding her. Michael smiled and thought, still it looks like my sister finally found someone she like, it looks like I have to increase the pace of working on that dimensional chamber or else the day when she falls is not far away. 70. Leaving Vatican. After Tatsuya was done scolding Gabriel, thought it still didn't had any effect on her, Michael and Gabriel left leaving Tatsuya alone with Asia. Both of them stood there for a while and Tatsuya looked at Asia and said, "Well, should we get going as well?" Asia who heard him nodded her head in silence. Seeing her like that Tatsuya came closer to her and flicked her forehead lightly making her hold her forehead in a bit of pain. She then looked at Tatsuya who was looking at her with a neutral expression. Tatsuya then took a step forward and said, "You should not be sad that Gabriel will not be able to meet with you for a while, instead you should think about what all you will do once you meet her again soon. She is still your friend and will remain one, unless both of you have some dispute." Tatsuya then smiled and patted her head. Asia who was sad just a moment before wiped her eyes and smiled and said, "Yes, I will wait to meet her again." Tatsuya then moved his hand back and then both of them started going back to the church. After reaching back to the church Tatsuya looked at Asia and said, "Looks like we part our ways here." He then smiled and said, "I will come in the morning to visit you before going back." Asia who now remembered that Tatsuya would also be going back to Japan was sad once again but didn't got depressed like earlier. She then smiled and said, "Tomu, see you tomorrow then. And surely promise me to come here tomorrow." Tatsuya who saw her smile smiled as well and said, Yeah, I promise you that I will surely come." And turned around and started walking away. Soon Tatsuya came back to his room in the hotel and decided to take a bath to get refreshed. And after taking his bath he lied on the bed in order to sleep. Few hours later Tatsuya suddenly got up and was still a little sleepy. He hurriedly went to the bathroom and splashed water on his face so as to reduce his sleepiness. Tatsuya then wiped his face and thought, those devils are starting to act a bit suspicious, well let's confront them before they are able to lay a hand on Asia. He then changed his clothes and then put a mask on his face in order to hide his identity. He then hid his presence altogether and turned invisible and started to fly towards the devils. Soon he came across some devils fighting against some church exorcists. Tatsuya saw the battle between the two parties and it was clear that the devils were on the winning side. Tatsuya then noticed a young man fighting on the devil's side. The young devil had dark green hair and golden eyes and from his appearance Tatsuya concluded that he was the one who is called Diodora Astaroth. Tatsuya observed them for a while and was waiting for him to make a move towards Asia but even after waiting for an hour Diodora didn't do anything other than fighting. After a while when all the exorcists were killed all the devils gave aside and then sat down on the ground. One of them looked towards Diodora and said, "Boss, do you really think that it is really worth it for just one single nun?" When Tatsuya heard this his ears perked up and he started listening to them intently. Diodora looked towards the devil and said, "Of course it is worth for that nun, she has a healing type sacred gear as well and just because of that she is very famous among the masses. Now just think about it, the look which she would have once she is betrayed by the ones who revered her as a saint. I can't wait to see that look for myself. And once she has gone through all that I who was responsible for all the suffering she went through by healing me would take her in my peerage and she will not even hesitate because she doesn't have anyone to rely on." Tatsuya was getting angrier and angrier on hearing his plan. He just wanted to kill him on the spot, but didn't do so because technically he was still innocent and hasn't harmed her yet. Another devil then looked towards Diodora and said, "Then why did you send one of the devils disguised as yourself to her location instead of going yourself?" Tatsuya who heard this became shocked and then used his clairvoyance to check Asia's location and indeed saw an injured devil lying in front of the church. He then didn't waited for them to talk anymore and immediately used his telepathy to hear their thoughts. After hearing all their thoughts Tatsuya gritted his teeth in rage and then made a huge energy blast and fired it towards the devils. He didn't even waited to see the results after the explosion and immediately teleported in an empty location near the church and started running towards Asia's location. What Tatsuya learned from hearing their thoughts was that instead of actually going near Asia, Diodora disguised a hypnotized devil like him and then sent him there after injuring him and decided to make a similar scar on himself after he was healed and then dispose that devil. He did this because there was a chance of an exorcist killing him in an injured state even before Asia can heal him. Tatsuya soon reached her and saw her still healing the devil. Tatsuya frowned and immediately ran towards her, grabbed her hand and separated her from the devil. Asia, who saw someone stopping her from healing the devil, was surprised and started to struggle in order to free herself. Tatsuya, who saw her struggle, held her more tightly and said, "Asia, stop, this is me, Tatsuya." When Asia heard his voice, she got surprised and stopped struggling. She then looked at Tatsuya and said, "What are you doing here, Tatsuya-san?" Tatsuya then let her go as she had calmed down and said, "I cannot tell you right now, we will talk about this later." He then looked at the position where Asia was healing the devil and saw that the devil had already gone. Tatsuya was angry on seeing that and now knew what was going to happen there soon. And just like his expectations, some of the nuns and priests gathered around him and Asia and started calling her witch and heretic because she healed a devil. Tatsuya, who saw how soon they started accusing someone who they were calling saint not too long ago, was very angry with them. He would have even destroyed the church in front of him if Asia was not with her right now. Asia, who was now seeing the others accusing her for healing a devil and calling her witch and heretic, was crying on seeing the people that she trusted treating her like that. She then saw some of the people among the crowd throw rocks at her. She shut her eyes and was shaking on fear and expecting to get hurt. She continued to wait for the rock to hit her, but she didn't felt any pain at all. She then opened her eyes and saw someone standing in front of her and shielding her from the rocks. She looked at the person's back and unconsciously muttered, "Tatsuya-san." Tatsuya, who heard her, turned around and lifted his mask a bit, which revealed a small yet comforting smile to her. He then put his mask back and then used a magic on the people gathered around them and made them all unconscious. After checking all of them were unconscious, Tatsuya looked at Asia and removed his mask and said, "I know that you have many questions and that you must be feeling very bad, but let's get out of here first." Asia, who was still shivering with fear, nodded her head and tried to stand up but was unable to. Seeing that, Tatsuya crouched down and then lifted her in a princess carry and started flying away after turning himself and Asia invisible. Asia hugged him tightly and was still crying because of what happened to her just now, and seeing that, Tatsuya started to console her. Tatsuya was fuming with rage and was blaming himself for not checking on her before instead of waiting for Diodora. He was then brought out of his inner turmoil when he heard Asia's hand on his cheek. Asia, who have been crying for a while, looked at Tatsuya and felt that he was very sad and angry and placed her hand on his cheeks in order to gain his attention. Tatsuya looked at her and then increased his speed and soon he reached an empty park. He then landed there and both of them then sat on the bench. Asia then looked at Tatsuya, who looked at her as well, and both of them asked at the same time, "Are you all right?" Tatsuya then nodded his head and said, "Forget about me, tell me, are you all right? You are not hurt anywhere, are you?" Asia shook her head and said, "No, I am not hurt thanks to you." Tatsuya, who heard her, smiled, but soon his smile disappeared and he bowed his head in front of her, making her surprised, and said, "I am sorry, Asia." Asia, who heard him, waved her hands and said, "You don't have to apologize, Tatsuya-san, it was not you who did all that to me." Tatsuya then shook his head and said, "No, if I had come earlier then I could have saved you from all this from happening, if only I noticed it sooner." Asia was now confused after Tatsuya said all that. Tatsuya, who saw her confused expression, started to tell her what he was talking about except for his previous life knowledge part. Asia, who now understood what all happened, hugged Tatsuya and said, "It was not your fault, Tatsuya-san, you tried to save me even though you didn't know about their plan from the beginning. Don't blame yourself for something that you have not done." And started crying. Tatsuya hugged her back and started to pat her back so as to console her. Soon he heard a snore and then looked at Asia, who was sleeping in his embrace. Tatsuya tried to remove her from his embrace in order to lie her down, but Asia was hugging him tightly and was not letting him go. Tatsuya sighed and then continued to hold her. He then used his clairvoyance to check on the devil's conditions and saw that all the devils except Diodora and the one which Asia healed were dead. But Diodora still received many injuries and Hav lost his left hand permanently. Diodora was wincing in pain and soon left by teleporting away by his magic circle after killing the devil whom he hypnotized before. Tatsuya gritted his teeth in anger on not being able to kill him because Asia was with her, but soon sighed in annoyance and decided to deal with him later and then fell asleep. The next morning Asia woke up when the sun's rays fell on her eyes. She then rubbed her eyes and tried to stand up but was unable to. She then looked at her surroundings and saw that it was not her room in the church, and soon all the memories about yesterday flashed in front of her eyes, making her feel sad. Her gaze then finally fell on Tatsuya, in whose embrace she was sleeping earlier. On seeing Tatsuya's sleeping face she blushed, but then soon she began to smile and then again hugged him back and said, "Thank you." Tatsuya suddenly woke up and said, "What happened? Who is there?" Making Asia surprised. Tatsuya then looked at his surroundings and saw a panicking and blushing Asia, making her understand what happened. He looked at her and said, "Good morning." To which Asia replied as well. He then stopped hugging her and then stood up and stretched his body. He then looked at Asia and asked, "What will you be doing from now on?" Hearing him, Asia put her head down and said, "I will go back to the church to see if they are still willing to accept me or not." Tatsuya, who saw her sad expression, put his hands on her shoulder and said, "I will go with you as well." To which she showed a grateful smile. Both of them then went to the church, and just like in the anime, she was banished from the church because of healing a devil. Both of them then left the church in silence. Tatsuya didn't said anything to her and let her clear her mind. Soon she stopped walking and looked down. Tatsuya, who saw her, moved towards her and hugged her and said, "You can cry all you want, I won't leave you till you are fine, so just let it all out." Asia, who heard him, started crying loudly while hugging Tatsuya. Tatsuya just stood there and caressed her back. After a while, Asia stopped crying and looked at Asia with red and puffy eyes. Tatsuya took out a wet towel and wiped her face, making her feel embarrassed. Asia then bowed her head and said, "Thank you, Tatsuya-san." Tatsuya shook his head and said, "It's alright, but what are you planning to do with your life now?" Asia, who heard him, got depressed and said, "I don't know, Tatsuya-san, I have never thought of a life that I would live outside the church." Tatsuya patted her head and said, "Then, do you want to join my team?" Asia looked up and asked, "What team?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "You see, I have a team of sorts because faring in the supernatural world alone is very difficult and lonely. We too have similar conditions like yours and we live together and depend on each other. You can also make a lot of friends there as well." Asia, when heard that she could make friends, was happy, but then her smile faded and she asked, "But won't I be a bother? After all, I am not strong." Tatsuya, who heard her, smiled and said, "Who said you would be a bother, and if you were, do you think I would have asked you? You have your healing powers, which are greatly needed in our group, who only have attacking prowess aside from me, and regarding your lack of strength, you don't have to fear about that. I will make a tsunade out of you." Asia, who heard him, was wondering what tsunade is but didn't thought too much about it. She then asked, "And what about school?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Well, you can go to school, but like all of us you will be directly joining high school, but don't worry, I will teach you all the basics before that." Asia smiled and said, "Thank you, and please take care of me from now on." Tatsuya smiled as well, and then both of them went back to the hotel in which Tatsuya was staying, packed their things up, and later that day both of them went back to Japan. 71. So the plot finally begins. After returning back to Japan, Tatsuya introduced Asia to others, making all of them look at him with suspicion, but after Tatsuya and Asia explained her circumstances, they all welcomed her happily. After all that was settled, the first thing that Tatsuya did was dealing with Diodora. He hid his presence and became invisible before going to the Astaroth territory. Once he found Diodora, he reduced his natural healing greatly and filled his whole room with holy artifacts. He even changed the water supply for his room with very strong and concentrated holy water to make him greatly injured. He even made his resistance to holy objects almost negligible, and hence further increasing the pain. And to make sure that Diodora didn't leave his mansion or throw away his stuff, he made all of them soul-bound, making them unable to be apart. Tatsuya also placed a genjutsu on him, making him dream of him being raped by various militants and men wearing nun outfits, so that he doesn't try to harm any other nuns, whenever he tried to sleep. And to further increase his suffering, he made sure to make his dick only to get an erection once a month. Why once a month? Simple. Tatsuya was being evil towards Diodora, not cruel, and having no erection till the next time he meets him will be simply cruel. Though he wanted to kill him on the spot but decided against it, as making him suffer would be better than giving him a painless death. After doing that, he noticed that the prosthetic arm that he was going to use was also there in the room, and he placed some magic stones filled with holy and corruption magic in it and hid their presence. Tatsuya could easily send the evidence of him being the one for banishment of nuns by sending a copy of his speech to Michael, but he knew that Michael would not do anything, as there was a risk of going on a war with devils, and them being without their god would mean a great disadvantage on their side. After all that was done, Tatsuya came back and from then on started the training of his teammates once again, with Asia being a new addition. Tatsuya decided to make all of them reach at least high-tier ultimate class before the beginning of the plot, and now they all had roughly 2 years for that. He intensified their training and studies, making them just barely being able to keep up with all that. The biggest hurdle for him was to make Asia able to hurt humans, and for that he started by making her kill ants, and even that made Asia cry or faint in the beginning. Slowly and slow she overcome all that and started training her body and magic accordingly. She was even trained to use her sacred gear properly and is now able to use distant healing with only a bit of efficiency loss. She is also able to use the negative aspect of healing magic, making her attacks more deadly as they are able to cause great amounts of internal damage. Her strength and magic capabilities increased as well, and now she is able to go toe-to-toe with Shizuka using pure strength and is able to use all basic elements up to a level. She was also able to use ki but not chakra. She can use her ki for flight and strengthening her body and ki orbs, making her a perfect healing nuke. Tatsuya also started to make others have a combination attacks but didn't told them the way to do it. They were made to make their own combination attacks, and Tatsuya had to seriously admit that they came up with unique and strong combinations. Tatsuya has given both Asia and Shizuka some energy conduction gloves which make the flow of any kind of energy to their fists easier, making them the best equipment for battle. Tatsuya also make them spar with each other and also let them hunt stray devils, fallen angels, and exorcists from time to time, and Tatsuya and the others were surprised to see that Asia was able to kill not only devils and fallen angels but also the exorcists who once worked for the church. Everything has been going well and all according to his schedule. His team's strength is also remarkable. They all combined were able to take on Kurumi in her human form and even forced her to remain serious all the time. Thought there was no visible damage on her, their progress was still amazing. Like this 2 years passed by and everyone in the team has started to look more mature. All of their growths have just been like Tatsuya planned, with all of them being at the high tier ultimate class and just being at bottleneck of their breakthroughs, with the exception of Ingvild and Kurumi, both of them being at the low and high tier of Satan class respectively. And while Kurumi is in her tailed beast form, she is at mid-tier super class. Seeing their growth, Tatsuya is very happy as there is now only a few people who can pose any danger to them. Tatsuya looked at his team and smiled and thought, so the plot finally begins. Hey. 72. Misunderstand. QA Academy is a prestigious girls-only academy which recently adopted CO education. Most of the teachers in this academy are quite exceptional and is regarded to have one of the best faculty in the entire country. Many students come here in order to fulfill their future ambitions by making good use of all the facilities provided in the academy, but still there is quite a lot of people who can make the perfect atmosphere around the academy quite disgusting. Right now in front of the QA Academy gates, 2 girls with black hair wearing spectacles were standing and greeting everyone that was coming through the gates. They call you be called beautiful. Even among all the girls that were present around them, they stood out a lot. Though most of the boys that were coming through the gates were looking at them with leech rouse eyes, they were not affected by them and only shot a glare at them, making them look away. Most of the older students were already habitual to this habit and were not bothered by it. They both were a sign admired by all the girls of the academy, as they were the new student council president and vice president, Sana Shidori and Tsubaki Shinra respectively. They both were standing in front of the gate and were welcoming all the new students coming there and telling them directions and helping them. Suddenly all the girls and boys started making uproar while shouting, "Onee-sama!" Seeing the commotion that the students were creating, Sana sighed and thought, here we go again. She then turned around and said, "Good morning, Rias, Akeno." A girl with crimson hair left freely in a voluptuous body wearing QA Academy's uniform was standing in front of Sana. The girl had smooth and white skin tone and bluish-green eyes. She was regarded as the #1 beauty in the school and was given the title of Oni-sama by the students. She was none other than the younger sister of Cisco Kogjamu Surtsk's Lucifer. Accompanying her was another beautiful girl with black hair tied in a ponytail with a body which was even more erotic than Rias. She too was wearing QA Academy's uniform and had violet eyes and fair skin. She was regarded as the second best beauty of the academy and shared the title of Oni-sama along with Rias, making them regarded as the 2 great Oni-samas of the academy. Rias smiled at her childhood friend and said, "Good morning, Sana, Tsubaki. Looks like both of you are working very hard from this early in the morning, so we decided to help you out a bit." Sana, who heard her, adjusted her glasses and said, "I really appreciate your concern, but it is my duty as the student council president to work so diligently in the morning and help the new students who just joined us." Tsubaki then smirked and said, "Oh, then you mean to say that you are not waiting for him to show up, student council president?" At her words, Sana got stiff and then blushed. Seeing her blush, Rias smiled and said, "Oh, Sana has a crush on someone, now that's news to me." Akeno covered her mouth with her hand and said, Ara, looks like President's youth has begun as well." Sana's blush then deepened and it looked like steam was coming out of her head. She then calmed herself and then again got back into his president mode and stood in front of her friends with an expressionless face. She looked at the others and said, "There is no one like that." Just as she said that, she heard a voice which made her to become stiff again. Tatsuya and the others were walking towards their new school and all of them looked very excited to go to school after a long time. Tatsuya looked at all the girls and saw them look very happy. Tatsuya admired their beauty for a while and then said, "You all look beautiful in the uniform." The girls who heard him blushed and smiled. They all felt happy that the guy they liked complimented them. They were also looking at Tatsuya intently and thought, "This guy is too good and handsome, we have to protect them from all those hungry girls at the school." Suddenly Miyuki sighed and said, "If only I was the same age as Oni-sama, then I would have a chance to study in same class as him." As she said that, Himari jumped on Tatsuya's back and said, "Yes, so while you would be away I will enjoy with Tatsuya a lot." Hearing her, all the girls who were in first year glared at her but sighed as they knew that they could not do anything about that. Suddenly Tatsuya's hands were wrapped by Asia and Kagura. Asia looked at Tatsuya and said, "I am looking forward to study along with you and I will enjoy school along with you as well." Tatsuya looked at her and thought, "Wow, Asia have become much more bolder than before." His face was then turned by Kagura, who looked at him with a blush and said shyly, I as well look forward to study with you." Tatsuya, who saw her blushing face, was taken aback and thought, "Suokyut." Tatsuya could have sworn that if Asia and Himari were not latching onto him, then he would have surely hugged her. Seeing the 4 second years flirting with each other, the first years in the group started complaining and said, "Hey, why can't we study with you guys? we are technically older than most of the current first-year students because of training in that time chamber of yours. Tatsuya freed himself and then turned around and said, yes, you are technically older than your peers, but don't forget, according to your documents you are still younger than us. Hearing his explanation, all of them started groaning in annoyance but knew that they couldn't do anything. Seeing their condition, Himari started to mock Miyuki, making both of them argue with each other along the whole way. Soon the school came into their view and then Tatsuya noticed Sana and Tsubaki standing there with two other girls, whom he recognized by seeing their features. He then raised his hand and said, "Good morning Sotan, how have you been?" Seeing Tatsuya act like that, all the girls with him sighed and thought, here we go again. Sana, who heard his voice calling her by her nickname, made her very embarrassed. Seeing her condition, Tsubaki smiled and said, and here is the one we have been waiting for. Sana, who was still embarrassed, didn't wait for long and then immediately walked towards Tatsuya and said, You don't call me by my nickname here and don't act too friendly with me. I am the student council president and you being overly friendly with me will make it look like I am favoring you. Tatsuya, who heard her, acted to be hurt by her words and said, how can you say such cruel words, Sana? Even after we spent all that time together in my room, along with the others, you played chess with me for all this time and now you are asking me to act like I don't know you, that's too cruel. With each and every word that he said, the look on her and the other student's face changed greatly. Sana kept on getting redder and redder because of embarrassment and the student body got shocked that their president would act like that. Rias was also quite surprised by all this and Akeno was only doing her era. Meanwhile, when all of this was happening, Tatsuya's team and Tsubaki were trying very hard to control their laughter. They were quite amused by seeing the look on Sana's face and Tsubaki and Tatsuya decided to take a picture of her at that time. Just as the photo was clicked, Sana came out of her stupor and shouted, don't say things that the others will surely misunderstand. 73. Meeting the Dragon. After Tatsuya and the others cleared the misunderstanding, Tatsuya and his went towards the gate. At the gate, Tatsuya looked at Tsubaki and smiled at her and said, good morning Tsubaki, it's been a long time since the last time we met. I hope that you take care of me while I will be in school. Tsubaki, who looked at his smiling face, blushed a bit and said, why yeah, it's been a long time, and if you find any problem regarding the academy make sure to come to me. Tatsuya nodded his head and then went inside the school without bothering to talk with anyone. The girls who were left behind were talking with Sana and Tsubaki. Himura came close to Tsubaki and asked, we know that Sana is bound to her chess bet, but why haven't you proposed to Tatsuya yet? You like him as well, right? Tsubaki, who heard her, blushed and said in a low voice, is it that obvious? The others looked at her with a deadpan look and said, are you serious? I can bet that even the guy himself knows that you like him but is not saying anything to make you feel awkward. Tsubaki's blush intensified and she said, I will propose him once he beats Sana, or she will feel bad. Sana, who heard her, placed her hand on Tsubaki's shoulder and said, Tsubaki, I didn't know that you were such a good friend. You know what, just ask me anything and I will try my best to do it. Tsubaki looked at her and said, then just lose to him already. How many years are you planning to have your chess date for? And the reason why I decided to propose to him after you is because, if you were to know that I was in a relationship with him you would have increased my workload. So just hurry up and lose. Sana, who heard her queen's words, was twitching her lips, but she had to admit that she too wanted to be in a relationship with him as soon as possible, but still she was not going to lose on purpose. Sana fixed her glasses and said, there is no way that I am going to lose to him on purpose. I accept that I like him but I will still not forfeit without having a serious match. Tsubaki looked at her king for a while and then sighed and said, you know, you looked kind of cool there but that still doesn't solve your problem, and did you notice that you finally accepted that you like him? Sana, who heard her, blushed immediately, but then suddenly all of them stiffened when they heard a voice. Yeah, both of you took a very long time to finally say that you know. Tatsuya said, looking at all of them while sitting on the wall of the school. Tatsuya then smiled and said, the school is about to start, so I came to call all of you, but I didn't expect to hear such a discussion. He then looked at his team and said, let's go. His team nodded their head and all of them looked at Sana and Tsubaki and said, good luck to both of you. And then left. On the side, Rias and Akeno were looking at their friends with an amused expression and they both were all intrigued by Tatsuya as he didn't even bat an eye to both of them. Rias looked at Sana once again and thought, there is something about that boy Tatsuya, does he possesses a sacred gear? Well, let's do some spying and find the truth about him. Also the girls that came with him also seem to be something. Looks like I am going to get a ton of new peerage members. She looked at Akeno and said, find some information about all of them. Akeno places her hand on her cheek and said, oh, I get to spy on a handsome guy, how lucky I am. And licked her lips. Rias sighed on seeing Akeno's antics and then called Sana and Tsubaki to go back to the classes. Tatsuya, who was walking towards his class in between the uproar caused by the girls who were being all kyaa on seeing him, heard Rias's thoughts through his telepathy and muttered, try all you want, princess. And kept walking towards the class. Along the way he made everyone clear to not mess with either him or his team, especially the boys who were lusting after the girls. His one glare made them all stiffen up and drench in cold sweat. Tatsuya then entered his class and noticed that all the second years of his team were in his class as well. Tatsuya also noticed that he was in Issei's class after he found 3 guys sitting together and the girls having a good distance away from them. Tatsuya looked at his girls and said, "Try to maintain as much distance as possible from those 3 pervs." The girls looked at the 3 of them and nodded their heads after seeing that they were openly reading an adult magazine. Tatsuya then took the protagonist's seat and opened the window to let the breeze come in. The wind coming inside made his hair flutter a bit, adding to his charm, making all the girls and even some of the boys to blush. But still most of the boys who saw that clicked their tongues and said, "Damn, we got another Kaiba here. We don't need any more guys, we just need more cute girls." Hey, but don't you think that the girls who came with him were all hot and cute? Yes, some of them had big tits as well. As Tatsuya heard them, he started to release some killing intent on those boys while he kept smiling. The boys who felt the killing intent started to sweat and got scared. They all looked at him, and once they saw his smiling face they all immediately froze up. Tatsuya looked at them still smiling. He then raised his hand, moved it towards his neck and then motioned his thumb to be slashing his neck. All of the boys nodded their heads and looked towards the board. Tatsuya stopped releasing his killing intent, making all of them take a deep breath simultaneously. All the girls who saw that were beyond amazed that he was able to control all the pervs in the class with ease and decided to give him the title of the King of Kyoa, about which Tatsuya didn't even give a fuck. Soon the teacher came to the class and after introducing themselves the classes begun. Soon after the classes began, the while Tatsuya team was beyond bored. They all had already studied all that they will be taught because of the grace of Tatsuya. They all soon stopped listening to the teacher and started to talk to each other through the mental links that he had created for his team. Tatsuya used his telepathy and decided to hear other people's thoughts and was very disappointed that most of the boys in the class were actually fantasizing about something perverted rather than studying. The most he was annoyed was with Issei, who was thinking about swimming in the sea of boobs while shouting "Oppai." Tatsuya sighed, but then he felt a presence inside Issei. He concentrated on it and knew that it was his sacred gear. He concentrated even more and soon entered inside the sacred gear's core and saw a land covered with flames. He then looked around and saw a huge red dragon sleeping there. He then walked towards the dragon and said, "You hop, you awake." The dragon grunted in displeasure but still didn't open his eyes. Seeing that, Tatsuya smiled maliciously and then used his magic to make Drake dream about him being fucked by Albion. Soon Drake woke up in cold sweat and shouted, "No Albion, you cannot do that, and even if you want to I will be the dominating one, as I am the dragon of domination, not you." Tatsuya looked at him with a sweat drop and said, "Bro, seriously?" Drake, who heard the voice, looked at Tatsuya and he wanted to explain himself but thought that it would only make matters worse. There was an awkward silence there and Drake decided to break the silence and said, "Who are you, human? Are you my new host?" Tatsuya shook his head and said, "No, I am not your host, I am just currently looking inside the sacred gear." Drake, who heard him, widened his eyes in surprise and said, "You know me?" Tatsuya nodded and said, "Yeah, Albion told me about you once." Drake was even more shocked and asked, "How do you know Albion? Are you his host?" Tatsuya again shook his head and said, "Albion's host is my friend and we have fought quite a few times, so in a sense you can say that I am Albion's friend." "Oh, by the way, I am Tatsuya, nice to meet you." Drake nodded his head and said, "Yeah, nice to meet you as well, I am Drake, the heavenly dragon of domination." Tatsuya then laughed and said, "Yeah, I heard just now when you want to dominate Albion in bed." Drake, who heard him, immediately glared at Tatsuya and said, "That's all happened because I had a nightmare." Tatsuya and Drake then began to talk to each other and Drake started telling him his adventures with his previous hosts and his life when he was alive. Soon a realization hit Drake and he asked, "By the way, do you know who my host is and how strong is he?" Tatsuya, who heard him, nodded his head and said, "Yeah, your host is the biggest pervert ever born, even more perverted than Azazel, and about his strength it would be better that you didn't ask." Drake, who heard him, looked at Tatsuya and said, "Hey, he cannot be that bad." Tatsuya looked at him and said, "He has been dreaming of swimming in a sea of tits while shouting "Oppai" since before the time we started to talk to each other and is still dreaming about that." Hearing him, Drake didn't know what to say and kept his mouth shut. 74. Knight and Cat. After a while Drake calmed down and they again started to talk to each other. Soon the bell rang announcing that the break had begun. Tatsuya looked at Drake and said, "Well Drake, let's talk later, I would have to leave for now." Drake also stood up and said, "See you later my new friend, and let's have a spar the next time you come. It has been a long time since I met someone and by how you described my current host it does not look like he would be able to awaken my power anytime soon." Tatsuya only gave him a helpless smile and then left the sacred gear's core. He then came back to consciousness and saw that the teacher was leaving the classroom. He then stood up and was about to ask the others where to go to have their lunch, but before he was able to, he was suddenly surrounded by a lot of girls who started to ask him various questions. The other girls of his team who saw this side as they knew that this will happen. Tatsuya gave them a helpless smile and gave them a telepathic message to find a place and he would come later. Tatsuya then talked to the girls for a while and tried to answer most of the questions as possible. Soon he started to get a bit annoyed by them and decided to take shelter inside the men's restroom. Inside the restroom he met another person who seemed to have been experiencing from the same conditions as him. The boy looked at Tatsuya and gave him a helpless smile, to which Tatsuya replied with one as well. The boy who was with Tatsuya inside the restroom was also known to him. The boy was handsome and had short blonde hair complemented with his fair skin. He had a small mole under his left eye and his eyes were bluish-grey. Tatsuya had seen this guy countless times in the anime and he had to admit that he lived up to the reputation of being called the Prince of Kuaha. He was none other than Kaiba Yeto, the Knight of Rias Gremory. Both of them introduces themselves and talk to each other for a while. Kaiba also taught Tatsuya ways to evade most situations when the girls trouble him, to which he was very grateful. Meeting a person who have similar trouble as him made Kaiba feel a bit of companionship with him and they quickly became friends. Tatsuya was happy as well because he had only few male friends and having one who is not perverted in a school full of perverts was a perk in itself. They soon left the bathroom together and walked in the corridor talking to each other. Most of the girls who saw them interacting with each other started to make weird fantasies about both of them, making both of them feel uncomfortable hearing to their comments. Tatsuya and Kaiba then exchanged contact information and soon both of them parted ways. Kaiba was going to the occult research club and Tatsuya was going to the rooftop where he felt that others were. Tatsuya opened the gate of the rooftop and saw all of them sitting there talking to each other, but they were not alone. To his surprise there was also a wit-haired loli whom he recognized. The girl as mentioned was a cute loli with white hair and golden eyes. She looked quite frail and weak and gave the feeling of wanting to protect her, but she was quite a hard hitter, packing some immense brute strength and can pummel any human she wants. She liked sweets and hated perverts a lot. She was Konako Tojo, or Chiron as called by her elder sister Kurika. Tatsuya approached them and greeted all of them. He then looked at Konako and Miyuki who was sitting by her side, said, "Ani I-sama, meet Konako-chan, the new friend that we made today. She even beat all the perverts in the class for us." Tatsuya looked at her with a smile and said, "I am Tatsuya Shiba, nice to meet you. And I am very grateful that you helped my girls against perverts." Konako nodded her head and said emotionlessly, "Nice to meet you as well, I am Konako Tojo. I heard a lot about you from these four, in fact I only heard about you from them." Tatsuya looked at them who looked away in embarrassment except Miyuki who was puffing her chest and looked proud. All the others around her looked at her with sweat drop and decided to ignore it. Tatsuya then sat down and started to have lunch with them as well. Soon Himari and the others took out their desserts and placed it in between. Seeing the sweets in front of her, Konako's eyes brightened up. Tatsuya looked at her and chuckled, making her look away with a blush. Tatsuya then smiled and said, sorry, you can have one as well, Konako-chan. Accept it as my apology." Konako, who heard him, gave a small smile and moved her hand towards the dessert, but before she was able to grab the one she wanted, it disappeared from its spot, making her widen her eyes in surprise and others sighing. Tatsuya was then seen standing with a coffee jelly in his hand and he said, "Sorry Konako-chan, but coffee jelly is always mine, you can have something else," and started eating it. Konako, who saw the sudden change in Tatsuya's behavior, was beyond shocked. She then looked at others while pointing her finger at Tatsuya and asked, "Is he always like that?" To which they all replied, "Only when it comes to coffee jelly." Konako was looking at him weirdly and Tatsuya, who saw her expression, sighed and then scooped out some coffee jelly and put the spoon in her mouth and said, "It's only the first and last time, don't expect me to share it from now on," and started eating again. All of them who saw him do that was shocked. Konako, who just ate the coffee jelly, put her hands on her lips and muttered while blushing, "It was an indirect kiss. It was an indirect kiss. It was an indirect kiss." The others looked at Konako with a shocked expression and all of them shouted at once, "Onii-sama/Tatsuya/Tatsuya-san shared his coffee jelly." As soon as they shouted that, they all heard Kurumi's and Shizuka's voice over the telepathic link, which said, "Wayot." Konako looked at the girls weirdly and said with her cold expression, "You all are shocked about that." 75. Yuri Harem. After that day his school life went forward. Every day he would enter the class amongst the uproar caused by the girls and then went talk and spar with Drake inside his sacred gear. And during their spar Drake was easily beaten by him. Though he still didn't showed him his true power. Because of the spars between him and Drake there were occasional bursts of energy which had alerted the two devil heirs about Issei's sacred gear. After that he would spend his break either with Kaiba or his girls and Konako. He also spars with Kaiba sometimes in the kendo hall and easily overwhelms him, making Rias take more and more interest in him. Tatsuya also noticed that Akeno had already started stalking him and it was too hard for him to control his girls to not take care of her and explain them what she was doing. Though they were displeased on being stalked, they still decided to follow his instructions and didn't mess with Rias and her group, and Konako was their friend as well. Konako has also approved of him being near him and did not act too cold in his presence. Seeing this, many of her male admirers also tried to get close to her only to be instantly shot down because of them being a pervert. Tatsuya also handled the pervert trio after they tried to peep in the changing room in which Miyuki and the others were changing and implanted fear in their hearts. Though they still tried peek around the rooms where none of Tatsuya's acquaintance were present. During all this time Rias tried to approach him only to be blocked by the girls of his team. Tatsuya also felt the presence of many fallen angels in the town but decided to keep quiet about it as he was not responsible for the town and it was the work of the devil heirs. But from this he came to know that the events would be beginning soon. Today is their long-awaited weekend and right now Tatsuya is working inside his restaurant and suddenly the door opened and the customers who came were his acquaintance. Tatsuya looked towards his customers and said, "Oh, Sotan and Tsubaki. Nice meeting you on the weekend." Sana who heard him call her by his nickname blushed and said, "Tatsuya, as I remember I told you not to call me by my nick." But before she was able to finish Tatsuya interjected her and said, I remember what you told me. You told me not to call you by your nickname in school and by any way I look at it, we are not in school. Right so? Tan. Sana who heard his reasoning blushed even harder but was not able to retort. She grumbled for a bit and then went ahead to take her seat. Along with her many more girls with her as well. Tatsuya looked at them and then at Tsubaki and asked, "And they are?" Tsubaki who heard his question pointed at the girls and said, "Oh, they are the new student council members. We came here to celebrate their joining the peerage." The girls who heard Tsubaki telling Tatsuya about joining Sana's peerage were shocked and whispered, "Is it alright, Vice President? Telling him about devils?" Tatsuya looked at them and smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that, I know about the supernatural world from a long time and I also know that she is the Citri heiress." After that all of them introduced themselves to him and he did the same. He then eyed each of them and thought, "So Saji has not joined yet, hey?" Tsubaki who saw him looking at each of the girls there pouted a bit and asked, "What are you thinking, Tatsuya?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Nothing, just thinking that these are the new members of Sana's Yuri harem, that's all." Hearing his words all of the team members other than Tsubaki got surprised and asked, "Do you mean Sana-sama is into girls?" Tatsuya who saw them taking the bait internally smirked and said, "Yes, don't you know, she is a massive pervert who plays around with girls from time to time. In fact she has not even left her older sister and she even have her fun with her from time to time at my home and she told me that she will make her peerage as a harem." The girls who heard him got shocked but they were still a bit doubtful of him. Then Momo Hanakai, a girl with a beautiful face and white hair came forward and said, "How do you expect us to believe that, President is not like that?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "You don't have to believe me but just think about it, all the members of her team is a girl, beautiful no less and she doesn't even show any interest in boys as well and spends all the times with girls." The girls who heard Tatsuya's words were starting to feel that he was indeed saying the truth and all the things he said were true. Tsubaki who was standing behind the others was trying very hard to not burst out laughing. Suddenly a hand was placed in Tatsuya's shoulder and he turned his head and saw Sana looking at him and it seemed that some black miasma was leaking out of her body. She looked at Tatsuya in the eyes and said, "What are telling my about me, Tatsuya? Do you want me to kill you?" Tatsuya looked at her peerage and said, "See, she is now trying to threaten me as I exposed her plan. Oh Sotan, how nasty have you become?" Sana who heard him was about to lash out at him but stopped when she noticed her peerage look at her. She then looked at her peerage and was about to explain but then all of them bowed to her and said, "Sorry President, even though we admire you, it is not to the point to have feelings for you so we are sorry but we cannot be in a relationship with you." As soon as they said that both Tatsuya and Tsubaki burst out laughing and said, "Oh my Sana, looks like you were rejected even before you could have proposed, so sad." And continued to laugh. Meanwhile Sana was blushing from embarrassment as all the others were looking at her with pity and were saying things like, "Poor child" and all. Sana who had enough of all that shouted, "There is no such thing like that." 76. Mean. After Sana was able to calm down Tatsuya apologized to her and the other girls for what he did. After which they all sat down and Tatsuya gave each of them a drink as age apology. After all of them ordered what they wanted Tatsuya went back to kitchen to prepare their order. The girls looked around the restaurant and saw that it was very crowded. They all then looked at Sana and Tsubaki and asked, "This place is really crowded, is the food here that good?" Sana and Tsubaki both nodded their head and Tsubaki said, "Yeah, when it comes to cooking even the Citri family chefs are even close to his skill." Hearing her they all got shocked as they had eaten with Sana in the Citri house and they all thought that the food there was very good. And now hearing that Tatsuya's cooking is even better than them, they were very excited. Sana then crossed her arms and closed her eyes and said with a displeased expression, "Even though his food is very good, he is still the meanest person in the whole world." The girls who heard her gave her a wry smile and then started talking to each other. Soon Tatsuya came out of the kitchen with their order and placed it on their table and left. All of them looked at the food served in front of them and were amazed by its appearance and the aroma it was giving. All of them then took a gulp and then started eating their food. After just taking the first bite all of them had a foodgasm, even Sana and Tsubaki who had eaten his food a lot of times were resistant to that. They all then kept on eating without even bothering to talk with each other and soon finished their food. After eating the food that they had eaten, they were still not satisfied and decided to order once again. Soon they all finished eating and sat back on the chairs comfortably with slightly bulging tummies. One of the girls named Rhea then looked at Momo and said, "That was the best food that I ever had." Momo smiled and nodded her head in approval and all of them began talking again. Tatsuya then came and said, I hope that you enjoyed the food, and then placed the bill in front of Sana. All the girls then started talking to him and praising him for the food, which made Tatsuya very happy. Sana took a glance at the bill and then started searching for her wallet inside her handbag. After searching for a while she was not able to find hers and thought, looks like I dropped it on the way. Tatsuya then looked at Sana and asked, what happened Sana, you look a bit pale. Sana, who heard him, gave a fake smile which was not able to convince any of them and said, nothing happened, I am all right. Tatsuya then placed his head on her forehead for a while and then said, it doesn't seem that you have a fever. He then looked at her in the eye, making her already blushing face even redder, and said, tell me if you are feeling unwell. Sana, who heard his worried voice, blushed and said timidly, I am not feeling ill, it's just that I lost my purse and would not be able to pay. Tatsuya, who heard her, had a sudden change of feeling. Previously he was feeling worried, but after hearing her his feeling immediately changed to that of mischievousness. He internally smirked and thought, I can take money fro her later. But where is fun in that? He then looked at her and then said, no problem, you can pay me the next time we meet. Sana, who heard him, felt happy, but her happy expression suddenly changed when Tatsuya said, but to see the great Sana Satrai owe some money to me, now that's a first. Sana, who heard him, went to her Satrai mode and said, there is no way I can accept that, I will rather work here to pay up than owe someone. Tatsuya, who heard her declaration, showed an evil smile and said, I accept that the heiress of the Satrai house will not go back on her word. Sana, who saw his evil smile, wanted to deny it but still nodded her head with a frustrated expression. Tatsuya then looked at them and said, wait for a bit and I will check what position to give you to work. Tatsuya then left them, making all of them sigh. They all looked at Sana and said, President, how can you easily fall for his tricks even after you are so smart? Sana, who heard them, clenched her fists and then banged her head on the table and said, I hate him. Tatsuya then went to the kitchen, took out his phone and called someone and said, hey, how have you been? See, there is something that I want to talk with you, can you come here? Oh, that's great, it's about business and I assure you that you will surely be happy to have business with me. Okay, I will wait for you. Tatsuya then ended the call and smirked and said, ah, this will be so fun. After waiting for a while, the door of the restaurant opened again and came a black-haired, two-tailed beautiful girl in a magical girl cosplay. The Satrai group looked at her and immediately looked away. The person who came just now was none other than Sirafal Leviathan, the older sister of Sana. As soon as Sirafal entered, she felt a jolt pass through her body and she said, Sotan is nearby. My Sotan sense just tingled. She then started looking around and then her gaze fell on the Satrai group's table, much to their displeasure. She immediately rushed towards Sana and hugged her and said, Sotan, I missed you so much. Sana, who was suddenly hugged by her sister, started to struggle and said, Oni-sama, not in public, and what are you doing here? Before she was able to answer, Tatsuya came and said, I called her. She glared at Tatsuya and said, why? Tatsuya looked at her indifferently and said, why? To help you, of course. Sirafal, who heard him, looked at Tatsuya and asked, help? What happened to Sotan? Is there someone who is being mean to her? I will kill that person. Tatsuya calmed Sirafal and then told her what was the situation. Sirafal, who heard him, nodded her head and said, there is no problem, I can pay in her stead. Sana, who heard her, shook her head and said, no, Oni-sama, I will not accept your help. I have already decided to work here to pay my debt on the pride of Satrai name. Sirafal wanted to argue, but Tatsuya placed his hand on her shoulder and said, you should not force her if she had already swore on her name, rather let's talk about the thing that talked about on the phone. Sirafal, who heard him, finally remembered and said, yeah, what business you wanted to have with me? Tatsuya looked at her and said, I want you to sponsor an event in this restaurant. All the girls who heard him were shocked, and then Sirafal said, even if I sponsor you, then how will I profit? As you know, I cannot put my name as advertisement in here, or others will know that I come here and will try something against me. Hearing him, Tatsuya smiled and said, oh, you will surely profit, because the theme of the event which I asking you to host would be magical girls. As soon as they heard him, the girls of Sana Peerage and Sana realized what Tatsuya was doing and were sweating. Sana looked at her sister and said, Oni-sama, you should get going, there is a lot of work that must be left right. Sirafal ignored her and looked at Tatsuya and asked, then explain me, how will the event benefits me? Tatsuya smirked and said, you see, the great Satrai heiress who was unable to pay her bill promised to work here to pay off the bill, and if you sponsor the event, I promise to make her work as a waitress wearing magical girl outfit, and you can click all the pictures and videos you want. Sana, who heard this, was pale and looked at her sister's back and said, Oni-sama, maybe I will accept your money for now, after all you were a Satrai as well. Sirafal turned around and placed her hand on Sana's shoulder and said with blood coming out of her nose, Sotan, make sure to work hard. And then looked at Tatsuya and shook his hand, confirming the deal. Tatsuya looked at Sana with a smile on his face and said, which color would you like to wear? Sana looked at him and said, why are you doing this? Tatsuya made a confused face and said, isn't this expected from me? After all, I am mean, aren't I? All of the Satrai group had the same thought. He heard her. Tatsuya then winked at her and said, checkmate. Sana, who heard her, looked at him and her nose-bleeding sister and shouted, I hate you both. 77, lose. After the deal between Tatsuya and Sirafal was done, much to Sana's dismay, all the other members of her peerage and Tatsuya's team decided to join her as well. Sirafal was busy taking pictures and videos of Sana while also preventing perverts from anywhere being near them. Tatsuya, who was looking at the scene in his restaurant while his clones were working, was enjoying a lot. The magical girl dress that he had given them was looking good on them and he was quite glad that Sana forgot her wallet. Sana was embarrassed wearing the magical girl outfit and was even more angry when she saw her sister taking pictures of her while blood dripped from her nose while she was walking around the restaurant. She then looked at Tatsuya, who was admiring all of them with a pleasant smile on his face, and felt quite complicated. On one hand she was angry at him for setting him up, but on the other she was happy that he was enjoying looking at her when she wore that costume. At the end of the day, Tatsuya also met the infamous Miltans, who came on hearing the news about the event. He was very happy with the results that were shown by the event and decided to trick Sana once again. After all of them were done, Tatsuya gathered everyone who worked that day and took a group photograph in remembrance of the event. Tatsuya offered all of them to have the dinner with them, to which they all immediately agreed and went to the Shiba residence. Tatsuya decided to do the cooking and looked at girls and said, you guys can go and take a bath, and in the meantime I will prepare the dinner. All of them nodded their heads to his suggestion as they were quite tired after working for so long. Once they entered the bathroom, they were quite surprised to see how big and majestic it was. It could be said that instead of a bath they were in a swimming pool. While bathing, Himari looked at Sana and asked, so are you going to play chess with him after this? When she asked this question, all of them looked at her waiting for response. Sana looked at Himari and then said, maybe I will play, that will help me relax after going through all that hell. I am so frustrated that I really want to beat him today. Sirafal then came towards her and said, but what if you lose Sotan, then will you ask him to be your fiancé today? Sana, who heard her sister say that, immediately blushed and put her head under the water. Sirafal then looked at Tsubaki and asked, and what are you waiting for, Tsubaki-chan? Don't you like him as well? Tsubaki looked at the ceiling and said, yeah, I do like him, but I am waiting for my genius master to beat him first, or she will increase my workload because of frustration. She then looked at Sirafal and said, and you are not in any position to ask that, Sirafal-sama. Aren't you the same as me, still waiting for a chance to propose to him? At her words, the other members of the Satrai group got surprised that even Amua is in love with Tatsuya. Sirafal, who heard Tsubaki, blushed a bit and said, I will propose to him once he beats Sotan, otherwise Sotan will be much more mean to me. Asia then came beside Sana and said, Sana-san, a lot of lives are dependent upon you, so try your best to lose against him. Sana, who heard Asia, was not sure whether to feel happy for being encouraged or sad to ask her to lose. Tsubaki and Sirafal then looked at Sana and said, like she said, just hurry up and lose President/Sotan. After talking and encouraging Sana for a while, they all left the bath, and once they came out they saw Tatsuya covered only with a towel, and it seemed like he just came out from a bath as well. Tatsuya looked at them and said, oh, you are already done, I hope that you didn't experience any discomfort. The girls ignored him and were closely observing every nook and cranny of his body. Some of them even had blood dripping from their nose, and when Tatsuya looked at them and then hugged his body and said, oi perverts, turn around. When he said that, all of them blushed and turned around, asked, what are you doing here naked? Tatsuya looked at her weirdly and said, just came out after taking a bath in the other bathroom. Tatsuya then looked at Miyuki, who was taking his picture. Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then left them there and went to his room to change his clothes. Soon he came out of his room, and just at the same time one of his clones came and told them that dinner was ready. Tatsuya and the others then went to have their dinner, and after dinner was done, Sana proposed to play chess with him. Sirafal and Tsubaki looked at Sana and said at the same time, I hope you lose President/Sotan. Sana twitched her lips but then ignored them and then concentrated her mind on the game. The game went on for quite a while and everyone was looking at the chessboard very intently. The game was also very intense as both of them were quite familiar with their playing style, so it took them a lot of time to defeat even a single piece easily. Tatsuya then glanced at Sana and could see her looking at the board seriously. Tatsuya smiled and then again looked back at the board and concentrated on the game. Tatsuya and Sana continued to play till the midnight, but there was not even a wink of sleep in their eyes. Even the audience were not tired of seeing their match, and to them it looked very intense. The most surprised were the new girls, as they have never seen Sana struggle so much while playing chess. They have seen them how easily she forms strategies and destroys her opponents, but right now in front of their eyes they could see their king struggling quite a lot. Their admiration for Tatsuya grew quite a bit after seeing how well he was faring against their king. Soon Sana found an opening and immediately placed her queen in front of Tatsuya's king and said, check, with a smile on his face. Tatsuya didn't care about her joyous expression and immediately defended his king by changing its position. Sana then again placed her queen at a point to block king's path and said, check, to which Tatsuya again did the same. Their sequence of check and defense went for quite a while when Tatsuya suddenly smiled brightly and said, promotion rook, and checkmate. Tatsuya promoted one of his pawns whose way was cleared earlier by Sana when she tried to block the king's path. Sana glanced at the chessboard once again and then gave a slight smile and said, "Looks like I finally got defeated, hey." Tatsuya sat in a more relaxed position on the chair and stretched his body and said, "Yeah, you sure were." Tatsuya then looked at Sana in the eye, to which she blushed. All of the new peerage members were looking at her intently and were waiting for their king to propose. Sana looked at Tatsuya and said, "Tatsuya, will you?" But before she was able to finish, Sirafal and Tsubaki pushed her aside and said, "Tatsuya-Tatsuya-chan, please be my boyfriend." Tatsuya was dumbfounded by their action and didn't said anything. He then looked at Sana, who was looking at Tsubaki and Sirafal hatefully, and said, "You were saying something, Sana." Sana's look immediately changed and she stood up and looked at him and said, "IIIWW was saying would." Himari then came forward and pushed Sana and said, "Oh, just kiss and finish it, we all know what you want to say." Sana was pushed forward and just like Himari said, she crashed with Tatsuya and their lips touched. Tatsuya decided to not waste the opportunity and decided to fully enjoy the kiss. Sana, who was inexperienced in all such matter, was severely blushing but soon started to kiss him as well. Tatsuya, who noticed her actions, decided to take a step further and inserted his tongue inside her mouth, making her widen her eyes, but soon she melted in the kiss and started to cooperate with him. The people from the sides, especially the Satrai group, was looking at them with a blush on their faces and said things like, "I didn't knew that president could make such a face." Tsubaki interjected him and said, "Let her be, she has been desperate for quite a long time. Let her have her time." They all nodded and then left. Both of them left the room and waited for them to come out on their own. 78. Confession. After enjoying the kiss with Tatsuya, both of them then came out of the room a few minutes later after the others left. Tsubaki and Sirafal also proposed to him, and after a kiss all three of them were finally in relationship with Tatsuya. Though he still had to ask Sana's and Serafal's parents about their relationship, they were not in much of a hurry about that matter. After all, Sirafal has recorded Sana's match and has proof that Tatsuya had defeated her fair and square in a chess match. From that day on, the things were progressing normally. Girls following him in school, spars and talk with Drake, fending himself against the girls along with Kaiba, lunch with Konako and others, kicking the trio's ass and ignoring Rias's invitation. Life was progressing normally for him and the others without any problem, and just like that, time slowly passes away. Tatsuya would occasionally flirt with his girls in school, including Sana and Tsubaki. The other members of her peerage has started to take interest in him as well, except for Ruriko, who had a crush on one of the boys from her middle school, which Tatsuya confirmed to be Saji. Rias seemed to have gotten the wind about Sana's relationship as well and used to tease her a lot. She even tried to set up a meeting along with Tatsuya through her, only to be rejected by Tatsuya himself, saying that he was very busy. During all this time, Tatsuya noticed that not even once has Rias tried to confront him herself, and has only be sending either Akino or Kaiba, who only tried to invite him indirectly as he didn't want to look like a person who approached him only to take advantage of his friendship. Tatsuya was aware of his thoughts and felt happy that Kaiba was a good friend, and to not make him stand in an uncomfortable situation, Tatsuya decided to meet that redhead after Issei gets reincarnated as a devil. Tatsuya didn't had to wait for long as he noticed some of the fallen angels stalking Issei. A fed day after that, he found Issei talking to Yuma on the bridge, which confirmed his intuition about the start of the series. Tatsuya has also told Drake about his host falling in a trap set by fallen angels and how he accepted the proposal of an unknown girl, which made Drake very sad as his host got swayed so easily. Right now Tatsuya is in a date with Asia, and both of them are standing in front of a girl who blushing intensely and is playing with her fingers while looking down. Asia looked at the girl and thought, from how much she is blushing and fidgeting, it looks like she is about to propose to Tatsuya-san. She then narrowed her eyes and thought, but why is a fallen angel going after Tatsuya-san? The girl standing in front of them was a short blonde-haired loli. The loli then looked at both of them and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Eri." Both Tatsuya and Asia nodded their heads and said, "Nice to meet you as well," but didn't give their names as they were still unsure about her actions. Eri then said, "You see, I have been seeing you after you leave the school from some time." Hearing her, Asia thought, a stray fallen angel and a stalker no less, and you are trying to propose to him when we both are on a date. There is no way that I will let her be with him. She is a stranger as well. Eri then looked at both of them and said with a blush, "And it seems like I have started to like you, so will you?" Asia looked at her and thought, "Here it comes." Eri then looked at Asia and said, "Will you go out with me, Asia-san?" Asia, who heard her, blanked out for a while and then said, "Eh." Tatsuya, who already knew about her thoughts through telepathy, was trying very hard to stop his laugh after seeing Asia's expression. Isa then calmed down and said, "You want to go out with me?" To which Eri nodded her head. Asia looked at Tatsuya, who was trying hard to not to laugh, and became embarrassed and said, "Tatsuya-san, don't laugh at me." She then looked at Eri and said, "Sorry Eri-san, I cannot be in relationship with you as I am already Tatsuya-san's girlfriend." Eri looked hurt and then looked at Tatsuya and showed an angry expression and pointed her finger and said, "With him? What does he have that I don't? I can love you better than him." Tatsuya looked at Eri and said, "I have a dick, do you have one?" At his comment, the Eri was dumbfounded and didn't know how to retort. Tatsuya then hugged Asia tightly and said, and you seem to have quite a lot of courage to ask my girlfriend out in front of me, Miss Dashboard. When Tatsuya called her Dashboard, it seemed like an arrow just pierced her heart. The girl looked at Tatsuya and said, who are you calling Dashboard? They are still growing. Tatsuya looked at her while still hugging Asia and said, whatever you say, Dashboard. Eri grinned her teeth and said, you. Tatsuya then looked at her coldly and said, enough of that, I just want to ask you, how do you know her name when we didn't even introduce ourselves? When she heard this, her expression suddenly changed and she started sweating. Tatsuya narrowed his eyes and said, were you stalking her? The girl started sweating more when Tatsuya said that and looked at Asia and said, this guy is not good for you, Asia-san. I have seen him walking around with a lot of different girls. This time Asia narrowed her eyes and said, you mean that you were stalking Tatsuya-san as well? This time she started to get red in anger and then looked at both of them once more and turned around and ran away. Tatsuya looked at her and thought, looks like Middle was not experienced in this sort of ploy, and it seemed that these fallen angels are after her sacred gear. Tatsuya then looked at Asia, who was happily hugging him, and enveloped her within a hug as well and said, so how does it feel to be confessed in front of your boyfriend? Asia looked at him and said, I don't know what to say, I was thinking that she was going to confess to you, so I can say that I feel a little weird about this. Tatsuya smiled and said, let's go and have some ice cream and then continue our date. Asia smiled happily and interlocked her arm with his and continued the date. 79. Problems in the town. After receiving the confession from the fallen angel, Tatsuya and Asia continued their date, and in the evening they returned home and told the others about the confession, making Asia feel embarrassed in front of the others. Tatsuya then looked at his team and said, jokes aside, this matter might get serious in my opinion. All of them stopped laughing and looked at Tatsuya seriously. Tatsuya looked back at them and said, you all know that this town is currently a devil territory, right? All of them nodded their heads in unison, and Tatsuya said, then why are there so many fallen angels present inside the territory without the permission of Sana and the redhead? Don't you think it's suspicious? Shizuka then looked at him and said, but if they all were stray, then either of those heiresses would have taken some measures, don't you think so? Tatsuya looked at her and said, yeah, considering that Sana is very diligent in her work, they would have taken some measures about this matter. Karin then said, then that means that this situation is currently seen by the Gremory group. But why aren't they doing their job? Is it that she do not want to her job? Tatsuya closed his eyes and said, I think it is not like that she don't want to do this. It is just that she is hesitating. Her group is not that large, and even if all of them are quite powerful compared to the fallen angels, they still outnumber them. Though I think they would be more than enough for them, they are hesitating as this job is a bit difficult and the reward might not be that great for them to do this. Tatsuya then stopped speaking and thought, in the original anime she only decided that it was worth exterminating the fallen angels only after she learnt that she might have a chance to recruit Asia to her peerage. All the other times she only said that it could lead to serious political matters and then lead to war. He then sighed and said, that girl is too troublesome. Sanan then looked at Tatsuya and asked, then why is she not asking someone's help? Tatsuya looked at her and said, remember, Sana told us about her engagement with Riser and how she hates to be used as the bargaining chip for her family. I guess that she wants to prove that she is a capable heir of the Gremory house and can achieve great things even without the marriage. Kagura asked, then why don't she just cancel the engagement, and thinking of Riser-san, he is not that bad once you prove your worth to him. I think he is an understanding person. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, there are two problems with that. 1. Her father is very insistent on marrying her to the House of Phoenix for their wealth and support, and since Rias is only a heir, she do not have any actual say in this matter. 2. It is just as you said that Riser is understanding only after you show your worth, which she have not. She have no rating game record as she is very young, she is not a genius as well, and she do not possess any achievements of her own. She is only made a high-class devil, only because of her lineage and Surtsk's being a mu. In her comparison I think her queen is far stronger than her. So there you have it, the fact that her only worth is that she is a Gremory. There is nothing great about her to make Riser understand her situation, and the fact that he is a massive pervert increases his motivation to marry her even more. They all thought for a while and nodded their head, since they all were safe from Riser's Lee Trao's gaze because they were in Tatsuya's team made them forget about his perversion. Tatsuya then said, anyway, that's not the issue we are dealing with. The problem that we are facing is that those fallen angels are after Asia, and the only reason that I could think of must be her sacred gear. All of them then came out of their thoughts and become serious. Tatsuya then said, I guess that they either want Asia to join their ranks or simply steal her sacred gear for themselves. Ingvild's eyes then widened and she said, but didn't you said that the sacred gear is connected to one's soul itself? Tatsuya nodded his head in response and said, yes, the sacred gear is connected to one's soul itself, but it can be removed forcefully by various methods, but those methods have various side effects for the original host of the sacred gear. In the worst case scenario, Ingvild then looked serious and said, the host can die, right? Tatsuya nodded his head, making all of them gasp in shock. Asia, who heard the sudden news, became slightly worried, but she then felt a hand on her shoulder. She then turned her head and saw Tatsuya looking at her. Tatsuya then gave a small smile and said, "Don't worry, you are more than capable to take all of them head on, and you have all of us here as well. We can take on any force that threaten us." Hearing his words, Asia felt a bit better and smiled. Tatsuya smiled as well and said, "And even if that's not enough, I can also destroy the whole town, though I have to ask for forgiveness from Yasaka and Amaterasu after that." The girls who heard him suddenly stood up and said, "No, don't do any of that, if you have to visit that goddess again." Tatsuya was dumbfounded by them, but he laughed awkwardly in remembering his last meeting with Amaterasu. She nearly took his virginity after both of them were drunk on the sake that she gave to him, and was only able to get out of situation because Yasaka pulled him out of there. Tatsuya then looked at his team and said, "Well, leaving that aside, Asia, I want you to be in company of someone from the team at all times." Asia nodded her head and said, "Understood." Tatsuya then nodded his head and said, "And also one other thing, it seems like some of those fallen angels are stalking other members of the team as well. Make sure to not act suspiciously and only take actions if necessary, and if you have to take the action, either kill them or kill them after interrogating them, try your best to not let them leave after they have seen your powers." All of them nodded their heads and Tatsuya said, "Okay, now go and have some rest, we have school in the morning." And all of them left to sleep. 80. Issei's death. After the meeting on that, Tatsuya and his group made sure that someone was with Asia at all time, and all those brave souls who tried to take her with them were mysteriously never seen again. Seeing that their fellow fallen angels were disappearing, the others thought that it was Tatsuya and his group's fault, but, since they were unable to detect anything supernatural about them as they had hid their presence, the only thing that they were able to sense was Asia's sacred gear, as Tatsuya had instructed her to do so, in order to not cause suspicion. Though this plan still had a drawback, as Rias too came to know about the presence of a sacred gear inside Asia. But she didn't interfere with her as she was still busy recruiting Issei. Though Tatsuya thought about taking his sacred gear from him without killing him and asked about it to Drake, but he denied it by giving the reason that Tatsuya was already too powerful and living inside him would only make him feel inferior to him. Tatsuya respected his wishes as he was his good friend and didn't said anything to oppose his decision. He also thought that it would be amusing when he would be called the Boob Dragon in future. Right now Tatsuya is outside his home secretly following Issei on his date. Though he was only watching, he thought that it was very amusing as he used his telepathy to hear their thoughts, and how Raineray's thoughts were complete opposite of what she was saying. Soon they reached the infamous fountain inside the park, and he silently sat on the bench and took out some popcorn and then sat back to enjoy the show. Tatsuya saw that Raineray's eyes turned cold and she started to approach him. He then heard Issei's thought, which said, "Finally, I am going to get my first kiss, and after that we will go to a love hotel, and then I will finally lose my virginity while enjoying those bouncy tits." Tatsuya, who heard all that, thought, "Dude, even I was not able to go forward in relationship so fast, and even I am a bit on the carnivorous side, and you who cannot even call your crush by her first name for fucking 4 seasons is thinking of getting laid in just one date. How much of self-confidence do you have, dude?" Tatsuya then saw her whispering something in his ears and saw that Issei's expression changed a bit. He then connected to Drake's consciousness and said, "Last chance, Drake. Do you really want your host to become a devil?" Drake heard him and said, "Yet as I have observed him through your memories and minor leaks in his consciousness, I believe that this would be the only way that he would be able to survive in this world." He paused for a while and then said, "Though, if that Gremory doesn't arrive on time, make sure to save him, I don't want to be sealed for a long time so soon." Tatsuya heard him and said, "Don't worry, brother, I promise to not let him die. At least for today." Drake became confused and said, "Why only today?" Tatsuya smiled and said, "Knowing him, he would jump on the face of death for tits, and I am not his babysitter to save him every time." Drake twitched his lips but was unable to deny him. Tatsuya then saw Raineray transform into her fallen angel form, and the first thing that came to Issei's mind was, her tits became even bigger. Tatsuya and Drake both fell silent for a moment, and Tatsuya said, "Drake, just checking this, but, are you really sure about this situation and be with him?" Drake thought for a while and then said, "Even I am starting to regret a bit." Soon Raineray formed a light spear in her hand and then impaled it in Issei's stomach, causing him to lie down in a pool of his own blood. She then said the same lines that she said in the anime and then took off. Tatsuya looked at Issei and said, "Drake, just tell me when he is about to die." Drake only nodded his head in response. Tatsuya and Drake then talked about a bit for a while, and then a red magic circle appeared below Issei. Tatsuya looked at the circle in amusement and thought, "So the show finally begins." He then said, "Drake, what do you think about her method of recruiting him?" Drake thought for a while and said, "Well, I think that it was quite a wrong way to do things, but knowing this pervert, he would not have taken things seriously if he would not have died once before being reincarnated as a devil, and truthfully it doesn't matter to me how she do things. If this brat is able to become stronger, I don't mind if she murder him herself and then make him her servant. The only thing I know is that if he becomes powerful, he could easily fend off those who stand in his way, and that's what is important in this world." Tatsuya then asked, "Then don't you care about your host if he dies?" Drake laughed and said, "I do care about my host's life, that's why I am lowering myself to the level of becoming a servant of the Gremory brat, if not for that, do you think that the heavenly dragon of domination would bow to anyone? I even asked you to help him if he was about to die. Tatsuya looked at Drake and smiled and then said, I guess you really are a good dragon. Drake looked proud and said, of course, I am the best. What else do you expect from the heavenly dragon of domination? Tatsuya looked at him with a neutral look and then said, yeah, the heavenly dragon who wants to dominate over Albion in bed. Drake suddenly became pissed and said, don't bring that up. It is one of those things that I don't want to be reminded of. Tatsuya laughed for a while and then calmed down. He then looked at Rias and said, looks like she is about to go. Well, good night, Drake. Tell me if something interesting happened at your end. Drake nodded and said, good night, friend. And then all of them teleported away. 81. Visiting Orc. After Tatsuya returned home from watching the death show, he directly went to bed without doing anything else. The next day he told about little incident to his teammates and all of them had some worries about that matter. They all knew that the sacred gear that Issei possessed was the boosted gear, a mid-tier Longinus, and knowing that magic works on how strong one's imagination is, they all were worried that Issei will come after them with his pervy techniques that he will make in future. Tatsuya knew that it was surely going to happen, so he decided to use Kurumi's ability to know what a person is feeling towards them to make different anti-lust items. These items were able to notify the wearer when someone was feeling lust indicated towards them and notify them in advance. He also added a function which added a thin barrier able to defend them from those techniques and also can be used as a defense mechanism against various attacks. Though this function required to infuse their magic power in the accessory, and the more magic infused, the more strong and durable the barrier. This was best help that he could do for their safety. He even tried to make anti-magic accessories for them, but it turned out that their own magic could not be used if they wear those. They also felt lightheaded when they tried to wear them, so Tatsuya had no choice other than using these defense accessories. He was also confident on their skill that they would be able to send him flying before Issei is able to touch them. The next day they all went to school and things went normal for all of them. Tatsuya asked Drake if everything was fine on his end, to which Drake replied that Issei was thinking that all that he went through was a dream. And just like that, the day ended without anything unnatural happening. The day after that was what Tatsuya expected. The whole student body was in uproar as the number one beauty of the academy was coming along with the number one pervert, making all of them shocked to no extent. Tatsuya and the others didn't even cared about them, and just like every day all of them went to their classes. In fact, they all could say that it was a good thing that none of the students were bothering them and were interested in the beauty and the perv. Later that day Kaiba came to their class, causing a mass uproar from the girls and scowl from the boys except Tatsuya. Tatsuya looked at him and waved his hand, to which he replied with one as well. He then came closer to Issei and said, Rias Gremory-senpai is asking for you. Issei, who was now scowling on seeing him, suddenly got surprised and said, oh, so you are the one who is supposed to fetch me. Kaiba nodded his head and then looked at Tatsuya with an anticipatory gaze. Tatsuya looked at him and sighed and said, want me to come as well? Kaiba only nodded his head in response. Tatsuya stood up from his seat and said, then let's go then. He then sent an telepathic message to his team and said, go home without me for today, I will meet the princess first or else she will not stop bothering. They all agreed with it, and then Tatsuya left with the two of them, making all the girls who saw them curse Issei for being with Kaiba and Tatsuya. All three of them walked for a while and made some small talk on the way. Issei was starting to feel out of place as both Tatsuya and Kaiba were in another league compared to him and was wanting to go back but still went with them. Soon all of them reached an on and worn out mansion which was considered as the old school area of the academy. Tatsuya looked at the building and then said, Kaiba, it may be rude but, can you assure me that this building will not topple on us once we go inside? Kaiba looked at him and then said, don't worry, it is only like this from the outside, but from the inside it is completely fine. Tatsuya nodded his head and then all of them entered inside the building. They walked in a hallway and Tatsuya's gaze fell on a door which said keep out. So that's where Gasper resides, thought Tatsuya, and then all of them entered a room. Once they entered the room, Tatsuya saw someone familiar sitting on the sofa eating some sweets. Tatsuya waved his hand and said, surprise seeing you here, Konako-chan. Konako, who heard him, got surprised and then turned her head. Once she saw Tatsuya standing there waving at her. She gave a curt nod and said, I am surprised as well, Tatsuya-senpai. Tatsuya smiled and went towards her and sat beside her. Konako looked at him and then gave some of her sweets to him, and then both of them sat silently while eating the sweets. While they were doing that, Kaiba was explaining some things to Issei, and when Issei saw that there was a shower in the room and the outline of Rias was visible through the curtain, he started perving around. Konako saw his expression and said, perv. Tatsuya looked at her and said, leave him alone, he is not going to stop anytime soon. Konako nodded her head and both of them again started eating sweets. Issei, who heard them, felt disheartened, but suddenly Akeno came from inside and then started introducing herself to Issei. She then saw that Tatsuya was sitting along with Konako, and when she saw both of them eating sweets she got a bit surprised and said, Konako is sharing her sweets, that's new. Tatsuya looked at her and said, nice to meet you, Hime-jima-san. I am Tatsuya Shiba. Akeno bowed and said, nice to meet you as well, Shiba-kun. Soon the redhead princess came out of the shower room. Her gaze then fell on Tatsuya and she got a bit surprised on seeing him there. But what intrigued her more was, Konako sharing her sweets, now that's a first. Tatsuya looked at Konako and said, looks like you are famous here for not sharing your sweets. Konako blushed a bit and started eating faster. Tatsuya chuckled and started petting her head as she looked cute at that time and Konako started purring unconsciously. Rias then introduced herself and Tatsuya did the same and then she started explaining about the supernatural world. Tatsuya didn't listen to her and was focusing on petting Konako who was somehow sitting on his lap. 82. We are devils. Tatsuya kept patting Konako on her head and everyone was looking at him. Tatsuya looked back at them and asked, what? Rias looked at him and said, aren't you surprised by all this, after all I just told you that we all are devils. Konako who was enjoying the head pat looked at him as well to notice his expression, she was worried that Tatsuya and his team would stop interacting with her if they knew that she was a devil. Tatsuya looked at Rias with a neutral expression and said, what you mean to say that I should react because you say that you are a devil, then listen this carefully, I am a human. Now start reacting. All of them who heard him were dumbfounded except Issei who found that funny and was coming controlling his laugh. Rias came out of her stupor and said, no, we really are devils. Tatsuya said, I am saying the truth as well, I am a human and a male one at that. Rias got a tick mark on her forehead and said, I can prove to you that we are devils. And all of them brought their wings out making Issei surprised. Tatsuya looked at Konako's wings and cursed it making a jolt of electricity pass through her body. She looked at Tatsuya and said, SS senpai that to tickles. Tatsuya who saw her expression suddenly blushed and stopped touching her wings. He then looked at Rias and said, I can prove myself as well but sorry I am not into exhibitionism. At his words of them and even Issei blushed. Rias was about to say something but Akeno interjected her and said, then why don't we go in that room and I can check whether you are saying the truth or not. And licked her lips. At her words Konako hugged Tatsuya and said, senpai will not go with you. Akeno placed a hand on her cheek and said, Ara, Konako wants to join as well, that's very naughty of you Konako. Konako blushed and immediately stopped hugging him. Rias looked at her peerage and said, stop your flirting Akeno, I am discussing something right now. She then looked at Tatsuya and said, are you not surprised, not even a bit. Tatsuya looked at her and said, what do you expect me to do? Haven't you seen me hanging around with Sana and her peerage? Do you think that I don't know who you both are heiresses, heir of Gremory Pillar? At his words all of them except Issei were hit by realization and all of them retracted their wings and were feeling ashamed. Tatsuya looked at Konako and said, and you don't have to worry, we will not hate you just because you are a devil. Konako blushed and nodded her head and then started eating her sweets. Rias then became all smug and said, then it is make things easier for myself Tatsuya I want you to join. Before she was able to finish Tatsuya said, not interested in joining you. Rias who heard him said, sorry, I guess I heard you wrong can you repeat it? Tatsuya looked at her and said, I don't want to join your peerage. Rias who heard him was surprised and used her devil's charm and said, why not you can even make your own harem if you become a high-class devil. Tatsuya looked at her with an expression which said really. He then said, I don't need that, haven't you seen me coming to the school daily with all my girls, why would I require to become a devil just for a harem? Rias was dumbfounded by that and everyone was looking at her holding their laughter. Rias started to turn red in embarrassment but then she pointed her finger at Tatsuya and said, power, you can get powerful if you become a devil. Tatsuya looked at her and sighed. He then looked at Kaiba and said, Kaiba what is the score of our sparring session? Kaiba thought for a while and said, I guess we have sparred 25 times with all of them being your wins. Kaiba was not depressed by it, in fact he was happy that he was able to spar with someone strong. Rias who heard him was surprised once again and was thinking what to do. Suddenly an idea came to her mind and she said, then if you are really strong why don't you have a bout with my peerage and if we win you will join my peerage? And smirked. Tatsuya looked at her and said, and what will I get if I win? This made the smirk disappear from her face. She got Indulma on what to give him as nothing came to her mind, she thought of giving him authority in the town but realized that Sana can give him that as well. He gaze then fell on Konako and she said, you can have Konako to yourself for a whole day of course you cannot do anything sexual to her without her permission. Konako looked at her and said, President sold me. Tatsuya didn't wait for long and said, deal accepted. Konako was shocked once again and looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya looked at her and said, what you don't want to spend time with me? Konako blushed and said, I it is not that, I don't want to spend time with you, I am just shocked that's all. Tatsuya smiled and then said, then let's get this show on the road. 83, I am a girl. All of them were now in an area enclosed within a barrier around it to prevent the involvement of any third party. In front of him were the whole orc except Issei and Gasper. Tatsuya was holding Kanshou and Bakia in both of his hands and was waiting for them to finish their planning. After they were done planning they looked at Tatsuya and asked, you ready? Tatsuya nodded his head and Kaiba immediately launched at him. Tatsuya didn't move from his place and Rias thought that Tatsuya was scared. Kaiba found that IDD as well but knew that Tatsuya was not an opponent who would get scared by something like that. Kaiba got close to him and then slashed him with his full power. Tatsuya, who looked at the sword coming his way, slashed back and said, "Full counter." And Kaiba was suddenly blown away with a slash wound on his body, making all those watching him shocked. Rias and the others got serious and Konako cracked her knuckles and started running towards him. Tatsuya waited for her to approach him as well, and just when she was about to punch him he pushed her elbow a bit, blocking the flow of chakra in her hand, making it go instantly numb. This shocked Konako and she was about to punch him with her other hand, but before she was able to, Tatsuya flicked her forehead, making her fly away and crash into the Kaiba. Tatsuya then looked towards Rias but was not able to spot Akeno. Tatsuya then suddenly felt something approaching him and he immediately jumped to his side. "Ah, don't run away, let me punish you for a bit." Tatsuya looked towards the source of the voice and saw Akeno flying in the air. Tatsuya saw her charge some electricity in her hand and then fire it towards him. Tatsuya also didn't wait and slashed at the thunder approaching him and said, "Full counter." Akeno saw her own thunder fired back at her and then immediately moved away, but still some of it grazed her. She then looked at the ground but was not able to find Tatsuya. "Behind you." Akeno heard the voice and turned her head only to find Tatsuya, who has his hands joined and both index and middle fingers of his hand covered in electricity. Tatsuya then said, "Secret lightning taijutsu, 1,000 years of shocking death," and then poked Akeno, making a large amount of electricity pass through her body. All the others who saw her unconsciously grabbed their butts. Akeno then started falling while saying, "Suo good." Tatsuya looked at her but immediately schooled his head. He looked at Rias and said, "So gonna attack now, princess?" Rias, who heard him, pointed her finger at him and said, "You will pay for injuring my adorable servants." And then started firing her power of destruction at him. Tatsuya threw his swords in a way that they acted as boomerangs, but to Rias, who saw that, thought that he surrendered. Tatsuya then pointed his hands in the attack's direction and fired an energy wave at it. Rias, who saw the wave, was surprised but thought that her attack was stronger and was not bothered by it, but suddenly the swords that Tatsuya threw slashed her, making her scream in pain and crouch down. She then looked up only to find the blue energy wave that Tatsuya fired to come towards her. She closed her eyes, but the energy wave traveled by her only a few millimeters away from her head and strike one of the outer parts of the building, and immediately the whole building was destroyed. All of them looked at the power behind Tatsuya's attack and was scared by it. The most surprised by it was Rias, who was just a bit away from death. Tatsuya looked at the building and said, "Oops, looks like I didn't held back enough. Anyway, looks like I win." All of them were then brought out of the stupor and was looking at Tatsuya with awe and horror. A green magic circle then appeared in Tatsuya's hand and he rotated it anti-clockwise and the whole building was restored. He then looked at the injured peerage and asked, "Want me to heal you?" And all of them nodded their heads. Tatsuya then went towards them with the magic circle still activated and then one by one healed EAC of them with his time reversal. At Rias's turn, Tatsuya looked at her and said, "So was I powerful enough?" Rias, who heard him, glared at him and said, Your attack could have killed me." Tatsuya simply said, "But it didn't. Didn't you notice that you fell down just as the attack passed by you? It was all planned." Rias, who was not satisfied with it, started to bicker. Tatsuya, who was starting to get annoyed her, said, "That's enough." And then used his time reversal to turn her into a 4-year-old child. All of the other team members were surprised by it and had their eyes popping out. Rias looked at her body of a child and was covered in her school uniform, which didn't fit her anymore. She then looked at Tatsuya and said, "What did you do to me? Turn me back this instant." Tatsuya then looked at the child Rias and then suddenly an idea came to his mind. He then snapped his fingers and she was immediately covered in clothes of her size. He then picked her up and before anyone was able to ask what he was doing and teleported away. Soon he was in front of the school building. He then held Rias in her hands, who kept on punching and kicking him in order to free herself. Soon he came close to a group of girls and said, "Hey, can you help me?" The group of girls then turned around and all of them got excited on seeing Tatsuya and said, "How can we help you, Tatsuya-kun? We will try our best to do it." Tatsuya smiled at them, making all and F them Hokia-kia. He then looked at Rias and said, "This girl here is most probably Rias's sister and came here to meet her, but on her way here some perverts harassed her and now she is scared of boys, so can you please take care of her till someone from her family comes?" They all looked at the girl in Tatsuya's arms and immediately took her from his hands and said, "How cute." Tatsuya smiled at Rias, who was looking at him with a hateful gaze. He then looked at the girls and said, "Why don't you show her around the school?" They all nodded and then started showing her around the school. Soon the girls came in front of the cosplay club room and being an otaku, Rias's eyes shined. The girls though that Rias liked anime and decided to dress her up. An idea came to his mind and he took out his phone and called Surtsks. Je then said, "Hey, listen to this, it is very important. Come to my location just this instant or you will not get a similar opportunity for your whole life." And ended the call. Soon Surtsks came to his location and Tatsuya immediately turned him invisible along with himself and said, "Just wait for that door to open." Surtsk thought that there was an enemy coming out of the door and was ready to attack any time, but when the door opened he saw a child Rias wearing a princess outfit. Surtsk was shocked on seeing her and was about to ask about that to Tatsuya and looked at him. But when he looked at Tatsuya, he was holding a small camera. Surtsk looked at the camera and thought, the questions can wait for a while, taking Ria-10's pictures are more important, and took camera from him and started taking her pictures in different outfits. After all that ordeal was over, Tatsuya and Surtsk became visible once again and went towards her. On seeing Surtsk there, Rias got shocked and was now embarrassed on seeing him there, but still went with him so as to escape from the girls. Once they were away from them, she looked at Surtsk and said, "What are you doing here, Ani-chan?" Surtsk, who saw her asking, cutely said, "Ah, I missed this expression so much." Tatsuya then looked at him and said, "Enough about that, now the payment for the pictures." Surtsk nodded and said, "Is 1 million fine with you?" Tatsuya nodded and thought, 1 million for some pictures of his sister, he is a very big sis-con. Surtsk signed a check and gave it to Tatsuya. Rias then asked him about the pictures and Surtsk showed her all the pictures that he took, making her more and more embarrassed. Surtsk also explained how he knew Tatsuya and then he went back and Tatsuya turned her back to normal. Soon all of them were back in the orc club room laughing on the whole thing that took place there in school. Rias was all red with embarrassment and Akino, who saw her king like that, went to prepare some tea for all of them. Soon she came with some tea for all of them and gave them a cup. Rias then said, "Well, after all the things that we went through, I would like to welcome our new member." All of them then looked at Issei except for Tatsuya and Konako, who were both eating sweets along with the tea. Kaiba then looked at Issei and said, "Welcome to the team, Issei. I am happy that another male joined the group," and all of them then took a sip of their tea except for Issei. Issei looked confused and said, "What do you mean male? I am a 100% biologically certified girl." At that moment all the teacups except Issei's fell on the ground. 84. Isami. After Issei's declaration the whole club room got silent. Tatsuya's brain was not able to process what he just heard. He immediately used his X-ray vision to check her body and he was not able to find any sausage. He then thought, wait a minute, from what I can remember the Issei that I met when I was young was most definitely a male. I have seen his wiener when we were changing on our trip to a water park. So how does this Issei is a female? He then looked at Issei and asked, "Issei, when the last time we met when we were young, you were most certainly a boy, so how come you are a girl now?" Issei looked at him and said, "Oh, the one you met must be my brother Issei. We both are twins and I am older than him by a few minutes. And for your information, my name is Isami, not Issei." Tatsuya, who was dumbfounded by this knowledge, asked Drake, "Drake, did you know about this?" Drake looked at him and asked, "About what?" Tatsuya said, "About your host being a girl." Drake, who heard him, blinked his eyes for a while and shouted, "Nanny." Tatsuya was not sure what to think and showed the image of her confessing to be a girl. Tatsuya then looked at Drake and said, "Didn't you knew about that before?" Drake looked at him and said, "How could I know that she has not yet manifested my sacred gear yet and I am not able to talk or check her body in this state. I was only able to see what you showed me through your eyes, not my own." Tatsuya nodded his head and then left the space. Rias then asked, "Then why are you wearing boy's uniform when you are a girl?" Issei. Isami scratched her cheek in embarrassment and said, "Well, it's a force of habit because of some problems." Tatsuya, who was curious, asked, "What problem?" Isami looked at him and said, "Well, you knew my brother when he was young, so you must be knowing about his perverted nature, right?" Tatsuya nodded his head. Isami then said, "Well, the problem began in those days. My brother, who was interested in breasts and harem, started his antics when he was young, and I, being his age, also got interested in all those things and started to doing all those pervert things till to the point that it became my nature and started to get involved with those things as well." She then stopped for a while and then said, "Well, things were getting fine for some years, but after that, when my body started to get mature, my brother sometimes looked at me with Lee Trout's eyes. Though he tries very hard to not do that since he had a good heart, but his habits got the better of him from time to time." She had a sad look in her eyes and then said, "I started to get conscious of him and tried to live in the appearance of a boy. I cut my hair, wrapped up my breasts using bandages and wore boys' clothes so as to not being stared by him." She then became neutral and said, "Well, that's not a big deal. To sum it up, it can be said that I don't want to live as a boy, but I had to live as a guy to live in the same house as my perverted brother, as I didn't had any relatives who lived nearby and my parents could not afford me living in an apartment alone. Though it is ironic to say that I like to peep like a pervert but not being stared by one." All of them then smiled at her, but then Tatsuya said, "Then that means you went on a date with that fallen angel because you are into girls." Isami then showed him a smug smile and said, "Why should you choose when you can have both? I swing both ways and I have to say that you have quite a nice body under those clothes that you are wearing." Tatsuya, who heard her, looked at her with a dumbfounded expression and didn't said anything. Kaiba then asked, "Then why does the whole school think that you are a boy? Your gender must be written in the school documents, right?" Isami gave a wry smile and said, "You see, both my brother and I applied for this school, but by mistake our father interchanged our form and genders got changed, since the rest of the things were similar we didn't give it much thought and submitted them as it was. Though my brother was not able to enter as only one seat was left. And all the others call me Hyudu I don't bother explain them and both my friends already knew about me as all four of us including my brother were in the same middle school. So yeah, it's my first time explaining all this. Tatsuya nodded his head and said, well princess, do you have any idea how to help your peerage member? Rias gave a nod and looked at Isamai with a smile and said, Isamai do you want to move in the dorm where all the female members of my peerage are living? You can freely live as a girl there and you don't have to pay any rent. Then Tatsuya said, and if it's about your gender problem in school I can ask Sana to do something about that. Isamai who heard them smiled happily and said, I will like to do that, let me ask my parents about this first. Rias and Tatsuya nodded their heads in approval. Suddenly Isamai was grabbed from behind by Akeno who said, well let's see how outrageous your body is to even make your own brother lose control. And then pulled her inside a room. Soon both of them came out of the room and Isamai was dressed in the female uniform. Tatsuya looked at her and his first thoughts were, how the hell were some bandages were able to hold those weapons hidden? They are 8 let as big if not bigger than Rias's. He then calmed down and thought, putting that anime logic aside, I have to say she does look hot. Isamai who noticed his gaze blushed and said, don't stare at me like that I am still not used to wear these type of clothes. 85. Virginity. After that Rias asked Isamai to try and manifest her sacred gear and to Tatsuya's surprise she was able to manifest her twice critical on the spot. Tatsuya then turned to Drake and asked, how is her potential? Drake then said, even though we both thought that she was not that powerful, it looks like that it will change soon. She seems to be fairly talented as well, to be able to manifest my sacred gear at the first try is very impressive but there were a lot of users who were able to manifest the second and even the third form at the first try so, yes she is talent and will surely become strong if trained the right way. Drake looked at Tatsuya with an anticipatory gaze. Tatsuya looked at him and said, what? Do you want me to train her? Drake then said, well why not, you trained your team as well right, so think of it just like that. Tatsuya said, dude I trained them because they were my team, so their responsibility is on me as well. Drake then grumbled and said, then just think of it as helping your friend. Tatsuya looked at him with a deadpan expression and said, aren't you asking too much my friend? Drake and Tatsuya then had an argument for quite a while and finally Tatsuya said, fine just stop, I will only train her once a week and even if she complained once then the deal is off. Drake looked at him and said, stingy. Tatsuya had tick marks on his forehead and he placed him in a tsukiyomi of him being fucked by Albion. Tatsuya then came back to reality where only a few seconds have passed and said, Isamai I just had an argument with some friend of mine and you will be training with me every weekend to survive in this world. Just remember complain once and the deal is off and no, you have no choice in this matter. Before she could even say a word Tatsuya already made it clear that she had to train with him. Rias looked annoyed and said, hey she is my servant, you don't have any right to order her around. Tatsuya who was already annoyed by the argument he just had with Drake looked at Rias with a cold glare and said, shut up or I will turn you into a loli and throw you in a group of lilicons. Rias shuddered on looking at his eyes and hearing his threat and nodded her head. Isaki then looked at him and said, then let feel your body after training as you are making me do it forcefully. Tatsuya looked at her and said, oh have no problems with it, just remember that take the permission of others or you would be up for a whole world of pain. After that Tatsuya went back to his home leaving the members behind to let them do the devil work. Tatsuya came home and then explained them all the things that happened in the orc and just like he thought all of them were shocked that Issei Isamai was a girl. The next day he talked to Sana who cleared all the problems in her documents and Isamai also got the permission to move into the dorm and started coming to school in her girliform making the whole school go speechless. She also informed Tatsuya that she was able to defeat the fallen angel by boosting her power making Tatsuya surprised. Tatsuya then came to realize that it wasn't the anime world and the plot armor that Issei had in the original series might not be with Isamai. He was also interested in her power as in the original series it showed that Issei was only able to beat the fallen angel because of the magic energy released by the manifestation of the sacred gear. And here Isamai was able to defeat her and even able to use her boost on her first fight. Tatsuya who now got the permission to go to the orc club room also started to go there from time to time whenever he felt bored as Drake was mostly asleep because the awakening took a toll on his body. He told Tatsuya that he would be able to recover soon, but he required plenty of rest before that. In the club room he phased through Gasper's door making him scared of him at first but soon he started to feel comfortable with Tatsuya's presence and started to interact with him. Both of them usually spent time to play games together and Tatsuya would also make him some food from time to time. Rias and the crew were also able to exterminate all the fallen angels in the town as Isamai had already gone through one of Tatsuya's hell's training making her awaken the second form of the boosted gear which made Drake conscious as well. And the thing which surprised Tatsuya the most was that Isamai was able to boost 15 times just as she awakened it, though Drake said that it was because of her training she went through before awakening him. Isamai was also able to communicate with Drake and came to know who made the deal with Tatsuya. Though she didn't complain too much about it as she got strong as well. Isami also started to get close with Tatsuya's team as well and they too had a good opinion of her. Though at first they were a bit conscious of her perverted nature, they soon opened up after knowing that Isami had a good personality and was a good friend to them. She even got the permission after much effort to feel Tatsuya's body. Rias and her peerage also met with Tatsuya's team and she even tried to recruit them only to be shot down immediately. Though she felt sad, she shrugged it off soon. Right now the Orc Club room is filled with both Rias's peerage and Tatsuya's team happily chatting with each other. Isami was sitting beside Tatsuya while both of them were sitting there completely bored as the rest of them were busy talking to each other. Isami looked at Tatsuya and said, "Tatsuya, go on a date with me." Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Isami, you have been asking this question for the past 1 hour and I told you already I am not free." Isami then looked at the ceiling and said, "Then tell me when you would be free." Tatsuya didn't say anything and remained silent for a while. Soon a thought came to his mind and he asked, "Isami, mind if I ask you a question?" Isami looked at him and said, "If it is about my 3 sizes then." Before she was able to finish, Tatsuya said, "No, it's not about that. What I want to ask you is, I haven't seen you with your fellow trio and peek in the girls' changing room for a while, why is that?" Isami looked at him and said, "Well, since I was able to come to school as a girl, I was able to change in the girls' locker room as well. So at first I was able enjoying the sight of all the boobs and butts. But after a while I stopped craving for them, looks like I was only interested in them because my brother taught me and also I used to live as a boy for quite some time and now I don't even feel anything on seeing Rias naked in the shower. And since I no longer need to peep on the girls, our trip broke apart and now it is only a duo." Tatsuya then looked at her and said, "Then does that mean that you are not into girls and were only interested because you were living as a boy?" Isami nodded her head and said, "Looks like that, but don't worry, even though I have lost my previous motivation, I am now achieving for a different goal." Tatsuya smirked and then said, "What, peep into the men's locker room?" Isami then said, "I would be really happy if that were to happen, but unlike girls who only beat you for peeping, there is a chance that I could be violated by the boys, though I don't think that they would be much of a threat that devils cannot deal through." Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "That might be possible. So what is your new goal?" Isami smiled and said, "To make you take my virginity." At her words all the girls there glared at Isami, making her shiver because of the killing intent aimed at her. Isami then looked at them and said, "Now interested to talk to me, hey? Listen well all of you, I am going to make Tatsuya take my virginity and maybe can even take his virginity as well." The atmosphere suddenly got tense and all the girls started to glare at each other as if all of them were going to backstab each other at any moment. Tatsuya didn't bother in their matter and decided to let them settle this on their own. He then felt the Satrai group come towards the club room and thought, so it's finally time for getting the familiars. 86, Anaki. Soon the door of the club room opened and what Sana and her peerage felt was a feeling of dread spread throughout their body. Kaiba and Tatsuya were sitting in one corner of the room and were looking at the scene in front of them while drinking tea calmly. Both of them were used to this and were not bothered anymore by it. Tatsuya then looked at Sana and said, "Yo, Sotan, Tsubaki, nice meeting you here." Sana and Tsubaki got out of their thoughts and looked at Tatsuya and asked, "What happened here? Why are all of them glaring at each other like they are going to kill each other?" Tatsuya said with a neutral face, "They are arguing about who is going to take my virginity." Sana and Tsubaki, who heard him, blanked out for a while and then joined the others in their glaring war as well. Tatsuya and Kaiba didn't give it a fuck and continued to drink some tea while Tatsuya brought some snacks that would go along with the tea. He then looked at the rest of the Sana's peerage and asked, "Wanna join us?" They all looked at each other and then nodded and went to sit where Tatsuya and Kaiba were sitting. After a while, when the glaring war seemed to have cooled down a bit, Tatsuya said, "Sana, quit wasting time and tell why you came here." Sana, who heard him, suddenly realized that she had not done the thing that she came for and the others realized it as well. Saji seemed to be offended by how casually Tatsuya called Sana, stood up from his seat and pointed his finger at Tatsuya and said, "Who the hell are you to call president like that, punk? Are the devils of the Gremory family that rude?" Tatsuya looked at him and said, "Well, looks like you have forgotten me, but for your information, I am not a devil." Saji ignored what Tatsuya said earlier and only heard that he was not a devil. He smirked and said, "Hey, you are a human, then doesn't that mean that you are weaker than me?" Tatsuya just smiled, but then Saji fell on the ground and was experiencing a lot of pressure on his body and he was unable to stand up. Tatsuya then went towards him and crouched down and said, "Looks like you have to be educated again, hey, shitty blonde punk." When Saji heard that name, he suddenly realized something. He then moves his head with great difficulty and looked at Tatsuya and said, "That cool aura that you are releasing combined with the cold eyes that can make anyone pale with just a gaze. Don't tell me." Tatsuya smiled and said, "Looks like you remember me now, hey." Saji widened his eyes and said, "Tatsuya Anaki." Tatsuya removed the pressure that Saji was experiencing and Saji immediately went into Dogusa position and said, "Forgive me for my impudence, Anaki, it will not happen again." Everyone was looking at both of them with a look of surprise. Sana then came forward and said, "Do you two know each other?" Tatsuya then looked at Saji and said, "Your king is asking something." Saji then immediately stood up and said, "Yes, this great person who is standing in front of all of you is none other than Tatsuya Aniki. Both of us used to study in the same school when we were young and he was referred as Tatsuya Aniki by everyone because of the superiority that he had over us." All of them were dumbfounded by the introduction that Saji gave and Tatsuya said, "Only speak about what is asked of you." Saji bowed and said, "I am sorry Aniki." Tatsuya nodded and then said, "Anyway, leaving that matter aside, it's nice to meet you once again." Saji looked up with a look of admiration and said, "It should be me who should be happy to meet you again Aniki. I hope that you take care of me from now on as well." Sana and the others looked at both of them for a while and then said, "Anyway, Rias, I came here today to introduce my new pawn Saji Genshiro to you and your peerage." Saji, who heard her, came forward. Isamai, who saw him, said, "A pawn, just like me." Saji looked at Isamai and said, "Sorry sweetheart, I am not a normal pawn like you, I have consumed 4 pawns." Tatsuya then looked at him and said, "What you mean to say is that your sacred gear took 4 pawns, right?" Saji, who heard him, twitched his lips and said, "Aniki, just let me look cool for a bit." Sana then said, "Saji, don't behave like that before you know your facts. The one who is in front of you consumed all 8 pawns." Saji's eyes were popping out when he heard Sana. He then said, "All 8 pawns? Are you kidding me?" He then remembered what Tatsuya just told him and said, "But it only means that your sacred gear took all 8 pawn, right?" Isamai snorted and said, "Even if that was true, it doesn't change the fact that I have more worth than you, and don't think that you are better than me. I have survived Tatsuya. You will surely want to die, but you cannot die training session, so I am stronger than you without a doubt." Tatsuya, who heard the name of the training session that he gave her, twitched his lips and decided to make her training harsher than before. Rias then said, "What is your real objective, Sana? I cannot think that the ever-so-busy student council president will only come here to introduce her peerage." Sana adjusted her glasses and said, "My, how perceptive of you. Yes, I didn't came here just to introduce my peerage to yours, I came here to inform you that we would be going to the familiar forest to get Saji a familiar for himself." Rias then said, "Oh, but I was planning on taking Isamai as well to let her get herself a familiar." Sana then said, "That might be a problem, the familiar master only takes 1 family every month." They both then discussed to play a game of tennis just like they did in the anime and left the room. Isamai then looked at everyone and asked, "Well, what is a familiar?" Rias then looked at her and then explained her all about familiars and what all they do. All of them then took out their familiars, and all those who didn't had one looked at them intently except for Tatsuya. Tatsuya then said, "It is good that you all like the familiars, but before that can you please take them off me?" Tatsuya said that as all the familiars were clinging to him. An eagle and a bat on each of his shoulder, a wit cat on his head and some imps clinging to his shirt. All of them then laughed at his condition and then all of them sent back their familiars. 87. Dodgeball. Later that day most of the school was present around the tennis court because just like in the anime both the Devil Heirs were going to play a match so as to decide who would be going to familiar forest. Tatsuya, who was with the group girls who were wearing a tennis outfit for the match. Sana saw him looking at them and decided to make him fluster a bit and asked, "What, Tatsuya, having lewd thoughts on seeing us like that?" Tatsuya looked at her with the same uninterested expression and said, "My thoughts are 100 times more lewd than what you are imagining." When she heard him she became flustered and looked away with a blush on her face. Tsubaki and the other 2 looked at her and started laughing. Soon the match started and went on just like it did in the anime with Konako holding the completely destroyed rackets. Later that night it was decided that there would be a dodgeball match in which they were allowed to use their powers as well. Tatsuya arrived home late that evening as he was working in his restaurant. When he came home he found it completely empty, so he decided to use his magic to check whether anyone was there in his house and only found Kurumi there. He went to her and asked, "Where are the others?" Kurumi looked at him and said, "They are at your school to witness the match." Tatsuya nodded and said, "Then let's go as well, do you want to come with me?" Kurumi jumped on him and said, "Let's go then." Tatsuya nodded and then teleported with Kurumi. Soon both of them arrived at the gymnasium of their school, but as soon as they reached there they could hear sound of some explosions. Both of them got alert and then immediately headed inside thinking that it was some kind of attack. Tatsuya opened the door and the sight which welcomed him was the gymnasium covered with craters. He then saw some dodgeballs flying here and there. Kurumi then came to his side and asked, "What happened here?" Tatsuya said, "I don't know." Both of them then heard, "Just stand still you bitch and let me hit you." Both of them looked at the source of voice and saw Miyuki holding 2 dodgeballs in her hand and aiming at others. Kurumi said, "Miyuki's inner self is out." Himari then threw a dodgeball at Miyuki and said, "And let you have Tatsuya's virginity, no way in hell." Tatsuya, who heard her, twitched his lips and asked, "What the hell is happening here?" As he said that his leg was grabbed by someone. Tatsuya looked towards his leg and saw Kaiba completely tattered and beaten up. Tatsuya crouched down and asked, "Kaiba, what happened here, why do you look like you are about to die?" Tatsuya said that and started to heal him. Kaiba, who felt his pain subside a bit, looked at Tatsuya and said, we were just having our dodgeball game like it was planned and we won as well. I don't know how but it somehow transformed into a battle royale where the last one standing was allowed to have your first time. Even us boys were not spared by it. Tatsuya and Kurumi got surprised by the information they got and Kurumi immediately started her planning. Tatsuya then looked at the scene in front of him and saw the girls from Sana's and Rias's peerage except the kings and queen down on the floor. The rest of them including his whole team except Kurumi were still fighting while throwing the balls at each other. Tatsuya then felt someone grabbing his shoulder and turned his head to the side. He saw Kurumi looking at him with a serious expressions and then Kurumi said, "Stop them or it would not be late before they kill each other." Tatsuya who heard her thought that she was over-exaggerating it a bit but when he saw Miyuki wearing a headband which said, "Kill the bitches. Get Onii-sama." He thought that the things can really get ugly. He then used his psychic powers and collected all the balls on the field and made them move in his direction. The girls who were fighting before got surprised and looked where the balls were going only to see their prize standing there. Tatsuya then arranged the balls in rows and columns and started to make them rotate fast. He looked at girls and said, "You have caused enough destruction already. You need to stop this." Miyuki then said, "Onii-sama don't butt in, it is our fight." And the others voiced their approval on her claim, even Asia was supporting her. Tatsuya sighed and said, "Then you leave me no choice." Je then snapped his fingers and the number of balls multiplied. Tatsuya then glared at them and said, "The one who gets hit is out, right? Then let's see who is able to withstand my attack." He gave an evil smile making all of them shudder and then launched all the balls towards them at great speed completely destroying them in the volley of balls. When all of them were on the ground completely defeated by Tatsuya's attack. Tatsuya sighed and said, "What the hell were they even thinking, doing something so stupid? Are they some 4-year-old children deciding all that with just a mere game? Are they idiots?" Kurumi then came to his side and said, "Yes, they all really are idiots but because of their idiotic act I benefited a lot." And smiled. Tatsuya looked at her smiling but then he realized something and was completely shocked by it. He pointed his finger at her and said, Why you used me?" Kurumi smiled and hit him with a ball as well and said, "Yup, and now your first time is mine." She then looked at the rest of the girls and said, "Thanks for the opportunity you guys, I really appreciate it." All the girls looked at her and gritted their teeth in anger while Kurumi started planning on what to do on her night with Tatsuya. 88. Hag and Vixen. After Tatsuya healed all of them and brought the whole gymnasium back to its original condition, Tatsuya and the Gremory team were back in the orc celebrating Gremory's and Kurumi's win, though the only one who was happy about her win was Kurumi herself. Rias then looked at Isamai and said, "Well then let's go and get you a familiar." She then looked at Tatsuya and said, "You know what, if any of you join my peerage you can get a familiar for yourself as well." Tatsuya then looked at his teammates and asked, "So girls wanna make a deal with the devil?" All of them smiled and said at the same time, "No thanks," making Rias's brows twitch for a bit but she then sighed and said, "Well it's regrettable but I cannot take those who are not a part of my peerage with me," and then teleport with her peerage. Tatsuya then looked at others and said, "Well, shall we go?" They looked at him and said, "Don't you want to see which familiar will she get?" Tatsuya nodded his head and said, "Of course I would like to see, but don't you guys want a familiar for yourself as well? I already made the arrangements." At his words all of them perked up and hugged and said their thank you and love you stuff. Kurumi then got back inside Tatsuya and then all of them teleport to the familiar forest as well. As soon as they were teleport, the scene which awaited them was a forest which seemed to came out of a horror movie. They looked around for a while and then the girls said in unison, "Creepy." Tatsuya ignored them and looked at the group of people in front of them who were looking at him and his team with a shocked face. Tatsuya raised his hand and said, "How have you been, Rias and team, did you miss me?" With a bright smile on his face. The girls who saw him blushed but then Rias stomped towards him and said, "What are you doing here, Tatsuya? No, leave it, tell me how are you even here?" Tatsuya looked at her and said, "What, I don't need to make a deal with the devil to come here, I have my own connections as well, right Zataji?" As he said that, a cheap copy of Ash Ketchum jumped from a tree surprising the girls who came here for the first time. The person who jumped from the tree was an old man wearing a blue cap with a sleeveless shirt and shorts. The person looked at Tatsuya and said, "Long time no see, my friend." Tatsuya walked towards him and shook his hand. He then looked at his team and said, "Meet him girls, he is the familiar master, he will show you around and will help you get your familiars, but if you want to roam freely you are allowed to do that." He then looked at Zataji and said, "You don't have any problem with it, do you?" Zataji gave him a thumbs up and said, "I don't usually allow that, but since it is you who is asking me I don't have any problems." He then looked at others and said, "Okay, I will be going then." He said that and immediately started jumping from tree to tree. The others looked at him and then looked at each other and asked, "Where did he go?" Zataji then said, "Oh, he must have gone to meet an old friend." Rias then looked at Zataji and asked, "Familiar Master Zataji, how do you know Tatsuya and who is the old friend that you are speaking of?" Zataji then looked at Rias with a surprised expression and said, "Hi, heiress of the Gremory house? When did you came here?" Rias, who heard him, twitched her lips but then said, I have been here before the guy who just left. Zataji then said, well, I didn't notice you earlier. Anyways, I and Tatsuya know each other because he helped me before when there were some stray devils that kidnapped some of the young creatures living here in order to sell them, and Tatsuya was the one who stopped them. They all nodded on the sudden information that they received, and then Rias asked, and who is the old friend that you were talking about? Zataji smiled and said, Dragon King Tiamat. When he said that, all of them except Isamai and some members of Tatsuya's team were surprised. Zataji then looked at the sky and then said, anyway, let's get the familiars before the full moon sets. Though they wanted to know more about the relationship between Tatsuya and Tiamat, they decided to get their familiars first and ask about it from Tatsuya himself. Tatsuya was jumping from tree to tree for a while and finally landed in front of a cave. He then released some of his power to make the others aware of his presence. After waiting for a while, Tatsuya could see a silhouette of a girl coming towards him from the cave, and only after she came closer to him Tatsuya clearly saw her. The girl who was running towards him had a voluptuous figure with light blue hair and fair skin. She wore a deep blue-colored dress and had blue eyes. The girl then came in front of Tatsuya and said, so you finally got time to come and see me? Hey. Tatsuya only gave a wry smile and said, look Tia, I was very busy for quite some time, so I was not able to come to the underworld for a while. The lady named Tia, who had a cold expression, softened her gaze a bit and said, well, it doesn't matter, what's important is that you at least came to visit me. She said that and turned around and said, wanna go for a walk? Tatsuya smiled and nodded his head. Both of them roamed around the forest for a while talking to each other. Soon they came in front of the lake and Tia asked, do you remember this place? Tatsuya smiled and said, yeah, how can I forget, this place, this was where you met with me and Kurumi when you thought that we were the ones who were trying to kidnap some familiars. Kurumi then materialized beside him and said, yeah, and she got her ass handed down to him by Tatsuya. As soon as Tia saw Kurumi, she glared at her and said, Vixen. Kurumi looked at Tia and said, long time no see, lizard hag. Both of them then started releasing their auras to dominate over the other. The clash between their auras made the atmosphere around them chaotic and started damaging the area around them. Tatsuya, who saw that, released his own aura and said in a cold voice, stop right now. When they heard his cold voice along with the pressure that he was releasing, both of them immediately stopped and said, it was the hag/Vixen's fault. They then glared at each other and said at the same time, my fault, it was clearly your fault. Tick marks appeared on both of their foreheads and they said, stop copying me, you bitch. Both of them then started getting angry, but then Kurumi smirked and said, to no lizard hag, Tatsuya promised to give his first time to me. As Tia heard that, she zoned out. She then looked at Tatsuya and said, Tatsuya, is that true? Tatsuya shrugged his shoulders and said with an uninterested tone, I have not promised anything, that is something they all decided to do by a competition that the girls had for that very purpose. Kurumi came towards him and said, hey, you can't say that, I will be the one to take your virginity. Even Miyuki, who had her inner self awakened that time, agreed to it. Kurumi kept on spouting something for a while, making Tatsuya irritated. Finally, being irritated enough, Tatsuya said, fine fine, do whatever you want. Kurumi, who heard him, looked at Tia, who was gritting her teeth, and said with a smirk, okay, I will do just like that, and then pulled Tatsuya in a kiss. Tiamat, who saw that, had a shocked expression on her face. Kurumi then left Tatsuya in order to breathe in some air. She then looked at Tiamat and showed a victorious smirk. Tia, who saw that, glared at her and transformed her hand into draconic claws and said, now, that does it, you damn vixen, you dare taint my mate in front of me. Tatsuya looked at her and said, hey, when did I agree to that? But Tiamat and Kurumi ignored him. Kurumi then transformed her hands into claws as well and said, bring it on, lizard hag. And both of them started attacking each other. Tatsuya sighed and then placed a barrier around the area and sat down on the ground, took some popcorn from his storage and watched their match in silence. 89. Tiamat and Kurumi. Once both Tiamat and Kurumi were exhausted after fighting for a while, Tatsuya came towards them and said, done yet? Both of them looked at him and said, not yet. Tatsuya sighed and said, leave it at that. And Tia, why do you want to be my mate? Doesn't dragons look down on other races as they are inferior to them? Tia looked at him with resolute eyes and said, I don't have that kind of mentality, only the inferior dragons look down on a person's species. Stronger dragons like me appreciate power over background, and most of the dragons want their mate to be strong and capable, and you who defeated me so easily is the perfect candidate to be my mate. Tatsuya looked at her and said, but there are so many strong beings you would have met over the time that you lived in this world, aren't you interested in any of them? There are those so-called dragon kings and heavenly dragons as well. Even the super devil like Surtsk should be able to fight on par with you. Tiamat scoffed and said, don't take me for such an easy woman. I have standards of who is worthy of being my mate. Firstly, the other dragon kings are not able to defeat me. Secondly, the heavenly dragons that you talked about are the worst. To fight their own brethren, and that too without any reason, are not even suitable to be called a dragon. And that damn son of a bitch Drake, I wanted to kill him with my own claws for borrowing and then destroying my treasure. If only he would not have died in the three-way war. Tiamat was gritting her teeth and an aura of anger and revenge leaking from her. Tatsuya looked at her with a sweat drop and thought. Drake would be seriously fucked up if Tiamat would have known that he was currently here. Suddenly at another part of the familiar forest Drake started shivering in fear and thought, I don't know what is it but it is seriously dangerous for me. Tiamat then calmed down and said, and regarding non-dragons, most of them are very prideful and look down on others. And that Surtsks that you talked about, I don't have any type of feelings towards him. At best I don't have a bad impression of him, that's all. So that leaves you, who is not only strong but also don't look down on others just because of their species. You even protected the home of all the little ones who could have died because of the clash between our powers by making a barrier. And unlike most powerful humans who look on dragons as a means to increase their reputation by slaying them, you spared me even after I tried to attack you and gave me chance to explain my actions. She then walked close to him and said, what else do you want me to think before deciding to make you my mate? Kurumi scoffed and said, I don't know, maybe feel love towards him. Tiamat glared at Kurumi and said, shut up you vixen, how can you say that I don't like him? The way he cared for me after I was injured after his attack and the consideration he showed by not hurting the young dragons who were wary of him and were attacking him for injuring me. And all the dates we went on around the forest and underworld. Ah, those were some of the happiest moments of my life. Suddenly the atmosphere around them suddenly got tenses and both Tatsuya and Tiamat looked at Kurumi. Kurumi was looking at both of them with a smile, but the pressure she was releasing was saying something different. Kurumi then said, oh, so Tatsuya went on some dates with you and that too without telling is he? Tatsuya, who heard that, thought, even though I would be able to neutralize this situation, but all the things I will go through would be troublesome. Let's try to resolve it right here. Tatsuya looked at Kurumi and said, I came here to meet with her, but that was because I was the one who injured her and wanted to check that she was all right. And when I was here she asked me that she wanted to visit some places and I tagged along with her because she asked me to. In no way I was informed those were dates at all. Kurumi narrowed her eyes and asked, really? Tatsuya nodded his head and said, really? She then stopped releasing pressure and said, I will believe you for now, but make sure nothing like that happens from now on. Tiamat then looked at Tatsuya, anyway, ever since that time I have a feeling of being together with you and want you to be my mate. Tatsuya looked at her and focused in her eyes. He could feel that what she was saying was true. He then sighed and said, I don't have any problem with that, but you. Before he was able to finish, Kurumi said, but you have to get the permission of the others as well, and in this case you have to make me accept you as among all the girls I know you the best. And smirked. Tiamat, who heard that, gritted her teeth, but then an idea came to her mind and said, well, it's most likely that a vixen like you would be wary of me being his mate. After all, you must be worried that Tatsuya would leave an old vixen once he gets to be with me. And gave a mocking smile to Kurumi. Kurumi, who saw that mocking smile, got angered and pointed her finger at her and said, bring it on, bitch, we will see whether he leaves me or not. Kurumi said that in anger but soon realized what she just said, shit, she tricked me. Tiamat looked at her and said, what, don't tell me, Kurumi, a person like you would go back on her word. Well, what can you expect from a vixen such as yourself? Kurumi gritted her teeth and said, I would never go back on my word. Kurumi looked at Tatsuya and said, now that is done, let's seal the deal then. And immediately pulled him in a kiss. Tatsuya, who was expecting that to happen, thoroughly enjoyed the kiss, making Tiamat blush as she had never done this kind of thing. Soon both of them separated from each other and were panting heavily. Tiamat then looked at Tatsuya and said, Tatsuya, make me your familiar. Tatsuya looked at her and asked, why do you want to become my familiar? Tiamat sighed and said, there are many young and arrogant devils that come here every month and try and make me their familiar, dealing with them is nothing but a pain in the ass. So if I become your familiar, not only would I be free from all those troublesome devils but also will have a closer bond with you. Tatsuya nodded and said, well, I don't have any problem with that. I originally came here to get some familiars for me and my team. So it is also favorable for me. Tatsuya then formed a contract with her and a seal appeared on his palm. Tatsuya looked at the seal, which looked like a dragon, and asked, what is this? Tiamat smiled and said, that's the crest that you will get on forming the contract with a strong dragon. Tatsuya nodded and then looked at Kurumi, who was still slightly pissed for being easily tricked by Tiamat, and said, Kurumi, let's get going, the others must have got their familiars by now. Kurumi looked at him with a slightly displeased expression. Tatsuya looked at her and said, well, what goes around comes around, you tricked me earlier and now you are the one who got tricked. Think of this as karma, that's all. Kurumi, who heard him, pouted and looked away. Tatsuya sighed and pulled her in a hug and then caressed her back and said, don't be mad, you know that I like you a lot and it doesn't change the fact that you were the first person to be with me. We know each other far longer time than anyone else. Another person who have feelings for me doesn't change this fact. Kurumi snuggled closer to him and said, okay, I understand, but you are going on a date with me and remember that your first time belongs to me and only me. Tatsuya hummed in approval and kissed her forehead. Tiamat, who was watching them, sighed and thought, well, I can understand how she feels. After all, it is difficult for beings as strong as is to find a person to rely on. She then smiled with determination and thought, but it does not mean that my feelings are inferior to yours, and I will prove it. She then said, Oi lovebirds, weren't you going back to your pals? Stop flirting in front of me, and even if you want to do that, let me join as well. Both Tatsuya and Kurumi stopped embracing each other, and Kurumi get inside Tatsuya. Tatsuya then looked at Tiamat and said, ready to go, Tia? Tiamat nodded, and both of them started walking towards the others. 90. The night before the arrival. After that, both Tatsuya and Tiamat reached where the others were, and Tatsuya introduced her as her familiar, much to their surprise. Though they still congratulated him, and Tiamat and Zataji was especially happy that she was able to find someone that she wished to follow. His team also showed their familiars to everyone. All of them decided to go on their own and find the familiars for themselves, and Tatsuya had to admit that they did a pretty good job. Their familiars had the characteristics that were able to go in sync along with them and could help them while fighting. Isami, just like the anime, was not able to get any familiars, and she was also about to get killed by Tiamat once she knew that she was this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. If not for Tatsuya stopping Tiamat by kissing her in front of everyone to make her forget about the current situation, Isami and Drake were sure to die. But just as soon as Tatsuya stopped kissing her, he saw that all of the girl had their clothes being melted by some sort of green-colored slime, and both Zataji and Kaiba's eyes were also covered by them. The girls who were covered in the slime were making erotic noises, and the melting of their clothes and being naked didn't help but make Tatsuya's little brother rise up. Tiamat, who saw the bulge in Tatsuya's pants, blushed. She then looked at the trees and shouted, Hey slime, why are you not falling on me? I want to enchant Tatsuya as well. Tatsuya, who heard her, covered his crotch, but then Miyuki came forward and said, Ani-sama, don't bother about those bitches, focus on me and get as hard as you want. And started making some erotic poses. Tatsuya finally tried very hard to control his emotions and then destroyed all the slimes there with his psychic powers, and then used his time magic to return the now left rags back to the clothes they originally were. Akeno then came towards him and whispered in his ears, I have to admit that you were very healthy down there. I don't mind if you punish a naughty girl like me later when we are alone. And bit his ear slightly. Tatsuya, who was excited earlier, was not able to calm himself after the sudden attack and blushing. And every girl looked at Akeno, who was laughing with her hand in front of her mouth. Tatsuya looked at the girls who were just now nearly naked but were now acting as if nothing happened. He then felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around to see Zataji staring at him. He looked at him for a while and asked, What now? Zataji looked around, checking if anyone was near them, and asked, You saw them all naked, right? Explain me the whole scene in full detail. Because of that damn slime covering my eyes, I was not able to see anything. Tatsuya looked at him with a deadpan look and then gave a tired sigh. He then placed Zataji in a genjutsu of him being among a group of naked girls, but just as the girls turned around, they turned out to be Miltans. Tatsuya then looked at the group in front of them and said, Let's go back. Now I don't know why, but I am feeling very exhausted now. They all nodded and also decided to go back. He then looked at Tiamat and asked, Tia, do you want to come with us or remain here in the familiar forest? Tiamat looked at him and said, I am going with you, of course, though I will have to come back from time to time to check on the younger dragons. Tatsuya nodded, and then all of them teleport back to the earth, leaving behind Zataji, who was screaming with fear evident in his voice. The next day everything went like normal except Tatsuya being covered by everyone's familiars, and it seemed that they liked him more than their own masters. Tiamat also tried to use this excuse to stick to him, only to be stopped by the combined forces of the other girls. Tatsuya could also see that Rias was not paying attention on anything and was thinking deeply about something. He concluded that there must be some news about Riser that she must have received to make her like that. Though he could see that she was very troubled, he decided to let her think about it on her own, as her mind must be in a chaotic state because of that. He also told the others to not disturb her, and all of them approved of his idea and silently left the club room to let her think alone in peace. Later that night, Tatsuya felt someone enter his room through a magic circle and was immediately ready to attack the person, but when he felt a familiar presence in the room, he sighed and eased his tension. He then thought, how could she enter the house? I have placed runes all over the house to prevent teleportation by unknown people. Suddenly he remembered something and sighed, oh, I was adjusting them for Tiamat to come and go as she pleased and have deactivated the runes for a while. He then looked at Rias, and despite knowing why she was here, he asked, what are you doing here in the middle of night, Rias? Rias looked at him and said in a desperate tone, Tatsuya, please make love with me. And grabbed his hand. Tatsuya, who heard her desperate tone and even saw some tear in her eyes, was a bit surprised but shook his head and said, sorry Rias, but I cannot do that. Rias was shocked when she heard him and said, why? Am I not good enough for you? Tatsuya again shook his head and said, it is not that I don't find you beautiful and attractive, but it is also true that I don't have that kind of feelings towards you. And besides, I don't think that the problem you are facing that you are so desperate about will be solved if I pop your cherry. Rias shook her head and said, no, I thought over all different possibilities, but this was the only thing that I could come up with. This is the only way that he would not be able to complain. And she started undressing herself. Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Stop right now, whatever you are doing, the thing that you are planning to do will not be able to let you out of the problems." But Rias didn't listen to him and finally jumped on his bed only wearing her undergarments. But before she was able to do anything, Tatsuya used his magic and restrained her using ropes. Rias looked at him completely misunderstanding his intentions and said in a sultry voice, "I didn't know that you were so kinky." Tatsuya was about to say something but before he was able to, a white-colored magic circle appeared in his room and Grafia appeared from it and said, "Doing something with a lowly commoner, master, and Surtsk-sama would be very sad." Tatsuya looked at her and saw that her eyes were closed. He smirked and said, "Oh, so Grafia thinks of me as a lowly commoner, the truth really is harsh." Grafia, who recognized the voice, immediately panicked and looked at Tatsuya and bowed her head and said, "That's not true, Tatsuya-sama, I don't think of you like that, you are far from a lowly commoner, in fact I should say that you are very great and honorable person." She then thought, shit, I should have checked where she had teleported instead of simply following her energy signature. Now Tatsuya is sure to be angry with me. And after all the things he did to help me and Venelana-sama. She then heard him chuckling and looked up. Tatsuya, who was laughing, said, Sorry, I am just joking around, I know that you did not mean that, so don't think too much about it." Grafia then looked at him laughing and blushed a bit. Rias looked between both of them and asked with a confused look on his face, "Do you both know each other?" Grafia looked at her and said in her usually cold tone, "Yes, Tatsuya-sama and I know each other for quite some time, but that's not the issue right now." "Rias-sama, I did not expect you to do this kind of thing to get out of this situation." Rias looked at her with a slightly annoyed look and said, "If I don't do this, father and brother won't take me seriously. Besides, it is up to me to decide who I want to give my chastity to, you all have no right to decide that for me." Grafia then picked up Rias's shirt and placed it around her shoulders and said, "Then too you should not show your skin to others so easily, even I have yet to show him my naked body, even if you are in such a situation, so don't do it before I do that with him. Now let's go and discuss this matter at your home." Rias nodded her head and said, "Okay, but Akeno would join me as well." Grafia looked at her with a neutral expression and said, "The Priestess of Thunder? I don't mind, high-class devils do prefer to have their queens with them in this sort of situations." Grafia then looked at Tatsuya and, as if Tatsuya understood what she wanted to say, released Rias from the ropes. Rias then looked at him with an apologetic expression and said, "I am sorry for making you go along with my selfishness." Tatsuya sighed and moved towards her and patted her head and said, "You are troublesome, a bit arrogant, exhibitionist, and I don't like some of your methods of doing a few things." Tatsuya then paused and looked at Rias, whose brows were twitching because of all the things that Tatsuya said, and was pouting a bit. Tatsuya then smiled and said, "I still consider you as my friend and family, so don't feel bad, I will try to help you if the things go too much out of your hands." Rias then smiled and said, "Thank you." She then looked at Grafia and said, "Let's go then." Grafia looked at her and said, "Please go on ahead of me, I have something to discuss with Tatsuya-sama." Rias looked at her for a while, but when she saw that she would not be getting any answers from her, teleported away. Grafia then looked at Tatsuya and said, "I would like to apologize once again for what I said." Tatsuya waved his hands and said, "Don't worry about that, I know that you were not aware that Rias would show up at my place." Tatsuya then turned serious and said, "So Riser is coming soon, hey?" Grafia nodded her head and said, "Yes, he is coming, and please don't take such actions that may lead you to some problems with the devils." Tatsuya smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take any major actions that might cause some disturbance, and even if I get myself involved, do you really think that I would be in danger?" Grafia sighed and said, "I know that you would not be in danger. What I am worried about is fighting against you, and clearly those who know you and your strength among the devils won't want that." Tatsuya laughed and said, "Don't worry, I am not planning to do anything like that, but there is one thing I am curious about. Didn't the date for their marriage was after Rias completes her studies? So why the sudden change?" Grafia showed an annoyed expression and said, "He wants to make the marriage between the two houses as soon as possible and decided to make haste, and even though Surtsk-sama tried his best to stop him, but he was only able to make some special arrangements in order to give her a chance to let her escape from the marriage, and that arrangements are even not in Rias's favor." Tatsuya sighed and said, "That Zidicus is sure very greedy, and let me guess, the special arrangements that you are talking about must be a rating game, right?" Grafia nodded her head and said, "Yes, that is the way, and Rias-sama has a total disadvantage in this case. Though not the strongest riser, is still plenty strong and has also won a lot of rating games, so it can be said that he has experience as well." Tatsuya massaged his temples for a while and said, "Anyway, I cannot directly interfere as it is a decision taken between two high-ranking devil houses." He sighed and thought, some of them really are devils. Selling their own daughter for riches, and even that too even before they are born. Truly despicable. He was then brought out of his thinking by Grafia, who said, "By the way, I can compensate you by taking Rias's place, and we can do what she was about to do to you." Tatsuya, who heard her, twitched his lips and said, "Maybe another time, right now you have some things to do, right?" Tatsuya could have sworn that when he said that, Grafia clicked her tongue before teleporting away. He then sighed and lied back on his bed and slowly drifted into sleep. 91. Riser once again. The next day Tatsuya and the others went to the school normally as Tatsuya had not yet told them that Riser would be visiting today. The school went on normally and at the end of the rest of his team decided to go home and practice with their familiars much to Tatsuya's surprise. Currently outside the Orc clubhouse. Isamai and Kaiba were walking towards the clubroom and Isamai asked Kaiba, "Kaiba, why was the press spacing out yesterday? Do you have any idea?" Kaiba looked at her and shook his head and said, "Sorry, I have no idea about that. Maybe some internal affair of the Gremory house." Isamai though for a while and then asked, "Do you think Akeno-san would know about it?" Kaiba gave a smile and said, "I think she must know. She is president's right-hand woman after all." Suddenly both Kaiba and Isamai got alert and Isamai said, "There is someone inside the clubroom. You know that person, Kaiba?" Kaiba was surprised to see that Isamai was able to sense the person inside the clubroom as well and now understood how effective Tatsuya's training was. Kaiba then came out of his stupor and said, "Yes, I recognize this energy signature. Don't worry, this person is not an enemy," and then started walking towards the clubroom. Isamai looked at his back and then shrugged her shoulders and started following him. Soon both of them came inside and opened the meeting room door. As soon as they opened the door, the rest of the members of the Gremory group came into sight along with a silver-haired maid wearing a blue and white French maid attire. Rias then looked towards the door and asked, "You both are finally here. Where are the others?" Isamai looked at Rias and said, "The girls went back to train with their familiars, though that was just an excuse, and are now doing some shopping together, and Tatsuya went to the student council to help them with some work." "But who is she?" While pointing at the maid. Grafia hearing her question bowed and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Grafia Lucifuge, a maid of the Gremory household." Rias nodded her head and said, "Okay, now there is something that I have to tell you." Grafia looked at Rias and asked, "Rias-sama, do you want me to explain the situation?" Rias raised her hand in order to stop her and said, "Let me do it." She then looked at the others and said, "The truth is..." But before she was able to say anything, the room lit up in flames and there was a huge orange-colored magic circle on the floor. Kaiba looked at Circle and muttered with a slight venom in his voice, "Phoenix." Then a blonde-haired man dressed in red suit and pants with a wit shirt underneath the coat appeared from the circle. The blonde man said, "Riser haven't been to the human realm for quite some time." He then looked at Rias and said, "Riser have come for you, Rias my love." With a cocky tone. Isamai, clearly not liking his tone, looked at the Grafia and asked, "Who is he?" Grafia kept her eyes shut and said, "He is Riser Phoenix-sama, a pure-blooded devil from the Phoenix household and fiancé to the heir of the Gremory household." Isamai then processed the information she just received and said, "Fiancé to the heir of the Gremory household. Then that means he is..." Grafia nodded her head and said, "Yes, Riser-sama is engaged to Lady Rias." Isamai looked at Riser with a shocked expression when she heard that. Right now both Riser and Rias are sitting on a sofa together close to each other and Riser was playing with Rias's hair. Akeno then came closer to him with tea and some refreshments and placed it on the table. Riser took a sip and said, "My, Rias's queen's tea is absolutely delicious." Akeno looked at him with an expressionless face and said with a bow, "Thanks a lot for your praise," and then moved away. Riser then placed the cup on the table and then started caressing Rias's thighs, making her peerage grit their teeth in anger. Rias, who finally had enough of her being harassed by him, stood up and said, "Enough, Riser, I have already told you, I will not be marrying you." Riser then stood up as well and said, "But Rias, hasn't your father already made the things clear? You are in no position to be selfish." Rias looked at him and said, "I am not going to sully my family name. I will take a husband, but that person would be someone I want to be with." Riser then said, "Marriage between pure-blooded devils like us is important, as the number of pure-blooded devils has greatly decreased after the previous war. And keeping that in mind, our fathers decided to engage us for the good of the Devil Society." Rias then said, "My father is definitely rushing things too much without even my consent. Anyway, I will not say it again, Riser, I have no intention of marrying you." Riser, who was now a bit pissed off, lifted Rias's chin using his hand and said, "Don't forget it, Rias, Riser is the face of the Phoenix clan here and Riser will not allow you to sully Riser's name. Riser will take you back to the underworld even if that requires Riser to incinerate all of your servants." After that both of them released their auras and Grafia was about to stop them, but before she was able to, there was a knock on the door followed by a voice, "I am coming in." Hearing the voice, the Gremory peerage along with Grafia had a relieved expression on their faces. Rias was a bit panicking, definitely not wanting Tatsuya to hear about her engagement, and Riser was sweating bullets on recognizing the voice. The door opened and Tatsuya came inside with a bundle of documents in his hands and said, "Sana sent some documents and wants you to go through them." He then looked at Riser and said, "Oh, if it isn't my dear old friend Riser." Riser, who heard him, immediately tried to maintain the expression on his face and gave a 90-degree bow and said, "Nice to meet you again, Tatsuya-san, Riser hopes that you are doing great." All of them in the room except Tatsuya and Grafia were shocked on seeing the sudden change in Riser's behavior. They were not able to believe that the person who was being so arrogant just a second ago was now bowing his head and talking politely to their friend. Rias looked at Tatsuya and asked, "Do you happen to know each other?" Before Tatsuya was able to answer her, Isamai said, "Ah. Now I remember where have I heard his name before. The others told me while training that there was once a person named Riser who was acting very cocky in front of Tatsuya and Tatsuya made that person's dick attached to his forehead after defeating him." The room was completely silent after Isamai said that. Rias and her peerage turned their heads and were holding back their laugh. Even Grafia was shaking a bit from holding back her laugh. Tatsuya decided to calm the situation and walked towards Riser and moved his hand and said, "I hope that you are doing fine. What is the business that you come here for?" Riser shook his hand and felt a bit grateful that he neutralized the situation as he was feeling humiliated that time. Riser then said, "Yes, Riser is doing completely fine, thanks for asking, and Riser is here to bring my fiancé back to the underworld to commence our marriage." He then looked at Rias and said, "But Rias here is being selfish and is not going back to the underworld with Riser even if it is for the good of the devil race." Tatsuya looked at Rias, who looked down with a sad expression on her face. He then sighed and said, "Look, I am not a bearded old man who keeps on saying for the greater good. What I believe is marriage should only be done when there is consent from both the parties, even if it is arranged." He then again looked at Rias and said, "And seeing how sad Rias is, I think she definitely don't want this marriage." Riser, who was surprised by what Tatsuya just said, was a bit angry and then said, "Then what should Riser do? Just go back to the underworld like this? Riser cannot do that. The name of the Phoenix family will be ruined if something like that happens." Riser was getting agitated by each and every word he was saying and noticing that Tatsuya started to release his own aura, which made the atmosphere around them quite tensed. Feeling the pressure from Tatsuya's aura, Riser gulped his saliva and bowed his head and said, "Riser is sorry about that." Tatsuya nodded and stopped releasing his aura and said, "Don't worry about that, and I am not saying that you just forgot about the marriage." Tatsuya then looked at Grafia and said, seeing that instead of just a letter or message Grafia came in person only means that the red-headed Siscon had already expected such a situation to arise, right Grafia? Grafia nodded her head and said, "Just like Tatsuya-sama said, Surtsk-sama has already expected such a situation to arise and has decided on a last resort measure if no conclusion is reached." Rias looked at Grafia and asked, "Last resort?" Grafia said, "If you are so insistent on breaking your engagement with Riser-sama, then you can do that by winning a rating game against Riser-sama." On her word, the discussion about the rating game started among the Gremory group. Riser then showed a slight smile and said, "Riser has participated in a rating game and has won many of them as well." He then looked at Rias and said, "You, who are still not old enough to join the rating game, is an amateur and have no experience." He then asked, "Rias, just asking, is this your whole peerage?" Rias then crossed her arms and said, "No, Tatsuya is not in my peerage." Riser looked at her with a weird gaze and said, "That is clear. Even if you don't tell me Tatsuya-san is leagues above you, how would you even be able to reincarnate him as a devil?" At his words, Tatsuya laughed and said, "Well, sigh Riser, well said." Rias was embarrassed and angry at what Tatsuya and Riser just said, but soon calmed down. Riser then snapped his fingers and the room was again covered in flames with a magic circle on the floor. Tatsuya looked at the flames and said, "Haven't I told you before, don't use flames with your magic circle, and even if you want to at least decrease the intensity of flames." Riser looked at Tatsuya and bowed his head and said, "I am sorry Tatsuya-san, I will do that from the next time my teleportation circle." From the flames 15 women appeared, each having different physique and wearing different attires. Riser then looked at the ladies and said, "Riser have 15, that means a full set." Tatsuya looked towards the girls and said, "Yo, long time no see." All the girls looked towards Tatsuya and immediately blushed. A short blonde-haired girl with drills walked towards her and said with a bow, "It is nice meeting you again, Tatsuya-sama, I hope that you are doing well." Tatsuya smiled and patted her head and said, "I am doing great, Ravel, but you don't have to be so formal with me. How about it, let's go and have some ice cream later, my treat." Ravel, who was blushing from being petted, nodded her head and said, "I would love to." Seeing both of them, two people were quite displeased by it. Riser was looking at them and thought, why do Riser get the tsin part whereas Tatsuya-san got the deer? Life is so unfair. Konako, who was looking at them, was thinking, that harlot is being patted by the hand which pets me, and some ominous aura started radiating out from her. Isamai, who was standing beside her, asked, "Konako-chan, is everything alright? Do you want to eat some sweets?" Konako looked at Isamai and said, "Right now I want to eat some fried chicken. Do you think Tatsuya-senpai will let me kill it?" Isamai, who heard her, turned away and thought, scary 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 scary. Konako-chan is ver scary. 92, OP Asia. After discussion between Rias and Riser went for a while, it was decided that the rating game between them would take place after 10 days. Though this made Rias a bit angry as Riser was showing pity to her, she didn't complain as she knew that she was at a disadvantageous situation. After all the discussion was over, Tatsuya went with Ravel as he promised, and Konako also tagged along with them, much to Ravel's displeasure. Konako also decided to show her superiority over Ravel and sat on his lap the whole time they were in the shop, making Ravel grit her teeth in anger. Ravel also tried to make Konako understand that what she was doing was inconvenient to Tatsuya, but Konako only showed her a mocking smile. The next day early morning, the whole Gremory group and Tatsuya's team were going to the mansion that the Gremory family owned for their training camp. While walking, Rias looked at Tatsuya and said, "I didn't know that you would agree to train my peerage so easily." Tatsuya looked at her and said, "Train? What train?" Rias looked at him with a confused expression and asked, "You came with us to train my peerage for the game, right?" Tatsuya snorted and said, "Who would come for that? I only came here because it was best opportunity to skip classes without dealing with any problems from the student council." Hearing him, his team gave a sigh and Rias was twitching her lips. She then came in front of him and placed her hands in her waist and said, "Look, if you are staying in the mansion then you are going to train my peerage as well." Tatsuya looked at her with a neutral look and said, "No problem, but I am not going to babysit you. I will only give you pointers, the rest is up to you." At his words, Isamai shuddered. The Gremory group looked at her and asked, "What happened? Why are you shivering?" Isamai looked at them and said, "He said the same thing to me before he started his Mai, even if you want to die you cannot die training session. So I guess you should be ready for the worst." At her word, the whole peerage gulped their saliva and looked at Tatsuya, who was standing at starting point of the slope. Soon all of them came near Tatsuya and were about to climb up, but Tatsuya stopped them and said, "Wait, your training starts from now on, and listen, if anyone whines even for a second, then you would be up for hell." He said that in cold tone, making all of them except his team shudder. He then took out some wristbands and gave it to all of them and motioned them to wear it. After all of them wore the bands, they all felt something change in their bodies. Tatsuya looked at their expression and said, "Before you ask, those bands have stopped the flow of your magic and demonic power, making you unable to use either of them." He then used his magic to increase the gravity around them and said, "I have changed the gravitational force around your body a bit. Your task now is to reach the top without taking out those bands within an hour. Any questions?" Rias then raised her hand and asked, "Why am I doing something like this? I am the king and also use magic instead of my body, so this is pointless for me." Tatsuya looked at her with a deadpan expression and said, "You said that you are the king, then that means if you retire the whole game is lost instantly, and do you truly believe that the pitiful amount of power that you possess will be able to stop Riser? You must let be knowing about how a Phoenix fights." Rias's brows were twitching, but she could not find anything wrong about what Tatsuya said. She then sighed and asked, "Okay, I understand, but what will happen if we are not able to finish this within an hour or take off our bands?" Tatsuya showed a malicious smile and said, "Believe me that you would better be off without knowing." The whole Gremory group was shivering after seeing Tatsuya's smile. Isamai then said, "Welcome to the training camp of hell." Tatsuya then looked at them and said, "Since you all have no more questions, then start climbing." All of them then started climbing with Tatsuya and his team in the front and the Gremory group in the back. The most surprising thing here was that unlike the anime, Isamai was able to climb a bit easily and was not complaining about her being the weakest or others being a monster. The one who was suffering the most was Rias, as she was not used to physical activities at all and was lagging behind the others. Later that day all of them were able to reach the top of mountain with great difficulty and were sweating and breathing heavily. Tatsuya looked at them and nodded and said, "Good, now take a 10-minute break and then come back after changing into your training gear." After a while all of them were present in front of Tatsuya and his team. Tatsuya looked at all of them and asked, "The first step towards your training will be working on your weak points. Now tell me, what do you think is your weak point?" All of them were surprised by the question and started think about it, but being the devils of the prideful Gremory family, they didn't think that they had any weak points except for Isamai, who was asked to keep her mouth closed as she already knew her weak points by training under him. Tatsuya looked at them and asked, "What? Answer my question." Rias looked at him with a smile and said, "We cannot answer as we really have no weak points. All of my cute servants are really talented." Hearing their king say that, all of them puffed their cheeks in pride, but their happiness was short-lived because Tatsuya said, "Then why did your so-called talented group lost to me so easily?" Tatsuya sighed and said, "Your first problem is that you all are overestimating yourselves. Let me give it to you straight, as of you are right now you won't be able to defeat Riser even if all of you attacked him all together." All of them became angry except Isamai, who knew that what he was saying was true. Rias then said, "Hey, there is no way that we would lose to him like that. Even though we have no experience in raiding games, we certainly are strong." Tatsuya then looked at her with a mocking expression and said, "Then how about it, why don't you all fight Asia and prove to me that what you are saying is true? She is our team's latest member to join, so compared to others she had less time to train." At her words Rias smirked and said, "Don't complain if we hurt her too much." Tatsuya just smiled and looked at Asia and said, "You don't have any problems with this, right Asia?" Asia shook her head and said, "I have no problems with it, Tatsuya-san, but in return can I sleep with you tonight?" Tatsuya had stopped thinking that the girl standing in front of him was the same he saw in the anime and just messed with her hair and agreeing with her demand. Soon the whole Gremory group except Isamai were standing in front of Asia, who was adjusting her gloves. Rias looked at Asia with a smile and said, "Don't hate us Asia, we know what Tatsuya asked of you is selfish but we will try to not injure you. Asia looked at them with a smile and said, sorry. Rias smiled and said, you don't have to apologize, it is that brute that should be apologizing. Asia shook her head and said, no, I am apologizing for hurting you in advance. And smashed her fist in the ground causing a huge crack in the ground and a mini earthquake in the field. Seeing the power that the girl packed, the wild group was shocked. Even Konako surprised seeing that Asia was stronger than her. All of them jumped to avoid the shockwave that was traveling towards them, but as soon as they jumped to avoid the attack, Asia came in their sight and punched Kaiba in the gut, knocking him out. Seeing Kaiba taken out so easily, Rias ordered Konako to keep Asia busy while both her and Akeno prepare their magic. Konako nodded and launched towards Asia and punched her. But before the punch was able to connect, Asia grabbed her hand and threw her in Akeno's direction. Akeno, who saw Konako flying towards her, stopped charging her magic and decided to catch Konako, but the force with which Asia threw Konako was too much for her to withstand and was sent flying after colliding with her. Rias looked at the situation in front of her and gritted her teeth. She then fired her attack, which she had charged towards Asia, and was thinking that her attack will take Asia down. Asia also didn't stood still and started charging a key wave in her hand and fired it towards Rias's attack, completely overpowering it and finally hitting Rias, making her lost consciousness. After confirming that all of them were down, she came towards Tatsuya smiling and said, Tatsuya-san, I did good, right? Tatsuya looked at her and was seriously wondering how such an innocent girl could turn into something like this. 93. Weak points. After Tatsuya was done praising Asia and her made her jumping from happiness, he then said, you did great, Asia, the fact that despite being a human you were able to defeat a group of devils. I am proud of you. He then closed the distance between them and kissed her forehead. Though they didn't tell the others, Tatsuya had already turned Asia into a high human before starting the high school. He also came to know that though not too big, high humans does have some physical improvements over normal humans, and the flow of energy is also efficient in high human bodies. He then said, now will you please heal them and then drag all these talented devils back to their rooms. Asia nodded and some of the girls went with her to help them put the devils away. Tatsuya then looked at Isamai and asked, after watching the fight, what did you conclude about your teammates? Isamai then looked at Tatsuya and said, they are very prideful and have not trained at all. They are only relying on contracts to increase their strength. The only person that I can tell worked the most is Kaiba, who has at least studied how to use a sword. But he only relies on his speed and has neither much power in his attacks not endurance to take on hits. Konako-chan is the same as well. She is only using her rook traits, but she neither has techniques nor speed to evade or react to attacks. She then paused for a while and then said, Akeno-san is not lacking, but she is doing the opposite of both Kaiba and Konako. She is not using her queen traits to the fullest and is only using the bishop part of it. So even if her magic is strong and she is technically stronger than our king, she don't possess the speed to react or evade or the endurance to take on attacks. Now talking about press. Sai, to me it looks like she has only trained to manifest her demonic powers, which continued to grow stronger as she grew up. She don't even have control over her power and only relies on charging up her power and then firing without even knowing about the output she is using. To put it simply, she overconfident in her abilities. Tatsuya nodded his head and then looked at her with an appreciative gaze and said, good, looks like teaching you to observe the situation first was a good thing on my part. Now here comes the main question, how do you think will you fare against your teammates and what rank would you put yourself in among them? Isamai looked at Tatsuya for a while and then sighed before saying, I am no match for any of them yet. I am not as fast as Kaiba nor strong as Konako-chan. My magic is not that strong as well. Though after boosting I can fight on par with them, but that is only for a short while, and in a fight there is a chance that they would attack me even before I am able to boost. She then slumped her shoulders and looked down and said, right now I am the weakest in the group. She said that with a sad voice. Tatsuya sighed and patted her head and saying, you know in your group you have the highest potential to grow. You are hardworking, know what your weak points are, try to act only after analyzing the situation, and most of all you have the drive to become strong not for yourself but for your friends. And if you think that you are currently weak, then there is only one thing that you have to do is train till your body falls apart. Isamai then looked up and at Tatsuya and sighed before saying, yeah, I can only expect that kind of advice from a training maniac. Train till your body falls apart, hey. I am willing to do it if you promise to practice all the positions that I know of in the bed with you. And gave a sultry smile. Suddenly her shoulder were grabbed by someone and she turned her head only to find Miyuki and Himura holding one each and said, really, then let's go and start your training immediately. Don't worry, both of us will help you a lot in your training. Though both of them had a smile on their faces, but the black aura which was surrounding them said something completely different. Isamai gulped her saliva and thought, I am surely dead today. Later that day in the evening the unconscious devils woke up and after remembering what happened to them became gloomy. Isamai was somehow alive after the training session she had with Tatsuya's team. All of them then gathered on the dining table and Tatsuya was sitting right in front of Rias looking at her with a smile on his face, making her grit her teeth and look away in embarrassment. Soon the girls from his team brought the dinner that they prepared and then they all started eating. While eating, Tatsuya looked at the devils and said, "After today's battle you all must be knowing that what all are things that you are bad at, but I am not going to ask you and is going to tell you what I feel and what you would be doing for training during the remaining days." All the devils stopped eating and looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya nodded and looked at Kaiba and said, "Kaiba, you have your speed because of your night piece and your sword style is great as well, but the thing that you are lacking is endurance to withstand attacks and strength in your attacks while attacking. From tomorrow onwards you will wear those wristbands I gave you today along with some weights and will take on attacks directly. Simply put, you will be a meat shield from tomorrow onwards and the one who would attack you would be Asia, but don't worry, she will be holding back and I promise you that you will not be injured. She can use heel punch which only causes pain and no injuries." Though Kaiba was a bit worried about being a meat shield and that too with Asia attacking him, he decided to trust Tatsuya as it was an opportunity for him to become stronger and could cover his weak points. Tatsuya then looked at Akeno and said, "You Akeno-san will be trying to master your control over the other aspects of your queen piece and will also try to control USM fetish during battle." Akeno was a bit conflicted on being asked to control her urges during a battle but decided to comply with him anyways. He then turned to Rias and said, "Your case is the most serious here. You would be doing basic workout with those wristbands and weights on and try to maintain your body first, and you have to also control your demonic power as well. You don't have a great control over it. And don't forget to go through all the strategies for the rating game as well." Rias was a bit angry when she was asked to do basic workouts, but she could not retort to what he was saying and complied. He then looked at Konako and said, "You will be training with Shizuka and will improve your strength and reaction speed. Just like Kaiba, you are too much dependent on your rook piece and don't have speed to complement your attacks and hence you are not able to react or evade easily." Konako only nodded her head and didn't give it much thought. She had already decided to believe in him as he was able to train Asia, who was just a human, to have strength greater than hers and wanted to be like her as well. After that all of them finished their meals and unlike the anime directly went to bed as they were too tired to do anything. 94. Gremory. From next day onwards they all started to do their training as Tatsuya had told them, except for Rias, who slacked off on her training, though she too trained a bit so as to not make the others suspicious. The rest of his team had already informed him about her slacking off, but Tatsuya decided to let her do as she pleased as he was finally enjoying the holidays and were not training then on his own, much to their relief. Tatsuya though was still resting quite a bit, helped Izumi in using her sacred gear more efficiently. Drake had told them that she was close to achieving the balance breaker and tried to help her in achieving it. During the whole time that Kaiba was training he realized why they all say that Tatsuya was a devil when it comes to training. He has been taking hits from Asia from that day onwards, and though he didn't suffered any injuries, he still felt quite a lot of pain. But despite all that he felt that the training was effective as both his evasion speed and endurance has improved over the time. Akeno has also started to utilize the powers of her queen piece and because of that her speed and strength have improved a lot. She was also made to do her magic training by continuously exhausting her mana and then repeat it again when she was recharged, and because of this both her mana pool and magic strength increased a lot and not she is officially stronger than Rias. Konako's reaction speed has also improved as she was made to fight blindfolded, which increased her ability to sense with her other senses. Her strength and speed has also increased, though she is still the slowest in her team except for Izumi, who could get faster than her after boosting. And just like that their training continued, and tomorrow would be the day that they will be fighting with Riser in the rating game. Currently it is the middle of the night and Tatsuya is lying on the ground and is observing the beauty of the night sky. Suddenly he felt someone's presence nearby and said, "Don't you think that it is time for you to sleep, Izumi?" Izumi, who was dressed in a tank top and shorts, came closer to him and said, "I can say the same thing to you as well." She then gave a short smile and said, "I cannot sleep, and since I was not able to find your presence nearby I decided to search for you." She then sat on the ground as well and asked, "What are you doing here though?" Tatsuya smiled and said, "Just enjoying the night sky here. The sky in the city is not as beautiful as the one we can see here." Izumi looked up as well and said, "Yeah, it is truly beautiful." She kept on looking for a while and then said, "Arigato." Tatsuya, who heard her, blinked in surprise and asked, "For what?" Izumi looked at him with a smile and said, "For helping me become a girl once again, training me in using my sacred gear, making me stronger, helping me make a lot of good friends." Izumi kept on saying things and Tatsuya finally said, "Izumi." Izumi looked at him and asked, "Yet?" Tatsuya then said, "I was not the only one who helped you, Rias was the one who took you in after you decided to become a girl again, Konako and Kaiba trained you as well." And before Tatsuya was able to continue he was suddenly kissed by Izumi, making him completely speechless. She then released him from the kiss and said, "I know all about how others helped me. But it can never change the fact that you were the one who helped me the most throughout all these days." Tatsuya, who looked at her, was still in daze but soon got out of it and thought, "Now that I think about it, what she said could be considered true. I am the one who is helping her the most for all the time she has been a devil. Not even her own king has helped her that much." Izumi then looked at him and said with a blush on her face, "Accept this as my thanks." Ans started to close in again for kiss, but just as their lips were about to be touched they heard a cough sound. Both of them suddenly got startled and moved away from each other and turned around to look at the person who disturbed their moment and saw Ria standing there wearing a nightgown and glasses and was holding a book in her hands. Isamai, who saw her wearing glasses, stopped being nervous and asked, "Prez, is your sight bad?" Rias, who was feeling a bit uneasy seeing both of them kissing each other, came out of her thoughts and said, "No, my sight is not bad at all. These just help me concentrate a bit better while studying." And showed her book. Isamai looked at the book and asked, "What book is that?" Before Rias was able to answer, Tatsuya said, "A book on various strategies that could be used in a raiding game." Rias was surprised to see that Tatsuya knew what book she was reading but shrugged it off. Isamai then asked, "Prez, do you mind if I ask, why do you not want to proceed with the marriage?" Rias, who heard the question, was silent for a while and then sighed before saying, "Because I am a Gremory. This marriage is only taking place not because Riser loves me but only because he loves the Gremory in my name." Isamai remained silent for a while and then asked, "Do you hate being a Gremory?" Rias shook her head and said, "I don't hate it. In fact, it could be said that I am quite proud of my name, but being proud doesn't mean that I like all aspects of it." She then looked in a direction as if thinking of something and said, "From a young age people has been praising me and treating me kindly, but that was only because of the Gremory in my name. To them I was not Rias but the heiress of the Gremory clan. Even my own father set me up with Riser saying that it was my job as being the heiress of Gremory clan. He put the Gremory name before me and that's why I don't want to be married to a person who only liked the Gremory and not the Rias behind that name." She then looked down with a saddened expression and said, "My only dream is to make others recognize me not because of me being a Gremory but because I am Rias. I want to marry a person who likes me because I am Rias. That's why I came to the human world. Here people don't look at me with me being a Gremory but because I am Rias. I feel happy here rather than being in underworld where my only worth is because I am Gremory." She then had a determined look on her face and said, "That's why there is no way that I am going to lose tomorrow. I will show them that I can become great just being Rias and not a Gremory." Isamai then looked at her and said, "I don't know if it will help or not but I admire you, a bit, not because you are a Gremory but for who you are." Rias then smiled and so did Isamai. Both of them then looked at Tatsuya, to which he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What?" Both of them didn't said anything and kept on looking at him, and after finally realizing what they were trying to ask he said, "You want my opinion on this as well, hey?" Tatsuya then sighed and said, "To put it simply, I don't care about all this stuff. I only judge a person by how he acts in front of my eyes. If I deem him worthy of my respect then he gets my respect. Of not even if the whole world were to collapse then too he will only see me showing him my middle fingers. I don't even care about that your brother is a moose, so judging you on the basis of you being a Gremory is simply a waste of my time. I will only judge you from what I see about you. Until now I have seen that you skipped your training a lot." At this Rias got surprised and looked away from him, and Tatsuya started chuckling also with Isamai. He then looked at both of them and said, "Now it is already very late and I advise you to go in and have some rest. Tomorrow is a big day for both of you." Both of them nodded their heads and then Rias said, "What would you be doing? Shouldn't you come in and sleep as well?" Tatsuya lied back on the ground and said, "Nah, I will stay just here and enjoy the night sky." And closed his eyes. But soon he noticed someone lying beside him and asked, "Both of you, what are you doing now?" Rias just came closer to him and said, "Just let me sleep like this for tonight." Isamai said, "And I am here to make sure that you do not do anything perverted." Tatsuya looked at her with a deadpan expression and said, "You are the last person that I want to hear that from." He then sighed, "Well, do as you want but I cannot guarantee that Miyuki will not freeze your body up for doing this." Both of them just hummed and then silently drifted off to sleep. 95. Talent. The next morning when Tatsuya woke up he felt that there was a lot of weight over his body and his face was covered by something soft which he thought to be a pillow. He then tried to move his hand to shive the pillow away only to find that his hand was also trapped by something. Seeing that there was no other way he decided to open his eyes and the first thing that welcomed him was a slightly pink-looking protrusion over his pillow. Tatsuya kept on looking the protrusion for a while and then as if lighting hit him his eyes opened widely and used some force to move away and stood up. After taking in a deep breath he looked back to where he was sleeping and found two girls lying there with one of them being partially naked as her small clothes were messed up and were not covering some areas and the other one completely naked and sleeping there without any care to this world. The girls of course were Rias and Isamai, with Rias being the completely naked one. He then looked at Isamai's exposed breast and now knew what the pillow over his face was. He then sighed and formed a huge ball of cold water over the sleeping girls and then dropped the ball over them making them wake up in panic. Tatsuya looked at both of them who were breathing heavily and said with a smile on his face, "Rise and shine, I hope that both of you slept well." Hearing his voice both the girls glared at him and on seeing them the thought that came to Tatsuya's mind was, Isamai with drenched clothes is looking way hotter than the completely naked Rias. Not good, it's still morning, I cannot let my thoughts be corrupted so early in the morning." Rias didn't know but somehow she still felt that Tatsuya was thinking something rude about her. Tatsuya continued to smile and looked at Rias and asked, "Rias, if I may, why are you completely naked when you slept with your clothes still on?" Rias then showed a proud smile and said, "It's one of my many talents. No matter how many layers of clothes I wear before sleeping, I am always able to take them off during the course of night without even being conscious." Tatsuya's brows were twitching and he immediately bonked her head, making her groan in pain, and shouted, "That type of thing in no way is a fricking talent. And wear some clothes already." Rias ignored him and crossed her arms, lifting her huge breasts before saying, "No, that is indeed a talent. To be able to do that while one is sleeping is just incredible." Tatsuya had 2 marks appeared on his forehead, said, "At best it could be considered a disease like sleepwalking." Rias's face twitched a bit and she said, "You have some nerve to call my talent a disease." Suddenly the atmosphere around them turned cold and they felt someone releasing some pressure on them. "It is you who have the nerve to show your slutty body to Oni-sama, you redhead bitch." Hearing that voice, Rias's whole body shivered and she gulped her saliva. She then looked at the direction where the voice came from and saw Miyuki walking towards them with her sword unsheathed. She then looked at Tatsuya with a pleading gaze, to which Tatsuya said, "I warned you last night, do it at your own risk." Miyuki kept walking towards her and said, "Let me show you my talent as well. I am good at skewering bitches with an ice spike in the ass." She then showed a smile and said, "Tell you what, I will do you a favor and shove it from the front hole. You wanted to lose your virginity, right?" Rias was sweating bucket and her legs were shaking out of fear. Miyuki raised her sword and suddenly a huge ice spike came from under Rias's feet, who was somehow able to dodge the spike. She then looked at the spike with fear and thought, "She is serious, she is really going to skewer me," and started running away. Miyuki, who saw her running away, started to follow her, but she simply walked while continuously giving rise to various ice spikes. Tatsuya looked at the scene in front of him with complex feelings. On one hand she was having pity for Rias, while on the other he was finding it funny. But even though his thoughts were complex, one thing was sure. I guess today she will sow her training seriously for compensating for all other days. Though why is she running around the villa naked like an exhibitionist pervert? He then sighed and gave a telepathic message to Miyuki telling her to maintain a good distance away from the pervert. He then looked at Isami, who was looking at the scene in front of her and was feeling complicated as well, and blushed on seeing her still in her drenched outfit. He then said, "Though I think that you are looking very tempting and sexy in your current outfit. I would advise you to change as soon as you can, if you don't want to catch cold." She then looked at her appearance and covered her body and said, "Tatsuya no ekai." Tatsuya's lips twitched when he heard her calling him a pervert. He then sighed and said, "Just go and change your clothes." Isami looked at him with a shocked expression and said, "What? Aren't you tempted by my appearance? Are you not going to violate my body?" Tatsuya looked at her with a neutral expression and said, "I will tell this to Miyuki and will ask her to train you the next time." And started towards the villa, leaving behind a shivering Isami. Later that day Tatsuya and his team returned back to their house in Kyoto and left behind the Gremory group who were going to fight in the raiding game at night. Though technically Tatsuya and his team were not allowed to watch their game as they were not devils, but since both the participating parties knew them, they were allowed to observe the match along with Sana and Tsubaki. All of them had already encouraged the Gremory group as they would not be meeting before the game after that and will only be available after the game was over. Right now Sana, Tsubaki, and Tatsuya's team, except for Tatsuya who was currently working and promised to come as before the match begins, was sitting in the observation room and were waiting for the match to commence. Sana looked at the group of girls sitting beside her and asked, "Who do you think would win?" All of them didn't wait for long and said, "As long as they don't self-destruct, Rias's team will win. Though if Riser-san's team had also made preparations for the game, then we don't know." Sana nodded and looked at the screen and said, "Oh, the field is about to be shown now." And just as she said that, an exact replica of the Kyoto Academy was shown to them. Sana rubbed her chin and said, "Looks like Lucifer-sama pulled some strings in order to at least give a home ground advantage to Rias." At the same instant the whole Tatsuya team said, "He is a siscon after all." Sana nodded her head and then said, "Well, home ground advantage will be a great help to Rias, but it does not change the fact that Riser is both strong and experienced, and that too coupled with his insane regeneration. This is going to be quite tough for Rias." Soon both the peerages were sent to their respective headquarters and then the cold tone of Grafia addressed them saying, "The time to make your plans begins now." And a bell was then rung. 96. Truth behind the help. While both the teams were forming their strategies and the others were waiting for the match begin, Sana had a lot of thoughts going through her mind and she then looked at Tatsuya's team and asked, "Hey, mind if I ask you a question?" His team looked at her and asked, "What?" Sana then said, "Why did Tatsuya help her?" "Because as far as I know he don't have a good opinion of Rias." All the girls in Tatsuya's team looked at each other as if discussing something which they were actually doing with their telepathy. Miyuki then looked at her and said, "We can tell you, but you have to promise that you are not going to utter a word about this outside." Sana, who heard the serious tone of Miyuki, also became serious and thought about the condition for a while before agreeing to it. Miyuki then nodded her head and said, "You see, just like you said, Oni-sama doesn't have a good impression of the redhead. He don't like people who are way too spoiled and don't even give a effort to solve their problems. The actual reason for what he did is that he was willing to help her peerage, not her. Sana became confused by her words and asked, what does that mean? Can you explain it in simple terms? Miyuki then said, what I mean to say is that Oni-sama does not care about whether that redhead marries Riser-san or not. What he is worried about is, her peerage members getting dragged with her. You see, is and Oni-sama have a good opinion about her peerage members. Kaiba-san is Oni-sama's good friend, Konako is obedient and hardworking even though she had gone through a lot, then there is Isami who has become like a sister to all of us, and Oni-sama care for her as well, which is shown by how much effort he put in training her for all this time. And even though Akeno-san has that side to her, she helps us wherever she can and is also doing most of her king's work, and there is also a request to help her whenever we can. She was about to continue but Sana interjected her and asked, wait, how do you know about Konako's past, because as far as I remember she never tells about that to anyone. Miyuki just smiled and said, that is none of your concern, we have our own methods. And now where was I? Sana felt a bit annoyed but left it at that, as she knew that everyone has their ways of accessing information. Miyuki then continued, so like I was saying, Oni-sama only helped her to help our friends from not getting dragged with her, because as you may know how power-hungry you devils can get. Once they come to know that Isami has the boosted gear and Konako's origins, they will start to look at them with breeding livestock. Also there is Akeno-san whose body is enough to make most of the men lust over her, and being under same roof as Riser, that is sure to happen. Sana then thought for a while and said, then why did he even bothered to encourage Rias if he only wanted to help her peerage? At her question the girls in Tatsuya's team looked at her weirdly and Miyuki said, Sana, I didn't expect you to ask such a question. Hearing this, Sana's lips twitched but she controlled herself from lashing out. Miyuki then sighed and said, you are her childhood friend, right? So you must be knowing her quite well. Sana only nodded her head in approval. Miyuki also nodded her head and said, then what do you think will happen if Oni-sama were to directly say that she was hopeless and would only help her peerage? She then paused for a while and then said, being the spoiled princess that she is, she would surely reject his offer and would also try to prove that she was not hopeless by directly try to fight Riser, who is leagues above her. Honestly, she would not even be able to follow the movements of his knights, and knowing the endurance of her body the game would be lost without any of the other members of her team fighting. Himari and the other Nico Xiao then interjected and said, and besides he never truly encouraged her. He was not even bothered even when we informed him that Rias was not doing her training, yet he would sometimes help the other members of her team. And just last night we picked up the sound of both of them talking about something being recognized as Rias and not as a Gremory. He explained to her that he didn't believe in titles and all, only accept who is worthy by what he sees, which made her feel relieved. But what she failed to catch on was that he never said that he deemed her worthy for the whole time he was talking. They then crossed their arms and said, and what is that not liking to be seen as a Gremory? All the wealth, authority, and connections that she have are all because she is a Gremory. All the servants that she have except for Isami are all the ones which were recommended to her by someone in her family, and you must be knowing what method did she use to get Isami in her peerage. Even the authority that she has over Kua was given to her because Surtsks asked for it despite knowing how bad her administration skills are. They then sighed and then said, all in all, what I am saying is that all that she is because she is a Gremory, and when it is asked of her to do some proper duty as a Gremory, she is saying that she don't want to be recognized as a Gremory. I mean, come on, is this a joke to her? Even if the condition for her was to marry a person who she does not like, instead of training herself in her peerage she runs here to the human world while also taking over the town without giving a damn about the security of the people living here. Many people died because she didn't took proper attention about the stray devils, fallen angels, and priests coming to this town. Despite knowing that Kua is currently a devil territory, she didn't inquired any of them on entering the town without permission, and when asked why, she would say that it would lead to war. Like seriously, some unauthorized people try to enter your territory and you instead of questioning them, let them roam free and do what they want. Sana remained silent for a while and then said, I can understand what you want to say, but from what I just heard, don't you all think the same about me? After all, I am the Citrai heiress as well, and all the things that I have are because of the Citrai name. On hearing her question, Miyuki shook her head and said, no, you are not the same. Even though you are the Citrai heiresses and receive all the privileges of being one as well, you do not neglect your duty as one. Even you got out of your engagement by your own efforts, and we both know that the areas which are under your supervision in town are safe. And do you really think that he would have accepted your confession if he thought that you were troublesome or spoiled? You work hard, Sana, and you help your peerage as well, all of us including Oni-sama know that. Sana became happy that all of them thought so good of her, and so were the thoughts of Tsubaki. Sana then adjusted her glasses and said, but then doesn't mean that you all were somewhat lying to Rias and were making her hopes rise up. All the girls shrugged their shoulders and said, were we never said anything to her that was a lie, thought SE never told the truth to her as well. But we still didn't lie a bit. I will still say that Rias would win this game, but that too only if she doesn't do something reckless like confronting Riser or his queen on her own. Even Oni-sama said, as long as she don't get overconfident over the achievements of her servants and starts decided to attack Riser on her own, she can win. Sana had a sweat drop when she heard that and said, you people are really scary, I don't know what would have happened to me if I was spoiled like Rias. All of them just laughed and then looked back at the screen to observe the match. 97, Tatsuya and Kurumi, 18. At Kyoto Town 4 hours before the game begins. Tatsuya has just finished his shift and was now going back to his home to freshen up and then go and watch the rating game between Rias and Riser. He then entered his house and found that someone was still here and was surprised because the others had told him that they would be going there a bit earlier along with Sana and Tsubaki who would be in the administrating team. He then went to the room where he could feel the presence and found Kurumi still there lying on her bed. Tatsuya then asked, "Kurumi, you didn't go with them?" But Kurumi didn't answer him. Tatsuya was about confused by this and went closer to her and found her breathing heavily. Seeing her like that, Tatsuya got worried and placed his hand on her and to check whether she had a fever or not. But just as he touched her forehead, something triggered inside her and she immediately pulled Tatsuya on the bed and got on top of him. Tatsuya looked at her and finally realizing something he asked, "Kurumi, are you in heat?" Kurumi licked her lips and said, "Sorry, but yeah, I am currently in heat. I have been holding on for the past week, but I don't think that I would be able to hold back anymore." And immediately smashed her lips on Tatsuya's, making him surprised by her sudden actions, but soon he started to kiss back and slowly he was the one who was on top. Both of them then separated and had a thin string of saliva connecting them and were breathing heavily. Tatsuya looked at her with passionate eyes and a slight blush on his face and then started undressing her slowly while he started kissing her neck and nibbled her ears, making her moan lightly. After she was completely undressed, Tatsuya started to grope her huge chest, making her moans becoming louder. He then looked at her and asked, "Do you want me to continue? If you want another man, this is going to be your last chance." And smirked at her. Hearing that, Kurumi pushed, making him fall back and then lied on top of him with her face facing his crotch. She then removed his pants and underwear and could see his huge dick standing high and mighty. She then turned back to look at him and said, "If I had not made my decision already, then I would not be doing what I am going to do next." And took his dick inside her mouth. Tatsuya was suddenly felt surrounded by a lot of pleasure and gave a moan. He then looked at the huge butt in front of her and said, "Let me pleasure you as well," and started licking her pussy. MMPHH. Since she had his dick in her much, she was not able to moan loudly, but Tatsuya could tell that she felt extreme pleasure as he noticed her body shiver a bit. Kurumi then tried to calm herself and put his dick in between her breasts while she was still sucking it and started giving him a tityob. Tatsuya felt his dick to be surrounded by her soft breasts and once again felt a great pleasure and could feel that he was close to coming and said, "I am about to come," while he was still licking. Kurumi, who heard her, started doing it more intensely, trying to make Tatsuya come immediately. Tatsuya also didn't stay still and put one of his finger, which was a bit wet by her fluid, and rubbed her anus, making her leave her dick and moan loudly, and at the same time he came as well. "I am coming. I am coming." Both of them said at the same time and were covered in each other's fluids. Tatsuya then took off his shirt and pulled Kurumi towards him and got on top of him and said, "Are you ready?" Kurumi nodded her head and said, "I have been waiting for this for a long time." Tatsuya then positioned his cock in front of her entrance and looked at her and said, "I was waiting as well." She then nodded her head and Tatsuya thrusted his dick in her pussy in one go, making her jolt out in pain and a small stream of blood come out of her pussy. Tatsuya then immediately started kissing her so as to ease her pain a bit, and after a while she looked back at him and said, "You can move now." Tatsuya nodded and started moving his hips slowly at the beginning and then started increasing his pace bit by bit, making her moan louder and louder. Tatsuya then moved his face close to her breast and started sucking on one of them while also groping her other breast. He then bit her nipple while pulled the one of the breast he was groping as well, making her shriek in pleasure. He then looked at her face and said, "I am going to come." Kurumi, who was moaning in pleasure, looked at him and said, "I am about to come as well. Do it inside me." Kurumi. Tatsuya. Tatsuya nodded his head and started thrusting faster and soon ejaculated inside her while she also came at the same time. Both of them were then lying on the bed and Tatsuya looked at her and said, "You do know that tonight is their game, right?" Kurumi looked at him with a smile and said, "Yeah, I know, but what could you do? Even if you watch it live, you won't be able to change the outcome anyways. They will do whatever they can, after all you have trained them quite well." Tatsuya then started at her for a while and said, "You were not heat, right?" She then smirked and got on top of him and said, "Rather than the game, let's do it once more. This time I will be on the top," and licked her lips. Tatsuya smirked as well and said, "You horny fox," and then pushed her down and started doing it again. That night they did it for a few more times till Kurumi was finally exhausted and was sleeping peacefully in Tatsuya's embrace. Tatsuya then looked up and said, "I think that I am forgetting about something." He then shrugged it off and said, "It must not be of much importance." And then pulled Kurumi closer and went to sleep. At the same time, in administration room of the rating game between Rias and Riser. Suddenly Tiamat appeared in the room and said, "Hey you guys." All of them looked at her and asked, "What are you doing here, Tia-san?" Tia looked at them and said, "I was about to go to your house, but something was blocking me from teleporting in the house anyway. What are you guys doing?" Miyuki looked at her and said, we are going to watch the unofficial rating game between Rias and Riser. Tiamat nodded and then looked around the room and asked, where is Tatsuya? Ingvild looked at her and said. We don't know, he said that he would come here before the game starts but he is still not here. Tiamat thought that it was a bit odd and then looked around the room and suddenly frowned and asked, where is the vixen? All of them suddenly realized it as well and started looking around the room but were not able to find her. Tiamat then gritted her teeth and said, now I understand why I am not able to go inside the house. That bitch played her cards really well. She made a move when she was sure that no one is in the house and sealed it to prevent any disruptions in her fun time. All of them then were gritting their teeth in annoyance along with the silver-haired maid who was standing just outside the door. Then suddenly a magic circle appeared in the room and Tatsuya came out of it. He then gave a sigh and said, Woo, I completely forgot about the game because of that dot. He then looked at the others and asked, hey guys, I am not lat, why are you guys glaring at me like a hungry beast? While taking a step back. While this was going on, the silver-haired maid was biting her nails while thinking, this is one of those times that I hate working as a maid. I cannot show my bashfulness in front of the others. Damn, why the hell did I agree on working as a maid? 98, Rias vs Riser 1. Right now Tatsuya and the others were sitting in the administration room waiting for the game to begin and Tatsuya was silently eating some coffee jelly, ignoring the complaints from the other people who were currently tied to their chairs. Ani-sama / Tatsuya, release me please, I was just trying to protect you from being violated by these horny beasts. All of them said in unison. Tatsuya didn't even look at them and said, no need for that, just sit silently and watch the game. I have a feeling that as soon as you all are released, I would be raped by you all. Before they were able to complain again, the door of the room was knocked and after a while it opened, revealing the silver-haired busta maid, Grafia. All of them looked at her and were wondering what she was doing there. Grafia then walked towards Tatsuya and asked, I will be the one who will be acting as the announcer of this game, but due to some accidents the announcing room is currently out of service. So would it be possible to do my work from here? Meanwhile at the announcing room. Random DEVIL1, why is the whole room covered in ice? He then looked at his watch and said, and that too when the game is about to begin. Sigh, luckily because of Miss Grafia's quick thinking we were able to avoid any major disturbance. Tatsuya didn't wait for anyone's opinion and said, sure, I would love to have your company. And smiled at her. Hearing that, Grafia blushed a bit but soon composed her expression and sat on the same sofa on which Tatsuya was sitting while sticking close to him. All the girls looked at her with a glare and thought, horny maid, but didn't say anything as they saw Grafia turning the mic on and now there was a chance of their talks being heard by others. All of them then sighed and silently looked at the screens in front of them. Tatsuya noticed that the girls have calmed down quite a lot and once he checked that they were not planning anything weird, by his telepathy he silently undid the ropes which were binding them. Tatsuya then looked at the screen and heard the bell ring signifying the start of the game. Tatsuya looked at the screen intently and thought, now let's see how the game unfolds. At the game field. Just now the bell has just ring which signified the start of the game. Rias looked at her team and then said, Yuto Konako, now go and set the traps. Akeno checked the area from above and set some traps as well. All of them nodded and said, yes President, and left the orc building. Isamai looked at Rias and asked, what would you want me to do, Pres? Rias looked at her with a smile and said, lie down on the sofa and I will release some. Just as she was about to continue, Isamai stopped her and said, if this is about releasing some of the stored power of my pieces, Tatsuya has already done that. At her words Rias was very shocked as Tatsuya was able to break the seal on her pieces so easily but shrugged it off, said, well, it works for me anyways. Soon the other three came back and after Rias explained their roles once all of them left the building except Rias. Kaiba went into the forest. Akeno changed into her shrine maiden outfit and started flying in the sky. Isamai and Konako did their final preparations and then Isamai asked, Konako-chan, you remember the mission right? Konako nodded her head and said, and find the sister chicken and beat her to crap. At her words Isamai sweat dropped and said, not that, I am talking about taking over the gymnasium. Konako then looked like she just realized something and said in her usual cold tone, ah, that as well. Isamai's lips twitched and she thought, that is our priority though. And then both of them started moving towards the gymnasium. Soon both of them were in the gymnasium and were hiding behind the curtains on the stage. Isamai observed the area around her and said silently, even the whole gymnasium is the same as the one in the academy. Soon both her and Konako felt someone coming through the gate and got alert. From the gate 4 girls from Riser's peerage came. 3 Ponzile, Nell, Myra, and 1 Tuxwillen. They walked a bit further in the room and then a girl wearing Chinese clothes with her black hair tied in buns on both sides called out, come out, servants of Rias Gremory, we know that you are there. And hearing that, both Konako and Isamai came out. The girl then looked at the both of them and said, oh, the rook and the pawn, hey. She then paused for a while and then said, I am Riser Sama's rook, Swillen. Then a girl with a lean figure and blue hair who was wielding a bow staff said, Myra, a pawn. The lowly twins looked at them cheerfully and said, I'll a pawn. Nell a pawn. Konako looked at her opponents and muttered, the chicken is not here. She then looked at Isamai and said, I will take on the rook. You go for the pawn senpai. Isamai nodded her head and then raised her hand and said, boosted gear. A red gauntlet materialized in her hand and shouted, boost. And gave out a green glow. Both of them then jumped from the stage and landed in front of their enemies and started attacking each other. The other party also didn't stand still and intercepted their attacks. Swollen covered her feet with flames and started kicking towards Konako by using Kung Fu, making Konako focus on the defense. Konako blocked all the attacks which were thrown by her thanks to her improved reaction time and was now waiting for an opening to strike her enemy. She received the opportunity soon when she saw Swollen raising her feet high to make a strong attack, but before she was even able to raise her leg to the highest she could, Konako punched her with all the strength she had, making Swollen spit out some saliva from her mouth with a surprised look in her eyes. Konako then looked at her fist in surprise and thought, that rook was really a high-level one, and yet I was able to inflict some severe damage with just one punch. She then smiled, thinking that her training really paid off, and looked at her opponent who was clutching her stomach with a look of pain evident in her eyes and cracked her knuckles and said, let's finish this soon. And launched at her opponent. On Isamai's side, she was continuously evading all the attacks that were made by the chainsaws and the bow staff of the pawns and kept on boosting. Boost. She then saw Myra running towards her and trying to aim for his chest. Isamai then crouched down, evaded the attack and quickly swept her leg, making Myra fall on the ground. She then saw the twins jump on her while saying, we will dismantle you. With a cheerful smile on their faces. Isamai looked at her with a weird expression and said, that's not a thing that you should be saying with such cheerful smile. And picked Myra's staff up and attacked both the twins' hands, making them drop their fire-covered chainsaws. Boost. Isamai smirked and said, right on time, and pointed her hand in front of her. Explosion. A red orb of the size of volleyball appeared in front of her hand, yet, it is bigger than it was shown in the anime. She then heard Konako say, let's finish this soon. She smiled as well and said, I plan to do the same as well. And then at the same moment Konako covered her fist with some magic, and then both Isamai and Konako punched in the forward direction. Konako hitting Swollen and Isamai hitting the red orb while shouting, dragon shot. And a huge red beam traveled very fast towards the pawns, engulfing them. In the wave, making them scream in pain along with Swollen, who was punched with a magic covered fist. Soon the front of the gymnasium along with some more buildings were destroyed by Isamai's attack, and Konako looked at the destruction caused by it with a shocked expression. Both of them then looked at each other and said at the same time, when did you come up with such an attack, Konako-chan/senpai? Following that was an awkward silence, and then Konako said, I came up with this attack after seeing Asia-senpai using her fists covered with healing magic. Isamai nodded and said, Tatsuya taught me this attack, saying that it is simple as well as effective at the same time. Riser Sama's 3-pawn and 1 ROOK retired. Both of them then heard a voice on their transmitter which said, Isamai, Konako, I just saw an explosion. Are both of you fine? Isamai nodded her head and said, yeah, we are fine, and we secured the gymnasium. Rias, who was sitting on the sofa in the Orc Club room, smiled and said, good, now get out of there quickly and help Yuto. Both of them nodded and then left the gymnasium quickly. 99, Rias vs Riser 2. Both Isamai and Konako were running towards the sports field where they had decided to meet with Kaiba. Suddenly both of them felt an attack coming towards them, and both of them immediately juned to their sides. As soon as both of them landed, they saw a huge explosion in front of them and noticed that they were only a few centimeters away from the explosion's radius. Both of them then looked up to see who was the who attacked them, and found a lady with a purple hair and a huge exposed chest with a cane in her hand there. Isamai narrowed her eyes and said, You must be Riser's queen, right? The lady who was flying in the air smirked and said, yes, I am Yubelina, Riser Sama's queen. And fired another attack at both of them, but before it could reach them a lightning was shot at it, nullifying it along with an explosion. All three of them looked towards the direction where the lightning was shot from and saw Akeno wearing her priestess clothes with her wings out. She then looked at her teammates and said, Aira, having some trouble. Don't worry, I will handle her, you two go ahead. Isamai and Konako nodded their heads and again started running towards the sports field. Akeno then looked at Yubelina, who was smirking, and said, I was always looking for a chance to fight against you, Priestess of Thunder. Akeno just smiled and put her hand over her mouth and said, Aira, the pleasure is all mine, Bomb Queen-san. And a yellow aura started to come out of her body, and seeing that Yubelina also started to release her violet aura, and then both of them started firing their spells at each other. Isamai and Konako kept on running and then suddenly heard 3 of Riser Sama's pawns retired. Both of them smiled and Isamai said, that must be Kaiba. As soon as she said that, Kaiba came from the side and said, Yo. Both Konako and Isamai stopped on their tracks and said, Kaiba, why are you here? Didn't we agree on meeting at the sports field? Kaiba gave a helpless smile and said, yes, we did plan that, but President asked us to wait for a while and regroup first before taking any actions. Isamai and Konako were surprised by the order, and Isamai said, why, we have to get there sooner or later, and as soon as we reach there we can advance forward by attacking them one by one. That will be favorable for us, right? Konako also nodded her head and said, I also think that this plan is better. If we wait and then go, there is a chance for them to attack us all together and their numbers are already higher than us. Isamai nodded and said, yes, even though I believe that we can defeat all of them but it will still take a lot of time for us to deal with them and it will be much more tiring than fighting them individually. Kaiba also nodded his head and said, I know that as well but President thinks that Riser will send all the remaining pieces after us and it will make the path towards their king devoid of enemies. Isamai and Konako look at him with a weird expression and said, we know that as well but what good will it do after the path is clear and no one is attacking him? This will only take much more time and it will exhaust us more before fighting the king. Kaiba thought for a while and then said, I believe that she is planning on taking him head on. Isamai and Konako were again surprised by this and Isamai used her transmitter and asked Rias, Prez, are you planning on taking that Riser guy on your own? Rias, who was surprised by the question, first calmed herself and said, yes, that's why I want you three to deal with the rest of his peerage while Akeno is busy with the queen. Isamai then asked, but isn't that guy's regeneration too fast? How are you going to defeat him? Rias then said, even though his regeneration is too fast and his body is technically immortal but his mind isn't. We can defeat him if we made his mind unable to process the situation. There is also the fact that regeneration takes both demonic power and stamina to work, so if I am able to make him exhausted he will not be able to regenerate. All three of them thought for a while and then realized that her plan could work. Isamai, who was now somewhat believing her, asked, but how are you going to achieve what you just said? Rias just said, don't worry, I have a plan for that. Now you three go to the sports field and engage his peerage. And cut her connection. All three of them looked at each other and then Kaiba said, anyway let's go, we can only follow her orders now, we have already missed the opportunity to fight them individually. Both Isamai and Konako sighed and nodded their heads and all three of them started running towards the sports field. In the orc room. Rias, who had just cut the connection, said, now I just have to wait for a while and once the path is clear I will attack him. Seriously, my peerage is really strong, being able to defeat multiple enemies on their own makes it even clear that I, who is their king, should be able to deal with him in a one-on-one easily. I just have to attack him continuously, making him regenerate over and over again, and once he will be exhausted then it is my win. In the administration room. Tatsuya, who just heard Rias's plan through the small device that he had placed on all of them before the game for the very same purpose, face-palmed. He then said, this was what I was worried about, she became overconfident because of her peerage's strength. Does she truly believes that Riser will just stand still while she will be attacking him continuously? The others in the room who also heard her plan nodded their heads and then Sana said, and even if Riser did according to Rias's imagination, I know that her own demonic power is quite less as compared to Riser. She will be the one to exhaust first even if everything goes by her plan. She then glared at Tatsuya and said, by the way, you do know that it is illegal to plant a spying device on the participants before the game. What would you do if the higher-ups come to know about this? Tatsuya just smiled and said, that is only if they hear about it. You think that despite knowing about the rules I would make tiny mistakes like this? They will only know about this as long as this talk don't leave the room. Sana, who heard that, nodded her head, but then an idea came to her mind and she smirked before as asking, so what would I get for keeping my mouth shut? Tatsuya looked at her with a surprised expression and then said, would a date with you alone suffice? Sana, who heard that, smiled and said, deal accepted. Suddenly all the girls except Grafia raised their hands and said, we want compensation as well. Tatsuya just sighed and said, why did I even let you all hear that? I should have just kept it to me. Sigh, fine, I agree to that. All of them nodded with a smile, but then the room suddenly became chilly and all of them looked at the silver-haired maid who was sitting beside Tatsuya. Tatsuya had a wry smile on his face and he asked, of course, what would it take to keep your mouth shut, Grafia? At that moment all the girls in the room had the same thought, your cock. Tatsuya, who heard that through his telepathy, twitched his lips but didn't say anything. Grafia then said, then there is a place that I want to go, but going there alone would be boring, so I would like you to accompany me there. Tatsuya looked at her for a while and then said, in other words, a date, right? Okay, I agree, now let's focus on the match. 100, Rias vs Riser 3. Rating Game Field. Right now Isamai, Kaiba and Konako are running towards the sports field as per Rias's orders. Isamai then looked at her two teammates and asked, do you think that this plan will work? Both of them then thought about the question for a while. Kaiba said, the possibility of this plan to work is very low and I doubt that President has a proper plan to deal with Riser, but we cannot do anything about it. We have already lost the opportunity to fight with their members individually and our only option is to fight their wild group at once. If we don't stop them they will gang up on President and the game is immediately over. So all we can do now is defeat them as soon as possible and then head over to where their king is. Both Isamai and Konako nodded their heads and then Konako said, I didn't know that even you can doubt President's plan, Uado-senpai. Kaiba showed a helpless smile and said, if it was the me before training with Tatsuya's team I would not have doubted her words, but all the hellish training I went through I have come to understand the battlefield better. I have to admit Tatsuya has prepared his team to face of in any kind of situation. Even though all I was doing was getting hit by the punches, I came to understand a lot of things and even learned quite a lot from them. Konako then nodded and said, the training was really an eye-opener. We didn't even knew what our weaknesses were at the beginning. All of them then sighed at the same time and said, but his training is really hellish. And continued to run. Soon all three of them were present in the field and Isamai shouted, come out Riser's peerage, we are here to fight you fair and square. She didn't want to waste any time and decided to call them herself instead of waiting for them to come on their own. Both Kaiba and Konako, who understood her intentions, nodded and Kaiba whispered, smart move. Soon mist started to appear in front of them and through the mist the silhouette of a girl was seen. The girl and then said, you all are quite foolish to ask us to fight you directly, but I like fools like you. Behold yourself, I am Riser Sama's knight Carlamine. She then unsheathed her sword which set ablaze on fire. Kaiba then stepped forward and said, I am Uedo Kaiba, knight of Rias Gremory, and I shall be the one to fight you. And unsheathed his sword as well. Both of them then narrowed their eyes and started running towards each other and clashed their blades with their speed keep on increasing as the number of times their swords clashed. Isamai continued to look at their fight with a surprised expression and said, he has become much faster. Konako-chan, are you able to follow their movements? Konako in her usual cold voice said. Only barely, they are too fast for even my senses to catch up. Isamai looked at them for a while and then said. Wait, doesn't that mean that we don't have to do anything? As soon as she said that, both her and Konako heard a voice from behind, I don't think so. Both of them then turned around and Konako's eyes looked at a certain person for a while and then she said, chicken found. Isamai looked at the blonde girl standing in front of her, but then she felt someone else's presence and turned her head and said, come out now. As she said that, a girl with short hair with her right half of the face covered with a white mask came and said, so you were able to sense me. You are not that worthless, you know. Isamai then asked, who the hell are you? The girl then cracked her knuckles and she said, I am Isabella Riser Sama's rook. The blonde-haired girl got a bit irritated and said, hey, don't ignore me. Konako then said, don't worry, I am continuously focusing on you and waiting to beat the crap out of you. Ravel, who heard Konako, looked at her more intently and said, ah, you are the person who ruined my alone time with Tatsuya-sama. And glared at her. Konako glared as well and said, and you are the one trying to seduce senpai. Both of them kept on glaring at each other and some sparks were seemed to be forming between them. Ravel then looked at her side and said, all of you deal with the pawn, I have some matters to settle with this thieving cat. As soon as she said that, several more people appeared around them. Konako looked at Isamai and said, can I leave these guys to you? Isamai looked at her with a confident expression and said, sure. And Konako started chasing Ravel, who was flying on the sky. Isamai looked at Isabella and said, hey, who was that blondie just now? Isabella looked at her and said, that's Ravel-sama, Riser-sama's little sister and his bishop. But don't worry about her, you should be worried about yourself and your master who is struggling there. At her words, Isamai's eyes widened and she looked at the top of the building and saw Rias trying to attack Riser, who was not even giving her a chance by continuously attacking her, which made her to only stand at one place with a barrier in front of her. Isamai gritted her teeth and thought, what should we do? If we don't hurry we will be defeated. Suddenly they heard an announcement was heard. One of Riser-sama's knights retired. Isamai looked towards Kaiba and saw the knight from Riser's peerage disappearing into light particles. Suddenly an idea came to her mind and she said, Kaiba, liberate your sacred gear immediately. Kaiba looked at her in surprise and decided to trust her and said, here it comes, sword birth. And immediately an energy was thrown towards Isamai. Isamai then pointed her hand towards the energy and let it get stored in her gauntlet. The red gauntlet in her hand glowed and shouted, transfer, and Isamai smashed her hand in the ground, creating a large number of swords around her. Seeing all the swords appear around them, the remaining members of Riser's peerage along with Kaiba and Konako were shocked. Soon all the remaining members of Riser's peerage, except Ravel, were stabbed by the swords and were retired immediately. One knight, one bishop, one rook, and two pawns of Riser-sama's peerage retired. Isamai then raised her hand and said, now that's badass, I didn't know that it would work so well. Kaiba, who heard her, looked at her in disbelief and asked, you mean to say that you used that attack without even knowing what you were doing? Isamai then showed a thumbs up and said, nope, after all I only unlocked this power yesterday. Boosted gear gift sure is a very nifty ability. Isamai then turned serious and said, anyway Kaiba, go to Akeno-san and help her defeat the queen as soon as possible and then come and assist us. We are going to deal with Riser. Konako looked at Isamai and asked, is it necessary to go now? Dodged a fireball, I have yet to settle my business with her, punched through one of the bigger fireballs. Isamai looked at her with a serious expression and said, yes, we need to go immediately or the prez will be defeated. All our effort will be in vain. Konako nodded reluctantly and looked at Ravel, who had fire revolving around her, and said, we will settle this matter later, chicken. Ravel also glared at Konako and said, sure, come anytime you thieving cat. She then paused for a while and said, except when I am alone with Tatsuya-sama. Those moments are for me to enjoy. Konako, who heard her, gritted her teeth and ran towards Rias along with Isamae without saying anything. In another location of raiding game field, Akeno was looking down on Yubelina, who was currently in a very bad condition after their fight. Akeno herself was in tattered clothes but was still doing better than the queen. Yubelina looked at Akeno with a smile and said, "You really live up to your name, Priestess of Thunder." Akeno just smiled and said, "Ara, you were plenty strong yourself, Bomb Queen." Yubelina continued to smile and said, "But still you must be pretty tired to help your remaining peerage from the attacks of our peerage." Akeno just smiled and said, "No, even if I am a bit tired from all the attacks I can still help my friends even if I don't rest." Suddenly an announcement was made. One knight, one bishop, one rook, and 2 pawns of Riser Sama's peerage retired. Hearing the announcement, Yubelina was dumbfounded and Akeno giggled and said, "Ara, looks like my help was not needed after all." Yubelina looked at Akeno with rage and said, "I will take you down," and put her hand in her cleavage and took out a vial with a red cap on top of it. Seeing the vial, Akeno frowned and knew that she would not be able to cast her magic immediately. Yubelina smirked as she knew what Akeno was thinking and opened the vial and was about to drink the contents in it. But suddenly they heard a voice which said, "Not so fast," and suddenly a blur passed by both of them. Yubelina, who was surprised by the voice, looked back at the vial and saw that it was not there and began to panic. Looking for this, both Akeno and Yubelina turned their heads and were surprised to see Kaiba holding the vial in his hand. They were not surprised by Kaiba holding the vial, what they were surprised by was, "Kaiba, why are you holding the opened vial upside down?" Kaiba, who heard the words, looked at his hands and saw that he was indeed holding the vial upside down and it was already empty. He then looked down at the ground and saw that a small portion of the land was about wet. Kaiba then scratched his cheek and said, "Looks like I took the vial in the same position that she was holding to pour it on herself." And gave a wry smile. Both Yubelina and Akeno were looking at him with a weird expression and were not sure what to think of him. Akeno then sighed and said, "Anyways, let's forget about that, now back to you, Bomb Queen." And showed a sadistic smile and electricity started to come out of her hand. Yubelina, who looked at Akeno's sadistic smile, was a bit scared and was about to use her magic to attack her, but before she was able to, Akeno immediately came close to her and placed her hand on her exposed chest and started electrocuting her, making Yubelina scream, which only made Akeno smile in bliss. Kaiba, who looked with a scared expression on his face, thought, and she is supposed to have toned down her urges after the training. Soon Akeno stopped electrocuting Yubelina when she saw that she was severely damaged and said, "Ah, you already broke." And then Yubelina started to disappear in light particles. Riser Sama's queen retired. Kaiba, who heard the announcement, looked at Akeno and said, "We should be going now, President is in danger." Akeno, who heard that, came out of her stupor and turned serious and said, "Let's go then." And both of them started to fly towards Rias and the others.